We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. For the 3.3 thousand people in here, it's good to have you all. We already got a flag for harassment and bullying. I think I need to be extra careful today. We might even hit a restart on the stream. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I thought you gave this to me.
Hello?
It's mine now.
Okay, they're not in here. Restart? Yeah, honestly, it may be worth a restart. Like, we want to be extra careful, you know what I mean? We want to be extra careful. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, literally right now. Hi, user, are you voting for Trump? Okay, user's not here. Okay, so for the 3.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, we got a flag for harassment and bullying. We just want to be extra careful, especially right now. The account is blowing up and we want to make sure that we keep it. So we're just going to hit a little quick restart on the stream. Everyone make sure to come right back. We're just going to hit a quick restart. It's literally going to take 10 seconds. And as soon as we're back, we're going to hop right back into the debates. But like, honestly, like we're probably going to be more careful today, just because we want to make sure that we keep the account. So I'll be right back in 30 seconds, guys. Click on my profile, count to 10, refresh, and I'll be back on live. And when we do get back on live, make sure that we're double tapping, sharing, commenting, etc. I'll see you. And by the way, guys, I did get a new haircut. I'll go ahead and show it off real quick because I quite like it. So we kind of got the front cut. We got rid of the middle part, and then the back. I think it's pretty nice. User, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much for the love. So anyways, yeah, we got the haircut. Anyways, let's go and get our first guest of the night up in here, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. For the first 1.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, welcome in, y'all. We're gonna go to get our first guest up literally right now. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Marijuana, heroin, cocaine.
Okay. Well, I mean, he doesn't know that if I kick him, like, it won't stick. So we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what Christian has to say. Peanut, I do appreciate you so much for that and mustache. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. For the first 2.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, welcome in. What's going on, Christian? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, baby.
Okay. Are you driving?
Nah, I'm not driving. Why?
Okay. I think you're lying. But why are you voting for Trump?
Why are you voting for Kamala?
Okay, you have MAGA Mobile, and it's definitely because you're driving, so we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a second. We got L Rose loading up in. Keep in mind, guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, just looking for debates. Heck yeah, what's going on, L Rose? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not actually sure.
Okay, well, I hope that you hang around, watch the lives. I hope that I could convince you to vote for Kamala Harris. We are just looking to debate people that are sure, but hopefully, these debates can, make up your mind. What's going on, Gage? You're obviously voting for Trump.
Right.
So why are you voting for Trump, Gage?
Well, I don't think either of them are going to be good, but I think Trump's definitely the best option out of them.
Okay, why so?
I don't know. This country's just fucked.
This country's fucked. Is Trump your savior?
I don't think anybody could
country?
save this country, honestly. Nobody could save this country, but...
how old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20. So why are you voting for Trump? Like, what reason do you have to think that Trump is better than Harris? Let's talk about it.
Well, for one...
for one. He left. Okay, Mitchell, I appreciate you for the hand arts. What is the thought process of people that come up into this live to debate when they knowingly don't know anything? You know what I mean? Like, what is the thought process there? Hey, Joe, are you voting for Trump, big dog?
What's up, Dean? Yeah, I am.
Okay, why is that?
So, I'm 18. This is the first election I could vote, and I just have a quick question. If Kamala's taking the shots right now, obviously she is, what's going to be the difference if she gets elected?
Haley, I appreciate you for the money gun. I appreciate you so much for the love. Well, she'll actually have the power and authority as the president to sign executive orders into law alongside the policy that she'll want to influence through Congress. Right? I think if she had her campaign running for longer, that maybe she could have influenced some of that under Biden's term. But it's just impossible. Right? We're getting through the election. We're going to get through the primaries, and then she's going to influence her policy.
Okay, but can't you do that right now? Like, especially with the border.
Not really. They've already kind of done as much for the border as they can during their 4 years. They tried to influence bipartisan border legislation to close the border down. Donald Trump torpedoed it, calling the Republicans, telling them to vote against it, right? And then Biden signed an executive order into law, right, that decreased crossings by 60%, right? Like the only thing that we could do moving forward is just to draft a new bipartisan border bill to get Congress to come together on. But right now, Congress is all focused on elections because we're not just electing a president, right? We're also going to be renewing some of the members in the House and the Senate.
Got you. Okay. I was just wondering why.
So why are you voting for Trump? And Haley, thank you for the money gun. I appreciate you for the love, Haley. W's for Haley in the chat with the 2 money guns. You're great.
So pretty much I'm voting for Trump because I felt like when he was in office, like gas was lower, groceries were lower, and our border was definitely more secure than it is right now. I feel like we have had like the most border crossings in modern history.
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to reference inflation, so how did the Biden and Harris administration cause gas and food to get more expensive?
Like, how did they directly cause it?
Yeah.
Not 100% sure. How did that happen?
Okay, well, I mean, it was caused by the pandemic. Because we can't just say because something has happened in the country that it's automatically to blame on the presidency. Like, I
Yeah,
can make
but-
the argument that I'm voting for Biden and Harris because unemployment is lower. Under Trump in April of 2020, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8%.
But that was because of COVID.
Yeah, if if COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation? And Aaron, thank you for the sunglasses, and Mike, thank you for the boxing gloves.
It did, and it did like in his last year in office. But then that just causes another question: why didn't Biden and Harris do anything about it?
Okay, so they actually did as much as they could. The U.S. had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. They also passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history to benefit the average American, alongside working with the Federal Reserve to bring down inflation through cuts in consumer spending. They literally did more than any other world admin. You just don't know what they did. And thank you for the corgi. You know what I mean? Then, like, another point here, you also talked about the border. So Trump is pro-open borders.
So then, what's to do with the wall?
Well, I mean, yeah, the wall was ineffective. In fact, he never even claimed that that was one of his policies for the border. If you look at the graph behind him at the rally that he got shot at that talks about the border crossings, he claimed that his clampdown on the border started at COVID with Title 42. He didn't claim the wall. He didn't claim the Remain in Mexico policy. But the reason why I say he's open border today is because he torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate so the Democrats wouldn't look good. Why did Trump torpedo that bill?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so like if your house was burning down and the fire truck showed up to put it out and you told them to turn around because you wanted the house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about the house?
No.
Okay. So if the border is quote unquote burning down, if we have this crazy crisis and the fire truck shows up, this bipartisan border bill shows up to Congress, Trump turns the fire truck around. He tells the Republicans to vote against the good bipartisan border bill. And so he could claim the insurance money or so he could win more people's votes because of the continuance of the crisis. Does Donald Trump care about the southern border?
The way you're putting it now.
Okay, phenomenal. So if you care about the southern border, vote for Kamala Harris, right? The only candidate that's actively trying to resolve issues at it, not the candidate that actively wants the crisis to continue.
So one last question, just because I'm trying to figure all this stuff out. What is she gonna do about all these border crossings?
Well, I mean, first of all, we already have lower levels today than we had at the end of Trump's term, so I don't understand why you want to ask this question about Trump. And then second of all, yeah, she's going to try to get bipartisan border legislation passed to make the legal processes faster through expedited court hearings for asylum seekers to reduce undocumented migration into our country, alongside more general funding to border agencies.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
That was never confirmed.
Okay, so would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a little girl?
No.
Okay, so why would you vote for him in one scenario but not the other?
Because that has nothing to do with it. Like, I'm not worried about his personal life. I'm worried about our country and his policies.
Then why wouldn't you vote for him if he raped a little girl?
That's just sick.
Okay, but isn't raping an adult woman sick?
Yes, it is.
So then you wouldn't vote for him if he raped an adult woman either, right?
No.
Okay, well, he was held civilly liable for raping an adult woman.
Yeah, but you don't know if that's true.
Yes, we do. All right. A preponderance of the evidence was used to submitted to the jury that unanimously held him guilty and liable for rape. Yeah.
Okay.
Sale, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Sale. W's for Sale down below in the chat. I appreciate you for the love. So anything to respond there?
No, man. I mean, you made some good points.
Okay. Well, I hope that you think about your choices. It sounds like you are. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone do give us a minute. Let's go to see what our next guest, Enrique, has to say, guys. For the 3.8 thousand people hanging out with us in the live here today, make sure that we're sharing it out. What's up, Enrique? Are you voting for Trump?
Why do you condone genocide?
I don't condone genocide, quite
Then why do
frankly,
you endorse someone who does?
because she's the lesser of the two evils.
But there's not just two options, and that's a false narrative that perpetuates a media circus that gets us into the same situations every year where we
quite
do have to
literally
pick
is two
the
options.
less of each evil.
There
So,
quite
like
literally
at this
is only
point,
two
if
options. What's the third
two
option?
candidates both openly endorse genocide and Kamala specifically
Answer my
takes
question. What's the third
active
option? Why aren't you answering my
precautions
question? Why do leftists never answer questions? What's the third option?
another candidate, like
Like
there's more than two parties. There's multiple candidates. Like Jill Stein.
Jill Stein?
is like a third candidate.
Okay.
Not
I have a
that I
question.
specifically am endorsing her, just saying like we do have more than two
Enrique.
options.
And-
But anyways,
and
back
how,
to
and
my
how many state
point
ballots
of,
is Jill Stein on?
if Kamala makes active efforts to silence activists who are speaking out against genocide, why do you still endorse that? Not just support or like
Yeah,
vote specifically,
because-
but endorse and make an
I'm not a
active
virtue
effort to
signaler.
get
Because I'm not a
that
virtue
individual.
signaler. I'll tell you why. Because I'm not a virtue signaler. See, I actually want to choose between the lesser of two evils, and I know that if Donald Trump's elected, more innocent Palestinians will die. California, I appreciate you so much for the subscription. That's what it seriously boils down to. If Kamala Harris is elected, more innocent Palestinians will lose their lives. I understand that we want a candidate that doesn't support Israel and does not endorse genocide. You a question, why aren't you considering the genocide in Congo?
Why do you assume that I'm not considering the genocide in Congo?
Because Obama and Biden placed sanctions on people with power in the Congo that slowed or stopped the genocide for 8 years. As soon as Donald Trump was elected, he took those sanctions off, leading to a continuance of the genocide. If you want to save more innocent lives, vote for Kamala Harris because she will, less innocent Palestinians will die under her compared to Trump. At least, Roy, I appreciate you for the subscription.
I hate to cut you off,
Not to
but
mention the
again,
genocide in the
how does
Congo,
this apply
and not
to
to
me
mention the rights for all
being
170
assumed
million
to
Americans here in
not
the
care
US.
about Congo?
Weapon shipments and money. I don't agree with that at all. But when I say that voting for Kamala Harris is a vote for progress, well, it's a vote for progress comparatively to what Donald Trump would do, because he wants to continue to give more money to Israel, calling himself the most pro-Israel president ever. That will only lead to the deaths of more innocent Palestinians. If you're not just a performative virtue signaler and you actually care about the innocent lives that are being lost in Palestine, come November, you would agree that you got to make the tough decision to vote for Kamala Harris to decrease Trump's chance at winning re-election. And that's only when we just consider the issue of Israel and Palestine. Haley, I appreciate you for the fireworks. Biden and Harris, right? They reinstantiated sanctions on the Congo to reduce the impact of the genocide. Meanwhile, Trump lifted them. Biden and Harris specifically wants to reinstantiate federal protections for a woman's right to choose. Right now, 65,000 victims of rape here at home in the U.S. have not been able to get an abortion since Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, alongside the fact that 1 out of every 3 women in the U.S. no longer have access to healthcare at all. Kamala Harris also wants to uplift the low and the middle class, to reduce income inequities, to further fund historically black universities, to reduce the racial wage gap. Donald Trump is only going to increase it with his tariffs. So even when we're just considering the issue of Israel and Palestine in a vacuum, Kamala Harris is much better than Donald Trump. But as soon as we open up those floodgates to consider all of the other innocent lives that have been impacted around the world, including other genocides such as what's going on in the Congo, that's when we really come to the very fair conclusion that if you're not voting for Kamala Harris, you're lying if you think you're a good person.
I will concede you gave a few points, but a lot of that was just but Trump. It took you a good while of that to kind of get into actually what she has done to kind of go to be instituting progressive sort of things.
You should be voting for
First,
Kamala
like
Harris
half
because
of that
Trump.
was just kind of saying she's better than Trump, and then getting into it. So I just think from a debate standpoint,
You should be
Time to
voting for it
go.
because of that butt Trump. Like if Kamala Harris was like this Israel Zionist supporter that was running against some Republican that didn't support Israel and only really disagreed on tax policy, I would have no issue with you not voting for her. In fact,
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real. For the
truth.
third time around, but not Trump isn't gonna be good enough of an argument for the Democratic Party to try and
Really?
get votes. Like that's
So I just wanna
just
clarify.
playing into the
But
media
saving-
circus thing
but
of
saving
how
more
the
innocent
Democratic
Palestinian
Party
lives
and the
isn't good of an
Republican
argument?
Party are honestly just two sides of the same coin to try and keep politicians getting lobbyist money while
So
the
I just want to
American people
clarify.
suffer.
I just want to clarify. Saying but Trump will cause more innocent Palestinians to die. That's not a good argument for you. You don't care about Palestine then.
If you're gonna
Why do
make
you endorse
disingenuous
genocide?
mental gymnastics stuff like that,
That's not. That's not.
then like by
disingenuous.
all means, like if you want to cut me off and be like, wait, if you say this, then you don't care about Palestinians and
you
you're not
tell
a
me
good
how that's
person.
disingenuous?
There. Go. That's your entire rhetorical stance.
Can you tell me how that's
it's
disingenuous?
a very weak rhetorical stance, despite how many
me
of
how.
your commenters are glazing you right now because you.
Can you tell me how
have-
it's weak?
Yeah, you're not really providing too many things to actually promote Kamala other than comparative to Trump. And anytime I go into like the media circus action of you can't just rely on, but Trump is worse as your entire argument,
Kamala
you
Harris is
kind of
going to
just make a
reinstitute-
disingenuous straw man argument and try to say I don't care about Palestinians
Kamala Harris is going
when
to
you are the
reinstitute
one
federal
advocating
protections?
for a candidate who is, despite claiming to endorse a ceasefire, what actual actions is Kamala making for a ceasefire? I'll ask you a direct question like that, please.
Sure, I'm going to respond to what you said first, though. You said that it was disingenuous and it was a straw man of me to say that we can have reason to vote for Kamala Harris compared to who she's running against. That's not disingenuous. That is-
My bad. Let me
One second.
clarify that part.
Mind if I finish?
Can I clarify what I said you're disingenuous about before you respond to that statement? Because this is a response to
Yeah,
that.
just like, dude, just leftists can't debate, bro. Like, you just run on emotion. It's like so fucking embarrassing. And like, the
Am I
reason
running
why-
on emotion,
Yeah,
or
and
am
the
I
reason-
actually
the
just
reason-
calling out your
one moment,
weak?
One moment. The reason why I like the reason I'm so like adamant and like frustrated about this is because you are like actively advocating for more innocent Palestinians to lose their lives.
I'm not though. That
You are. You are.
I'm
because-
advocating for
question. If
zero.
everyone-
You're
if
advocating
everyone-
for
if
a medium
everyone-
amount.
Hey,
compared
Enrique,
to-
Enrique, you're still interrupting me. This is how I know you can't debate because you don't want me to be able to speak. If everyone in America thought like you and abstained, if all Democrats thought like you and abstained from voting, who would win?
Who said I'm abstaining from voting?
You did. You said you're not voting for Kamala Harris.
So because I'm not voting for Kamala Harris specifically, I'm not voting at all in this election. That's a bit of a leap and a very assumptuous and again disingenuous straw man argument. So you have to see where
Answer my
I'm coming from
question.
here. It's
If
not me
every
being
if
emotional.
every single
it's me calling
Democrat-
out your arguments
or
and
also her
you
name's
trying to get
Kamala.
defensive.
If
And every
single
time I try to
Democrat- hey,
warrant
you're still doing
my
it. I
critiques
wanna-
of you,
I want a
cut
direct
me
answer
off
to my
and be like,
question.
this is why leftists can't debate.
You're not
You try
answering my
to
question.
straw man me as a leftist and be like, this is
Okay, shut the fuck up. You're being very annoying. First of all, her name is pronounced Kamala Harris. Kamala, pronounce her name right. And then second of all, if every single Democrat in America either abstained from voting or voted for a third party, who would win?
I really loved in Jubilee when you couldn't mute the other person who was really calling you out
Will you
on
answer
your
my
rhetoric
question?
and your arguments being
Will
really
you?
poor.
Why aren't you answering my question,
Because
Enrique?
rely on very disingenuous rhetoric.
No, I need you
and
to answer my question.
anytime I try to call
Answer my fucking question. See, this is the thing with leftists. Like, this is why y'all suck. You're virtue signalers. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and answer my own question. If every single Democrat in America either abstained from voting or voted for a third party, Donald Trump would win. No third party is registered on sufficient state ballots to get to 270 votes in the Electoral College. And that's a fact. And if Trump
Every
were to
single
win,
Democrat
what would
voted third
happen
party,
to Palestinians?
third party would win.
Okay, if you care,
like just by
if you-
pure numbers.
if you care about innocent
Democrat
Palestinians'
votes
lives,
Kamala,
I have a question.
I don't care how you pronounce it. She's a little bitch who rode her way to the top of the fucking DA system in Cali. If every time you
Enrique, if you care about innocent Palestinians' lives, I suggest you listen to my argument. And this is what demonstrates that you don't care. Here comes the misogyny, by the way. This is
Your
this is
question
the
was,
leftist.
if
here,
every
here comes the misogyny, guys. Here comes the misogyny. So this is why I know that like a lot of people and like a lot of people associated with like the leftists are just virtue signalers. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and give you my argument. I mean, I need to forcefully put you on mute because you can't listen. So here's the thing. This is why we should vote for Kamala Harris. When we're referencing the particular issue of Palestine, her compared to Donald Trump, she's much better for Palestine compared to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has called himself the most pro-Israel president ever. Donald Trump has incessantly said that Joe Biden, alongside Kamala Harris, hasn't done enough for Palestine. Donald Trump has said at a rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey, that he wants to continue to give Israel more money, more funding, more weapons to quote-unquote win the war, and has said if Kamala Harris is elected, she's going to place pro-Hamas terrorists to control foreign powers that will destroy Israel. Hey, Puso, I appreciate you for the subscription. And then once again, that is the one issue about Palestine. Now, when we also consider the genocide in Congo, about how Kamala Harris and Joe Biden sanctioned individuals in the Congo that perpetuated the genocide, and Donald Trump lifted those sanctions, leading to hundreds of thousands of innocent individuals in the Congo losing their lives, and we consider the fact that Kamala Harris is going to reinstitute federal protections for a woman's right to choose, when Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade of every 3 women in America not being able to access elective abortions, makes it even more clear. And then when we also consider the position that Kamala Harris's tax reform policy will reduce income inequities, meanwhile Donald Trump's will increase them, alongside the fact that her tax policy will reduce racial income inequities, the decision's clear. Also, what the fuck? Okay, Enrique's confused. Your bio says leftist and capitalist.
Majesty.
Why does your bio says leftist and capitalist?
Yeah,
You're so confused.
that's a whole other thing.
You're so this guy's confused. Okay, never mind. You
I'm
don't even
not
speak
confused.
for the leftists.
I can go into it. That's a
you
whole
don't
thing
even
about how America
speak
was
for the
never a
leftists.
truly capitalist country, but by all means.
Wait, what is capitalism?
The privately owned means of production.
Okay, in America, can individuals own privately own the means of production?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the good session. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you an opportunity to respond to the claims that I made. I gave you an argument that would demonstrate how voting for Kamala Harris will save more innocent Palestinian lives, will save the lives of more innocent people in Congo, and will save the lives of more innocent women here at home in America, as well as how she will reduce income inequities and reduce racial income inequities as well. Right? If you just kind of ignore all those points, I'm just going to kick you because it demonstrates that you don't actually care about these issues. Or if you actually cared about these issues, you'd want to hear someone out when they gave you an argument for why you can make a better decision to reduce the harm caused via these issues. But like when I give you an argument that will lead you to the conclusion that there's another decision apart from the one that you're partaking in that will lead to more optimal outcomes in the world around us, especially within these particular sects, right, and you completely ignore it and you don't respond to it at all, that just demonstrates
If every Democrat votes third party
that just demonstrates to me as well
wins.
as all the other.
That's my answer.
It just demonstrates to me as well as all the other people in here that you actually don't care about.
Let me answer earlier. So there it is.
So can you respond to the argument that I've given you?
Yeah. So all of that is pretty much irrelevant to bring in other sort of things to talk about.
Okay, if the 100,000 people that have died in the Congo are irrelevant, why are the 60,000 people that have died in Palestine relevant?
What direct correlation do the lives in Congo do to affect the lives in Palestine?
Well, I mean, if you're
direct
saying that the
correlation-
innocent people that have lost their lives through a genocide in the Congo don't matter, why do you act as if
That's
you
not
really
what I
care about the
said.
innocent people in Palestine?
Don't try and twist my words for an argument. That's not that. This is why I say you're disingenuous.
You said it was irrelevant.
To the topic of Palestine. You can't just be like, this genocide will be okay because she isn't really caring about that. Anyone who speaks out to be, hey, be more active, do more things about this. She says, hey, quiet, just say you're voting for Trump, which is, again, a straw man. If she's actively silencing people, speaking out against it, we're talking about.
Why should I care about a single? Why should I care about a single?
We are talking about her response to.
Why should I care about a single word that you?
We
have
are
to share
talking
with
about
me
her
when you called it
response
genocide?
to
Hey, Enrique.
Palestine.
Why should I care about a single word that you have to say to me when you've told me that the hundreds of thousands of people that have been genocided in the Congo are irrelevant?
Response to Congo. We are talking about her response to Palestine specifically. Can
Yeah, that's how I know that like a group of the leftists are just virtue signalers. This guy just said, "Oh, the 100,000 people that have been genocided in the Congo because Donald Trump lifted the sanctions are completely irrelevant. They don't matter." And then he also calls Kamala Harris a bitch that slept her way to the top. But then he turns around and he says, Palestinians matter so much that I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris, thereby increasing Donald Trump's chance at winning in the Electoral College, right, insofar, right, as more innocent Palestinians losing their lives. Jesus Christ, guys. Gianna, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. You are absolutely great. We're going to move on to our next guest. Like, these people do not care. These people do not care, chat. These people do not fucking care, chat. They do not care. Asu, I appreciate you for that in the mustache. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, why so?
Well, are you all right? It was like that was kind of a battle you just had there.
Yeah, I honestly, I get more pissed off by people that recognize the harm caused on innocent lives around the world and then still choose to vote against progress compared to people that just act like the harm doesn't exist. So yeah, I get a little bit angry when I talk to people like Enrique. But go ahead and tell me why you're voting for Trump.
I voted for Trump. I had a question. Why should I, in America, vote for a candidate and for the reasoning of the betterment of another country that's outside of America?
You should vote for a candidate for the reason of the betterment of another country that's outside of America. Yeah, because I'd say that one life isn't like worth more than another life, but I'd also say that Kamala Harris isn't only better for lives outside of America, but better for lives within America.
Because I was listening to your live, and you had said that vote for Kamala Harris is the betterment for, VPKK, that she, if you vote for her.
Do you call her Harris or Kamala Harris?
I'll call her whatever I want, just like with pronouns. If
okay, so you just want to be like willfully and intentionally disrespectful.
No, I mean, will you respect my pronouns?
Yeah, I'll respect your pronouns. What are you going to tell me they are? USA?
No, he, him.
Yeah, of course I'll respect your pronouns.
Okay.
It doesn't have to do with you okay, well, if you expect me to respect your pronouns, why don't you place an expectation on yourself to respect Kamala Harris's name?
I've never met her, so she never told me what they are. And so I like to affectionately call her. I like to affectionately call her VPKK.
Okay, well, just call her Harris or call her Kamala, or I'm just going to kick you off the live.
Okay, well, I like to talk, so I'll call her Vice President. Okay, so Vice President, you said that if a vote for her would be the betterment of Palestine.
Yep.
Okay, well, me as an American, why should I worry about that?
I mean, would you worry if like your family was like dragged out of their houses and slaughtered?
Yeah, as an American, I would if I was voting for my president or vice president. But why should I worry about Palestine when I vote for my president for America?
Because that's someone else's family?
Again, why am I worrying about Palestine? Don't they have a president or something of that effect?
Yeah. Man, I don't think I'm not gonna debate you into having basic human empathy. I don't mind just debating you on.
No, I can have empathy. America. I can have empathy for them. I'm saying, why should I worry about voting for my candidate for a country outside of America?
Because I don't think one's citizenship determines their moral value. And if you disagree on that, right, that's a fundamental disagreement that can only be fixed through therapy and maturity.
No. This is not a personal thing. This is the thing about my willingness to vote. So, like, wouldn't I vote for a candidate that's going to have the betterment for Americans?
Lena, I appreciate you so much for the $10 on PayPal for the USA pronouns. That was funny. I appreciate you for the love W's for Lena down below the chat. Thank you for the $10. Kamala Harris is also better for Americans.
Okay, so wouldn't I would value the betterment of Americans first over outside countries, right?
I disagree with that, but I'm not going to convince you to have empathy on a debate. Just tell me why.
I can have empathy, but it wouldn't affect my political.
Dude, I'm literally trying so hard, right, to get you to tell me why Trump is better. If you just want to talk about Americans, that's fine, right? I don't really care the way that I'm able to reason you down. I don't really care about the way that I reason you to the conclusion that a vote for Harris is better than a vote for Trump, right? And I already know that if I was going to try to sit here and convince you to have basic human empathy, we wouldn't get anywhere. right? So I'm just being pragmatic
you're-
about the situation. Tell
Yeah,
me
I
why you're
get it.
voting for Trump.
Yeah, I mean, you're implying that I don't have it, but I do. I haven't said anything to make you think that I don't, but I'll get into why I'm voting for Trump. So the reason why I'm voting for Trump.
Wait,
is
are you a
because-
Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. How much do you care about Jesus?
He's the God that I worship.
Okay, yeah, and is Jesus a U.S. citizen?
I mean, no.
Yeah, and in fact, Jesus was literally born and raised in what? Modern day Palestine.
That doesn't change my views.
Damn, that's crazy. That is
doesn't
so
change
insane.
my views
That
on
is
how I
so
vote for my
fucking
president.
insane.
Doesn't
That
change
is
how I
crazy.
vote for my president.
So let's hear it. Why are you voting for Trump?
Doesn't change how I vote for my president. Just to be
Why,
clear.
why are you voting for Trump? Let's talk about it.
Okay, why I'm voting for Trump is because from what I've seen, that candidate do is put Americans first, especially with what's going on right now in my home state, North Carolina, with the flooding and things of that nature. And I use common sense to determine that. I don't use.
Kaylee,
media
I
or
appreciate
anything
you for the
like
$10 on PayPal. W's for Kaylee down below in the chat for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'd vehemently disagree. I'd say that Donald Trump incessantly places America last, right? Like he placed America last on January 6, 2021, when he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig the outcome.
That's
of the
all
election. There's fake
propaganda.
electoral
That's all propaganda, and it's been disproven. So, I mean, where are the criminals that did
What
that?
exactly
Did they
has
get
been
released?
disproven?
Didn't they get released?
Do you mind if I ask you what exactly?
Are
has
there
been
any
disproven?
criminals that are currently in jail from that coup?
So what I'm referencing is Donald Trump's fake electorate plot when he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into the electoral college to be counted as real.
Or are the
by
people
inserts.
that did that, are they in jail?
So Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman lost their law licenses, and Donald Trump is admitted to doing this to the Supreme Court as well as on the ongoing January 6 indictments. He's making the argument that he should have immunity from criminal repercussions. So this isn't propaganda.
It's
true.
an
Donald Trump has
ongoing
admitted to these
thing,
things.
or has there been any repercussions from that? Because from what I'm seeing is a free man walking around running for president.
So the ongoing litigation is to determine if he should face criminal charges for trying to for trying to throw the outcome of the election, right? But he's admitting to trying to throw the outcome of the election. He admitted
And
to
the
fake
same,
electors.
the same man that's doing that you're saying just went to my
Good, I
state.
appreciate you so much for the $5 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love.
He just went to my state and took $23 million out of his own pocket and gave it to people who were suffering, who lost family members to massive biblical flooding from dam infrastructures that broke and flooded their towns and all this. I know they're not Palestinians, but they're Americans who died. So
Can you give me any evidence that he took 23 million of his own dollars and gave it to people?
absolutely. He also, I can give you evidence because it was reported.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what
I
to
thought
say.
you said you don't watch the news.
I watch probably the news you don't watch.
So I'm
It's
going to go ahead and
all
continue what
about-
I was saying before you interrupted.
And here's another thing. Hold on. And so
No, because I was speaking and you interrupted me. So first of all, if Donald Trump truly cared, right, about things such as hurricanes that are caused by climate change, well, then he wouldn't deny the existence of human-made and caused climate change. I really just want to point that one out. You also made the claim that Donald Trump puts America first. Donald Trump puts America last. That's why he tried to silence the voice and the vote of every single American citizen that voted. Send out. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get our first guest up of the night. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And Jacqueline, I appreciate you for the hand hearts. You are absolutely phenomenal. What's going on? Okay, well, I mean, they freaked out. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. We got Kathy loading into the live, guys. Make sure we are in the queue that we are voting for Trump. And everybody get to double tapping, sharing, and spamming the comments. What's up, Kathy? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, Dean. I know I love you, and I'm not voting for Trump, but
Kathy, I love you too. W's for Kathy in the comment section. I'm so sorry for kicking you. I love you, Kathy. W's for Kathy down below. I'm so sorry. I hate it. Kathy, I love you. W's for Kathy in the chat. Kathy, I know that you're listening right now. I love you, and I'm so sorry for kicking you. I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters, but you're amazing. And Kaylee, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Sammy with a subscription, and Claire with a $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Kaylee and Claire. What is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I honestly don't know who I'm voting for.
Okay, well, I mean, I hope that I could convince you to vote for Harris if you continue to watch the live. Let's go and get our next guest, Skidmark, up in here, y'all. Everyone give us a minute. We have our next guest loading in right now. Hello, Skidmark. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Hello?
Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Hey, Dean, what's up, man?
Dude, please answer my question.
Oh, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, yeah.
Okay, why in the hell are you doing that?
Well, honestly, I'm voting for Trump because I'm so sick and tired of all you liberals saying that Lamar Jackson's a running back. He's clearly a quarterback.
I'm gonna puke everywhere. Get out of my live. You're wasting my time. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. We got Alex loading into the live. If you guys are voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below in the chat. I need all the Trump supporters to spam MAGA. What is up, Alex? Are you voting for Dipey Dan?
I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Are you trolling? Okay, you're trolling. Spam MAGA in the chat. Let's get our next guest up in here right now. We got Isabella loading in. Our next guest is loading in. Hello, Isabella. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, and you're voting for Trump?
Yeah, I was planning on it.
Why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Donald Trump is vehemently sexist and does not like women.
Most of the older generation doesn't.
Okay, I mean, you're voting for the sexist over the non-sexist, the person that
I'm
costs
voting
60...
for somebody who knows our government and has lived comfortably as an American for the past 70 years.
You're voting for someone that knows our government? Donald Trump literally lacks so much information about how our government was run, he couldn't successfully coup it. He thought that he could just put whoever he wants in these positions and they just follow his command. He was just so fucking stupid that he thought it would work and it never did work. He also didn't know how to call in the National Guard, right? He just tell his advisors that he wanted to, but that's not how it works.
I'm not saying he knew how to run I'm not saying he knew how to be a president. I'm saying he knew how to live comfortably as an American. So I know that he can look out for other Americans in that way. I know he's only looking out for white men like him that are wealthy. I already know this. And I know his criminal history. I know. But my thing is, from 2017 to 2021, the unemployment rate reached 3.5%, the lowest. Now,
That's
it's
false.
at 4.2.
I'd like to clarify that was not the lowest unemployment rate we've ever had. We had
No, that was just within the half decade.
Okay, so we actually had lower
it was
unemployment
within
rates under
the
Biden and
50
Harris.
year.
All right, the lowest rate of unemployment under Trump was 3.5%. The lowest rate of unemployment under Biden and Harris was 3.4%. But
So
if you
then
could just
why is
base
it
this-
currently
Isabella,
4.2?
Isabella, just give me 1 second. So, I mean, if you could just say whatever happens in the country is to blame on the president, i.e. the 3.5% unemployment rate to blame on Trump, well, can I blame the 14.8% rate of unemployment in April of 2020 on him too? The highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression? Oh.
Yeah, but then
Oh, really? I can?
but then he passed the 3 trillion
The 3
historic
point
tax
trillion?
relief. Yes.
Okay, first of
3.2 trillion.
So first of all, his tax relief was not 3.2 trillion, is 1.9, and then second of all, 83% of the cuts in that bill went to the top 1%. Let me ask you a question: would you support spending 1.6 trillion dollars on a universal basic income, free housing, and free food for all homeless people in America? Jacqueline, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Jacqueline.
What do you mean?
Anna, thank you for the boxing gloves. Let's go. Let's get some W's for Anna down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. You are absolutely phenomenal. I'll ask again. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on free food, water, and housing for all homeless people in America?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, you would?
Mm-hmm.
So you think that we should benefit the low and the middle class?
Yes.
So name one bill that Donald Trump signed into law that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people. More silence while you're thinking. Ashley, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for the Dipey Don debates. I appreciate you for the love, Ashley. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Ashley down below. Do you have an answer to the question?
Well, no, but
Danny, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, keep up the great work. I appreciate you for the love, Danny. Go ahead.
No, the only thing I wanted to say was that he achieved 40 months in a row with more job openings than hirings.
So how did Donald Trump cause that?
just, I don't know how he caused this. I'm just recording what I found out what happened while he was in presidency.
Oh, so you're just saying anything that happens under the presidency is caused by him. So the highest rate of unemployment that's happened since the Great Depression was caused by Trump. Losing 15 million jobs, one of the only two
but then
presidents
he
to leave
regained-
office with a negative net loss in jobs was because of Trump. But then 15 million jobs being added back to the economy is to blame on Biden and Harris. The lowest rates of unemployment for all Americans and marginalized communities, such as all African Americans, were the lowest they've been in 50 years. That's to blame on Biden and Harris. We see where your logic leads us. Kayla, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Mwah. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the golden medal too. Can you just name one policy that Biden and Harris passed that you think was bad?
No, I never said they did anything bad.
Oh, okay. So, Gabby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Her chat, DJT stopped working, huh? That's funny, Gabby. I appreciate you for the $10. So you're
Like,
right.
I'm not calling either electoral, like, either president that is going right now bad in any type of way.
Really? So Donald Trump a rapist isn't bad? Donald Trump a racist isn't bad? Donald Trump a misogynist isn't bad?
I mean, to our standards now he is, but back when it was normalized, since he's 79, almost 80 years old, that was normal. Just like a lot of things that aren't okay with the older generations are normalized.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. You're saying we shouldn't care about it because it was normal? Also,
No,
you
I'm
think it was
saying we
normal
shouldn't
to
worry
rape
about
women
that.
in the 90s?
I think, yes. I think a whole bunch of women filed a whole bunch of sexual assault charges because of how many men.
Miranda,
groped them
thank you
or
for the
did anything to
$5 on
them.
Venmo. Therefore, it's okay?
No, I'm not saying it is okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Would you vote for Donald Trump if he raped a little girl in the 90s?
He did.
Oh my God! You're making me puke. Thank you so much for the.
I don't
for the
think you're
subscription,
listening.
So, would you ever vote for someone that's raped a little girl?
Everybody voted for
That's
What
not
was
what
his
I
name?
asked.
Bill
No.
Bill
Answer
Clinton
my
had
question.
sexual assault charges too as a president, and he actually got voted into president.
A, he didn't have sexual assault charges. B, I wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton if he did. Guess what? A lot of people used to own slaves. That doesn't mean that you should own a slave. Just because a lot of people do bad things doesn't justify you doing a bad
No,
thing.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
that
our
is literally
government-
what you are saying. Answer
I
my
know I'm
question. Would you
okay.
ever vote for a child rapist?
Why do you need the answer to my question for me to continue speaking?
Oh, Jesus Christ. So one of your reposts says that rapists need to die. So do you think that Donald Trump needs to die?
What?
One of your reposts says rapists need to die. So do you think that Donald Trump needs to die?
Just because I repost something doesn't mean it's exactly what I mean.
Oh, dude. Why are the guests today so bad? Alexandria, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Can we just get L's in the chat for the guests? Can we just get L's in the chat for the guests, dude? I really can't do this today. W's for Alexandria for the galaxy. Once again, I do really appreciate you for the love. I can't do it today. All the guests today have shocked, dude. But for the 4.3 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live as well. And Cece, I appreciate you for the money gun. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
So it's a lot of different things. And the first one that just comes off the top of my head is what's going on in my state right now with this whole hurricane and everything like that. Where is Kamala and Biden? Biden was at the beach and Kamala was hosting fundraisers.
And
in
I thank you for the
San
$5
Francisco.
on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. No, she was
So-
actually talking to FEMA last night.
So she was what?
She was talking to FEMA literally
Last night, but this happened days ago. This happened Friday.
Days ago.
Friday.
And do you know what?
Yes.
Do you know what? Do you know what Joe Biden did before Friday?
What did he do?
He called the governor of North Carolina and asked him if he needed any preemptive assistance.
That's bullshit.
No, it
That's
happened.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Yeah.
No, because you sit here all day and you talk about how everybody likes to come for Kamala, and you sit here and treat Trump supporters the same way. It's like you're a hypocrite. The way you talk to these people on these lives, telling them to shut the fuck up, all this stuff, like it's just ridiculous. And this is why the world is so divided. I don't care that you're voting for Kamala Harris, and you shouldn't care that I'm voting for Trump.
I have
It
a
is
question.
what it is. And
have
what
a
are you
question.
going to do after these debates are over? How are you going to make all your money, Dean?
So the same way I made money before the election season.
And-
I want to ask you a question. You're in high school. Okay?
No, I'm not in high school.
Oh my God! It's a hypothetical. Of course, you want to get conceptual thought. Danielle, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Loveface Smart King, I appreciate you for the love. So hypothetical scenario time. Shannon, thank you for the $5 on Venmo's telling her to SDFU. I appreciate you for the love. So let's assume that you're in high school, and let's assume that there's a bully in your class that's really bad. Let's assume that this bully has raped another girl in your class. Let's assume that this bully has called all the black people in your grade lazy. Let's assume that this bully just likes to grab women by the P word and boasts about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. Let's also assume that this bully boasted about just like walking in to like the girls' bathroom while like 15 through 18-year-old girls were changing. And then someone you know befriends them and supports them. How would you feel about that somebody?
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But I understand all the things he's done, and I'm not saying it's okay, because I've watched your lives a lot, actually. And
You don't know?
I
I wouldn't like him very much. The
I'm
same way I don't
voting
really like
for
Trump
my daughter.
supporters.
I'm voting for
Jacqueline,
whenever
thank
she
you for
grows
being
up and she gets older. How things are going now is not great.
How old's your
and
daughter?
Huh?
How old's your daughter?
She's 2 years old.
She's 2 years old. You will
Yes.
make an additional $15,000 per year for the next 3 years.
No, I won't.
And an
No, I will
additional
not.
$1,000 per year after that. Given
Nope.
Kamala Harris's, dude, just listen. You're so insane. Thank you. Given Kamala Harris's proposed like a reform to the child tax credit, right? Also, you're not voting for your daughter. You're actually voting against your daughter's self-interests and her reproductive rights. Like, are you sure like you want to risk, Emily, thank you so much for the subscription, your daughter growing up in a world where she has less rights and freedoms compared to your mother?
Okay, so with the abortion thing, Trump did not ban abortion. He gave it back to the states. So all the people that are mad about abortions, y'all need to talk to y'all's governor, Senate, all of those people. He gave it back to the states. There are plenty of states that still do abortions up to full term.
Okay. So I have a question. So if Donald Trump like gave the states their right, 1 second, Melissa, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love, Melissa. So if Donald Trump, Alexandra, thank you for the money gun, like fought to give states the right to legalize slavery again, does that make Donald Trump a racist?
Yes.
Oh, but according to your logic, he didn't reinstitute slavery. The states did.
Well, I don't think that would happen, but for the past 50 years, they have been trying to overturn Roe v. Wade. It has not just been Trump.
I don't even know what that means. Like, so you said Trump didn't ban abortion, the states did. Donald Trump enabled the states to ban abortion, right? In the same way where
every
Donald Trump would be
president wanted
racist.
while they were in office for the past 50 years.
Oh my God, dude, you're so delulu. So you're pulling the argument, everyone wanted it, therefore it's not bad. Melissa, thank you for the money again. So when every 50-year-old man wanted to marry a 9-year-old girl like 500 years ago, did that
But
mean that
listen.
child rape wasn't bad?
Listen. All the
Answer my
females,
question.
all the females I know have gotten an abortion because they did not want a kid. And it has happened multiple times.
Wow.
No, it has happened. They have sex back to back. They do not care, and they go and get an abortion because they think it's okay. They are financially stable. They are old enough to have a child, and it's just ridiculous that these girls are aborting babies at full term. It is disgusting. It is nasty, and you should not support that. Yes, I understand the circumstances of rape, incest, all
rape.
that, but it should be limited.
Okay,
You
I
should
have a
not-
question. So do you think that like Kamala Harris is pro late term abortion because of her
Yes.
proposed policy?
Yes.
Okay, so Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have the same proposed policy for late term abortions, that being that it's left up to the state. So does that mean that Donald Trump is pro late term abortion?
I mean, no.
Wait, but they
No.
literally have identical proposed policy for late term abortions.
No, Donald Trump does not want late-term abortions. He does think the 6-week rule.
No, but
is
what's his policy though? That it should be left up to the states, right?
Yes.
Under Roe v. Wade, late term abortions are left up to the states, meaning that they have this same proposed policy on late term abortions. Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for my own post-term abortion. I appreciate you for the love. So if Kamala Harris is pro-late-term abortion because of her policy, Donald Trump is pro-late-term abortion as well. And Love to Right, I appreciate you for the meteor shower. Let's get some W's for Love to Right down below, right down in the comment section.
Do
Thank
you
for
know
the
how
meteor
they
shower.
kill these babies? Do you know how they
Pivot.
kill them?
Let's answer my question. Why is
No,
Donald
do
Trump
you know
pro-late-term
how they
abortion?
kill these babies at full term? Tell me, do you know? What do they
God,
do?
dude,
What do they do? Tell me what they do.
I
at
will
late-term
answer that
abortions.
question next before you break my neck from pivoting.
What was your question?
Is Donald Trump pro-late-term abortion?
He gave it back to the states. He does not agree with late-term abortion, and I feel like if he does get back into office, that will change.
Wait, so you think that Trump is going to sign in a federal abortion ban?
Not a federal abortion ban, but not up to full term, no.
Yeah, here's my position. I think that elective lethal abortion should be allowed until about 20 through 24 weeks. After that point, I do think it's murder, right? But earlier you're saying that like women are getting abortions because they don't want a kid because they're engaging in intercourse. No fucking shit. Nikki, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo.
Yeah, but it's different when it's back to back. Back to
do you
back.
do you mind if I just preach real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's just assume that we have like a chain smoker, right, that continues to smoke and they've gotten lung cancer back to back. So they go into the hospital and they get chemotherapy back to back. What's the issue there?
You're not killing an innocent baby. You're killing yourself. Yes, but you are not killing an innocent child who can survive on their own.
So we'll get to that
A baby
part, but
can
I just-
survive past 20 weeks. My friend had a preemie baby that survived at 22 weeks.
Okay, so is it immoral to kill an unviolent? Oh, it's not. See, what my point was before you interrupted me and allowed me to dunk on you again, or I mean, like, thank you. It's like
You're
taking
not
candy from a
dunking on
baby.
anybody.
Yeah. I literally got you to concede that Donald Trump is pro-late-term abortions. I'm cooking, okay? Right, but what I was going to say is that you said that there's an issue of women getting back-to-back abortions, and it's so bad. So here's my thoughts. I don't think that the abortion is the issue there. Very similarly, if there's a chain smoker that got back-to-back chemotherapy to kill lung cancer, the issue there wouldn't be the chemotherapy. The issue there would be the chain smoking. Like maybe we need to address misconceptions and inadequacies with education about sex within our youth, right? So we could have a more responsible and more well-informed youth that engages in sex with proper precautions. Okay, but what does the Republican platform want to do? No sex ed in school, no free contraceptives. In fact, they even shot down a national protection for access to contraceptives. Like, no birth control. None of this shit, right? But that is what we should be doing as a society, because we could have a world in which recognizes, right, the pain and travesty caused by reckless sex. Like, I don't think that more women should be getting abortions. I wish that not a one woman had to get an abortion because of how traumatizing the experience can be, right? So what we can do is we could push for individuals to be more informed about sex and how to engage in it safely, while also allowing for women to get abortions as a saving grace to keep an unwanted child out of an unready household.
And
Purdy with a $200 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the chat. I appreciate you for the love. Oh my God, let's get at least 2,000 W's for Purdy down below. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. You are absolutely phenomenal. Massive W's for Purdy. That is fucking insane. Are you kidding me? With the $200. Oh my God. W's for Purdy down below in that chat right now. That is an insane W. Thank you so much
honestly,
for the
B,
love, Purdy.
With all this money you're getting, shouldn't you be supporting your Democratic states with this whole hurricane?
Thank you for the love.
You at least make thousands of dollars. Donate any of your money? Like, do you provide any like money to charities or anything like that?
So first of all, I don't make thousands of dollars a day. Second of all, if you're saying that I should be donating my own money, right, specifically to states that are experiencing the hurricane.
Give it to the immigrants too that are coming here.
So Donald Trump is a billionaire. Did Donald Trump donate his own money to the states going through the hurricane?
Donald Trump was broke and bankrupt.
So
I've heard you say that before, but now he's a billionaire.
You heard me say that he's went bankrupt 6 times. But Donald Trump's a billionaire. Has he donated any of his own money to the states going through the hurricane?
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't. The $28
Yes, he
million
has. He
is from
started
a
it.
GoFundMe.
Yes, he has. Yes, he
That's from a
has.
GoFundMe.
He has donated. Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't. Could you give me any proof?
Yeah, sure. Look it up. Just like you look up all your other information.
And you'll find a GoFundMe.
He donated $23 million.
From a GoFundMe, which is public
No,
fundraising.
he's only raised $1 million on the GoFundMe.
The money that you're referencing is from other people.
Where is Biden and Kamala donating money?
Oh my God. Yeah.
What,
so-
FEMA? FEMA is not their money. That's our money.
Okay, wait. So do you think that we shouldn't be using money to provide to people going through hurricanes?
Yes, 100% we should. But why aren't Biden and Kamala? I mean, they're being endorsed with millions of dollars.
Her name's Kamala.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, pronounce her name right. Oh, then also you said that I should be donating my money to those that need it the most in the lower middle class.
And what about all the immigrants
so
that
I
you're
have a
supporting
question.
to come in here?
I have a question. So actually, no, Trump is. He's pro-open borders. He torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. But if you think that we should be providing money to the low and the middle class, the people that need it the most, name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that focused the low and middle class more than rich people.
And what policies did he pass that supported rich people?
We could get to that next. I first want you to answer my question.
I don't know.
Because he passed none.
I was 16. I was like 5. Actually, no, I was like 13.
How old
when
are
he
you?
I'm 20.
Yeah, you're older than me. I just turned 20. I don't want to hear the yapping, okay? I know all the policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term. He passed no policy that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. So
And
for you
what
to come up on
did
my
Biden-
live, no, I'm going to kick. And for you to come up on my live, Jay, thank you for the 13-month sub. That's insane. And for you to come up on my live and say that I need to be supporting the low and the middle class, that I literally need to be doing more than a fucking billionaire, that I need to be doing more than the president of the United States of America.
He isn't.
Is insane.
He isn't the president, right?
When he was the president, he did nothing for the low and the middle class more so than rich people. When he was the president, he passed no policy that centered those that are the most needed the most. When he was president, he passed tax cuts that disproportionately benefited rich people. And if he is president again, he's only going to further destroy the low and the middle class by funding his tax cuts for the rich people with tariffs that disproportionately destroy the low and the middle class. And that's a fact. Milta, thank you for the subscription. And Victor with a $50 on Venmo.
He did
I
not
appreciate you for the
destroy
love.
anything.
Massive W's for Victor down below in the chat with a $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Massive W's for Victor. Thank
How
you
did
so
he
much for the
destroy
love.
us in our 2016 term to 2020? How
I
did
said if
he
he's
destroy
reelected,
us?
he's going to fund another 10 years of his tax cuts with
But
tariffs.
how did he destroy us?
I appreciate you for the subscription. My claim was that he is going to destroy us if he is reelected.
Why
with
didn't he
tariffs.
destroy us before?
Why didn't he destroy us before? Because he didn't pass tariffs to pay for his tax cuts.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know what a tariff is?
Yes, I know what a tariff is.
What is a tariff?
This is fucking hilarious.
By the way, he tried to destroy us. In fact, he tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of a
He
federal
didn't
election.
rig anything. He clearly lost. If it was rigged, he would have won.
He tried to rig it, and then he admitted to it to the Supreme Court. Oh, yeah.
But regardless, my vote is still going to Trump.
Purdy with the 25 gifted subs on I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy down below in the chat. Thank you so much. I
So,
really do
I
appreciate you
guess
for the
your
love. Thank you so
lives
much. So
after
Bianca, I
he's
have a question. Would you ever vote for a rapist that tried to overthrow
Oh,
our
here we go
government?
with the rapist. Here we go. That was in 1990 and didn't come up until I think
1996.
either he
Answer
was.
my question.
he
Would
was
you
the
ever vote for a
president-
rapist that's tried to coup our country?
Are you a rapist?
Thank you for that on a mustache. I'm not a rapist. Would
Are
you
you
ever
sure?
vote for a rapist that's tried to coup our country?
Did you grape a woman 10 years ago? I mean, we would never know.
Okay, Bianca, what's your IQ?
I don't know. What's your IQ?
Take a guess.
I don't fucking know.
I literally
Yes.
want you to guess.
I don't know.
Also, I was a 10-year-old 10 years ago.
And so was I.
Are you saying that I raped someone when I was 10?
Who knows? It happens all the time between children.
Okay,
Children
so-
can grape other children.
So do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Yes.
Okay, no wonder you're voting for Trump.
So it happened in 1990, and it wasn't brought up until he, I think
I just
he
want
was
to, I really just want to
president or
clarify.
after.
I just want to clarify. Did you just say that it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Yes.
Did you just really? So why do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Where I just
Why? Why do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
okay, I take back that statement.
Okay, so you think that we need evidence for things that we believe in.
Yes.
So what's your evidence that I'm a grapist?
I mean, there is none. I didn't say you were. I said, were you?
Okay. Right. So anyways, back to my question. Will you ever vote for a grapist that's tried to overthrow a government?
He didn't try to overthrow a government. He had
Dude.
nothing to do with January 6th.
Answer my
He had nothing to
question.
do with January 6th.
So you could argue that Donald Trump isn't a grapist that's tried to coup the country after you answer my question. We're not just
Grape
talking about
and
Donald
sexual
Trump.
assault is different.
Oh my God. So how do you define sexual assault and how do you define grape?
I define grape as penetrating a woman with your male private parts.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that any grape occurs in women's prisons?
Sexual assault does.
But no grape?
No.
Oh,
If you
okay.
look up the definition of grape, it is being penetrated with a male private part.
Okay, so in 35 states, grape is defined, or grape is defined to include any part of a man entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent. So for the men that have been imprisoned for entering a woman's vajayjay without consent with like their fingers or something like that, and they're legally defined as rapists, would you say that they should be let out of jail because they're falsely imprisoned for grape?
Yes.
And if a slave owner 250 years ago chained down an enslaved person and violated their vajayjay with a broomstick for 12 hours, is the
They would be
enslaved person a
dead.
victim of
That's
rape?
250 years ago. They would be dead. There's nobody to imprison.
Was that a victim of grape?
No, that's sexual assault, and that's
Okay, how
honestly
did it-
disgusting.
So can I tell you what I'd do if I was president?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd take your kid away from you.
You would take my kid away from me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jacqueline,
why?
I appreciate you for the DJ glasses because
And why?
Because you shouldn't be a mom.
I shouldn't be a mom. You know, you're messed up in the head.
No, because you just
You
told
don't
me
even know me. You don't know
you
me at
just-
all.
you just told
We're
me-
literally talking about politics.
You just told
and
me-
you wish you could take my fucking kid away from me because
just
I
fucking
will
told me-
literally.
Oh.
I'm not even gonna say what I would do on this.
You just told 5,000 people, Onya, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. W for Onya down below in the chat. Thank you for the boxing gloves. You just told 5,000 people that if you were dating a guy that violated your daughter, right now, that you wouldn't call
And
the
the
cops
fact
and
that
tell
you're
them
even
that your daughter
bringing
got
up
raped.
my daughter is fucking disgusting.
Allie, I appreciate
You're
you for the $5 on
gross.
Venmo. No, you
She's
just told us
2 years
that
old.
you just told us
She's
that it,
2
yeah,
years
yeah,
old.
You just told us that if you had like a husband or a partner that violated your daughter, you wouldn't call the cops and tell them that your daughter
I
was
know
raped.
that is not what I said. And you're
Would your
fucking
daughter be a
gross
victim
for
of rape?
bringing up my kid. You're fucking gross. For
You're
bringing
gro-
up a
you're gro-
2-year-old
gross-
fucking
You're gross for
child.
saying that women
You're
can't grape women.
fucking gross.
You're
and
gross
I'm
for saying that
screen
no grape
recording
can happen
all
in
this
women's
shit.
prisons.
You're literally bringing up a 2-year-old getting raped. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And there we go. Now she makes the concession when it's about her own damn daughter. So you just conceded that it would be grape even if it's not with a male member. And that's what we have to fucking realize. Like, you're willing to go so fucking far to sit here and tell us that E. Jean Carroll is not a victim of grape. You're willing to go so fucking far insofar as saying that all of a sudden they'd be a victim of grape. Like, you, oh my god, dude. The MAGA mind virus, it's infecting people. And Christia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the loves W's for Christia down below. I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Like, you just conceded. You just said that your daughter would have got raped. Thank you for being rational.
You're fucking weird. You're literally weird. And I hope if you have a kid, somebody brings that up about your kid.
Do you just say that you hope my kid gets raped?
That's literally what you said about mine, you fucking asshole.
No, I did not say that I hope your kid gets raped.
You literally.
I
don't care what Trump has done in the 1990s. I'm worried about right now. I'm worried about right now. It has been
Oh
a
my God,
struggle
wow.
since Biden and Kamala has been in office.
Okay, name one bad policy that they passed to cause
I'm
you
not
to
talking
struggle.
about policy. I'm talking about the fact that half the fucking U.S. population can't afford shit. And it's not because of Trump's fucking tax plans.
Okay, so how
It's
did
because
Biden
we're
and
sending
Harris
all
cause
this
inflation?
fucking money to all these people who don't even help us. What has Ukraine done for us? What has Palestine? I have a question actually. Who even invaded each other first in the Palestine
What
and
the
Israel?
fuck? Did
Who
you just
invaded
say?
who?
Wait, 1 second. Did you just say that sending humanitarian aid to Gaza is bad?
Who sends
But then you
who sends aid to us?
But then you support sending weapons and
Who is
funding
sending
to
aid
Israel?
to us right now?
One
Who is
second.
sending aid to my fucking state?
do
not
you support-
Ukraine,
do
not
you-
fucking Palestine.
Hey, so
Who's
do you-
sending fucking help?
Do you support sending funding and weapons to Israel?
Yes.
So why do you support
Israel
sending-
is God's land.
Oh my god. What? Yeah. What religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Name the first 4 books of the New Testament.
Can you?
Yes.
Name them then.
No, I asked you first. People in the chat know that I can.
I don't know. I haven't read every fucking Bible.
Every
I
Bible.
don't sit
thought
here
there's
and
only one
study
Bible.
the Bible. No, but I am a Christian. I believe in God very much.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Can you name your favorite verse from the Bible?
No.
Oh, okay. No. I have a question. What's the first book of the Old Testament?
I don't know.
What day is the Sabbath?
I don't know.
Okay. What is Jesus'
I don't have
last
to
name?
read the Bible cover to cover to believe God is real.
What is Jesus' mother's name?
Mary.
Okay, right. And how did Mary have Jesus?
She didn't have any sex. He planted her.
But what is that? But what is that
her
called?
belly.
But what is that called?
I don't know.
Immaculate or divine conception. Okay. Wow. Holy shit. Right. And what is the gospel?
I don't know.
The story of Jesus' life and his teaching. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Who's Moses?
I really don't know.
One of the biggest prophets of God that gave you the 10 commandments. Name one of the 10 commandments.
Thou shalt not steal from thy neighbor.
And which commandment is that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How many books are there in the gospel?
I don't know.
Oh my god, there's 4. Oh my god.
But
oh
how
my
are you?
God.
How do you have so much knowledge about all this and you're pro killing
God.
babies?
Oh,
How do you have-
pro-killing
Yes,
babies?
pro-killing life.
Oh yeah, what does 1 Samuel 15:3 say in your Jesus book? God
You
commands Saul
can't
and his
answer
men.
my question.
God commands Saul and his men to literally genocide babies. Oh, who's pro killing babies now? I'm just trying to be godly. I just want to be godly. I want to be godly. I want to be like Jesus. What would Jesus do? WWJD, quite frankly. Raven, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. And I just have a question. When you say that Israel is God's land, what do you mean?
That is where he was born. That is his land.
So Jesus Christ was born in East Palestine. So according to your logic, that would mean Palestine is God's land.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
If
And
Palestine is God's
I'm
land,
not pro anything Israel or I don't even, this both wrong. But you still didn't answer my question from earlier. Who invaded who first?
who invaded who first?
Yes, the start of this
Between
Palestine
Israel and
and Israel
Palestine?
war.
So, what do you think it started?
I mean, I know that they've had an ongoing war kind of for a long time, but from what I have read about, Hamas attacked a concert out in Israel, and that started everything.
Oh, okay, so like the Nakba, 1948, 750,000 Palestinians ethnically cleansed. That never happened. Deandra, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying, bro, this girl gotta go. She's gross, but you're eating her up. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. You're great. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. So I just have one last question for you here. How many continents are there?
7.
What's your favorite continent?
Definitely, probably, I don't know. I don't really have a favorite because
But if you had
this
to pick
whole
one,
fucking world is fucked up.
but if you
all
had
of
to
it's
pick,
fucked up. It's
but
all
if you had
coming
to-
to an end
but
eventually.
if you had to pick one,
North America.
Patrick, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and name one continent that borders North America.
South America. I don't know.
Okay. You had, so what are the other 5?
I think it's. Isn't it? Let me see.
Deanna, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Okay. Kyler, I appreciate you for the marvelous. Thank you so much for the love. And Stacy with the $15 on PayPal for dealing with fake Christians. Yeah, this is a fake Christian.
I'm
most
definitely Googling
I appreciate you for
shit.
the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you. She just admitted to Googling it. Okay, Bianca, was there anything else that you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, I want to bring up something else. So, what about all the people that Kamala Harris jailed for? I don't want to get kicked off. I'm trying to use the right word. What can I say to her? What can I say to
jailed for the use of the M drug?
Yes.
So how many people did she imprison?
Hundreds. And let's talk about the mother she jailed. Her daughter had sickle cell. Her
40
daughter had sickle cell, and because she missed so much school, she jailed her mother.
45.
What about that, Mom?
Lovey, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I really do appreciate you for the love. They were prosecuted but never jailed because it was adjudicated that they had good reason. But I think that the mother should have probably told the school that
She
her daughter
did.
had sickle cell.
She did.
Okay, so then that would be the school falsely reporting that as truant.
It would be Kamala who sent her a letter stating that she has a warrant out for her arrest and all kinds of shit. It wasn't the school.
I'm just really curious why you think that a letter stating that they have a warrant out for their arrest is worse than Grape. Like, you were literally making the argument that Grape happened so long ago that you don't care, but you care about Kamala Harris sending someone a warrant for their arrest? Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Maureen,
just
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I
all you
appreciate you
bring
for the
up is
love.
rape.
Okay, her name is Grape. Sorry, her name is not Grape. It's called Grape. I don't know why I said her name is. Sorry. It's called say Grape, not RAPE. Wait. I have a question. Would you ever vote for someone that's called all black people lazy?
I don't remember Trump saying that.
Right. Thank you for the
I've never
$4
seen
on
that.
PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
When did he say that?
Actually, you said that you were a Christian. Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to totally and completely shut down all new Christians from entering into our country?
He never said that
But
either.
if he did say that, would you still vote for him?
Probably not, but he didn't say that.
Okay, so you want it. Graham, thank you for the $7 on PayPal saying, please drop the guest. I appreciate you for the love. So you want to vote for him if he wanted to totally and completely shut down all new Christians from entering into the country. So, and Donald Trump did call for a total and complete shutdown of all new
Muslim
Muslims
ban?
coming into the country. Yeah.
And most Muslims aren't Christian. They're actually turning to they're converting right now because of the way the world's going right now. We're probably don't have that much time left.
I'm sorry. I'm just moving on. I can't. We're just moving on. Most Muslims aren't Christian. That is the craziest. That is a statement. That is a statement. Most Muslims aren't. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump, Real J Price?
Absolutely.
Okay, why's that?
Man, as a small business owner, he has a lot of tax breaks. And then most importantly, economic growth. He's created more jobs for the people. And most importantly, Diddy was voting for Kamala. Epstein would have voted for Kamala.
Her name's Kamala.
Fuck all that shit.
Her name's Kamala Harris.
Joe and the hoe.
Oh, okay. So now you're calling Kamala Harris a hoe. So why do you
Correct.
call Kamala Harris a hoe?
I mean, she slept her way to the top.
Okay, how so?
She started young. She was hanging out with rappers, R&B singers. Now she's over here. At the top.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I have a question. Do you think that women could get into positions of power easier than men because they could just sleep their way there?
I mean, they definitely can, but not everyone does that.
Okay. So why don't we see more women in positions of leadership? It's much easier for rich people to get into country clubs than poor people. That's why every single time you enter into a country club, you see a disproportionate amount of rich people. And if it was easier for women to get into positions of power than men, why don't we see a disproportionate amount of women in these leadership positions?
Write notes.
You don't have a response.
I agree. It's a good point that you're saying for sure. But at the end of the day, man, like I think that the policies that Trump has benefits businesses more than the policies that Kamala has.
Her
Now,
name's Kamala.
Kamala. And also, Tim Walz, he's a football coach. You know what I mean? We want someone in leadership. So we want someone that can actually give people what they need, tax breaks, give people more jobs, create more income and everything.
Wait, give people tax breaks. Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, intends to reduce income inequities, racial wage gaps, etc. Right? And she knows exactly how she's going to pay for this. Kyler, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people, costing $4 to $5 trillion. Right? And he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. So if you want to make our economy better, vote for Kamala Harris. Right? We'd see that Goldman Sachs would agree. We'd see that like the Wharton School of Finance in Pennsylvania would agree. But he left. So we're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get our next guest up at the box, y'all. For the 5.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we are double tapping. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Hello. Are you
Hi. Actually, no. I wanted to make my statement. I don't want to vote for any of them, honestly. And can I tell you why?
Sure.
Basically, it's not the presidents that we should be, it's more like Congress, if you think about it, because I'm not that well versed into the whole entire political stuff. I'm still learning and stuff, but for what I've gathered, we should be worried about Congress, because my dad has told me that same people in Congress have been in power for a long amount of time. That's why nothing's really getting done. I agree with you. We shouldn't vote for Trump for being a rapist or stuff like that, but also some of the stuff she has done also. I can't pronounce her name right, that's why I'm not saying it.
Yeah, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
But it's really a losing war if you think about it. No matter who we vote for, yeah, one side says they're going to do this, one side says they're going to do that, but nothing really gets done, honestly, and only some of the stuff that presidents say that is going to get done. Now, also, I came on here because you give really good, educational advice about politics and stuff like that, too, but
I do appreciate you for coming up, Monica. Thank you for your time. I am just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. So we are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest, but I appreciate you for coming up. I wanted to hear you out there. Thank you for your time. And Emily, thank you for the money gun as well. I appreciate you for the love. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. So, I mean, I personally just think it's the better option. I'm down to hear whatever your opinion is, but I mean,
so why is Trump the better option?
Just based on, let's be honest. She's been running the show for the past 4 years.
I mean, if she did a great job. Okay. I mean, they passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, right? Including, but not limited to, the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan. And me think of that, hand arts. So, but why is Trump the better option?
Well, okay. I just want to know, I will answer your question. I just want to know, do you live in the South, or do you live in what state do you live in?
Yeah, I'm in Colorado. Got a lot of family in the South, though. I'm just still waiting for you to tell me why Trump's the better option.
I think it's a better option because I don't think we should be supporting all the illegal immigrants coming in. I don't think we should be giving them as much benefits. I think we should be more focusing on our own citizens.
Can you name one federal program that benefits undocumented migrants?
I mean, the Biden administration is, we have open borders. I mean, you don't live in the South. You don't see it where you
We have open
live.
borders. Okay. So Donald Trump opened the border by torpedoing the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. That would have significantly reduced the impact of the crisis. But he wanted the bill to fail so the crisis would continue so the Democrats would look bad. So Donald Trump is pro open borders?
I don't know, man. You don't live here. You don't see it. If you the crime is just terrible. All the stuff that comes in
Are
from
you a natural
the
born
South.
U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
You're 2 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. Should we deport you?
No, but I mean, my entire family is Spanish. I'm half white, half Mexican. I don't have any problem against illegal immigrants because obviously that's where my family come from. I just think that we should definitely be focusing more on our own citizens than,
You've still yet to name one fucking single federal program that benefits undocumented migrants. I'm not sure there's any federal focus on them.
Okay, I don't see the point in like cussing and stuff. I'm not cussing at you. I'm not getting mad at you. I'm trying to hear your opinions. I want you to hear my opinions.
Okay, I'm sorry for cussing. Can you answer my question?
I don't really pay attention to all that, man. I see what I see. You don't see what goes on.
Okay, for the 5.3 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and hit another restart on the stream. I'm not quite sure what's going on today. I think that we got hit with a pretty hard shadow ban, right? It doesn't look like our stream is really sending out that much. So for everybody in here, we're just going to go ahead and hit one more restart. This will be the last restart of the day. I will see you all in like sub 1 minute. I will see you all very, 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 very shortly. See you all very soon. Make sure to come right back. D, Blake, David, Lace, Angel, Kita, Lil Uzi, G, Sia. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, for the first 1,000 people tuning in. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing this live out with a handful of friends. You guys already know how we do it here. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and hop right into the debates. There is our third and final restart of this stream. If we do not send out, it is what it is. We're just going to have to deal with it. Emily, I do appreciate you for the anarts. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely, brother.
Oh, dear God, why?
Let me tell you something, Dean. You're an excellent debater. So out of the bat, you're going to debate me a lot better. Because you do this for a living, right? So here's some...
I critically think, yeah.
Okay, so here's some of the reasons I'm debating for Trump. His tax policies, that he wants to put into effect is one of them. Second is basically the economic state right now. Everything's very expensive. And third, well, actually, those are two other reasons.
Okay, about his tax policy. Should we make the low and the middle class better off or worse off? And Lovey, thank you for the $5 of Venmo for the first donation of the stream.
We should make them, we should make them richer. But what I like about Trump is that he's...
Okay, if we should make the average American better off. Purdy, thank you for the luxury yacht. Yo, let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy with a luxury yacht. I appreciate you with the love. Massive W's for Purdy down below. I appreciate you so much. If we should make the average American better off, then we should vote for Kamala Harris because her tax policy is going to do exactly that. We shouldn't vote for Trump, whose tax policy with his tariffs are actually going to make them worse off.
Yeah, but Trump is for the hardworking, everyday American. I feel like Kamala is for the people who just want to be lazy and, live off food stamps.
She's going to cut taxes for 100 million American workers.
Right,
and
but
if you live off of food stamps, it does not mean that you are lazy. And then when you say that Donald Trump's for the working class, name one policy that he influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the working class the most.
The working class the most? Okay, say your question again. Sorry, you broke up. What did you say?
Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the working class the most.
Let me think here.
I can't do the smacking. I can't do the smacking, chat. I'm so sorry. I could not do the smacking with a Cocomelon in the back. We're gonna go to move on to our next yes. And yes, guys, I did get a haircut. Chat. Saigonic, I appreciate you for the rock star. I do really appreciate you for the love. What's going on? Hey, Taylor, are you voting for Trump?
I am not. I just wanted to say that I support you so much.
Taylor, I appreciate you for the love. I'm sorry for kicking you. I am just looking to debate Trump supporters. But thank you for coming up, and I mean it. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Taylor. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Oh my god, wait. No, sorry. I just want to say I love you, and I love you.
I appreciate you as well, guys. Please do not get in the guest request unless you're voting for Trump. It really sucks to kick out supporters. I hate doing it. I am so okay with not knowing if the CIA killed JFK. One moment. I am so okay with not knowing if the CIA killed JFK, right? As long as we keep the rapist, 34-count felon that defrauded young adults at Trump University and called all black people lazy out of office. That is fine by me, motherfucker. I would much rather all women in America have access to abortion than spend 15 minutes of my life reading if the CIA killed JFK.
Okay.
And Purdy with a 20 gifted subs. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Purdy. Massive W's for Purdy down below. And Elsie with a $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Purdy and Elsie. You guys are the best. And yes, Barker.
Elsie with a $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
Okay, you got an echo, so we're going to move on to our next guest. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love today. And Trinity, thank you so much for the Galaxy. For the 4.5 thousand people in here, we really need to get this stream to send out today. Please double tap. Please share. This is our third restart of the day. We've been getting shadow banned, so we need to try to break through it. What's up, Cassidy? Are you voting for Trump? Cassidy, wake up. It's the morning. Wake up, sleepy Cassidy. Sleepy Cassidy, wake up from your slumber. Quite frankly. We're going to move on to our next guest. Garrett, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Our next guest is loading in, everybody. Give us a minute. Spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up at a debate. We're just looking for a next conversation. Hello, are you come back to the live.
Oh shit! Can you hear me?
Don't leave me, please. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Dipey
I am, man.
34-count felon. Kyle, are you voting for Trump? Of course you are. Your name's Kyle. Yeah, I don't even need to ask you. Your name's Kyle. Of course you're voting for. So why are you guys voting for Trump?
No, I just got a quick question. So I'm not really. Yeah, I am. It's kind of, I don't know how to explain it. So can you, without bashing either Kamala or Trump, can you explain to me what both of them are doing? So like, what is Kamala for and what is Trump for?
Kamala Harris stands for women's rights and the average American. Donald Trump stands for like fear mongering, another rich white man in a nutshell. But I know her name is pronounced Kamala. If you could pronounce it correctly, thank you. But can either of the two of you give me one good reason to vote for Trump? That's why we're here. Convince me that the grapist 34-count felon Cheeto Man should be our next president. Come on, where are we? What are we doing?
Yeah, I pretty much like the tax break thing going on.
Okay. And what is your average annual income?
70.
You will benefit much more from Kamala Harris's proposed tax policies. Her proposed tax policies are literally built for you. Donald Trump's are built for rich people. 83% of the tax cuts in Donald Trump's TCJA its first 5 years went to rich people. Kamala Harris's tax cuts are built for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class.
Okay. That's definitely good information. Is there like a way that I can, look that up myself, or where can I look this information up at?
Yeah, you go to kamalaharris.com/issues. You could read her proposed policy yourself. It's great. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
What to do?
Would you ever vote for someone that said that they wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
You said what?
Would you ever vote for someone that said that they wanted to ban all new Christians or like Muslims from entering into our country?
No, I don't think that should really matter.
Wait, so you would still vote for them?
No. I don't really think that should really matter.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Trump if he had like said that he wanted to do this, right?
I'm still gonna vote for him only just because I feel like I haven't really seen any benefit from Kamala, man. I mean,
okay, would you still vote for Trump if he raped a woman?
Fuck no.
Okay, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for raping a woman.
You say he was held liable for that?
Yeah, a court concluded that Trump was guilty of raping a woman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look up Trump v. Carroll. Yeah,
it's definitely not, good at all, but...
Yeah, go do some research, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's see what our next guest has to say. Everyone, do give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And if you're one of the part of the 5.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping. And yes, true, that was not good at all. Hi, are you voting for Trump, Andy? Andy D? Okay, no, they're leaving me. Nobody wants to talk to me. Chat, nobody wants to talk to me. Nobody. Why does no one want to talk to Dean? I'm cool. I'm demure. I'm classy. No one wants to. I Jordy, are you voting for the rapist and shit?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh my God, why?
What do you mean, why?
What do I mean? Why? Why is Donald Trump a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Well, me personally, I'm 18 years old, so I just got my right to vote.
So true.
I'd like to own a house. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh shit! Really? And you'd be a first-time home buyer, right?
I sure would, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd probably benefit from Kamala Harris's $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers.
Oh, that's crazy. See, that one I didn't know.
Boom.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Just based off that, it's not gonna change.
That was your. That was like your first reason.
I said just off that.
Okay, what's next? Throw it at me.
I'm gonna go with gas. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, under Trump, shit was a hell of a lot cheaper.
But that doesn't mean that he caused it to be cheaper. It also doesn't mean that Biden and Harris caused it to be more expensive. Let me ask you a question.
For sure.
Do you think that we should be producing more oil in America? Purdy, thank you for the sage.
Do I think we should be? Yeah, I mean, it would probably help.
Yeah. So Kamala Harris, she's better for energy independence. We've actually been producing the most oil here at home in America that our country has ever been producing under Biden and Kamala Harris.
Don't we just be selling it though? Like, I'm not trying to argue with you on that. Like,
Selling it to other countries. So we're actually less reliant on imports and we export less under the current administration compared to Trump's.
Right, but like, why are we selling it? Couldn't we, like, okay, I'm genuinely curious on this one. I'm
Because
not trying to like,
it generates money for the country, right?
but I'm not trying to like argue and be a dick on this one. Genuinely curious, asking a question. Wouldn't it benefit us if we kept it though?
No, because like generally speaking, imported oil, it costs less than domestically produced oil. So we're more reliant on imports. But under Biden and Harris, we've become less reliant on imports because of long-term energy goals. And then also, I just ask you this question: how did Biden and Harris cause the gas at the pump to be more expensive, Jordy?
I don't know how they caused it to be more expensive. Personally, like, well, I can't like. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Not 100%.
Yeah, so just because gas was less expensive doesn't mean that he caused it to be less expensive. Just because something happens under a presidency doesn't mean the same thing with the price of gas today. That was caused by a reduction in the global oil supply, right? Predominantly because Trump told OPEC to decrease their outage by 10% to increase prices, okay? And then also we're no longer getting Russian oil because of their invasion of Ukraine, right? And if we want to resume our importation of Russian oil, right, we need to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? And well, who's supporting that further? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris.
Well, yeah, okay. But at the same time, up until Biden became president, they've never had issues with each other.
Not true. So they annexed Crimea in 2014. And once again, like, did FDR cause World War II?
No.
Okay, so then Biden didn't cause Russia's invasion of
No.
Ukraine.
I'm not saying that he caused their invasion. That was completely Russia's choice. They could have done it whenever they wanted to. But at the same time, they chose not to until they had an opportunity. I'm not saying again that he caused it, but up until that, Trump was on it. Like, nothing came across. Like, I'm not saying they didn't have issues. I worded that wrong.
What if the reason that they didn't invade Ukraine prior is because, like, they didn't have the necessary infrastructure. They were still building their military. They had to make more tanks, more bombs, more ammunition, etc. They had to be more prepared, and it had nothing to do with Trump. Like, we could both throw like baseless, like trivial hypotheses at this insofar as determining why they invaded under Biden and Harris and not under Trump. But at the end of the day, we just lack the necessary information to come to a reasonable conclusion there, right? Because we don't have evidence for one hypothesis over another. Right? But what we do have evidence for, or more so evidence against, is your hypothesis that Donald Trump is strong on foreign affairs and keeps dictators from doing bad things. Because we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin straight up says that Donald Trump is easy to manipulate. Donald Trump also believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the CIA and the DOD in Helsinki. And Donald Trump, Russia, has interfered with the 2016, 2020, and now the 2024 election, pushing pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda. So we know that Putin wants Trump back in the White House, and we know that Putin wants to continue to invade Ukraine, meaning that it's more likely than not the case that Trump being in the White House makes it easier for Russia to invade Ukraine. Right? And I believe that this is evidently clear when we consider that Donald Trump never said that he wants Ukraine to win the war. Maryland, thank you for the boxing gloves. W's for Maryland down below in the chat. Thank you for the love. And that Donald Trump wants to revoke all support and funding for Ukraine. And Naomi, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Naomi.
So when it comes to you saying he wants to stop the help, he just met with, President Zelensky. They had a whole talk about all of that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, Donald Trump said that he wants to take the money that we're sending to Ukraine and invest it into homeless veterans. Frank, I appreciate you so much for the fireworks. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Frank. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, for sure.
Ah, phenomenal. Great, 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 great. Would you ever vote for someone that is racist?
I don't want to say yes, because obviously, in what case is racism a good thing? None. But at the same time, I don't want to say no because, well, no, I'm not saying I support a racist. That's not what I'm
Ryan,
saying.
thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And another Ryan with another $10 on PayPal. W's for the 2 Ryans down below. I appreciate y'all for the love. Go ahead.
I don't know how to word it. I don't want, like I said, I don't want to say yes because
How about I make the stakes worse? Would you ever vote for a racist that also tried to religiously persecute all new Muslims from entering into our country, that's also sexist and tried to overthrow our democracy? How about that?
Can I ask you a question? Again, not to argue, not to be like a dick about it. Genuinely asking it, how did he try to overthrow democracy?
Tara, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Yeah, by trying to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, he sent fake votes from states that he lost to Congress for Mike Pence to certify as real to install himself for a second term, to ignore the American voice in the vote for Biden. He's admitted to it in January 6 indictments in the past and to the Supreme Court. He wants criminal immunity from it. Alongside his 2 personal lawyers that lost their law licenses. So Donald Trump is a racist because he's called all black people lazy. He denied housing opportunities to black people in the 70s because of the color of their skin. And he said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. And he proponed the Obama birther myth, stating that he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for office. He's a sexist because he's raped a woman. He said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of minor girls, right? And he said that he dated his daughter if it wasn't a daughter, right? And then he's a religious persecutor because he tried to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country with a total and complete shutdown in 2016.
Okay, when it comes to Trump being a racist, there's video proof of, well, I mean, I guess I can't argue this because Joe's not running again, but Biden talking about how they don't need another black mayor, except he ends up not using those exact words.
T, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I haven't quite heard about that clip, right? But I mean, what I can say here is that, yeah, like Biden does have a racist past. The difference between Biden and Trump within this regard is that Biden is a changed man that has apologized. Not saying that excuses his racism, but it makes him the lesser of 2 evils compared to Trump, who has never apologized for a damn thing in his life and still perpetuates racism to this day. But ultimately speaking, Biden's no longer running. And come November, I'm going to vote for the non-racist over the racist. So I just want to clarify with a yes or no here. Would you ever vote for a racist, misogynist, religious persecutor that's tried to coup the country?
No.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. That's a W.
You're
That's
smart,
a
man.
W.
You have a
That's
good day.
W. Thank you for the love. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here. While we are, I wanted to thank Ryan with the $20 on PayPal and Selena with the $10. Let's get some massive W's for Ryan and Selena down below in that chat right now. I really appreciate you both. W's for Ryan and Selena. Y'all are great. And Brandon, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the quote-unquote good logical arguments. I really appreciate you for the love there, Brandon. Tia, thank you for the $5. Natalie with the $5. Naomi with a $10, and Addison with a $5 saying quote unquote I'm an icon. Thank you for the love, you guys, everyone. You guys are great. W's for the donors, and W's for the guest as well. Naomi, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. Tell me to make bumper stickers. What's going on 1994? Are you voting for Trump? He's not here. Shawnee, thank you for the $7 on Venmo saying school these little boys. You got it. Absolutely. Thank you for the $7. Moving on to our next guest here, guys. If you are voting for Trump, let me know down below. Also, Brooks, what's going on? Hope you're well. It's been a while. Carhart, thank you for the subscription. We are having a great, phenomenal stream here today. Selena, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for Frank Gallagher. Okay, weird. Hello, Allison. You are going on pause. Don't leave me yet, Bookie. Oh, no one wants to talk to me. They're all scared. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. I'm going to start inviting people from the chat that are spamming MAGA and saying a bunch of dumb shit like, we need Trump, like Justin is right now. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everyone do just give us a second. We got Beckett loading into the live. Got Chloe as well. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Beckett's leaving. Chloe, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm going to vote for Kamala.
W's. We are just looking for Trump supporters, though, so I do appreciate you for coming up. Moving on to our next guest, we got Kay Mitchell loading into live. Here we go. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes. We're so close. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, you're voting for Trump. Ryan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. So why are you voting for Dibby Don? Let's hear it.
So, I think that our foreign relation policies are kind of fucked right now.
Okay. How so?
So, let's talk about the war between Russia and Ukraine. Let's talk about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. How do you feel about that?
Tony, I appreciate you for the $1.11 on PayPal. Russian expansion equals bad because Putin is a dictator. Also, not to mention ingressing upon people's lands, ethnically cleansing them and killing them as well as bad. I completely and totally support funding Ukraine with the necessary means to fight against the Russian expansion, right? Because that is a good thing to do, right? Not to mention that we are contractually obligated to do so because of an agreement that we made with them in the 90s.
I'm aware of that.
I'd also like to say here that I think that Kamala Harris will be more tough on Russia, which we need, because, I mean, we have leaked Kremlin documents stating that Putin thinks Trump is easy to manipulate, and they've interfered in the last 3 elections, pushing pro-Trump propaganda. And Roy Shan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. You were phenomenal. Thank you for the love.
What right-wing propaganda did they push?
Yeah, so like for instance, in this election, they paid influencers like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson to basically go on, call Ukraine our enemy, right? Advocate for Trump further and just push general Republican like talking points.
So
I mean, that's currently being investigated by the DOJ.
Himself, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I apologize. Tim Pool spoke in that, and he, straight from the horse's mouth, he didn't really have anything to do with that. His channel was tied to it. And it was some chick, a famous YouTuber, I can't remember her name, but she was affiliated with his channel, but not really.
But that doesn't matter, though, because it was still the Kremlin paying him to push pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda.
Okay.
And Acai, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying you're amazing, and thank you for sharing your knowledge and wisdom. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Acai in the chat. Thank you so much. W's for Acai down below right now for the $20.
So another question, right? Why is Zelensky meeting with Trump instead of meeting with Kamala Harris or Biden?
Yeah, so Zelensky has incessantly met with Kamala Harris or Biden. He probably met with Trump because Trump asked him to meet with him. I think it's valid. I mean, it's essentially a coin flip who's going to win in November. If I was Zelensky, I'd be meeting with them both for the next 4 years, making a plan with each of them and carrying it out with whoever wins.
If the rest of the world really thinks that Donald Trump is a laughingstock, that Kamala Harris, well, the Biden administration claims Trump to be, why would he meet with Trump in the first place? That would be a fucking disgrace.
Hey, Kyle, I appreciate you for the love. But I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you, Kyle. And Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Alexandra with a $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Jennifer and Alexandra. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much, both for the love. And Kyle, once again, I hope you're well. Well, first of all, like a UN Rights Council literally laughed at Donald Trump. He is a laughingstock. And then second of all, once again, if I was Zelensky and my country was literally being invaded, I wouldn't care that Donald Trump would be bad for me. I'd still want to meet with him, considering the fact that he may be the next president.
Okay.
I mean, that makes total sense, right? That makes literally total sense.
It does. It makes total sense. It does. It makes sense in some regard. It does. You're not wrong about that. I heard what you were telling the last guest that you had spoke to, saying that it's baseless hypotheticals that countries weren't invading other countries' lands and killing their civilians while Trump was in office, but it happened.
Oh wait, they were. What about the genocide in the Congo? What about the Yemen genocide? What about the proxy war we had with Russia and Syria with boots on the ground fighting and shooting? I mean, what about the Turkish-Kurdish war? We had global conflict.
So those aren't conventional. That's not conventional warfare.
My claim.
That's not conventional warfare, though. I'm sorry, Dean. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, the Turkish-Kurdish war was absolutely conventional warfare. And then I'd also like to point out here that my claim specifically was that we have no reason to presume one hypothesis over another insofar as why Russia didn't invade Ukraine under Trump. Or you could only throw your emotion and your speculation out there.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about Israel for a little while. I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Israel at this very moment.
Can we talk about like a domestic conflict?
What do you mean?
I mean, we could talk about Israel if you want. Like, I think that we should have had, right, a what do you call it? A conditional allyship with Israel to keep them from like ethnically cleansing and genociding innocent Palestinians. I think where we're at right now, we need to stop support for Israel and achieve a ceasefire agreement. I don't understand like why this is not an issue that Trump is pressing, and I wish it was an issue that Kamala Harris was pressing further, right? And this isn't just for the innocent Palestinians. This is also, right, for the innocent Lebanese. I hope that's what you call people from Lebanon. I apologize if I pronounce that incorrectly. It's also for the innocent Iranians. It's for the innocent Israelis. But like obviously, like the most pressing issue here is going to be the innocent Palestinians that have been ethnically cleansed in genocide. But I think that we could consider like all innocent people dying that like definitely should stop dying, and seemingly what we need to do to achieve that is a ceasefire agreement. You know what I mean? But when we're talking about global,
so why not a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine? Why doesn't that apply to Russia and Ukraine as well?
Yeah, because that would mean that Russia would have advanced upon Ukrainian like territory, and I don't think that we should give any Ukrainian territory to Russia. I'm not for Russian expansion. Free Palestine, Arabic McLovin. I appreciate you for the love.
I'm trying to see where I want to go from here.
Well, I mean, would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
So, explain that case to me. What was the evidence?
Okay, so Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. The evidence would be medical records from the 90s, alongside consistency between said medical records, her own testimony, and the testimony of 11 other witnesses. Sierra, I appreciate you for the $1 on PayPal.
So he did this in front of 11 people?
No, it was witnesses to the story, like they're considered witnesses in court. That just
so it's hearsay.
The same story. So what is hearsay?
Hearsay is whenever somebody says something. It's a verbal testimony. That's all it is. It's a verbal testimony.
We have medical records. We'd have the testimony of 12 people that aligned with said medical records. We also had a dress with DNA on it that E. Jean Carroll testified as being Trump's, with Trump then failing to refuse to provide his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA on the dress. All right. We also
so can I ask you this? Why wasn't he forced to give his DNA?
Because they cannot force people to give up DNA in civil courts.
With a warrant, absolutely you can.
No,
with a warrant, yes, you can. Absolutely.
You can't get a warrant for DNA for a civil court.
So understand that it was in civil court. It was held in civil court because of statute of limitations. That the law changed between whenever it had from the law changed in between from the time that it happened from now. Understand
would you answer my question though? Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for raping a woman?
I think that we could all sit down and just kind of reasonably say that the odds are stacked against them, and the system is also stacked against Trump.
No, I disagree, right? Like, no, just because Donald Trump has done a lot of bad, like inappropriate, morally decrepit and illegal things, and we're socially holding him accountable through the media, and we're legally holding him accountable through the criminal justice system, doesn't mean that it's rigged or stacked against him. What you're kind of like teaching, like a lot of Americans, is that they could go out, do some of the most morally decrepit things known to mankind, run for president, and when they begin to be held socially and legally accountable for doing these bad things, they could then turn around and radicalize their voter base around the common conspiracy theory that it's a deep state attacking them because of their savior. Like, do you think it's possible that Donald Trump is actually just a really bad candidate and the media speaks out against him because of his incessant lies, conspiracy theories, and sophistry, and the criminal justice system is like holding him accountable for like breaking the law 34 times, that's why he's a 34 count felon, or raping E. Jean Carroll, that's why he's been held civilly liable for that, alongside the other suits as well? Like, I think it's very possible that that's the case. And if you ask me, right, I think that like the court system is actually stacked for him. Like, why the fuck did they delay sentencing for his 34 felonies past the election? Seems to me that if he wins, he'll be able to pardon himself for those felonies before he's sentenced and imprisoned. I don't know, like why?
No, he legally can't pardon himself. He can't.
Really?
No, he can't. No.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
He cannot pardon himself. It's gotten dropped down to the lower courts. Okay, they have to make the decision. Even if he's president, right? Even if he becomes president, and it would fucking blow my mind if he tries to pardon himself. Okay,
I'm pretty sure he can pardon himself, but I'll just take your word for it.
So the thing about that is that.
Also, I just want to point out that saying that the system is stacked, right, against a billionaire rich white man and then denying systemic racism is insane.
Who denied systemic racism?
Like the vast majority of the Republican Party that also accepts that it's stacked against the billionaire white man.
Okay, explain to me what systemic racism is. Explain that to me.
Yeah, within like the criminal justice system, an example would be like over-policing of African Americans and the fact that African Americans account for 13% of the population while also accounting for 45% of exonerations.
So here's the problem, right? You're looking at it you're looking at it through the color. You're looking at it through the lenses of racism. Okay, you're looking at it through not racism, but you're looking at it through the lenses of race. Okay, it's not race that's the problem. It's poverty, and I'm not saying that poverty it's a problem, but impoverished areas naturally have more crime. People in those areas request more police patrol. They request that because of the high crime rates. Okay, and it just so happens, and look, we can have the discussion about black people being.
Wait. If the issue is poverty, well, we see socioeconomic indiscrepancies between the average Black American and the average white American caused by slavery and its aftermath. We'd also see the same socioeconomic indiscrepancies in the schooling system. The average white American gets 4 times more funding per student per capita in our public schooling systems compared to the average Black American. Right. So if you recognize that there's issues related to socioeconomic standings, well, then why don't you take that second step and realize that these issues disproportionately affect Black people, leading to a system in which disproportionately benefits white people?
So how about we admit that crime was significantly lower during the civil rights movement compared to now in the Black communities? What happened? What happened there?
Oh, okay. So you have your Charlie Kirk talking point. Great. Well,
I don't do Charlie Kirk. I don't like Charlie Kirk. That's not a talking point that's real, and that's an issue that needs to be addressed. It really is. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't like him. Okay, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't.
Okay, so why do you think crime rates are higher now in the African American community now compared to like 60 years ago? Also, I just want to say that is a disingenuous point because the only thing that you're referencing there is arrest rates that don't account for exonerations. Like, I'm pretty sure when you account for exonerations, we actually don't see significantly higher crime stats.
No, it's not. It's not about the arrest rate because at that point in time, there was real systemic racism. Like the reason that marijuana is illegal, that was specifically.
Damn it.
Hey, how you doing, Law?
Man, I wanted to cook.
I know. I wanted you to cook too. That's why I got really happy when I saw you in the queue.
Yeah. So 2 things real quick. One, the president can't pardon himself from state crimes. So it's likely that he wouldn't be able to pardon himself from the 34 felonies. The general consensus is, though, that he has total authority for federal crimes against the United States. So any of the federal crimes, federal charges, there's nothing in the Constitution that would limit him from being able to exercise it against himself. There are some legal theories that would say that he couldn't do that. That would be something that would ultimately be left up to the courts. The other thing I wanted to highlight too is when it comes to systemic racism, we see that the Black community, but also other communities, historically, through redlining, through racial covenants, through zones where they were only able to purchase homes. Those are also the areas that when a new factory needed to be built, hey, let's put it next to the Black neighborhood. When a highway needed to be cut through a community for better transportation, let's put it through the Black community. That tanks their residential values, which in turn denied an entire generation from being able to acquire generational wealth, being able to buy a home, invest in the home, pay it off, sell it at a higher rate. All of those things are systematically denied to the Black community through these discriminatory housing policies. So there's an entire generation that lacked that accumulation of wealth. And it just so happens that those are also the communities that saw over-policing, that saw increased crime due to those impoverished areas. So that's my quick 60 seconds on generational poverty in the Black community and systemic racism, which is coordinated with associated with increased crime rates.
Thanks, Law, man. Well, we're gonna have to talk about that offline if you ever get a chance. I'd love to.
Yeah, for sure, man.
W's for Law in the chat. What's up, Beckett and Gaff Nard? Are you guys voting for Trump?
I intend.
Oh yeah, I'm voting for Trump, brother.
Okay, Beckett, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so why are y'all voting for Trump?
Should I go, or do you want to go, Gaff or Nard?
You can go, Becky. I go after.
Okay, so by the way, what I was commenting in the comment section, I hope you know that was mainly to get your attention because I really did want to come up here and have this conversation. This will be my first year voting. I turned 18 in May, and I frankly I'm not 100% on Trump, but I'm definitely leaning towards him. And I was hoping you could give me some insight on that, and I'd appreciate that. So basically, my issue, a big thing is I want to start with the border. I think that the immigration issue is a very large issue, and I think that you talk about how there's less crossings at the end of Biden's term, which I understand, but it's the fact that the only reason that it's lower is because of the, this is wrong, but from my understanding, it's because of the executive order that was passed. And the only reason that was passed, in my understanding, is that Biden understands that they were getting absolutely, they were doing very poorly with the border. And then after passing that order, it's gone down significantly, if I'm correct, 40%. But it's gone down quite a lot, which is wonderful. But I feel like they only passed that because the border was such a large issue and that Republicans were going to use that as a arguing point. So it feels disingenuous to say that even Kamala Harris, or I should say specifically Biden, care about the border when frankly nothing was being handled about the border from my understanding until this executive order.
Yeah. So the one thing that you're missing here is the bipartisan border bill that was drafted by Lankford, a Republican in Congress, and influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration. It began its drafting process in early 2022, was on the House floor in 2023. Trump called the Republicans in Congress and told them to vote against it. All right, and this was an example of Trump placing himself above the American people. He's been vehemently preaching about how bad the border crisis is and how the people coming across the border into our country are super bad, terrible people, right? But then he torpedoed this border bill so the Democrats didn't have a chance to fix things, right? So if Donald Trump cares about the border, if Donald Trump cares about legal and undocumented migration into our country, then why did Donald Trump torpedo this border bill?
Frankly, I think he did it because, like I said, obviously I'm not a massive Trumpy, so I'm just going to be honest. I think he did it because he's egotistical and he wanted to be able to use the border as his running part to as a point to run for his election, because he's made a large standpoint for the Republican Party of, I'm your savior. This is, vote for me and I'll make the border good. And if this bill would have passed, at least from what you're describing, it would have reduced border crossing significantly, which would not be able to use in his run. So I think
exactly. You're absolutely right. Let's just imagine this. Let's imagine that we're both at the house. You and me. We're making some food, and a fire starts on the stove. Okay. I go to get the fire extinguisher. I have it out. I have it ready. I'm about to pull the trigger to put out the fire on the stove. And then you come over and you pull the fire extinguisher out of my hand and you throw it out the fucking window and the house burns down. Who should we blame for the house burning down?
Possibly the one who threw the fire extinguisher out the window.
Okay, so if a crisis is at the southern border, Biden and Harris get the fire extinguisher, they get the bipartisan border bill through Congress. Thank you for the galaxy. Donald Trump takes a fire extinguisher, throws it out the window. He tells the Republicans to torpedo the bill, and the crisis continues. Who are we blaming the crisis on at this point?
Under that, Trump. Do you mind if I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Do you know, or is it public that Kamala Harris, or Biden, or I guess them too, I'm not as well understanding on this. So did they know about that bill and were in favor of that bill?
Yeah. Kamala Harris has actually spoke about this. Even at the debate since then, right, when asked what she's going to do with the southern border, she will incessantly repeat the fact that there's this bipartisan border bill that they really liked and they got the Democrats to support, but Trump torpedoed it, and that is what she wants to do if she's reelected.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful. All right. That helps me quite a lot. And then another question I have, and I understand that this is probably going to sound ignorant, but I'm here for education. Unlike, I feel not to, make myself look better, but I do think that a lot of people are here to argue. That's not my intention. I really do want to educate myself. So the economy, going into the adult life for the first time, and now I'm going to be living on my own and paying rent and stuff. Obviously, I don't have a massive career built such as others do. And I'm very nervous because And I just, from what I've been told, that's due to the Biden-Harris administration, which I understand that isn't really the truth. But could you help maybe educate me on the certain economical points on what would make Kamala Harris a better vote? Because that is still the main point of me joining this debate. So I can
sure. So I'd say that conversations about economic and tax reform policy can be very nuanced, long, and in depth. Over the course of the last couple of months, I've been trying to find a way to kind of sum up her. We'll do better. via a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency, because Harris intends on making their lives better through direct tax cuts just for them. They will do worse under Trump's presidency because he wants another 10 years of his tax cuts that disproportionately favor rich people. And the only plan that he's announced to pay for these tax cuts are tariffs that regressively affect and harm the low and the middle class by causing inflation. So I'd say, pick the person that's more focused on you. Kamala Harris is more focused on you. Pick the person that wants a prospering economy through investment in the average American, not through investment in the corporations, through trickle-down economics that we know are a historical failure. And I feel like that makes it pretty intuitively clear. Then one last point. I don't think that Biden and Harris have harmed our economy at all. At all. I don't think they've done anything to harm it. Would you be able to tell me one thing that you think they've done to harm it?
Off the top of my head, no. But from what I've been told, the way they obviously, I don't want to sound like I'm confident in this answer, but from what my understanding is that they were negligent to our energy and our economical policies, and because of that, we were able to get and produce less energy and less funding for that, from my knowledge, and that has made our prices skyrocket. That's my understanding of it.
We're producing more energy, more oil here at home in America today than we ever have been before.
Consistently, or is that a one-time high?
It's been a consistent high, and it's only been on the same trend since the pandemic hit the low, and we've been rebounding ever since. You could go on the EIA's website, look at month-by-month oil production, day-by-day oil production. What you'll see is a constant trend up. About like 4 months ago, we finally hit an all-time high, and it's only been going up since. Same thing with the amount of crude oil being refined, right? It hit a pretty bad low, right? We're running a deficiency of about 50,000 barrels of oil per day at the peak of the pandemic, but since then we've been on the same trend. In the next year and a half, we will be refining as much oil as we were before. And same thing goes for operating refineries. We're actually now operating more refineries than we were under Trump. We've had these same trends of building upwards because of their progressive energy policy with U.S. dominance, so we can control more of the market in the future when we want to make a shift towards green renewable energy resources. And I think that they've done great for that. But when you want to reference things like an all-time low oil production, not an all-time, but like a 30-year low oil production, that you were refining less, etc., that's all just going to be a result of the pandemic. And I think when I'm looking at the Biden-Harris administration and their efficacy with managing the economy, I'm looking at their response to the pandemic, and they've given us a great one. We've had the quickest rebound from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7, quickest rebound from the economic travesties, a quickest rebound from the 30-year stock market lows. And that right there, that's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Another thing, I've actually been researching a decent amount about the E. Jean Carroll case. And would you mind if I make a statement about that?
Yeah, sure. And Law, feel free to chime in on this part.
So about E. Jean Carroll, it's actually probably not what you're going to be expecting. It's not me disputing the case. I think that he's guilty of that. And I just want to say, I don't want to turn this into my platform because it's not, but I would like to say that I was sexually assaulted when I was younger, in fact, for multiple years by my older brother. And it was a very hard thing. And I just want to say to the chat, for people and people that come up here, people that say that she shouldn't have, like, her coming out late was wrong, or it shows that it's fake. I would have never came out about my sexual assault, but I was kind of forced to because someone knew about it and they told, an authority figure. But it made my life a lot better. But that doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, please, it makes you look really ignorant to make that statement. So as a fellow Republican, please don't make that claim. There's other things you can try to dispute, even though I feel like that they're pretty backed up with evidence. You could try. Please don't use her coming out as one, because that just makes you look disingenuous and just really just fucked up. So don't.
Yeah. W. Beckett. I mean, that's absolutely true. But also it further stigmatizes people from coming out with their stories, because if the consequence of coming out with the abuses that you've suffered is that you're going to be met with an onslaught of people denying you and throwing accusations and defaming you, then you're only further encouraging people to stay quiet, which in turn only furthers the actions of abusers when they think that they can bully their victims into silence.
Yeah, genuinely. And I didn't do it because of that reason, because my older brother was he was a lot older than me, and it was very scary. And I can't even imagine to begin how that feels for someone who's trying to take on the most powerful position in the world and being one of the richest. Like, he's up there with top, from my understanding, some of the richest men and most powerful men, undeniably. I just feel like people that use that argument, it's just crazy. And everyone in the chat, all the Republicans that say that say that her coming out late, please don't do that shit. You look so fucking dumb. I've grown up in a Republican household, a Republican family. I understand. For the people who are saying sorry for your abuse, I really appreciate that. It's a long time ago and I've dealt with it, but I just want to say that's very kind of y'all. It just shows, humanity still matters. Yeah, of course. What's up, Dean?
I also grew up in a Republican household with Republican friends in a Republican county. I'm currently living with my brother, who is a vehement conservative. My mother, my father, my sister, everybody in my family, except for my grandparents, are very strong conservatives. Since I made that shift from being a conservative to a Democrat myself, right, I've experienced a lot of social pressures from doing so, stigmatization from my friends. And it's not easy. So, I think that you sound like a pretty reasonable, rational guy that, is very capable of critical thought. And I think that you may be able to reason yourself to the conclusion that maybe Harris is better. And yet there still exist social pressures that would keep you from voting for her or switching to the Democrat Party. So, one thing I want to leave you here with is the Lincoln Project. The Lincoln Project is a group of Republicans that stand against Donald Trump because they think that that he has corrupted the conservative and Republican platforms and ideals. And I think that for any Republican in alive that doesn't want to experience those negative social pressures of labeling yourself as a Democrat, please look into the Lincoln Project. You could vote against Trump while being a Republican.
Yeah, no, I absolutely will look into that, because I will say that, obviously, I'm not very old. I haven't experienced a ton of other presidencies, but I have done research, and I think that's valid enough to understand what's happened in history. And I from my understanding, that obviously there's always been a tie, I shouldn't say a tie, a break when it comes to the two parties having a dislike for each other. But I feel like that has become so much more prevalent in Trump's presidency. I feel like he's pushed a culture of hate to the blues, to the blue side. And I just, to really anyone, I feel like any marginalized group of people, this is why I have such a struggle voting for Trump. But like you said, I don't want to sound like some bitch, like I'm voting for it just because the people around me. But I live in Texas. I'm surrounded by conservatives. And anytime I've tried to speak out about my opinion of, not being conservative, because I'm really not. I'd like to say I'm Republican, but I wouldn't really argue I'm a conservative, because from my understanding, they are different. Conservatives are more, right-winged, like significantly far. From my understanding, if that's wrong, I apologize. That looks stupid. But it's just very hard. And I honestly, I did say I was leaning towards Trump to not be kicked immediately, because I know you do. But frankly, I don't really know anymore who I'm leaning towards, because morally, I find it borderline impossible to vote for Trump.
You sound a lot like me when I was your age, and I'm not much older than you. So that just shows how quickly the progress could catch up when you start researching these issues.
Well, and also, Beckett, I'll just chime in with this too. Is like your vote is your vote. You don't own an explanation to it. For it to anybody, and you don't even have to tell anybody who you voted for or why. When you're in that ballot box, you're going to have a circle to fill in or a button to push or whatever you guys do in your part of the country, and you're going to have to look at that and be like, can I, as a person, be proud of what I do here? Because I think I do think that it's every vote needs to be earned. I don't buy this lesser of two evils thing. I think that when you put that mark down, it's a reflection of what values do you want to see furthered for the next 4 years. And you don't own an explanation to anybody for that, but you are going to have to look back and say, am I going to be proud of this vote? Is this something that I'm going to have to lie to my kids about in the future? And that's between you and your ballot.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It definitely helps, think things out. Another thing I was going to ask, in fact, I can stop talking if you want and just go on mute for a while, or if you want to hear the other guests, because I do understand I'm soaking up y'all's time.
Well, I think that we're going to move on to this other guy, but if there's anything else that you wanted to say before we move on, feel free.
Beckett, join the Discord. I think there's a lot of people who'd love chatting with you there.
Yeah, how about you do that? Join my Discord. The link's in the link tree in my bio, and feel free to come back at any point. We're gonna move on to the next guest at this point, but I appreciate you for coming up and helping in the Discord.
I'll further educate myself. Thank you guys so much for having me up. I really appreciate y'all. Have a great day.
Of course, dude. Oh, dude, what a breath of fresh air. What a breath of fresh air.
Good palate cleanser.
I know, right? Yeah, dude, for real. Hey, what's going on, Gaffnard? You voted for Trump? You got a big fish in your profile picture. Of course you are, right?
I mean, who else would I fucking vote for?
Okay, we're right back to it. Beckett, I miss you. Okay. All right, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, first of all, the reason why I'm voting for Trump, because I'm sick of the bullshit that I'm seeing all day, social media everywhere. I'm sick of the woke shit. I'm sick of the border. People think there's nothing wrong with the border. I'm sick of all the transgenderism that people are letting letting men into our women's bathrooms.
Okay,
our world it's going to shit. It's going to shit, and I don't like the way it's going.
So first of all, transgenderism isn't a word. Second of all, women aren't going into men's restrooms. Third of all, men aren't going into women's restrooms, right? You're just predicating your definition of a man and a woman differently than what I would. And then third of all,
I know what a woman is.
If you're sick of men going into women's spaces, why are you voting for Trump, who is a man that boasted to Howard Stern on SiriusXM about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teen girls to inspect them while they change?
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
I don't care. So,
so if it's Donald Trump, you don't give a shit. Okay, got it.
I mean, did people accept that? Did people accept that? Be honest with me.
Yes, half of the country, including yourself, is accepting that. You're voting for it. You're voting for that shit.
Doesn't mean I accept it. It does not mean I accept it.
It absolutely does mean you're complicit with it.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Wait. Do you think that I'm complicit with the woke mob if I vote for Kamala Harris?
You're a part of it.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
You support DEI, you support CRE, you support all of it.
Oh my God. Wait. DEI, let's talk about it. Oh, so you don't support DEI, right? Right? You don't support it?
Can you say that again?
So you don't support DEI, right?
I don't support DEI.
Okay, so
I support
we should
the best person for the job.
So we should abolish the
Wait, let me explain first.
No. So we should abolish the Electoral College in the Senate, because both the Electoral College and the Senate, all right, are all about inclusion of smaller states, right? All the inclusion with a woke mob that's happening in the Electoral College, right, giving the citizens of Wyoming more of a say-so individualistically than the citizens of California is insane. It's so woke and gross. And the Senate, don't even get me started, how with all this diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're giving the state of Colorado just as much representation as the state of California, even though California has exponentially more citizens than Colorado. So you agree with me, right? Right? We are true MAGA patriots, and we want to abolish the Electoral College in the Senate, right?
Well, let me explain something before we. Let me explain. Can I talk? Can I please talk? I wanted to have a genuine, coherent conversation here. Can I talk?
Yeah, you can speak.
I support the best man or the best woman getting a job. I feel like if you're specifically looking for people of color for the job, I feel like it's not genuine. It's not genuine at all, because you're simply just picking them just because they fall into this category, right? It seems so disingenuous to go and picking somebody because of their skin color and not the person because of the best qualification for the job. That's it.
I have a question, right? Well, what if DEI isn't as you say it to be, but it's rather looking at a group of people saying every single person in this group has similar or identical qualifications, and choosing the black woman over the white men to further progress society into inclusion of minorities. Wow, you know what I mean?
I don't see who's better fit for president than the former goddamn president.
Oh, the former goddamn president that tried to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country. The former goddamn president that's a 34 count felon.
I don't see nothing wrong with
the former goddamn president that was held civilly liable for raping a woman. The former former goddamn president that, you know, specifically tried to stage a coup to overthrow our country and our democracy? How about we vote for the current goddamn vice president that is going to reinstantiate federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose? The current former goddamn vice president that's going to reduce income inequities by making the lower class and the middle class better off. The current goddamn vice president that is going to further fund historically black universities, that is going to further place a special interest on oppression of already marginalized communities to reduce racial income inequities. How about that? Where's the issue there? Okay.
Which one do you want to talk about? We can talk
But I
about
also
all.
just want
We
to
can talk
clarify.
about all of them. You're
I
just-
also just want to clarify that you never responded to my point about DEI. What about the inclusion, right, of Little Alabama to the same level as California? If you're against equity and inclusion, we should give more say to the blue states like California or New York in comparison to small little red states, right?
Sure, whoever's the best for the job. That's what I
Really?
believe.
So you think that we
That's
should
what I
abolish the
believe.
Senate?
Whoever's best for the goddamn job. Just because they're a red state does not
Wait,
mean I support them.
you think that we should abolish the Senate, right?
Well, whoever's best for the job, just like I said.
Should we abolish the Senate? Yes or no?
Sure. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. Like I said, I believe the best person for the
Camille,
job
thank you
should
for
have
the
job.
$35 on
And just
Venmo.
because
I
you think
appreciate
I'm
you for the
biased, I'm not
love.
biased
Thank you so
toward
much
red
for the love.
states.
Let's get some W's for Camille in the chat. Thank you for the $35 on Venmo. You are absolutely great. Thank you so much for the $35. Okay, well, if you agree that we should abolish the Senate and the Electoral College, you would say that Hillary Clinton should have won in 2016 as she won the popular vote, right?
Don't even get me started on Hillary Clinton. Please,
Big Jake, thank you for the fireworks. I
Please keep
appreciate
this
you
on
for the
topic,
love.
please.
No,
Keep it
this is perfectly on topic.
No,
If DEI is bad,
I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm
but
voting for Donald Trump.
but my claim would be if DEI is bad, right? Bad. Boo the Electoral College. Boo the Senate. Boo all that shit. Hillary Clinton should have won 2016, right?
Hillary Clinton shouldn't have won shit.
Oh, but she won the popular vote.
I don't care.
You're
I
all
don't
about
care.
DEI. You're so DEI. Thank you for the fireworks once again, Jake. You want to include all the smaller red states and consider them more
You're just putting
proportionately
words in my
speaking,
mouth. I have
person
never
per
said
person
anything like
compared
that.
to
You're just
California.
lying. You're a
Ladies
part
and
of them.
gentlemen,
You're a
this
part of
is the
them.
woke mob. This right here is the woke mob.
woke.
You're
You're
all
woke.
about the
You're woke.
DEI.
You woke. You don't care about the American woman in this country for sure, because you allow men to go into their goddamn bathrooms. You don't care about them, and for sure you don't care about the best person that's more qualified for the job, because you like including people of color just because they have dark skin. They should have the goddamn job, or should have the right of way for the job just because they have dark skin, not the most qualified person. That's what you believe.
So it's fine.
You're a
I'll
goddamn
finally,
hypocrite.
I'll finally entertain your first point. So you're saying I don't care about cis women because I think that trans women should be able to go into the women's restroom, right?
Yes. Can you define what a woman is for me?
Sure. I believe a woman would be an adult human individual that pertain to certain social and social characteristics that would be conducive of the female sex, typically. We could also take a neurobiological definition. We could say that a woman would be someone that would fall within a specific category of neurobiological traits. We'd see that the Netherlands Institute for Brain Research, alongside the the Netherlands Institute for Brain Research, would find specific neurobiological differences on average between males and females, although trans women would also fall within the neurobiological categories typically associated with the female sex. So, I mean, we could either just, define women predicated on social norms and categories, or we could define women predicated on neurobiology. I find both to be inclusive of trans women, right? Like, oftentimes someone will make an argument that predicating the definition of women off of the neurobiological aspects is not inclusive of trans women, but I think that it is. We just lack certain scientific understandings of like what it means to be non-binary, or like even other neurobiological roles in which we just haven't studied as much. But regardless of what particular definition you want to take there, I still want to give you my argument. So
Wait.
Brandy, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. No, I'm responding to your fucking argument. No, I'm responding to your argument about the bathrooms. You're not going to ask me to define
yapping, bro. You're yapping. You're yapping.
Oh, okay. No,
literally.
so
you're
you don't
literally
care.
yapping, bro. I haven't got one word out. We supposed to go back and forth. This is a goddamn debate. You went on here for fucking 2 fucking minutes straight talking about bullshit.
I was trying to continue your argument that not allowing trans.
No, you're not. You're just fucking saying shit. Just saying shit. Can I respond to what you just said?
You interrupted me and you asked me to define what a woman is.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to contesting your argument.
Let me respond to that.
Sure, go for it. You were
okay. And why is woman not an adult human female? Why is that definition not valid?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the definition's not valid. A, because I don't think that you'd be able to define like what a female is, and then B, because I don't believe that it's conducive towards you. Law, you get an echo. And then B, like I just think it's going to be internally contradictory. And then B, I just don't think that we use the word woman right in alignment with the definition of being an adult human woman. But he got kicked off by TikTok for breaking their TOS. Hey, Selena, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, but I'm like on the fence, kind of. So
How old are you?
24.
Okay, so why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is very sexist.
Well, here's my thing. So, I don't necessarily agree with abortions being banned at 6 weeks or being banned completely, right? But then on the other end, there's like the statement stating until viability or like 24 weeks, which like that's pretty far along, right? So there's like no in between. So I'm like, I don't want to.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, okay, another thing.
Okay, never mind. For the 11,000 people in here, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We are like really close to 1 million followers. So make sure to hit that follow button. Also, guys, seriously, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio.
That was weird.
That was a little bit weird. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go directly to me and they support me in being able to continue to do this every single day. We got our next guest loading in right now, guys. Make sure to spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're going to start polling, right, specifically from the chat. Then drop a me, say M-E explicitly if you are already in the queue. But yeah, we're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, guys. So everyone just do give us a second. I appreciate it.
While they load in real quick, we have 11,100 people in here. Dean's only sitting at 1.2 million. If everybody here listening right now just tapped that bar, tapped the screen, fill up that bar in the upper left one time, Dean would be over 2 million. So let's get that done. Take a break. I know you're probably listening in your earbuds. You're working on something else. Just go tap that screen, fill up that bar, and we will be there.
Hell yeah. Dude, okay, what's going on? Clumsy Rat and Bro Pandolf, are you guys voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, yes.
Oh, okay. Awesome. You guys are both voting for Trump. So let's do it. Why are you guys voting for Trump?
I'll let Clumsy go.
You can go first.
Oh, no, please. Love to hear it.
Okay. I'm like more here for because I have a question for you. No, I am.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18. My first time voting.
Okay. What time is it?
At the moment. Oh, wait, let me just get my. Hold on.
You gotta get it.
You should have a clock on your phone right in front of you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm not on my phone. It's an iPad.
Okay.
that too.
Okay. So, bro, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, you got to vote for Trump if you want to save the American economy.
Oh, okay.
That simple.
Okay. I can make this so incredibly simple myself. Let me ask you an incredibly simple question.
Please do. I'd love to hear it.
Should we make the average American better off, or should we make the average American worse off?
We absolutely should make the average American better off, and you can go in many directions with your argument, sure, but let me just say this first of all. I hear you a lot of times. You love to tout the fact that tax cuts go to high.
Thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
You love to talk about tax cuts going to the rich, but you don't understand fundamentally that the American economy is powered by the rich and famous.
Okay, famous was a weird one. Okay, anyways. So Kamala Harris's tax plan is going to make the average American better off by investing in the average American. Benefiting them directly with increases in the child tax credits, benefiting them directly with the introduction of the $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers for new homes, benefiting them directly by adding $45,000 to a tax rebate for the first year of a business's life, right? Benefiting them directly by capping the amount that any American citizen would pay for out-of-pocket prescription drug prices to $2,000 per year, okay? Meanwhile, Donald Trump's plan is built to disproportionately favor the who? The rich. And he's going to pay for those tax cuts by serving a detriment directly to the average working class American with the tariffs. Tariffs are inflationary. The average working class American spends a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live, and they will be paying that tax the most, okay? Right? So if you want to make the average working class American better off instead of worse off, vote for Kamala Harris, because that's what her policy does, instead of Trump's that does the opposite.
All right. So which one of those points that you rattled off is your favorite?
Tariffs bad equals harm towards low and middle class. That's how Donald Trump intends to pay for his tax cuts.
Okay, so the one that you started with and the one you ended with. Everything in between was unfounded. You didn't cite a source. You didn't have a reason to believe that, for example, trickle-down economics, which a lot of your commenters like to mention. You don't
unfounded? I literally gave you Kamala Harris's tax policy straight from kamalaharris.com/issues.
Okay, the question isn't whether or not that is her plan, it's whether or not it will work. So you reading off her policies on our websites doesn't tell you that the economists overwhelmingly support what Kamala Harris is proposing. Number two, if you look at the history of the economy, growth, the job market, as well as putting America first has historically been under Republican and conservative leadership. I'm not just talking about the president.
No, you just told a big fat lie.
I recognize.
You just told a big fat lie.
Okay, so one of the things that you
since the 1970s, at the end of the Cold War, we've had a essentially equal amount of Republican and Democrat presidents. 47 million jobs have been added under Democrats. 2 million jobs have been added under Republicans. Ryan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Go ahead and continue.
All right.
That was just absurdly false.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me finish. What I understand, and maybe you don't, maybe a lot of your viewers don't understand, is that the government and the economy is not driven solely by who is in elected office at the presidential level. You're looking at all the way down through government. You're looking at Republican-controlled Congresses, Republican-controlled states, large exporters of amenities and goods that the United States allows money to bring back home by exporting more natural resources that we can take out of our great states like Pennsylvania. You're looking at the ability for the American economy, the deficit to be lowered, the American economy to grow under Republican leadership. It is not just the president. You look only at the president and you try to pin everything on the current president, but you don't want to look at the full context.
I don't think you've literally ever watched a single one of my lives before. Jay Carl, I appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Jay Carl down below in that chat literally right now. Thank you for the $25. 50% of the time when people come up here and give me an argument, they say that Biden Harris is bad because inflation. And then I explain to them exactly what you just explained to us. So I don't know, like holding on to a weird argument.
So you're admitting that you only bring in the context when it helps your argument. You only mention the context when it's about inflation, which yes, it does look bad on the current sitting president. I'm not one of those that believes that the inflation is Kamala or Biden's
I
fault.
bring up the context whenever it's conceptually relevant, which is disproportionately when the opposer makes the position that Biden and Harris caused inflation. Like, I mean, like the only other point, like the only other claim that I'd like that it's big that this context would be relevant in is when a liberal says that Donald Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020. Do you think I have Republicans coming up here making that argument? No. So the only time in which this point is conceptually relevant is with the point that you just made. It's also conceptually relevant in our conversation right now for I don't know why. We were talking about the proposed tax policy and which one's going to be better for America. Then you go down this tangent of how other factors that that can cause things to occur in a given economy. That's right. I don't understand the conceptual relevance. Maybe you could explain it to me. But then second of all, what we are evaluating is which president has better policy. Kamala Harris has better proposed policy than Donald Trump. Something else that you brought up there is who's going to be better for the debt, who's going to be better for the deficit. Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt into law. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris only signed $4.6 trillion into law. When we're looking at the proposed policy, Kamala Harris's policy is better for the deficit. Donald Trump's is worse. Donald Trump's tax plan is estimated to cost nearly $5 trillion by the CBO. Donald Trump has no fucking clue how he wants to pay for it. Harris's policy, tax policy is estimated to cost $2.4 trillion by the CBO, and she's announced exactly how she's going to pay for it. So if you care about the debt, if you care about the deficit, why are you going to vote for the candidate who's going to make it worse compared to the candidate that's going to make it better?
All right. So when I bring up the deficit, I specifically bring that up because it is an example of goods flowing into versus out of our country. I believe America needs to be exporting more. We need to be producing more at home. It doesn't necessarily mean that the deficit going down or up is a good or bad thing. I don't really believe, I don't subscribe to the ideology that we need to make bad number go down and good number go up.
You're wrong. Every single time we've increased tariffs on China, we've seen a reduction in U.S. agricultural exports because they impose tariffs right back on us. Donald Trump wants to impose a flat 10 to 20% tariff on all goods imported into the country. What will this do? This will lead to lower levels of export. We've seen a reduction in U.S. agricultural exports. I also gave you the exact and specific numbers of the tariffs in which he wants to impose on all.
Just the result, the theoretical result of his policy doesn't matter. Just the intention. Is that what you're suggesting?
Wait, so you think that the intention matters?
That's exactly what you've been arguing. Kamala Harris.
No, that is not what I've been arguing in the slightest. I've been arguing the results. This is such a red herring.
Kamala Harris has no record, nor does the people.
This is such a weird fucking red herring.
They have
this
no
is such
record.
This is such a weird fucking red herring. This entire time I've been making the argument that her tax policy is good, not because she comes from a middle class family. I've been making the argument that her tax policy is good because it's going to reduce income inequities and uplift the low and the middle class. I've been making the argument that Donald Trump's tax policy is bad, not because he's a rich billionaire white man. I've been making the argument that his tax policy is bad is because it's going to destroy the low and the middle class through inflations caused by tariffs, and it's going to destroy American-owned businesses due to a reduction in exports. When you make the claim that I'm only focusing on intention and not the outcome, that is literally just such a weird and irrelevant red herring. What is it with you and a lot of other Trump supporters making incredibly weird and crazy red herrings when I give you my position? It's a debate strategy that only works against people that don't do this for 6 hours a day. But remember, I do this shit for 6 hours a day. I will call you out on your bullshit. I am prepared and ready for it.
Right. So if you are suggesting that the point I make is a red herring, right? Can you help me then stay on track? Go ahead and let me know what exact point have I failed to address, or in my attempt to address it, have you just talked over me?
So in your attempt to address points, I've talked over you when you've just straight up lied, which has been twice so far on your time spent on this live.
Let me correct
the first
that
time
then.
I interrupted you, one moment, as you try to talk over me. The first time I interrupted you is when you said that, particularly speaking, what did you say? It was like one of the first points that you brought up. It was about, I think it was about the deficit. You were telling me something about how Donald Trump was better for the deficit. I brought up the fact that he signed more debt into law. The second point that you brought up that I interrupted you on was your most recent red herring about the fact that I'm focused on the intention, not the outcome, right? But more so, I'll name points that you haven't responded to. You haven't responded to the point that you said that you like more exports, but meanwhile, Donald Trump's policy will lead to less exports.
Right.
You brought up the fact that you like the average American to be better off, but then you didn't respond to the fact that Kamala Harris's proposed policy will achieve that end goal. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's will make them worse off. You responded to that point by just telling me that there's multiple factors that can play into any given economy. Right? There's a lot of points that I brought up that you haven't responded to here.
Okay, so let's go in order of what you said. You said the deficit is an issue. I agree. I will concede that Donald Trump, because I've seen the data, that Donald Trump added more to the national deficit. That's even that's even adjusting for COVID spending. So I totally understand that you win over the overall idea that Donald Trump has added to the national debt. But my point was, driving American job growth in GDP is not directly correlated to whether or not the deficit goes up and down. I can see that the deficit number, the number going up and down.
Yeah, I agree with you. You don't need to explain that. I agree with you.
So, well, your viewers need to understand this as well. But what your problem here is that you have laid out
that a mustache.
You have focused on the word deficit or the word debt, when the real point I was making is that by actually causing American exports to grow under his presidency, mainly in the oil and gas industry, Donald Trump has added not only American jobs, well-paying American jobs that go to the middle class, he's also allowed for more money to flow into the country, increasing our national GDP, increasing a lot of things across the board that lower prices here domestically. So my point is that Donald Trump is the best for the American economy because he is allowing drill, baby, drill. He is allowing
more domestic
to happen that help the American working class.
So more domestic drilling helps the economy, right?
That is one of the things that helps the economy, yes.
We've drilled more domestic oil under Biden and Harris compared to Trump.
What stat do you have for that? What is your source for that?
The U.S. Energy Information Administration.
All right. So you're saying there's more drilling under the Biden-Harris administration?
Significantly more. We're currently producing more oil than any other country in the world, and we're producing more oil than under Trump's admin.
All right. So are you suggesting that Trump is not going to increase in his second term? He's not going to increase that further?
No, I bet it'll increase it.
No,
But I bet
we have
Harris
no
will
way of
increase it
knowing,
more.
right? We have no way of knowing. And also, the president is not the only final say in that as well.
Wait, but if we have no way of knowing what they're going to do in their second term and the president's not the final say, how come you just referenced...
I'm talking about their intention. So,
Lala, I appreciate you for the galaxy. So if we have no way of knowing what they're going to do in their second term and the president doesn't have the final say, why did you just make the argument that because we drilled so much under his term, he'll be better for a second term? So when you make the argument that because he drilled so much under his first term, we should reelect him, but when I make the argument that she drilled so much under her first term, therefore we should reelect her, you say, well, we don't know what's going to happen during the second term.
There was a greater increase.
Having the final say.
There was a greater increase from when Donald Trump came into office to when he left office. Yes, the total historic amount has...
also wrong.
There now?
Also wrong. That's also wrong. Okay. That is also wrong. There was a greater increase under the Biden-Harris administration.
We can go to our sources, and I'll concede that. That's not even necessary to my point. Because I don't obviously have a source for directly whether or not the increase has been higher. What I'm talking about is Donald Trump's intention to increase. Whether or not he actually increases this probably has to do with the other geopolitics of the time. But my point is that it's his
Wait, weren't you
intention-
making the argument earlier that you were focused on the outcomes and I was focused on the intentions, and now I'm the one focused on the outcomes literally and you're the one focused on the intentions literally?
I'm not only focused on the outcome. If Kamala Harris and
Aaron,
Biden
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the
all
love.
the time about
Thank you
how
for
they're
the
going
$5 on
to
Venmo.
end fracking, but then they flip flop and say they're going to continue fracking. If Joe Biden runs on the idea of climate change being a problem, but then in office he does the exact opposite and increases his natural gas and oil drilling, then basically what you've done is you've dug yourself into the hole that they do not actually support what they say they do.
Not at all. Not at all.
That's exactly what you've conceded. They have a higher...
I can tell you how that's wrong.
Okay, so it's both true at the same time that they drill more and they support reducing natural gas.
Phil, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Yep, I could explain to you how.
All right, go ahead.
It's actually beautiful. Parker, yes, feel free to join. This is actually the same position that I hold. I love talking about this point specifically because this is also the position that I hold. Raquel, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo to interrupt the cast. I appreciate you for the love. So yeah, here's the position. We want to be producing cleaner and greener energy. We want to reduce the world's reliance on non-renewable fossil fuels. That is good. But what has happened since the Democrats started pushing for this initiative in the 70s? Not that fucking much has happened. Why? Because our economy is so reliant on fossil fuels, Congress will never get together and pass legislation that fucks the average American so we could be more reliant on green energy. That is absolutely true. So now what is the new approach from the modern Democrat Party to be making massive investments into renewable energy resources now so we could reduce our reliance on fossil fuels in the long term? And when we produce the predominant oil supply of the world, when we become the energy superpower, later down the road, when we have a greater ability to scale back and go to renewable energy resources, we will be able to do so better because we're a predominant world producer of oil now. What we are doing is we are producing more of the oil in the U.S. so it is obedient by our stricter EIA guidelines and regulations today, and so in the future, when we want to make the shift to green energy, we'll have a greater control over the current oil supply globally. So that is the position. I love the position. I think it is so smart. Drill, baby, fucking drill all the way. And this is the same position supported by Kamala Harris. Before she was moderated by Congress serving 4 years as a VP, she was saying that we should ban fracking. Shit, I was probably saying the same thing 4 or 5 years ago too. But now that she's holding this new position, I seriously cannot name a better person for the global economy when it comes to oil, and for just like the global climate when it comes to long-term shift for climate change.
All right, two things. Really eloquently said. Thank you, Dean. But number one, why is that never explained? When Kamala Harris is asked about her flip-flops, on both the fracking issues and countless other issues. Why is it so hard for her to explain that? And how do we know that that's the position of the Democrat Party?
Great question.
Number two, let me just get this short second out. Number two, if the long-term goal is to do that with fossil fuels, allowing us to have greater control of energy in the long run, why is that plan acceptable when there is a very great possibility that not only the powers that be at the presidential level, but also in Congress change within 4 to 5 years? You could have a completely different set of legislators that don't have that same approach. So now, let's say in 5 years, we've drilled baby drill, but now those legislators don't care at all about the environment. I'm actually an environmental activist. I care a lot about the environment. I still understand that Donald Trump is better for the economy. But
Donald Trump says that human-caused climate change isn't real. You're great environmental advocates voting for him. Second of all, well, we've seen the same narrative upheld by the Democrat Party over the last 50 years. I don't see why that would change. Third of all, we could say that it is the most realistic, the most realistic solution, although it may not be the best altruistic solution. I think that's a good way of describing it. The most altruistic solution would be to make the shift now when the power and the controls that exist have the ability to do so. But I'd say that it is not practically or feasibly possible to do so. So this is the second best option. This is meeting in the middle of the aisle. And then fourth of all, right, I still deny your claim that Donald Trump's better for the economy. And then fifth of all, when you ask me how do I know that this is the position of the Democrat Party, it's because this is what they've been performing on, right? The Inflation Reduction Act invested into fracking and also was the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources ever. Okay, so we see this position upheld by the Democrats through their policy. And then sixth of all, you ask me, well, why hasn't Kamala Harris explained it to the same degree that I have? I wish she would. Absolutely. But I'm going to take Kamala Harris with a good policy for the American people that can explain why she's made these shifts over Donald Trump and JD Vance any fucking day of the week. That's not as bad as grape. That's not as bad as 34 felonies. That's not as bad as trying to coup our country. That's not as bad as sexualizing little girls. That's not as bad as boasting about grabbing women by the P word. Abso-fucking-lutely, I will take Kamala Harris, who can't really explain why she's changed her position here as good as I can, over Donald Trump and JD Vance.
All right. So the actual presidential candidate running for office is not as articulate as Dean on TikTok.
Well, maybe I'll be the presidential candidate running for office in 40 years. I'd hold off.
Is that your trajectory?
Who knows?
Is that where you're headed?
Who knows?
Dibs on AG.
Yeah. For real.
Well, let's see. But to your point about the Democrat Party's trajectory, my main qualm with the approach of the Democrat Party is, number one, their focus on identity politics. For the first half of our conversation, you have very well been able to stray away from that. And I appreciate you actually approaching the debate on the grounds that I want to talk about, the grounds that actually matter. But now, even in trying to defend your point, your next pivot, which is that Donald Trump is a serial rapist, Donald Trump hates women, all this stuff.
I'm pivoting? Bro, I've been letting you control the conversation this entire time.
Attacking a flawed man. Yes, Donald Trump is
Wait, one second, dude. I've been letting you control the conversation this whole time. Sure. We've talked strictly about policy, and I've been destroying you on policy.
Okay, we've had to concede several things to the fact that neither of us have sources.
Leave the $5 on Venmo. No, I gave you. Name any single fucking claim that I made, and I'll give you my source.
One of the points that you talked over me on. Let's go to the second. If you do want to stay on topic, I'm okay with a pivot. When I say
Danielle, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying keep eating, bro. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Daniel. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's down below for Daniel. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Daniel.
Massive W's, guys. Massive W's. But also your money should be going to Palestine, not Dean on TikTok. But
shit. You're pro-Pally?
Absolutely.
Well, why are you voting for the candidate that wants to continue to fund Israel to quote unquote win the war, calls Kamala Harris a pro-Hamas terrorist, saying that all of the protesters need to be deported, saying that that Kamala Harris is the most pro-Hamas radical that we've ever had, and he's the most pro-Israel president that we've ever had. What? We don't even need to open that can of worms, but I guess we have a pro-Pally climate activist voting for Trump.
Yeah.
Dude.
Because
Gabriella, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Dunking on Big Matt, I appreciate you for the love.
My personal beliefs do not always dictate the final option, the final vote. I understand that in a two-party system, we have to choose the lesser of two evils. I believe Donald Trump represents the lesser.
You said that you support the side of science. Donald Trump has said that human-caused climate change isn't real. When
I'm talking about my personal
97% of
values,
scientists
I
affirm
literally
that fact.
just said that my personal values those are not always the end-all be-all for my decision on who's going to be president of the United States. And then all you did is say that Donald Trump doesn't share my personal values. I already said he doesn't. So you're wanting to focus on the completely irrelevant point. My point that you could easily refute.
We vote on the basis of our personal values.
We vote on the basis of what we believe to be the better choice for America.
Which is reflective of your personal values.
Which is not just reflective of my personal values. There are the values of millions of Americans across the country. There are the values of those abroad, like Palestine. On the point of Palestine, I believe that funding the state that has the best leverage of actually ending the conflict is, at the end of the day, the only option we have. If you continue to fund Hamas, if you continue to allow aid and prolong the conflict, those resources go to terrorist organizations.
So I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify, pro-Pally, but pro-funding Israel?
Unfortunately, yes. I believe that Israel is committing war crimes. I concede on that 100%. But at the end of the day, the only way that peace will reign supreme is not by platitudes that Kamala Harris and
how
Joe
long
Biden,
have we been funding Israel?
The only policy that Joe Biden and Kamala have on Palestine.
Bro, how long have we been funding Israel?
We've been funding Israel from the very beginning, 1940s, 1948, when it was.
And how long has Israel been ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
I mean, this is a great escalation from any historic attacks on the Gazan people. So,
dude, you're fucking lying. There was 750,000 Palestinians displaced during the Nakba. What?
100%. But I'm talking about violence. I'm talking about actual deaths on both sides.
Wait, ethnic cleansing isn't violence?
Ethnic cleansing is a form of violence, but what I'm talking about is physical violence.
So I just want to clarify, we should fund countries that are committing war crimes, right?
Not in every situation. That's not my policy. My policy
we should fund some countries committing war crimes.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay,
For example, if there were war crimes being committed against Nazi Germany in World War II, that would technically still be the moral side. You can't just flip to Nazi Germany just because war crimes are being committed against them.
Would you say that war crimes being committed to Nazi Germany is comparable to war crimes being committed against innocent Palestinians?
No, not comparable at all. But
okay, so you gave me a scenario in which it's not analogous. Congratulations.
So just because the degree of severity of the war crime or the degree of, let's say, inequity between those committing the occupation and those being occupied, that just because that might be different, just because...
No, it's because I don't think that war criming a Nazi is bad. I don't. I don't think that war criming a Nazi is bad at all. I don't think that's bad at all, right?
Okay,
I just want to clarify that. So that's why I'm fine with further funding like countries that would be like war criming like Hitler.
So you think that Nazi Germany, every single person as a part of Nazi Germany, sorry, I don't know how to really explain it, but every single man, woman, and child that were part of the Nazi party, lived under the Nazi regime, were Germans. Just because they didn't revolt, they were placed into that system. You believe that it's okay to commit war crimes against a population that is being run by a regime such as Nazi Germany. You believe that every soldier that fought for Nazi Germany deserves
Daniel, thank
mutilation.
you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
You think they deserve like intense mutilation or whatever war crime you're talking about to the degree that they worked under that regime? You think they were total proponents of the regime, or do you think they were possibly innocent?
wait. Do you agree with the mutilation of rapists, like cutting off their genitals?
I wouldn't really want to inflict like pain on a human being, but I would say the death penalty is acceptable for people like that.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with war criming and giving Nazis that rape and unalive Jewish people during the Holocaust.
Well, sure, if a Nazi soldier is found to be like...
do you have any anything else that you want to bring up? I'm going to bring Parker up, Rico.
Yeah,
so
we
move
can
on to another guest.
Yeah, sure, of course. The last thing I wanted to bring up was your point about the the identity politics. You said that that was a pivot that I made, not you, or whatever it was.
I didn't accuse you of a pivot.
I don't mind. Oh, okay. So I didn't really mean to accuse you of pivoting. I don't see pivoting as necessarily a bad word. It just means we're moving on to a new thing. But I did want to
Shrimp, thank you so much for the boxing glove. I appreciate you for
one
the
of the
love.
things that Democrats and
I'm going to bring Parker up. I'm sorry, man. I appreciate you for the convo. Parker said wrap it up, and then he's going to pop up. So we're going to bring Parker up. I do apologize. Parker, hop up in here. We're going to move on to our next guest, and we're going to get Parker up. So everyone, do just give us a minute, y'all. Parker.
While we're waiting here, man, that was quite the conversation. That guy blows my mind. We've got 10.1 thousand people in here. Dean's sitting at 2.3. So those of you who are on your earbuds, please head back to your screen, fill the bar up one time. If you feel like being generous, fill it up 2 times. We do know that there are MAGAs hate watching. So if you want to be like a blue state, subsidize a red state, fill it up 2 times to cover their bid. Thank you, guys.
Hell yeah. And Parker should be hopping up any minute. He just texted me saying move on from that guy. I'm about to join, so he should be up here any second. And also, guys, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already, y'all. I go live and I do these debates every single day, y'all. I just want to point that out. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the queue literally right now. If you are in the guest request, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And for the 10,000 people in here, I appreciate y'all for being here. Parker should be hopping up at literally any moment, y'all. I don't know why he's not up yet. But guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. We got our next guest loading in literally right now. So everybody just give us a minute. Let's go get our next guest up in here. Continue to spam MAGA down below, guys. Continue to spam MAGA down below. Yeah, hurry up, Parker. So real, so real. Someone in the chat says that Dean smoked that guy. Dude, I was running laps. Crazy. We're going to get Terry up in here, y'all. Everyone continue to spam MAGA, everybody. Please continue to spam MAGA. All right. Owen, I can invite you. All right. We got our next guest joining in right now.
While you're working on that, it's such a bad faith tactic when you're voting for somebody who supports a policy and then your cop out is, well, I don't support that policy, and then you use it as a mechanism to try to avoid discussing that policy. I mean, when you vote for somebody, maybe you don't agree with all of their policies, but at least the headline ones you are tacitly endorsing by voting for them.
Absolutely. What's going on, Parker? How you doing?
What's good, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. What's up, everyone? Are the MAGA wild today?
Yeah, they're pretty wild. What's going on, Like? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, no, but there is one subject that I really think.
Guys, please don't tell me that you're voting for Trump in the chat and just lying to me. That actually kind of pisses me off. What's up, Lobo? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why so?
So, I would say that I'm partially a one issue voter for the most part. I mean, I kind of tend to lean towards the fact that, with balance, I try and balance the scales, I think, a little better than both you and Parker do. I think you guys do a pretty awful job of balancing the scales.
Can you tell us why you're voting for Trump, man?
Yeah, so I would say that FOSTA SESTA is probably the biggest reason as to why I'm voting for Trump.
Yeah, FOSTA SESTA literally put more SEX workers in harm's way.
Okay, so there's a two-sided coin, right? So
no, it's actually not. You could look into the empirics. There's not a single source that would reliably report that FOSTA SESTA was good for sex workers.
Okay, so again, FOSTA SESTA was made to legitimately reduce the amount of that happening in the United States, right? So, and then on top of that, the U.S. Code 7107, the actions against governments failing to meet.
Wait, no, give me a source that indicate that FOSTA SESTA had a good impact. You can't, because they don't exist.
Okay,
every single reliable report indicating on the outcomes of FOSTA SESTA would say that the outcomes were negative.
Let me put it this way. Okay, so if you believe in second chances? Let me ask you first.
Do I believe in second? Dude, I know. Answer my. Give me a source that indicate that the outcomes of FOSTA SESTA were positive.
Okay. Again, let me put it this way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it was positive or negative. Let me put it this way.
He doesn't have a source. He doesn't matter whether or not the policy is positive or negative. He just decided to bring it up for the fuck of it.
No. I'm bringing it up for a very solid reason, and the reason is that He's one of four presidents, okay, that have actively tried to do anything to combat sex trafficking in the United States. Okay, so one of four presidents.
Can you give me any source that like actually showed that it was effective?
Yeah, so I just want to let you know that it led to economic instabilities for 72% of the online participants, right? Making these sex workers more like economically unstable, right? Leading them to more dire and drastic circumstances, right? There's like, this is coming from the bjcl.org. The FOSTA-SESA had a terrible impact on sex workers by decreasing their financial security and stability. This is coming from AIDS United. Even anti-traffickingreview.com. Look up anti-trafficking review, the impact of FOSTA-SESA, and the removal of Backpage. What we'll see is that most online respondents reported feeling less safe and financially secure. FOSTA-SESA made online sex workers literally feel less safe.
Right. So what you're saying, is you actively believe in sex working, right?
I believe that we shouldn't make them feel less safe.
You support sex workers, right? That's what you're saying.
No, if anything, what I'd support would be a comprehensive dialogue that would lead to nuanced policy.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
I'm agnostic on the issue.
You're agnostic on the issue of sex.
I haven't put much thought into it. I think that that's an incredibly
sex working is a good form of work, right? Like you believe that is a good thing to do, and to perpetuate that industry is a good thing.
Toy, I appreciate you for the subscription, and Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So on one hand, I think that sex work is work. But on the other hand, I think that it puts a lot of women in a lot of harm's way. Okay, so I'm agnostic on the issue. I haven't put one moment. Do you mind if I finish?
Sure.
Yeah, on one hand, I think that sex work is work. On another hand, I think that it puts a lot of women in harm's way. I'm agnostic on the issue. But you said that you're a single issue voter for FOSTA-SESA. FOSTA-SESA was a failure.
Okay, but the point is that there's active attempt to try and undo something that is a very, very large problem in the United States.
No, it made the problem worse. It made the problem. No, absolutely.
You concede that point.
It was an attempt to undo the problem that actually made the problem worse.
So let's use another thing that he also did.
No, why the fuck are you not making this realization? You're such a virtue signaler. Well, Lobo, I'm going to mute you if you interrupt me. You're coming up here and you're telling me that you're a single issue voter because of FOSTA-SESA, right? That reduced harm caused onto sex workers, right?
Okay, I guess it's not a single issue. Sex trafficking is the issue, right?
If sex trafficking is the issue and FOSTA-SESA makes him less financially secure and makes him feel less safe, it makes the issue worse.
So you don't believe
FOSTA-SESA makes the issue of sex trafficking worse.
Okay, so what you believe is that making it worse is not a deterrent at all.
Ryan, thank you for the $20.
Yes, that is not a deterrent. No.
Wait, so you want to make sex work worse for sex workers?
But what you're saying is that being a sex worker and making
why wouldn't you just want to hold people who are doing bad things to sex workers accountable? Like what? Why are you blaming the sex worker?
That is a part of what the U.S. Code 7107 that was.
Why are you blaming the sex worker though? You're saying it's a fault of the sex worker.
I'm saying that in order for that to no longer become a thing, or for it to get lessened, or for
sex trafficking is bad because of the conditions of the women in sex trafficking.
Would you concede the fact that?
Wait, I have a question. Do you think sex work in general is bad?
I would say that I would not agree with doing that as a career choice, right?
You wouldn't agree with it as a career choice?
No, I would not agree with that as a career choice, and I'm sure you can probably also concede that that's probably not the best way to go about.
So I have a question.
Life, giving your body to other people in order to make money, right? There's better ways of making money in the United States. Yes, could you concede that point?
Okay, so then here would be my question: Why do you follow?
Kathy, thank you for the $25. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, Kathy. W's for Kathy in the chat. Oh my God, Lobo.
Can you tell me why you follow this account?
Well. What do we have here? Another middle-aged white man?
Can you tell me why you follow that account? I mean, I can keep swiping through other accounts. That's not the only one.
Well.
That sexual like inclination.
Wow.
What do we have here every time, folks?
So at the end of the day, do I believe that these people who are doing this are making the best choice in their life? Right,
dude, you got cooked, bro.
No,
you got cooked.
Just because I might support content creators doesn't mean.
Wait. So why don't you support their content creation, buddy?
Doesn't mean that I believe that that's the best career choice for them in their life.
Wait. You can say that, but should it be legal? And should you not try to make the conditions of it worse? Right? Like you could say that you wouldn't want your kid to go into construction, right? Because you don't want it to be hard on their body or something like that, right?
You could say that, yeah.
Also,
okay, that doesn't mean you think construction should be illegal, or you think that people who are construction workers are doing something bad.
I also don't believe that construction work should be deterred from. Right?
Okay, so why? Then what are you talking about here?
I'd like to make a very important point.
Because at the end of the day, if there's something that could be actively done to better their life in another way by actively deterring them from a certain career choice, right? That would be a good thing to do, right?
But that's what I wanted to just chime in about. I want to make a very important point here, right? Fosta Sesta did not make their lives better. A lot of women go into...
Again, it was a deterrent. That's what that's the point that I'm saying.
If you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you. Do you mind if I speak? Thank you. A lot of women go into SW, right, because of financial instability. That is an absolute fact.
Yes, yes. I would concede that. 100%.
Victor, think of the $25 for your very, very legal content creator job, and Jasmine, think of the $5.
And Fosta Sesta actively undermined the financial stability of these SW workers. Okay? 78% of respondents to surveys of SW workers. Lobo, I'm going to mute you.
That was like a third grade teacher, like shh.
I do. I got a gentle parent these motherfuckers. Because this is a very important topic. Most of these women, right, in these SW-related fields, right, reported that they had less financial stability and they felt less safe. And this is a negative feedback loop because when we're advocating for policy that undermines the safety and the well-being of women in sex work, when the main reason they went into the sex work was because of their well-being and safety, you just generate a larger issue. Okay, we should not be addressing the problems with like sex trafficking and sex work by making these women less safe and less financially stable.
He also follows Charlie Kirk.
I take issue with like the SW industry, not because I'm a misogynist, not because I don't think that SW is work, but because I think that a lot of women in the industry are not in safe circumstances. They are in
because of the
fucking
men
way.
that are trying to exploit them and take advantage of them. So let's talk about how we can make the system better for women who are in these circumstances instead of just demonizing women for going down this path to better their own circumstances.
Right. Instead of literally making their lives worse.
Which is what the U.S. Code 7107 was about, right?
You have no evidence that this particularly led to better conditions. You actually argued that you want there to be worse conditions. So imagine being a single issue voter on this. Also, by the way, I just want to let you know you're voting for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Says he walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He says yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Calls his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. He says he has sex in common with his daughter.
Morgan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
He said perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. So if you actually care about violence targeted towards women, then why are you voting for such a candidate?
Because again, I know how to weigh the scales properly, unlike you guys, right?
You know how to weigh the scales? Please tell me how you're weighing the scales properly, buddy.
I would say that the millions of people...
And then also, you're way out of your fucking depth. You've probably been making this single issue, I care so much about sex trafficking, Trump passed Fosta Sesta point, to, Democrats for years, okay? But you finally met someone that actually knows the real impact of the bill. Can we just point out that Lobo, in the 20 minutes he's been on the live, hasn't responded to the fact that the bill harmed sex workers? Can we just make that
he actually
clear?
said that was good. He said, we should do that because it does that. So it deters people from doing it.
Yes. 100%.
Oh my God! No, it doesn't deter them from doing it because the reason they're in that position, it would not deter them from doing it because the reason they're there in the first place is because of financial
You
instability.
don't think that putting them in harm's way would deter them from a fucking job?
Absolutely not, because they're in that position in the first place because of financial instability. So when you bring them greater financial instability, they go right back into that position.
Hold up. You tell your kids not to go out to the lake because maybe they could get hurt, right? So do you put like alligators in that lake so that when they go there, it's more of a deterrence for them not to go?
No, that's like saying that like.
You hear this guy? Look at him. Look at this yapper.
That's like saying that making something illegal is not a deterrent for doing that crime.
Wait. You're not understanding. You're trying to make the conditions worse. Right? Like literally, listen, that is literally like saying, oh, don't go to the lake by yourself because you could possibly drown. Oh, because they're going to do it anyway. How about instead of making the conditions better, like how about I go there with them to make them safer? Instead, we're going to put alligators in the lake so that if they go there, they have a higher chance of dying. Okay. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
No. Okay, so what you're saying is that making something illegal, right? If you were to, for example, make sex work illegal, right? That would not be a deterrent for doing
that's not the claim. Of course. Let me give you an example. If you put the alligators in the lake, of course that's a deterrence for your kid not to go to the lake. But why the fuck would you do that? You're putting your kids in harm's way. If you care about your kids, you wouldn't want to put them in harm's way like that.
Your kids would not want to go into the fucking lake if there's a fucking alligator in the lake.
Do you hear this guy? Do you even actually argue to put alligators in the lake?
I have a question. Should we stop? Should we stop denying people that smoke cigarettes and get lung cancer any type of medical service to treat their cancer because putting them in more harm's way will reduce the amount of people that smoke?
This guy is crazy.
Answer my question, please.
You're pivoting.
No, that's not a pivot.
Yes, it is.
No, it's the same conceptual point.
No, it's not.
Thank you for the $1.43. Thank you so much for I love you. Watch your stuff every day. Jasmine, thank you for the $3.
We are staying on track, right? Like, I'll literally
onto a different topic.
I'll literally detail the conceptual analogy to you. So the conceptual analogy would be here is that smoking equals bad. So to further deter more people from smoking, we need to put smokers in more harm's way. Denying medical treatment and services to individuals that smoke and get lung cancer would place them in more harm's way. Unequivocally, that would be true. So would you support ending and terminating all services to individuals that get lung cancer from smoking to serve as a further deterrent from people not to smoke in the first place?
Again, that's an unfair stance, right?
How so?
Because you're equating something.
Loving Adventures! Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal, saying Lobo is sub to my OnlyFans. Yo! Thank you for the $100. W's for Loving Adventures in the chat right now with the $100. That is absolutely insane. Thank you for the love.
You're welcome, by the way.
What? Did you just say you're welcome to the person who said that?
Yeah.
Are you actually subbed?
Absolutely. I have the ability to support content creators.
Dude, do you hear this guy, bro?
Do you
hear this guy? I can't even. Christian Handor. This guy's such a hypocrite. It's unbelievable.
Support people, yet I also have the ability to believe that it's not the best career choice. And that they have the ability to further their own lives doing something different that is not going to be that, right? Like they have the ability to literally.
I just want to let you know. You know that you create.
He's saving them, everybody. He's saving them.
Yeah, you create more conditions for people to go into those circumstances, specifically by demanding the service.
Wait, say that again.
If you don't want people to go into it, stop demanding the service. Because if you have a demand, the supply is going to be generated because there's an incentive to produce the supply. If you don't demand it, then there's no incentive. Okay. So stop blaming women for doing it when you're the one fucking demanding it. Jesus Christ.
Shirley, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Shut up. Shirley, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Let's get at least 1,000 W Shirley's in the chat. Thank you so much, Shirley. You guys are going off right now. Seriously, thank you guys for the love. And Shirley, shut up. Shirley actually brings up a good point. Shirley says this man doesn't want to help SW workers, but wants to punish them, pretty much.
Literally, that's all it is. He wants to punish women.
And Victor, thank you for the 25. Shut up. Victor, thank you for the shut up. Victor, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. W's for Victor in the chat. Thank you for the $25.
I want to make the distinction that sex work and sex trafficking are very different.
You just said that you want to make conditions worse for sex workers, though. So what the fuck are you talking about? Why was that a relevant point to bring up?
Because sex work and sex trafficking are different.
But you just said you want to make sex trafficking. You just said that you want to make sex trafficking conditions worse.
What was FOSTA SESTA intended to do?
India, thank you for the rosy. It was intended to help sex workers get out of the business. I have a question.
It was a deterrent for sex trafficking as
Do
well as.
do you support like?
How did it deter sex trafficking?
Do you support the?
Well, the U.S. Code 7107 acts against governments failing to meet.
7107. Do you support like the crime bill?
He's like not answering the question.
Do you support the crime bill because it was intended to reduce crime, but it actually just led to more systemic racism?
Again, stand on the same point, Dean. Stop trying to pivot to another point.
That's not a pivot. You're saying that you support the bill because of its intention, even though what happened after the bill was implemented
We're not talking about other
was bad.
points here. We're not talking about other points, and using
Holy
intention
shit.
on other issues in order to relay those
Yeah,
issues.
so you realize that you have a bad argument, so then you're just saying no conceptual thought can be, no critical thought, accept my argument, it had good intentions, you must believe me. But as soon as I critically think, I'm like, there's other policy that has had good intentions with negative outcomes, so would you support them too?
Well, again, you're equating intent on an entirely separate issue to intent on this issue. So you are pivoting. So the point is
So,
that
Lobo, I'm going to make the point clear. You're saying good
he's one
intention,
of
bad
four
outcome.
presidents. He is one of four
God, thank you for
presidents
$5 on Venmo.
who have actively tried to do something about sex trafficking in the United States. Okay? So the fact that he has actively tried doing that, the reason why I say that I weigh the scales better than you guys is because when it comes down to the issues that you guys use as like the civilly held civilly liable and all this
Okay,
stuff,
I have a question.
and grabbing the pee and all.
Hey Lobo,
and
I have a question.
rape
So
and
if
rape
Donald
and all this
Trump like actively tried to stop sex trafficking by giving all sex traffickers $1 million.
millions of people?
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish talking with that interruption. If Donald Trump tried to stop sex trafficking by giving all sex traffickers $1 million with the intention that they'll just take that money and live the rest of their life with it and stop sex trafficking to generate an income, but instead they invest that money back into sex trafficking, growing sex trafficking to harm more women, would you still hold the same energy?
Probably not, because I don't think he would do that. I don't think that would be an intentful thing of his.
Okay, so in other words, if Donald Trump intended to help sex trafficking but actually hurt the women in it more, right, you wouldn't say that this is a good policy. Okay? Well, that's exactly what FOSTA SESTA did.
I don't believe that the intent behind FOSTA SESTA was for. I don't believe that the intent behind
he's
FOSTA
fucked.
SESTA was for.
He's screwed.
Yeah, moving on to our next guest. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the live literally right
How long
now.
are you staying on? Are you staying on for the debates tonight, Dean?
Yeah, but I'll probably get off intermittently. You guys feel free to spam MAGA down below in the chat.
Intermittently, you mean like get off and then get back on? Is that
Yeah. Get some food or something. By the way, guys, I got a haircut today. Right, I got
Yeah, I was like, it's old Dean is back.
Yeah, the old Dean is back, bro. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
It caught me off
how y'all
guard, bro.
doing?
I was like, dude, did I just go back in time?
For
Kai,
real?
thank you for the
Yeah,
$5. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Everybody,
everybody,
50 taps for the bowl cut.
How you
It's
doing?
not
How you
a bowl
doing?
cut.
Yo,
what's up?
my girlfriend said the same thing, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, but it looks like a bowl cut because of the headphones.
Can y'all hear me?
Take off the headphones. Let's see it.
All right, bet. Yeah, Brown. Why are you voting for Trump?
I just want to say
He had to make it stop looking like a bowl cut. Do you see how he had to move it just to be able to show us? It's a bowl cut, chat. Look at it. Dude, did you just put a bowl on top of your head and be like, yo, cut, please?
Bro, this is active bullying. I'm getting bullied, and I think my haircut.
No, I'm not
looks
bullying.
nice.
I'm just telling you what it is.
I think my haircut looks nice.
Yeah, I'm not saying it looks bad. I'm just saying it looks like a bowl cut.
The reason I'm voting for Trump is the condition to which the world is currently in. Trump is what the American people has to have. I don't see a place where Kamala Harris will win this election only due to the fact that, like, I don't have anything against her, but due to the fact and the condition to which the world is in right now, Trump is the ideal person that has to lead America.
The ideal person is a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government, someone who tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, denied science as it relates to climate change, saying the globe was going to start cooling, that science didn't just know it yet, said he had sex in common with his daughter, said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, says perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter is voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. He says he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Now that's an ideal candidate.
Again, due to the condition to which the world is in right now, Donald Trump is the ideal.
That's not what
person
ideal
that
means. I'm just letting you know that's not what ideal means. Ideal doesn't mean in the particular conditions. It means like exactly in reference to your desires, like in
Okay.
accordance with your desires.
Okay. So I'll speak from a different standpoint, right? There's a lot of wars.
Amanda,
that's
thank you
going
for the
on
$4
right now.
saying it's definitely a haircut, and Bethany, thank you for the $5 saying that the haircut looks good.
Okay. There are a lot of wars going on right now to which America is a part of, is some of the people they are backing up.
Like which ones? What war is America fighting?
The Israel and Palestine war, right?
Okay, so do you think that we should revoke funding for Israel, like get out of the war? Get out of the not a war. You call it get out of the genocide, as I'd say.
Well, the thing that's happening between Israel and Palestine, I just first of all want to say I stand for humanity. I don't stand on either or side because at the end of the day, these are human beings that
Okay,
die
bro.
on both sides.
Dude. You said that we should get out of global conflicts, and now you're arguing that we should be in global. Why is Donald Trump the best leader for America?
No.
What is he going to do for the American people?
First off, let me correct you. I don't want you to put words in my mouth. I never once ever said that you guys should get out or stay in of this current
Okay,
conflict.
so why are you voting for Trump?
I said.
I just want to hear one reason. I just want to hear one reason why you're voting for Trump. That's all.
Because of the condition to which the world is in right now. The reason I'm voting for Trump, again.
Vague answer. So what is he going to do to fix the condition of the world that Kamala Harris wouldn't?
No. It's not about the world. What he's going to do to help the American people is.
Okay, how is he going to help the American people?
Someone said coach versus couch today.
Let's go. That's fire.
All right.
Dude.
So how's he going to help the American people?
He's going to help the American people to I honestly sincerely believe that America will be going to war at some point in time in the nearest future. And Kamala Harris is not someone that the American people will stand behind to lead
Kamala, by the way. You just keep saying that, then we're not going to stand behind. Why?
Because, well, let's go back to you guys, to the American history. For many
More people
wars,
stand behind Kamala Harris right now to lead us in Donald Trump.
not to lead, well, to lead you guys in your, like, in the sense of like the economy, to build it up and all that other shit. But in terms of like war and stuff like that, she's not a candidate that can lead any of you guys into war or through a battle.
Why?
Because given the logical,
just say that you think men are better at leading than women. Just do it.
No. I don't.
Just say it. Just say it.
No.
Okay, I continue to beat around the bush. Why
I don't agree with that. I believe women have the ability to
Angelica,
make
thank you for the
logical
$2.50.
decisions.
I appreciate you for the love on PayPal.
I believe women have the ability
Okay,
to
Jared,
make
I'm
logical
going to give you
decisions
30 seconds to tell me why she wouldn't be able to lead America in wartime.
Because she's gonna. A lot of women have the tendency to base certain decision on emotion, where men, we have the ability to base, especially in war, to base our decision without including or having our emotion get the better of us.
Yeah, I hear you. So, okay, I was watching Jordan Peterson's podcast last night.
Emotion getting the better of us.
Oh,
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Mia, thank you for the $3 on PayPal for the gentle parenting.
That's one of his most famous line on TikTok.
Guy, why, dude?
That's an emotional response. Go for it, Dean.
Yeah. So I was watching Jordan Peterson's podcast last night. And you might have a point, okay? And Jordan Peterson gave some evidence for this point last night, and I want to see if you'd agree with his evidence that like women are more emotional than men. So Jordan Peterson said that women are more emotional than men, and some evidence for this would be that they're much more likely to self-unalive. Another piece of evidence would be is that women are much more likely to like abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. He also like said that women are much more like predisposed towards irrational behaviors like drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Wait, would you agree that that's like good evidence?
And like violent crime.
Yeah, would you agree that that's good evidence that women are more emotional than men?
Hells no, I don't agree with any of those because of the fact that is those things that you've stated. It's just any person can do that, regardless of male or female.
Women do it more. Like they're much more likely to do all those things.
No, if anything, men does it way more, and have been doing it way more than women.
Okay, well, goddamn it, you
didn't get him with the trap.
Yeah, I didn't get him with the trap. Yeah, the point is like the whole argument that women are like more emotional than men is just blatant misogyny, and it's also baseless at best. Like men are much more likely to self-unalive, which is like the most emotional reaction to external stimuli. Men are much more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with their unprocessed emotions. Women generally deal with emotions better than men. That's why they have a higher EQ on average, and they're more predisposed towards irrational, emotionally adverse behaviors, such as violent crimes, starting wars or genocides, or even just drunk driving, gambling, or reckless driving. Meanwhile, we see women having higher IQs and EQs on average. We see women outclassing men in the context of academia, getting better grades, going to school more, and getting more degrees. We see women outclassing men in the context of STEM-related fields. Women surgeons outperform men surgeons, right? And that we see women are biologically designed to deal with stress better due to evolution driving thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy, so they could deal with stress better. The point being childbirth. So not only are women more emotionally mature and more intelligent, but they're also designed to deal with stress better. Okay, right? Yeah. So if anything, I'd say that women would be better.
Did you just say designed, bro? Jeez, Dean's a theist now.
I'm a theist. I'm indexing that to like evolution processes.
What's the designer, Dean? What's the designer, buddy?
And I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. So like my point here would be we have a lot of evidence to substantiate that your claim's false. What evidence do we have to substantiate that your claim's true?
It's true. True. Fair. I agree with that. I came on here. I don't want to argue with any of you guys. You guys all have your beliefs. Respectfully, that's
okay. So your claim is you have no evidence to justify your claim?
No. It's not. It's not that I don't have any evidence to justify my claims.
What is the evidence?
I'm speaking from especially from the American history, right? There has never ever been in our history where a woman has led us into war, especially when it came down to
because we've never had a woman president, dummy.
Exactly.
So would it be fair to me if the year was 2007 and it would be fair for me? Would it be fair for me to say?
Wait, was that a good or a bad thing, by the way? Because I think that's a good thing that a woman has never led us into war, and that's actually probably a reason you'd want to pick a woman.
For real?
Right? Because I thought you guys were anti-war.
No. If no,
zero women have dropped atom bombs. Zero women.
If you look at the American history, like America is one of the strongest nation on the planet.
I wanted to make a point. Would it be fair for me
to the fact that it's been led by?
Would you be fair for me to? Would you be?
No, it has nothing to do with the Met. It has nothing to do with
the American has won a lot of war.
Would it be fair for me to say in 2007 that white people are better at leading than black people because we had never had a black person lead us into war?
By asking that's a tough question, and that's a
that
fair
is not
question.
A tough question,
no,
bro.
It's a tough question. It's a tough question, but it's a fair question. If you're going to talk about Barack Obama and all of the great things he did, and that.
No, this was before Barack Obama was elected. It's 2007. We've never had a black president. Would it be fair for one to say that white people are better at leading than black people because we've never had a black leader lead us into war?
No.
Oh, so then why is it fair to say in the dynamic of gender, but not fair to say in the dynamic of race?
Well, all right. Now you're mixing the two. You're bringing gender and race into it. I never once said that.
Shavam, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit! Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Shavam down below in the chat. That is SHIVAM. Thank you so much for the love. I do really appreciate you so much. Massive W's for Shavam down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Shavam. I'm gonna let Parker and Law talk. I've been taking up the mic, but W's for Shavam down below in the chat. Thank you for the $100 donation.
What were you saying?
So I was saying like I'm not race and gender and sex and all that other stuff don't matter to me personally. I'm just saying from how our country has been built as Americans, we stand.
What was Dean's point? Can you just reiterate what Dean's point was?
He had asked me a question before 2007. Would it be fair to say that a black president, a white president is a better leader than a black president? And I said, no, it's not fair. Due to the fact
that means the reasoning is invalid then. So you're not going to say because a woman hasn't led us into a war, that means she's a bad president. Because you wouldn't say it in these other circumstances, unless you'd have to provide a relevant difference insofar as that you provide it in one scenario but not the other.
Okay, so again, from our history as Americans, we have always won our battles due to our leader that have been in charge, which historically
I can't do it, man. He's just going to keep saying men. He's just going to keep saying men. Just because men have been leaders. That's like, you just reiterated the same point we just critiqued. You just reiterated the same point that you just critiqued. You just showed no gaining in knowledge at all.
No, the understanding of why like Donald Trump is ideally the best person for America to have right now.
You're just saying because he's a man.
No.
Then what is the reason?
It doesn't have any.
You were just bringing up because he's a man. Give me the reason.
No, he is a dude, but he is like Trump is the ideal president for the American people because he is going to move the nation.
You fucking suck. This whole thing has been about emotions. How emotional do you think that Donald Trump was when he screamed, "I hate Taylor Swift"? How emotional do you think that Donald Trump was? How emotional do you think that Donald Trump was when he started talking about eating the dogs and the cats and how big his crowd sizes were on? Wait, honestly, dude, let's just use.
I don't think he was very emotional about it.
Boom! Shut the fuck up. That's right. I'm talking. You're listening. Great. Let's use the presidential debate, the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as a good standard for who's more emotional under stress and pressure. Kamala Harris's angle in the debate, Amber, thank you for the sub, was literally to get Donald Trump to be emotional. Kamala Harris took advantage of his small, puny, tiny little masculine nature and his emotions and exploited that and got him to become an emotional little baby. And you're going to sit here and say that he's going to perform better under pressure when we're talking about his emotions. This is also the same guy that tried to overthrow the American democracy under pressure because he was so emotional. Rats, your point doesn't work. That sucks. Wow, misogyny. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's from Mackenzie down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $15. And Ellis, thank you for the subscription.
Lindsay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Can I ask all of y'all a question?
Yeah, never respond to what Dean says.
He hasn't responded to a single point here. I don't even think there's a point talking to this guy. Sale, thank you so much. I appreciate the private jet. Thank you so much, Sale. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen to get to 4 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well.
Tito, thank you for the resubscription, brother. It's good to see you. It's been a while. What's up, Joshua? You voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, why so?
Go ahead. You cut out really quick. You cut out. Can you say that one more time?
Why so?
I think when it comes to the economy, race issues, this kind of goes on. I think the Democratic Party as a whole kind of used race issues as a foundation for their
Tito,
platform.
thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you for the love. Wait, Joshua, did we talk on Twitter?
Yeah, we talked. We didn't talk on Twitter. I was on your last live. We didn't really get anywhere. And
you've already talked to him, but how can you say that when Donald Trump is the only one who brought it up? He said that Kamala Harris turned black. Okay, that's Donald Trump bringing it up. That's not Kamala Harris bringing it up.
I think we can't ignore the fact that she has, over past history, kind of switched it up. And I think just acknowledging that, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that at the end of the day.
Wait,
there's nothing wrong with
how is she switched up in a way that you think is bad?
or pointing that out.
How is she switched up in a way you think that's bad?
And Kiana, thank you for the $20 on
I never
Venmo.
said
I
think
appreciate
she
you for the
switched
love,
up on a way that's
Kiana.
bad. I just want to make that very clear. I never said that. I never said that she switched up in a way that's bad. I said that she is changing what she runs on in terms of her racial identity to gain the vote.
Can you give me an example of how she's doing that?
She said she was Indian not that long ago. I could look up.
You can be Indian and black, dude.
I know, but what are you going to run on? I could be white and black in my own run on.
What do you mean run on it? Like, you understand that she's not running on being black. You know that, right? She's not running on that.
What office was she running for when she went to
Why
the
you
historical
wait, actually, can you tell me why you're attributing that to her?
Because that's what she did. She literally
No,
did
she
that.
never ran on being a black
Yes,
woman.
she
She never
did.
did once.
Yes, she did.
Name
Yes,
me
she
one
did.
time
That's her
she's ever done
platform.
that.
Maybe not
Name
today.
me one
Maybe
time.
not- maybe not.
Are you saying other people did it?
Parker. Let me finish what I'm trying to say. Maybe right now in this current campaign she's not doing it, but she has done it in the past. She said, "I am a black woman, so you should vote for me." That she has done that in the past. She did during the DNC. When she was running president for in 2020. She did it then.
When?
She did it then.
When?
She did it multiple times. That was
When?
the platform
Tell me the
that she ran on.
time.
I just told you. During
No,
the whole
tell me
time
when she
2018.
said this. You're just saying she did it.
Natasha, thank you for the $25
Tell me when
on
and the
Venmo.
exact quote she said, because I want a source. I don't want you
W's
just claiming it, because I
W's
never
for
heard her do
Natasha.
this.
W's for Natasha. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Natasha.
Okay, well, I know it happened in 2018. You want a specific time? I can't give you a specific
You
time.
see
So
what
I
I
don't
mean?
have
He
it
doesn't know
sitting here
shit.
right
You
in front
don't.
of me.
No, you don't know anything.
No,
and yet you're claiming it.
Parker. It's not that I don't know shit. It's that I'm sitting here right now. I can give you a time frame, but I don't have the exact minute, time, minute, second, hour that.
No, give me
happened. I
one.
don't.
Give me one article
I
that
don't.
says that.
No,
give
you
me
could-
one
you could
article
say-
that says that.
You could.
Did we debate on Jubilee?
Yes, we did.
Oh,
give me one article that says that.
You're the one that thinks it's okay to call black people black with an S at the end.
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, that's
with
crazy.
That. No, I don't think that's crazy.
I do.
No, I don't think it's
The
crazy. at all.
conversation
If
will
you-
not go anywhere, Parker.
I mean, if we really want to pivot on that, we can. But I think we should really focus on how Donald Trump.
You're
and
not
Kamala
giving
Harris
me.
have done
You're
more.
not giving me a source. If you want to
No,
give me a source,
Parker,
I'll have this
Parker,
conversation. Otherwise, I'm just
Parker.
gonna. I'm just gonna not engage with you because you're just
Parker,
insufferable.
no, Parker. What you're trying to do is pivot right now from the conversation I was trying to have.
I'm
These
not
race
pivoting it
issues.
at all. I
You
asked
are,
you for
are
a source.
pivoting. You are pivoting. You are pivoting.
I
You're
asked
saying,
you
when
for a
has
source
Kamala
the first
Harris
thing. Give me one. Hey,
run on
I'm not
race?
gonna engage it. I'm about to leave the lab. Give me one
Okay.
fucking. Give me one source, or I'm leaving. I'm done.
Okay,
I don't
Parker,
want to
you can
engage in
rage
this
quit all you
conversation.
want.
with
You can rage quit all you
Say
want.
what you want. Give me a
Parker,
source.
you can kick
You
him.
rage quit.
You could-
Can you
Okay,
give me a
take it if you want.
course? Can you give me a
You can do what
source?
you want.
Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm asking you for a fucking source, dude. Just provide the source or get the fuck out of the live. Serious. Serious.
You're
It's not
asking me
difficult. If you want to sit
Parker,
here and have this meta
Parker.
conversation with me, I don't give a shit. Give me the time she said it. Give me one fucking media source that said it. That's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking you for a fucking dissertation. I'm asking you for one damn media source from Google, dude. I'm not asking you for 70 IQ points. I'm asking you for literally
you're
two
asking me-
fucking brain
no.
cells. Two brain cells.
Parker, it's Parker. It's funny because I've listened to so many of your lives and your debates, and that's what you do every single time. You just rage, get mad, and you ask me for a source that I have time to actually look it up. And you want me to pause? I'm more than happy to pause the conversation. I can pull up the source right now.
Do it.
All right.
By the way, Parker.
Like, I don't know what's so difficult for them just to like literally provide a source. Like, you're just trying to pivot around providing a source. You're trying to pivot around actually upholding facts because you don't care about facts. You're not concerned with that. Your entire ideology is built on conspiracy theory. So when I ask you for a source, you go through fucking cognitive breakdown.
And I think it's just important that if you're going to cite a claim in order to strengthen your argument, you need to be able to point to the basis for that claim. Like when I'm writing a brief or making an argument, I can't just say, "Trust me, Judge, it's there somewhere. You can go look it up." No, if you make an argument, you have to be ready to defend it with the source of that argument.
Also, just to point out, like, this is one of the 20 Republicans from my Jubilee episode. Every single one of them was insufferable. Like, Joshua is specially built for rage bait because he got cast for that Jubilee episode. Like, I'm pretty convinced that they just literally cast the most rage bait Republicans, like, known to mankind. Joshua was one of those 20 Republicans.
You know what, Parker? You know what? I'll do
thank you
this
so
right
much
now.
for
I'll do this right now, Parker, because I'm not going to sit here for 20 minutes trying to sift through all these news articles
what I
on
mean?
Google
No,
that's
no,
going to
no,
reference to 2024. So let's get back. I want to go back.
No.
I want to go back.
No. We'll open another person. We'll talk to them. Go find your shit.
Beautiful. We're gonna go and add another guest to the live here, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Spam.
Isabel, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Natasha, thank you so much for the $25. And Sophie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Spam Maggie down below if you want to come up and
You
debate.
see what I mean, chat? He's not going to find it because because he doesn't have anything. He knows he won't be able to find it, so that's why he's trying to pivot away.
Parker, I'm conceding that.
Joshua, I can keep muting you. I want a source.
I know, but I'm saying I'm conceding that to you.
You're gonna no, because you're gonna still believe it.
I was right.
I don't believe you think that. I don't believe
This is the most childish thing right now. You're doing the most childish thing right now.
Dude, what are you talking about,
No,
dude?
you're
Unironically,
I'm
asking you for a source, and instead of actually, so are you actually going to change your mind, or are you going to still hold the conspiratorial belief?
Fine. You know what? I'll change my mind to that one specific point. I'll give it to you.
Are you actually changing your mind?
I'm giving it to you right now. I'm saying right now, as a man, I'm giving that to you. Now let's go back on the topic of race issues.
I don't care. I don't care about like the performative shit for the live. I want to hear like your actual beliefs, bro.
My
yeah, like I feel like you're doing this performative for the live.
No, it's not for the live at all. No, it's not for the live. I feel like Donald Trump has done more for the black community than Kamala Harris has done.
Complete pivot from the point. No, before you talk about that, we can talk about that in a second. That's a delusional point, but let's talk about the glove. Literally had no basis for your point of saying that she ran on the fact that she's black and she's a woman.
For the fourth
Skylar,
time now,
$3 at Venmo.
for the fourth time, I am conceding that to you. I'll admit.
No, but like, do you actually think that, or are you just doing it performative for the live?
For the fifth time now, I am conceding that to you.
Genius.
No,
that
it
was
is
the
fifth
second time you've said that.
No, I just said I conceded to you multiple times, but you kept on muting my mic. So
again,
like, if you would have muted my mic, you would have known that at the end of the day.
You want to know why? Because I don't hear like genuineness in your. I don't think that you just changed your mind like that. I don't believe that.
I don't want to sit here and go have a back and forth this whole entire time.
Yeah, so you see how you're trying to pivot away from the conversation because you know you're not going to find anything.
No. Okay, what does this conversation right now have anything to do with why I'm voting for Trump over Kamala Harris?
You see what I mean? Like it's just every single time, dude. This is like, dude.
What is me?
I actually find nothing in talking to you. I find nothing in talking to you.
Okay, Parker, this is what you do all the time.
Yeah. Think of the $5. No, I don't. I talk to people. I have genuine conversations all the time. You're just a fucking gaslighter.
Parker, I am more than happy to sit here and have a constructive conversation with you on why I'm voting for Donald Trump on a basis of race. I am more than happy to have that conversation with you. Do you want to have that conversation or not?
Okay, I'll have that conversation. I'll have that conversation, but you're just like it's so ridiculous that you're trying to act like. From the fact that you didn't concede on that and you just did that performatively, but go for it.
No. Okay, fine.
Everyone knows you did that performatively. That has any more than 2 brain cells.
Okay, fine, whatever. So I think that Donald Trump has done more for the African American community when it comes to opportunity zones, when it comes to funding at HBCUs, when it comes to the First Step Act, and a lot of our.
You're so disingenuous. You're so fucking Joshua. You're so fucking disingenuous. Here's a conversation that we had on Jubilee.
Office, he gave funding to HBCUs. Do you know how much funding he sent to HBCUs? A decent amount. I can't give you the exact amount was $250 million per year. Okay. Do you know how much Obama's administration and Biden's administration have sent? I would like to hear. Obama sent $1 billion a year, and Biden sent $4 billion a year.
I already schooled you on the HBCU shit.
Parker,
why are you still screaming Parker's name?
I'm sorry. Dean, my bad. My bad. Dean, you know what's really funny? If you actually show the video, you got fact checked on that. You got fact checked. That's wrong.
The fact check proved me right. The fact check proved me right. Joshua, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love W's for Joshua in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
The only thing he could have gotten fact checked on was the fact that it was $500 million a year for Obama.
Yeah, and then also That's it.
It was still $4 billion a year for Biden.
You're also right. You know what? The fact check did prove me wrong. I said that he sent exactly $250 million to HBCUs. Yeah, actually sent $255 million.
Oh my god.
My god.
Dean, no. What's really funny? You're completely missing all the other context in that fact check too. In the fact check, it said that he initially did get $500,000. What you said. But a whole bunch of different allocations, it amounted to $1.6 billion over his administration. So
allocations from whom?
No, you're losing. You're taking out so many different things.
It was not 1.6. $255 million a year times 4. Do that for me real quick. Do that math. Is that 1.6?
255 times 4?
Yeah, is that 1.6? Wow, the silence is deafening.
No, it's what?
Also,
no,
also
it's
the
one
fact check on the other funding to HBCUs that wasn't coming from Congress nor the executive branch. That was other related government funding that had nothing to do with Congress or the executive branch. And
Dean,
that was
can you do
even
me a favor?
clarified.
Dean,
That was even
Dean,
clarified in the fact check.
Dean, can you actually read the whole entire fact check for your viewers to hear? Because I think that's very fair for them to hear the whole entire fact check word for word. I think it's very fair for them to hear that.
If I could find it in the video.
I've already looked at this. It's literally $500 million a year for Obama.
No,
It's $4 billion a year for Biden.
Parker, I'm not talking about that. I want to hear the exact fact check word for word. I'm pulling up right now on my laptop.
Okay, you can just literally look up the level of funding. I mean, I can send you an article from like AP or something. Would you like that? Like, I think a lot of their fact checks were useless. To be honest with you. Whoever's doing their fact checks, whoever's doing their fact checks has no clue what they're doing.
They also called black people black with an S at the end.
Yeah, like they've got some conservative fact checkers, bro, that have no clue how to fact check things. They don't even know the context of the conversations. Like literally, the fact checks that were between me and Charlie Kirk are some of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Sometimes, like some things they got right. I'm not gonna lie, but like a lot of it was really dumb.
Damn. Also, I'm reading off. Here's a fact check. So Trump signed the Future Act in 2019, making $255 million in annual funding for HBCUs permanent. In total, the federal government provided HBCUs with at least $1.8 billion a year from 2016 to 2018. During the Obama administration, the federal government provided as much as $2.4 billion a year to help with recovery from the Great Recession. So actually, this fact check proves me wrong, but it makes my argument better because this fact check says, all things considered, under Obama's admin, they sent $600 billion a year more towards HBCUs, which is much different from the original claim that I had made of about $300 billion a year.
So, D, I actually have a really quick question. So,
no, I don't want to hear your question. You're annoying. Hi, Jay. You voting for Trump?
Woo! What's going on, Dean?
You voting for Trump, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
Well, there's one thing that could change my mind. There's one thing that could change my mind about voting for Trump.
And what's
if
that?
you and Dean, Parker and Dean, debate your Trump-loving brother, the grape apologist.
What?
Your brother's a Trump supporter, correct?
Oh, yeah, like debate him?
Then I'll definitely vote for Harris. I swear to God.
Sir, if I appreciate you for the subscription. Yeah, I'd like to. I don't think he wants to.
Huh?
I
said he was educated though. You said the other day you were like he's way educated. So
yeah, he's one of the smarter Trump supporters I'm aware of.
The smarter Trump supporters. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, so I'm just gonna. So
I have a feeling you're already voting for Harris.
Huh?
I have a feeling you're already voting for Harris.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. Fuck Harris. Because you and Dean won't.
No. Like I want like an actual reason.
Actually, you know what? I do have a good reason for voting for Trump though.
No, like, what's the reason why you don't like Kamala?
Because you liberalists and Democrats are the reason I get chat banned on Call of Duty all the time.
What, for saying slurs? You see what I mean? You see what I mean, dude?
Ronald, you voted for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, makes sense. You just said in the chat that no one's voting for Harris. Are you sure about that claim?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay, good.
Some people are voting for Harris, but I'm not.
Okay, are you driving right now?
That's like literally the only way you get banned on Call of Duty, by the way.
Yeah, literally.
Like, so that's how I know he was literally doing that. That's literally the only way.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, he's going to make the country better. He will
make the country better.
Well, he'll do better than Harris. I have a feeling about that for sure.
Yeah, like why? How? Tell me.
He's going to close the border. That's a big deal.
Trump is pro-open borders. That's why he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the Senate 2 years back.
Dean, no, he didn't.
He did. He called the Republicans, told them to vote against it, and told everyone that was rallying about it to blame it on him when it fails.
No, he didn't. He called the Republicans.
Have you noticed that this new glitch
It's
has been happening
so
on TikTok?
much, dude. TikTok, please fix this one.
Yeah, this is a bad
so
one.
brutal. It's like my least favorite one.
I know
because
it just randomly
half the
happens.
time, like the really insane guests can't even figure out how to turn it off.
I know, right?
I literally tell them how to do it, and they can't figure it out, dude.
We're gonna get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let us know down below.
By the way, I'll probably be here for like 18 more minutes, 17 more minutes, something like that, until 3:30.
Bet. Sounds good to me. What's up, Karen? You voting for Trump? Karen.
Sam, thank you for the $2.69. Olivia, thank you for the $5, and Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Karen, are you voting for Trump?
Sorry, that was an accident.
Nah, you're good, Karen. Don't worry about it. We
Thank
love
you.
Thanks for cat tapping, Karen.
You're good.
We're gonna get
that guest that you had from Jubilee. That guy was super insufferable. I just knew it from the very beginning. I knew it.
That's
because you know he's being disingenuous, and he's trying to frame it as if he's not, and he's just trying to be productive. Dude, it's so funny.
There was like literally one reasonable guy from Jubilee, and they voted him off every time he got up there.
Yeah, I think that they like intentionally chose like the insufferable brain dead guests. Hello,
And
Addison.
that's why they want me on Jubilee. You know what I
Hello.
mean?
How old are you?
18,
And in what year were you born?
2006,
What month?
April 12th.
Okay, you're 18. You've been trying to get up in the live for hours.
Yes, I have. I feel like you're only letting men in, no offense. But obviously,
Addison, if I was only letting men in,
Addison,
why
I just
did
want to let you
in?
know, most Trump supporters are men, like statistically speaking. You know that, right? Because like
Yes.
women don't want to vote for someone who has raped a woman, who said he has sex in common with his daughter, calls his daughter voluptuous, has restricted women's rights to abortion. You know, that's not very popular amongst women.
well, see, you guys talk about rape a lot. And actually, I've lived in California my whole life, which is right next to the border. And unfortunately, Kamala runs the border and she's
Kamala?
let a lot of immigrants.
She doesn't run the border. That's a ridiculous statement.
Well, she lets a lot of immigrants in, and you
How'd
guys
she do
talk
that?
about rape a lot, and most
rape.
rape happens from those immigrants to women.
No, that's a complete.
that's a
You said
lie.
most of the rape in the country happens from immigrants. No, actually, undocumented immigrants commit violent crimes at a multiple times lesser rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So, if you care about people who are coming to the country or are committing those types of crimes, then why do you want to vote one into presidency?
Yeah.
Well, because Kamala wants women.
Kamala.
What?
Kamala.
Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
She wants fake women to be allowed in the women's restrooms.
Oh,
and-
how about Donald Trump saying he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
can
you
you
care about that?
Can you fact check that for me?
Yeah, you want to hear
please?
him say it?
Sure.
Okay, I got you. Dean, do you have it on?
I actually, that's still the one that I don't have.
You don't have it unloaded? I got you. I got
Yeah,
you. I
it's
got
the one.
you.
It's like that is the one clip of Donald Trump that I do not have loaded and ready to go.
I can send you the link, by the way,
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
so that you can just load it up next time.
It is interesting because like most people just believe it to be true. They like don't need to hear the source. They're like, yeah, it sounds like something you'd say.
I know, right? And isn't that sad that they're not like, oh my God, he did that? They're more like, man, it sounds like Trump.
Literally.
Anyways, while he's getting that clip up, Addison, I have a clip. Oh, he has it up.
Anywhere, owner of the pageant, foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Well, she left.
Arielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I got
She
harassment
left.
and bullying. I'm gonna drop.
I didn't get a flag. You're good.
I got one. Let me go to my second account just for like a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, you're on your main. All right, guys, Parker's going to be right back, y'all. We are going to go and get our next guest up here in the meantime, everyone. It looks like they ran away. She ran away, quite frankly. She ran away.
We have
They
11,000
always
people
run-
here. Everybody fill up the bar one time right now. Headphone listeners, time for you to get back to your device. Fill up the bar one time. Let's get Dean over 4 million here in the next 30 seconds, 60 seconds. We can do it. Everybody tap, fill it up one time. Thank you.
Frick yeah. And if you guys want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are there in the bio. I'll probably be live for another 30 minutes. And then we'll probably head right over to Parker. I'm actually just going to run that by Parker right now. Hang out with him for a bit over there too. Parker, I'll probably be live on here for another 30 minutes. If you want to wait 30 minutes, I could give you right as soon as you start. But if you want to like go live prior to make sure that you have a good algorithm, that also works.
Yeah, I probably want to test it first. Dude, my mic has been like unplugging every single time I like touch my like like the adapter. Every
Yeah.
time I touch the adapter, it just like stops working and I don't hear anything.
Oh, buy a new one. So you know how Apple is. They design the lifespan of their products to be like a year to 2 max. I've had to buy like 2 new adapters since I started streaming, and that's fixed it every single time it's happened. Mac, I appreciate you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Mac. Everybody, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate, y'all. And oh, by the way, one more.
Hey,
one more PSA, guys. One more PSA before we do get our next debate underway. Hit the fucking follow button. We are on the home stretch to 1 million followers. Thank you, Purdy, so much for the DJ glasses. You're awesome. W's for Purdy in the chat. We are on the home stretch to 1 million followers. Be a part of history. Hit the follow button right now. Right now. Hit the follow button right now. Be a part of history. I want to try to get to 950K before we end the stream today. So hit that follow button right now. Right now.
Gail, thank you very much for the $10. And Susan, thank you for the $5. I will put it to good work helping those in need. Appreciate you.
Do you want to help me get a guest up in here? Thank you for the internet.
Am I modded on this account?
Oh, I just got hit up by famous birthdays for my birthday.
AW. Yo, Parker, would you help me get someone up in here by chance, perchance, quite frankly?
I got you.
Oh.
Didn't you get hit up by them a long time ago?
Yeah, that was a stray. It was just weird. Like I got
hit
hit
you
up
up so early, bro.
Yeah, when I like first started. Asa, thank you for the $5. And yo, W Purdy for all the money guns to Parker. W. Guys, please spam MAGA down below in the chat. Matt, thank you. Feel free to help Matt. Hey Ghost, you voted for Trump?
Purdy, you are amazing.
Yep.
Okay, why so?
Why are you voting for Kamala?
Her name, first of all, her name's pronounced Kamala. Second of all, because she has better character and better policy. But the question being asked is why are you voting for Trump?
Basically everything. From the borders to everything. I don't know.
Borders.
Independence, energy independence.
Okay, so we've been more energy independent under Biden and Harris than we ever were under Trump. We're less reliant on imports and we're producing more domestic oil.
Yeah, but how much oil have we wasted in COVID?
Oil wasted during COVID?
Yeah, how many barrels?
Well, what do you consider wasted?
Well, did they use all the barrels that were stocked or whatever?
Oh, the reserve?
Yeah.
Joe Biden strategically sold our reserves when the price of oil was high and then refilled them once it had dropped, generating $27 billion of revenue for our federal government. But right now, the oil reserves are refilled.
And wouldn't it be better to, instead of importing oil, wouldn't it be better to have it on our own land?
Yeah, well, as I said, we're less reliant on imports and we're producing more domestic oil under Biden and Harris than we were under Trump.
So why is fuel prices up?
Because fuel and oil is a global market and there's less global supply. Oh. So do we see how like Trump supporters make a point and when they get disproven, they just don't concede? And
I don't spend all day looking up stuff. And
okay,
That's somehow a bad thing, by the way.
And also, like, the point of the live is like to inform, educate.
I'm just saying that
like, gas was
$1 when Trump was in. Now
I
it's
appreciate you for the $1.
So how is it caused to go up in price by the Biden-Harris administration?
And Heath, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Heath in the chat with a $15.
Explain how inflation isn't partly their fault.
It happened globally: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere on the world. So obviously, it's not going to be the fault of the Biden-Harris administration if that same trend existed globally.
Also, was Donald Trump the president in the 80s?
But wouldn't the private sector be better, like if we actually used it? What? You just said globally, our finance or our economy is blamed on the global aspect of it. But if we had a good, strong private sector,
that doesn't even make any sense because every private sector around the world, right, saw this inflation.
So, like, explain how Russia's private sector was not affected by COVID.
They were.
COVID.
It was. Look at the inflation of the ruble.
Lie. They had more inflation. The value of the ruble went down way more too, based on the sanctions.
But the affordability and stuff that in Russia right now is way better than
Oh,
in
wait,
the
but
United States.
wait, I have a question.
Because the GDP is way lower. The average person can't spend as much money, so there's lower demand there.
Also, another point. What pulled us out of the Great Depression?
What pulled us out of the Great Depression?
Gee,
I
thank you
don't
for the
know.
1 month sub. And Madeline, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. World War II did. All right, the industrial military complex pulled us out of the Great Depression.
So you think
if
that's a good reason to be going in all these wars?
well, no, but my point here would be, what is Russia doing right now?
Yeah, fair point. But I mean, why are we involved in that war?
Because of the Budapest Memorandum, we signed a denuclearization agreement with Ukraine in 1994 stating that if they give up their nukes, we'll defend them if they're invaded. Also, I just think that we should be involved for, I don't know, I don't like Russian expansion. I think it's bad, and if we can prevent it, we should. Madeline, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Madeline in the chat literally right now. Thank you so much. W's
So
for
you
Madeline.
think in
for
the
the $20.
Inflation Reduction Act and stuff where they're signing over hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, that's justified?
Well, I don't know if there's any money sent to Ukraine given the Inflation Reduction Act. But yeah, I do think that sending money to Ukraine is good. We should probably be spending more.
You think we should probably send more?
Yeah, I absolutely support.
Here, I'm gonna go start my own live, but it was good seeing everyone. Love y'all so much, everyone.
Are you down to coast for a little bit?
Yeah.
Good to
Join
see you,
up
Parker.
whenever you want. Good to see everyone.
Yeah, anyways, do you mind if I ask you a question, Mr. Ghost?
Yep.
Name one policy Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that you liked.
In his first term?
Uh-huh. You heard me. You sold. Quite frankly, you sold the bag. You have no fucking clue.
Well, I just mean life was better.
Was inflation
I
higher
could
or
name a lot
lower?
of things that the Democrats have done that I don't like.
Ghost, was inflation higher or lower when Jimmy Carter was our president?
I don't know.
It was lower.
I was
So would
not
you
alive.
would you vote for Jimmy Carter over Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, but inflation was lower. Gas cost less. Gas might have
but the
actually
private
been
sector
$1.
was also stronger. There was less government in your pockets.
Larissa, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Larissa in the chat.
Would you
Thank you
not
for the
say that,
$10. Thank you so
all
much.
this spending is a little bit ridiculous. Like, think about how much spending is being done by the Democrats.
Oh, so there's actually more spending under Trump, Pookie Bear. Oh my God, I love you because you bring up such good points.
Probably for like infrastructure and like business and stuff. Not,
No. In fact,
not
there's more spending
reparations
literally.
in Ukraine.
There was literally more spending for infrastructure under Biden and Harris. Pookie, you're bringing up all these good points. There was $1 trillion invested into infrastructure by Biden and Harris. That literally
You
accounted.
said infrastructure when Trump never passed an infrastructure bill. Like you said the word of like Biden's like landmark achievement with infrastructure. That's crazy.
Dude, you're getting shit on. Oh man, I love my job. Hey guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. We're gonna get another Trump supporter. We need to combine their IQs. We need to squish them together. Brah, you know what I mean? We're gonna create like a transformer.
So why are Democrat states failing?
It's okay, you suck, bro. Can you like stay on topic or not?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking questions. I'm more curious about why you'd vote for Kamala.
Democrat states are failing, yet the highest state ranking by GDP in our country is the Democrat one. Wow.
But there's more people struggling in Democrat states. That's obvious. Like there's more homelessness and all that. Like
Wait,
it's
so-
obvious. Just drive down the street. Like open your eyes. Like
So
you
what
know?
Democrat policy is causing homelessness in California?
What Democrat policies are causing homelessness? I mean, the prices are way higher to live. More affordability at the grocery store
Yeah.
is way higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens when we take a lot of people and give them like X amount of food, right? So it's called supply and demand, right? There's a
Yeah.
lot of people that live in California. So granted, the higher demand, equilibrium price for a consistent supply will be higher.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that live in Texas.
There's a higher population density in California. Butter, are you voting for Trump? Okay, well, Ghost just left. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Everybody, spam MAGA down below. Dean, people want a part 2 of us. Tracy, get the fuck on the live. Get on the live, Tracy. Get on the live. Get on the live, Tracy. I invited you up. Dear God. Hello, Tracy.
Hey, Dean, how do I do the video? I'm not good with.
Yeah, I do know that.
I was super sick. I had a sinus infection, and I had turned out I had an infection in my jaw. My face was all swollen.
Are you the ex-girlfriend and you guys got back together, or is that someone else?
No, you should look up the other person, though, Dean.
Tell us a little bit about that, Tracy.
I don't know how much I can say. which is hard. But I can tell you that if you read about it, I think most women can read it and see what happened there. But when he went into San Francisco County Jail, it was during, can I say the he was like desperate to get out. So he took a plea deal. Where'd you go?
Okay.
So he took a plea deal. However, it's, I mean, I didn't know him then during that time. So I obviously did my own research, because when you look it up, just because of, he ran against Maxine Waters, there's a lot of bad articles out there. So I did my own research and I looked at it. And as a female, I could see right through it.
So did he actually like stalk his ex-girlfriend? No. So why do media sources say that he stalked his ex-girlfriend?
It's a good story. And he had using it. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, if there's a good promote it.
Okay, but like we have getting arrested for violating that restraining order.
Yeah, so he'll admit that he was stupid about that, but what they don't say is that she invited him. But in hindsight, being naive and going up and somebody telling you that they're pregnant and they want to talk and that they're going to have an abortion and that they want to talk, and he fell for it. So he was naive in thinking that, and she entrapped him immediately. So yeah, he'll admit that he was really stupid to believe that. That's what was happening. It was a lie. But yeah, and they're also not going to tell you that she was writing him while he was in solitary confinement, trying to say that she would drop the charges and everything.
And interesting.
They're also not going to tell you that the person that she has a child with contacted as well, terrified, because she said that she was going to do the same thing to him as she did to Omar.
Interesting.
So it's kind of crazy that, I mean, women can use, women can say a guy's doing something all the time. And for the most part, women are believed. I just think that if somebody is going to lie about an accusation, they're going to accuse somebody of something, like say Dean, say I was like, oh my God, Dean did this to me when we were at the Jubilee video. I'm going to go to the police. I'm going to make a report. And it's completely not true. I think I should be punished for that. I don't think people should make false accusations.
I have a question. Do you think that E. Jean Carroll should be punished?
If it comes out that they are false, if it ever comes out that it's false accusations and it can be proven, I mean, that went to trial. They couldn't convict Trump of sexual assault, but they convicted him of sexual abuse. And then when I was just randomly looking at something, because I was looking up Les Moonves for some reason, because of his, he was with CBS, I believe. Was it CBS?
I don't know who Les Moonves is on.
Okay, so he's...
he's a former CEO of CBS.
Yeah, CBS News. And so I remember there's a scandal, and his wife used to be on The Talk, and I was like, and she left The Talk after the scandal with her husband. So I was kind of just bored and looking it up, and I was like, what? The lady that accused Les Moonves of sexual assault is also E. Jean Carroll? And I was like, what? I was like, so she goes after 2 billionaires and says the same thing? I was like, wow, that's kind of sketchy. And then find out that she accused other high-ranking people of the same thing. That seems odd. But I mean,
such as who?
There's proof. I'd have to go back and look. I know about Les Moonves and Donald Trump, but I believe
listen, I think that we live in a society that upholds grape. I think that's evidently clear in this election, or else Donald Trump wouldn't be in the position that he is. I don't think that a woman getting raped twice reduces the effective chance of her claims being true, especially when we consider the fact that they had went through civil court. One thing I will say here is that you said that they couldn't hold him liable for grape, but instead they held him liable for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape?
Well, she said she couldn't remember that happening.
So what she testified to was either the fingers or the pee-pee. But what I wanted to ask you here is, would you agree with me, conceptually speaking, that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent, is that grape?
Without consent? Of course.
Okay. And that's what they held him liable for doing. The only reason they couldn't hold him specifically liable for grape is that in the state of New York at the time, they defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent, right? They've since updated their laws to reflect how we both define it.
Right, well,
And
so
a judge had ruled that her
Great.
claims were substantially true that Donald Trump had graped her, right? So when you make the argument that no, Donald Trump's not a rapist because they didn't find him liable for that, well, I mean, you just conceded and agreed that what they held him liable for doing
No,
was grape.
because they would have gone with that charge. Trust me, they would have gone with that charge and not the sexual abuse charge.
They couldn't go with the charge because of how the term was defined.
No, it was a jury of his peers, quote unquote, and those are the people that.
Well, just to be clear, E. Jean Carroll did seek relief for both grape and SA. The jury wasn't able to conclude, based off of the verbiage of the law that Dean just described, they weren't able to conclude that she was grape because she couldn't say for certain whether or not it was a fingers or his privates. So that's why they held him liable for SA. So there was an accusation there that just didn't meet the threshold to convince the jury.
Exactly.
Right, but regardless, if it was the PP or the fingers, we still both consider that to be grape. And that's the point. So Donald Trump, right, is a grapist. Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for grape?
Dean, my mother was repeatedly sexually abused at the age of 6. And I can tell you one thing, at 6 years old, my mother being repeatedly raped over and over again, she remembers everything.
Okay, so I don't think that we should use one victim's experiences to value another.
Many others, they remember. So when E. Jean Carroll doesn't remember what Les Moonves does to her or what Donald Trump does to her, it's a very traumatic event that happens for somebody. And unless they're on medication to knock themselves out, they're going to remember.
I know that's not necessarily true. Trauma can serve as a trauma can serve as a memory repressant, right? That's a fact. If you ask any type of
My background's in healthcare. I've worked 17 years in healthcare with the NIH and the CDC. Board
So
members.
can trauma serve as a memory repressant?
I've worked with people. Have you ever seen what a rape victim looks like?
I don't think that we could associate a particular look with a victim of grape. Anyone could get raped regardless how they look.
Look, do you know what trauma looks like? Do you know what trauma to a female's body looks like? I've taken care of so many victims that have come to the ER and in the ICU, women that have been in the ICU. Their bodies, you don't forget it. It's something that's ingrained in your memory. Because
here's something I'd say.
When a woman fights back, there is trauma.
Yeah, so here's something that I'd say. I don't think that we could place a trivial standard, right, that you're going to hold all victims of grape to, and if they don't meet your trivial standard, you devalue their experiences, right? Trauma can affect individuals in a multiplicity. Tracy, one moment.
You know what crazy
trauma,
is that
Tracy, let's not do this again.
You're a guy trying to say what a woman's body should look like and how a woman should feel.
I'm a guy that has been raped that knows that trauma can serve as a memory repressant. Okay, so when you come in here and you say that E. Jean Carroll cannot remember, right, what she was raped with, either the fingers or the pee-pee, because they were both out, right, you are not only, right, implicitly did. Okay, we're going to do this again?
Just not psychological trauma, you have physical trauma also, Dean.
Wait,
there is physical trauma.
Yeah, but if physical trauma wouldn't be relevant to the evaluation on if E. Jean Carroll's a victim due to the fact that it was reported 23 years later and physical trauma was not involved
I'm very
as.
sorry that happened to you.
Okay, we're doing it again. Tracy, are we doing it again?
Doing what again?
The interrupting thing.
Mm.
Did you see like the clips online?
Huh?
Shirley, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Shirley. Let's get at least 500 W's in chat for Shirley right now saying, wow, this is fucking cursed. If we're all going to use personal anecdotes, I cannot remember my assault vividly at all. All right, as many, Shirley. All right, because what I'd say is that trauma can serve as a memory repressant, and Donald Trump had both his pee-pee and his fingers out. All right, and the fact that she cannot remember exactly what part of his body went into hers does not serve to devalue the experiences that she went through, right? And taking one victim's experiences, such as your mother, saying that she can vividly remember exactly what happened to her, and using that as the arbitrary standard that all victims should sufficiently meet for you to believe them, right, is just another way for grape culture to further ingrain itself into the minds of Americans today.
For you, what do you think?
Erica, thank you for the $30 on Venmo for schooling the uterus owner on trauma. I appreciate you for the love, Erica. Let's get at least 300 W's for Erica down below in the chat. Thank you for the $30. Go ahead, Tracy.
So what for a male, what would you consider grape?
What would I consider grape? Well, I think I could say like I consider grape to include a multiplicity of things, right? And I'd say that I could consider grape to include any part of a man's body going into any part into a woman's vajayjay without consent. I think for me to give a fully like a nuanced, all-inclusive definition of grape, right, would be stringent and irrelevant. When I could just say that grape does include these things, right, which would also be defined as what happened to E. Jean Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
So would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman?
I'm sorry?
Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for raping a woman?
If it's E. Jean Carroll, and yeah, I would vote.
Oh, okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable for raping an adult woman. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
For a little girl?
Yeah.
I mean, look how many people have voted for Joe Biden.
Oh, was Joe Biden held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
Well, they're his daughter.
Oh, his daughter. You're referring to Ashley Biden's diary?
And also you have Tara Reid.
So you know what I think is absolutely hilarious is that you're going to take Ashley Biden's diary, which was sold to a far-right think tank that has a track record of manipulating documents that they get on political opponents, with Ashley Biden then saying in herself in her letter to the court stating that some of the contents of the diary have been misconstrued and there had been false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she cares about. You're willing to treat that as a sufficient... One moment. You're willing to treat... One moment. You're willing to treat that as a... One moment.
Against Trump.
You're willing to treat one moment. Tracy. You're willing to treat that as a sufficient standard of evidence to justify the claim that Joe Biden's a rapist, but then you're not willing to treat the findings of a court as a sufficient standard of evidence to come to the conclusion that Trump is a rapist.
Well, our court system's really messed up right now. I don't believe you got a fair trial in New York.
Oh, okay. So you think it went why?
That's being shown right now with Merchan's daughter. That's also being shown right now with Alvin Bragg. I mean...
Okay, so I do just want to clarify once again.
It would be good if there was a fair trial that was actually done. And I think, and the fact that they couldn't bring up in trial E. Jean Carroll's previous accusations against other men, I mean, if I was a juror, I'd want to hear that.
Josh, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for looking them look dumb on a daily basis. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Josh right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Casserole with the $10 and Kiana with the $2. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. And Erica once again with the $30. You guys are awesome. So once again, you still haven't responded to the point that you believe that Joe Biden showered with Ashley Biden, I
didn't read that.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. Do you think that Joe Biden showered with Ashley Biden when she was a kid?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So then would you vote for someone held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a little girl? Because last time you said that people voted for Joe Biden, and now you've conceded stating that he hasn't been held civilly liable for that, and you don't even know if he did it himself.
Wait, are you saying that he showered with his daughter? Is that inappropriate?
I would say that showering with a daughter of a certain age is absolutely inappropriate. I'd also say that those claims are thereby unverified. And I'd also say that Joe Biden is no longer running for the presidency. And I'd also say that I asked you if you'd ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a little girl, and you still haven't answered.
Well, I'm asking about Ashley Biden. How old was she? You said that she was.
At the age as reported, that would have been inappropriate. Absolutely.
No, what was the reported age?
I'm not sure, but it would have been inappropriate. Like, I know that she wasn't a little kid.
I don't know. When I was like a baby, my parents would put me in the shower to make sure I didn't get into anything. So was she a baby?
No, I don't think she was. I think she was like with the reported claims by the right, like 13.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I would agree. That's inappropriate and weird. But if you listen to my response, what I said is that diary was stolen from her.
Unless it was misconstrued, and like, do you know, on beach houses how we have the outdoor showers, and you go and you rinse off, or you rinse off before you get into a pool, or you rinse off after you're in the salt water. They have outdoor showers, and you're still in your bathing suit. You rinse your bathing suit off also. I actually had a member. Funny that you say that. I actually had someone that works on Biden's campaign tell me that. Oh, well, I'm just thinking of it right now because I was raised around pools, and I mean, we go out after if we're going in the ocean, you want to rinse the salt water off. So we have outdoor showers, and sometimes they can have one shower in head, but sometimes they can have two. Or if you're going to go into a pool that has chlorine in it, or salt water. Also, a lot of people want you to shower before you get in the water to get any oils off your body.
Yeah, I had someone
I mean,
on.
that can be taken a couple different ways. So, I mean, I didn't.
Like I said, I had someone on Biden's campaign actually tell me that's what happened. I've just never used that as an argument because I can't verify those claims. I would like to thank a couple people here. Jenny, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Jenny in the chat saying always keeping my cool. I really appreciate you for the love, Jenny. Massive W's for Jenny down below. And Ben Rothman, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. W's for Ben down below. Thank you for the $15. Lisa with the $25 on PayPal saying thank you for always standing up for women. W's for Lisa in the chat. Another Lisa with $30 on PayPal. W's for Lisa down below for both of the two Lisas. Holy shit. And Alexis with the $50. W's for Alexis. W's for Lisa. W's for the other Lisa. W's for Ben and W's for Jenny. Y'all are absolutely going the fuck off right now. Thank you guys so much for the love. Massive W's down below. Tracy, I would love for you to answer my question. Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
A little girl?
Yep.
No.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable for raping an adult but not a little girl? Why do you hold a different standard there?
Because I think the trial was politicized.
Okay, and Michelle, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for Michelle in the chat. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Okay, so you're saying that there's political bias in the jury?
I think the entire trial was politicized.
Okay, so what reason would we have to believe that the jury made an incorrect determination based upon the evidence presented given a political bias?
Because when you're going into a jury, they don't ask which party you stand for. And Trump is such a big name that there's no way to evade not knowing what's being said in the media.
Okay, so I have 4 points to bring up here. The first point I'd like to bring up was that on the questionnaire for this specific jury, they did ask them where they got their news from. At least 2 of the 9 jurors indicated a right-leaning bias. My second point would be is that there exists bias on every single jury, not just political bias, but racial bias, tattoo bias, gender bias. The point of jury selection isn't to find people without bias. The point of jury selection is to find people who can set their bias aside and operate on the facts as presented in the case. The third point I'd like to bring up is that Trump's lawyers were involved with the jury selection, and they went over 120 potential jurors. And the fourth and final point that I'd like to bring up here is when you just automatically reject the conclusion of this jury while not knowing the facts of the court case in general, because Trump's a political guy with a lot of fame and followers, you're essentially granting immunity to Trump. You're stating that, oh, no matter what court would hold him liable or would convict him of doing literally anything, you could just apply the same hypothesis that the jury had a bias, right? Which is essentially, right, eroding our democracy. I believe that the voter base, right, the electorate deserves to be well informed with the facts. And when you perpetuate fringe conspiratorial hearsay with no evidence, it just absolutely erodes those functions.
So what do you think about Judge Merchan's daughter donating to Kamala Harris and backing a PAC for Kamala Harris?
I say good for her for supporting what's good. That doesn't have anything to do with the jury's decision.
So, yeah, but there's an investigation into Merchan now. So I think this trial is going to I think they're going to end up having to do a retrial because of what's coming out in the media.
Right. I think if you could demonstrate to me where in the court documents Merchan showed an obvious political bias against Trump, I would grant your claim more credence. But just saying they're investigating it like they investigated the election doesn't really tell me anything.
It goes beyond that.
Okay, how so?
You're 19 though, right?
I'm
so
20
you didn't
now.
vote. Oh, happy birthday. So you didn't vote in the last election?
No, this would be my first election I'm voting in.
Yeah. So when you were growing up, did you grow up with parents that were Democrat or were they
Republican.
Yeah?
Very Republican.
I grew up both of my parents were Republican. My grandfather was Republican, came from Russia. My great grandmother came from Russia also. So they're hardcore Republican capitalists. And I mean, you're a capitalist too. I mean, and I think that's great. I think what you're doing is great. But I grew up, my biological father was Democrat. But growing up and being your age, and I had to go to prom. I didn't have to go to prom, but I went to prom with the governor's son, who is a Democrat. So anyway, that being said, I remember being in the car with him at prom, and I'm like, what's the difference? I'm in high school, right? And I'm like, what's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican?
Jesse, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying keep up the grape apologists are fuming. W's for Jesse in the chat for the $50 and Beatrice, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying thank you, Dean. W's for Jesse and Beatrice.
Keep donating. So he can buy another Rolex.
Oh, I've never bought a Rolex before.
You get a Philippe.
I
So-
did not. I did. I've never bought a Rolex. You'd be referencing.
Well, maybe it was gift. It was a gift then. But you
was
can buy
a-
a second one. You can buy yourself a second one. You can always have more than one.
No, my grandpa had,
Yeah, if it's
a Rolex in the family.
Yeah,
It got
so if
passed
you
down
get
to
one,
me.
you can buy another one. I mean, I think guys like watches, right?
I don't spend my money on designer goods.
Oh, I do. So, anyway, but growing up with, in a family that was
Caroline with a $50 on Venmo to buy another Rolex. W's for Caroline in the chat for the $50 for another Rolex. And Melanie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the Rolex fund. W's for Caroline and Melanie. I appreciate you
you
guys for the
guys
love.
send him more money. Get him a Pat Philippe.
Emery, thank you for the $10 on Venmo towards a Rolex. Wait, Tracy, are you going to buy Trump's new watch? The $100,000
I
one?
don't really wear watches, so I was attacked multiple times.
Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the
I don't know
Rolex
if you
watch.
can see this. So I was attacked really bad on all my wrists. This one had 29, and it goes all the way up my arm.
Uh-huh.
So I don't wear watches. It hurts.
Was that a dog?
Yeah. I've had a nonprofit rescue for years.
Oh, jeez, yeah, that sucks. I have a scar on this finger right here, and you're right. It's really sensitive, and it's hard to really touch anything. Right.
Yeah, this one's been put back together like 3 times.
Yo, Alyssa with the $30 on PayPal towards the Rolex fund.
Yeah.
Thank you for the love, Alyssa.
You're
W's for
welcome,
Alyssa in the
Dean.
chat. And Michelle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for Michelle and Alyssa. I don't know. I'd say your plan backfired. I do appreciate you
No,
guys for the
it's
love.
not good. No, wait. You guys send him money to get him a Burberry hat. Donate money to get a Burberry hat.
Okay, this is weird. Okay, right. So, anyways,
But you don't want me to. I can still support you, Dean. We can have different views, and I can still support you. I support what you're doing. You know that. We talked before this. I support what you're doing. It's capitalism and it's social media. I think you're doing a great job.
Wait, I have a question about like economic models. Yo, Vaughn, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying, here you go, Dean. I hope you find a lovely Rolex. Let's get some W's for Vaughn in the chat. I appreciate you so much for the $50. And Renee with the $5 on Venmo saying, I appreciate you for the love. W's for Vaughn, massive W's, and Renee as well. I have a question. Does Omar know that
Do you
you're
have an
talking to me right
electric
now?
car? Do you have an electric car?
I don't have an electric car now, so I think of the 50 cents. Does Omar know that you're...
Get him an electric car.
Do you know that... does Omar know that you're talking to me right now? I don't think Omar likes me.
He wouldn't care.
I got him to temporarily deactivate his Twitter account.
Oh no, he just put the comments on silent.
I got him to put his comments on silent.
Yeah, I think he only
Anyways.
did it for while he was sleeping or something.
Anyways, right. So speaking of like capitalism and whatnot,
It's because you want to know why, Dean? It's because one of the things that you put in an X thing, he was like never accused of or never charged with. So it's like a defamation thing because you can't say that somebody threatened to do something when that wasn't actually in it. So I think
wait, are y'all gonna like sue like the San Francisco police and criminal justice system for defamation?
it's not in there either. But actually,
I got it straight from their website.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you look up your husband's name and then type in San Francisco PD, right? There's like multiple articles about him that
No,
include his
there was
mugshot
like
and
one
whatnot.
thing. I think you
So you
changed
think
it.
it was $5 on Venmo.
No, there was one thing that you said, but I think you changed it.
Cece, I appreciate you for the $5. I do really appreciate you for the love.
Even the thing that you changed it to wasn't true. Like the wording wasn't true, but no. He's used to it. I mean, now that stuff came out so long ago, and it's in there. If you look up his name, it's right there. So I mean, he's used to it.
Okay, yeah. You're speaking about like capitalism and shit, right? Do you
No, I was
agree with?
talking.
Do you agree with Donald Trump when he says that Kamala Harris is a communist?
I'm sorry, but I don't think she has the ability to be a communist.
Okay, so then would you like agree with me that Donald Trump is a vapid liar that will say anything to scare people into voting for him?
I think both sides will.
Megan, I appreciate you for the $4 on Venmo. But Donald Trump more so than Kamala Harris. I mean, he's told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election.
I mean, you can say that. You're entitled to emotional opinions. You're entitled to whatever opinions you want. Those are emotional opinions.
No, that's not an emotional opinion. That'd be an
It
opinion
is an
driven by
emotional opinion.
How so?
Because people are entitled to having emotional opinions. If you think something like that, can you finish your statement though?
Yeah, it's not an emotional opinion for me to believe that Donald Trump didn't win 2020. It's been incessantly investigated on the federal, state, and local level.
We're talking about different subjects. I thought you were talking about.
Right, is a threat to our democracy because he has been trying to erode our civil and electoral processes by decreasing public trust in them since 2020 with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election that has occurred until today, alongside his attempted coup with the use of his fake electorate plot.
That was not an attempted coup. An actual coup would have been the Maidan coup in Ukraine that the U.S. did. That's a real coup.
Well, I'd say it was a real coup because he attempted to overthrow the government. Lauren, thank you for the $40 on Venmo, saying that an emotional opinion equals a feeling. So real. Thank you for the $40 on Venmo, Lauren. You were phenomenal.
And if you're going to say something is an insurrection, I mean, people could argue that the Black Lives Matter and Antifa destruction was an insurrection. So these are all emotional opinions. You can go one way or the other, and you can say Democrats are bad, you can say Republicans are bad. Those are emotional opinions. And at the end of the day, it's whenever we're voting, it's always the same. It's a lesser of two evils.
Isabel, thank you for the $3 and the 33 cents on
voting for the
Venmo.
lesser of two evils.
Okay. Well, first of all, no.
They're going to be voting, and people are going to be emotionally voting also. They're going to be voting for if they can afford groceries. If
So
they can afford
can you
gas,
please
if they
name
can
like
afford
another
property taxes?
Could
They're
you
gonna be
name like
voting
a
for
single
those
Democrat
things.
that's tried to like like rig the outcome of a federal election like Donald Trump did with his fake electorate plot?
Hillary Clinton.
And how did Hillary Clinton attempt to rig the
Well,
outcome
I think
of the
everybody knows
2016
that she
election?
said that it was rigged.
Okay, so she said that he was a fake president and that she had truly won, and then she sought recourse through the proper legal channels, and
No,
then
but
when
she
the
could
proper
have, and
legal
she could have.
channels, one moment,
If she-
and then when the
if she
proper
has
legal,
something
one moment,
right?
shit, thank you for the boxing gloves, SHT, I appreciate you for the love, thank you so much for the boxing gloves, and then when she went through the proper legal channels, right, she stopped contesting it when they had reached the verdict. I don't think there's any issue with questioning the outcome of an election, right, but what Donald Trump did is he attempted to rig it by sending fake votes for himself from states that he lost to Congress, saying that he won to get Mike Pence to certify them as real to install himself for a second term.
So you're saying that he created fake votes,
Yes.
and you don't think the Democrats are creating fake votes?
No.
Didn't you just see what happened in North Carolina?
What happened in North Carolina?
They just removed almost 800,000 people from the ballots.
Yeah, and the same thing in Texas and the same thing in Alabama. What sufficient evidence
maybe
exists to
it's a
show
good- so
that
maybe
there's
it's a-
widespread voter fraud in the 2020
Don't you
election?
think it's a good thing though for us, because this has happened? Isn't it a good thing that we're going in and we're checking our election systems to
See,
make
that's a big pivot. That's a massive pivot, Tracy.
No, it's a question.
Joyce, I appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal for the Rolex fund. I appreciate you so much for the love.
Yes or no?
I appreciate you so much. Well, I mean, the point that I brought
I
up.
mean, and having something come up like this, and Hillary Clinton could have done the same thing if she truly, I mean, if she wanted to go the legal route with it, she could have, and she could have forced, our election systems to be looked into. And I think it's been a long time coming. I think our election systems should be looked into. And
Addy, thank you for the
I'm an
$13 on
old school
PayPal. I
person.
appreciate you for the love.
I'm old school. I've always voted in person with my ID, with a pen and paper. I mean, I believe in paper ballots. I do, and I believe in in-person voting with your valid ID.
Right, but you understand the claim that I'm making here isn't that Donald Trump questioned the outcome of the election. It's that he tried to rig it. So what he did is he sent 7 fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to then send into Congress. So a state will take their slate of electorate and they'll send them to Congress with the certificate of ascertainment from their state. Right, and the certificate of ascertainment denotes how. One moment, let me just explain to you his plot, and then the certificate of ascertainment. Lori, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Lori. Just please
It's like
listen.
me creating a plot. You're just.
Do you mind if I finish talking, Tracy? I really want to explain this to you. I'm trying to do so in good faith. Okay, I'm really just. Right, I'm just trying to explain to you what's going on here.
I'm listening.
All right, so then the slate of electorate, they take that certificate of ascertainment, the final vote from the state stating which candidate won, into Congress, and then on January 6th, Congress certifies those votes, right, and then they inaugurate the president on the 20th or 21st, right? And then what Donald Trump did is from 7 different key states that he lost to Biden, he sent down fake slates of electorates, just simply stating that they represented the state, and he sent them
None
with
of those are
fraudulent
accurate.
certificates of ascertainment stating that Donald Trump had gotten more votes than Joe Biden. Those
None
fake
of
slates of
those-
electorates then went to Congress, and they
Where are
gave those
they?
fake certificates of ascertainment.
Where are they?
They currently exist in the hands of the DOJ. You could see pictures of them online, right? And
Uh-huh.
then they cast those
You're using Donald
fake
Trump
certificates
created
of
it.
ascertainment to Congress, right? And then Mike Pence rejected them, okay? And that's why Mike Pence does not endorse Donald Trump today, is because Donald Trump had asked him to place him above the U.S. Constitution, right? And that was how he tried to steal the vote from Biden.
He's allowed to do that.
No, he's not allowed to do that.
He
No.
is allowed to do that.
His lawyers, Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, that conceived this plan, lost their law licenses, and he's recognized that this is broken federal law, and he's appealing to the January 6 indictments as well as to the Supreme Court that he, as well as Rudy
Yeah, the
Giuliani,
Supreme
as well as
Court-
John
the
Eastman,
Supreme Court
should not face criminal repercussions.
And the Supreme Court already removed a charge from the January 6 people.
Actually, no, the Supreme Court has not dissented on a decision insofar as
They
if
just
January
did one.
6,
They
insofar
just
as if
did one.
presidential immunity would apply to his fake electorate plot.
No, they just removed a conspiracy one.
Okay, well, this isn't conspiracy. He admitted to these actions.
Who?
Donald Trump and his legal team.
Admitted to what?
Trying to steal the election from Biden with the use of fake electorates.
I've never seen that.
You want to hear it?
I've never seen that.
Samantha, I appreciate you with the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Samantha down below in the chat while I'm pulling this clip up. Massive W's for Samantha down below in the chat.
But Dean, you're like making a living off Donald Trump. I mean, that's what you do. So what happens if something happens to Trump? I mean, how would you keep going?
I've been debating long before the election season started.
Yeah, but you're using Donald Trump and Republicans. So who would you use after that? If something happened to Trump, and let's say they censored him and put a gag order on him or something, who would you debate after that?
Oh man, I just want society to move in a good direction, and I'll debate anyone who wants to hold it back.
Yeah, but what would you debate about? Because your points are all based on Trump.
Yeah, I've been doing this. I've been debating longer.
If something happens to him, like what would you talk about?
I've been debating for years, long before I ever got interested in politics.
So what would you talk about?
Like social issues that I care about, right? Like I care about like the LGBTQ plus community. I think that homophobia has no basis. I've been debating people that think it's wrong to be gay for years, right? Feminism. I love debating feminism. I think that men are weak-minded. Men place themselves above women arbitrarily
Why do
with
you
no
think men
reason.
are like that? Do you think it's growing?
No, I think that men are like that because they're weak-minded and they don't know how to cope with their own internal securities, so they project them onto women.
What do you
relatively
think?
devaluing the women around them so they could relatively increase
What do you
their
think?
own.
What do you think changed in society for that to happen?
Nothing has changed for this to happen. It's the way that it's been since the start. And when man had an advantage over women
about, like,
because
6 to
force
14
multipliers didn't exist, and their bigger biceps gave them the ability to create themselves as the oppressor class.
So do you think
right
guys
now,
with muscles are a problem?
so I believe that the oppressor class of men was formed given bigger biceps in a time where force multipliers did not exist, and this created social norms in which are now tangential to traditionalism, granting men more power as existing in the oppressor class societally and legally.
So I mean,
Protect time. I appreciate
you're
you.
talking about muscles.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the reason.
So you don't support men?
Homie, I am a man.
I know, but you're saying that men are weak-minded.
Yes, because men are weak-minded.
Okay,
What?
so what about you is weak-minded?
No, I happen to be a very gallant exception.
Okay. I almost called you Reed. Oops. Sorry. I was thinking Reed or Bo. Sorry. Okay. All right. Well, I have to let my dogs out. It was good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. And I do not approve of any violent rhetoric coming towards you or anybody saying mean things towards you. It's not okay. And I know you get a lot of support too, so that's really good. But anybody that's trying to say anything violent or mean or picking on him, it's not okay. He's now 20. He's not 19, but he's 20 years old, and he's doing a really good job. Like you said, you've gotten so many more followers since this. You're doing your live streams. You're putting in a lot of effort, and you're a hard worker. So I'm going to go let my dogs out. I love talking to you, and we can talk again, okay?
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Tracy. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Have a good one. All right, for the 9.2 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream here today, how are we doing? We have reached the end of our debates. It has been a great day, but honestly, I don't really want to end the debates. Fuck, we're just going to go and move on to our next guest. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be done. Yeah, and I know that I didn't get to play the clip. It's whatever. She would have just sat there and not said shit. Hi, man. Are you voting for Trump?
So I think like we as a society shouldn't vote for like neither of them.
Okay.
Like, I don't think we should vote in the election at all.
Degeneracy.
Nah. Like so I think based on like morality, right? And based on like moral truth observations of the universe, I don't think we should vote at all.
Okay. Why?
Why? So I think we had like 2 and 2 together, right? We had these 2 set contingent properties of what it means to actually be humans, right? I don't think we should.
Wait, you think that being human is defined psychotangently?
I think human is defined based on the ontological properties that we set forth for ourselves.
Wait, but if you can't say that there's particular ontological properties in which would define the term human, right? And then say that it's defined psychotangently. Is ontology objective or subjective?
I think ontology is actually in between. I think it's necessary.
Wait, something can be necessary while existing subjectively.
Yeah, I think it exists necessary.
Okay, well, actually, no. What I just said was wrong, right? So if something is necessarily exists, then it exists objectively. The reason being that something that exists necessarily can't exist contingently, right? And as ontology can exist contingently, it would necessarily exist outside of a contingent, meaning that it would be objective. So granted that you think that the term human is defined given ontology, and you think that being a human is defined psychotangently, you're essentially saying that we define human subjectively and objectively.
Hold on, I keep getting DMs, dude. I'm so famous now. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh man, yeah, that was actually a real conversation. I would like to say that was a real conversation. God, I miss my philosophy debates, guys. Listen, before I did political lives, I studied philosophy. He was just saying big philosophy words to overwhelm, and I thought that they were fun. That was literally just like a virtual dick flex of knowing bigger words. Absolutely. That's what being a Phil Bro is all about. Grace, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo for being an icon. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to go ahead and send a raid over to Parker. So what I want all 8.3 thousand of y'all to do is just to spam at Parker Get a Grip down below in that chat. We're going to go ahead and at Parker Get a Job down below in that chat. And we're all going to head over there together. So everyone head over to at Parker Get a Job on your way out. Make sure to hit the follow button. We are seriously coming up on 1 million followers. We're going to hit it in the next couple of days. I may even post a TikTok once I get off here. Recently my TikToks have been doing well. I may even head down and record another video of me playing the piano. So, hey, I'll see what we do. Everyone head over to at Parker Get a Job. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. I love you all and I'll see you all there. Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. At Parker Get a Job. Peace.
Right now, how's everyone doing today? What's up, Pin? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Nat? What's up, D? What's up, Daja? What's up, Brian? What's up, Harper? What's up, Pay? What's up, Nightmare? What's up, Allison? What's up, Andy? Devin? Jose, how you doing? JV, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. If we're going to help get it out to more people. You already know the deal, but what's up, everyone joining the live right now? What's up, Emily? Jaden, how you doing? TikTok, Maddie. Amelia, how you doing? Molly, what's up? What's up, Moonchild? Moonchildren, how you doing? What's up, Noreen? What's up, Kelly? What's up, Claire? What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, we'll start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
And why is that?
So personally for me, it's mainly for the alliance we have with Israel. I highly value that.
Bro, your single issue. Would you vote for Trump even if he were to have raped a woman?
So I separate the artist from the art. I don't like to look at his personal affairs.
So okay, so you just consider rape that's not a personal affair. They sexually assaulted a woman, right?
Yeah.
So
well,
if he raped a child, would you still vote for him?
No, if I knew for 100%.
Okay, so why would you vote for him if he raped a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he raped a child?
No, like I said, if I knew for 100% fact that actually happened, then no, I would not vote for him.
Even if it was a woman?
Even if it was anybody. If he raped anybody, I would not vote for him.
Okay, for sure. So if he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, forcefully penetrating her vagina against her will, would you vote for him?
Was he convicted?
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury. There's a jury verdict from 9 people unanimously.
Yes. So if he's convicted, like I said, I would not vote for him. You know, I try to keep that out of my personal opinions in voting.
If he was convicted, you wouldn't. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Do you accept that or no?
No, I accept that, but at the same time, he's not convicted.
Okay, so only if it was in a criminal court?
What?
Only if it was a criminal court?
I mean, if in any court, if he was convicted, I would not vote for him.
Push the cap. I'm sorry, sir. What do you mean by convicted?
Like if he got convicted means like, you know, coming to the conclusion that he did what he was accused of doing.
Yeah, that's what the civil court determined. When they say held civilly liable, a jury made a verdict that he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay, why weren't there any repercussions?
He had to pay tens of millions of dollars. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations law, which means it's been too long since the event occurred.
Okay. Like I said, you know, obviously he was not, you know, held liable for that. So I feel like there's a rhyme to a reason when I speak on that. Like I said, if I knew for 100% fact he did these crimes, I looked over the evidence and I can make that own conclusion, then yes, I would not vote for him. But based off of what I've seen,
Steph, push the subscription.
I cannot have that be my only conclusion to not vote for him.
If someone was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them be a gym teacher?
No, I wouldn't.
So why would you let them run the presidency?
The thing is, so what I'm saying though is if I knew without a shadow of a doubt that he did
I've heard you say the same thing a million times. Would you respond to what I just said? Respond to what I just said. I don't want to hear you say the same thing again.
Okay, no, I would not hire that person as a gym teacher.
So why?
Because I feel like depending on certain occupations, depending on, you know, obviously the severity of it, a gym teacher, you know, you don't have to look too far in to see who can be a gym teacher. I mean, we can look all throughout our country.
Wait. No, I'm saying so it's good enough reason to believe they wouldn't be a good gym teacher, but it's not good enough reason to believe that they shouldn't be president of the United States? When kids are going to look out for this individual? Colleen, think of this $7. Thank you so much. Jessica,
so what I'm saying, though, is when you're in a certain position of power...
Debate, hopefully they believe in facts.
Yeah, 100%.
I wasn't talking to you.
No, I know.
You don't.
Oh, you're good. Sorry. So when it's such a high position, like in the position of being a president, you know, these things are looked at way more thoroughly than compared if, you know, you're hiring a gym teacher, you know. And obviously with the severity of things,
Oh, okay. So then here's my question. So you're saying that you have a good enough standard of evidence to say that a gym teacher did it, but you don't have a good enough standard of evidence to say that a possible president did it.
Well, what I'm saying is the president's going to get the majority of people observing the case. And so, yes, there's going to be more evidence. In my opinion, I believe that there's going to be more evidence revolving around a presidential case involving rape compared to a high school teacher. So
again, you require a lower standard of evidence for a high school gym teacher than you require for a president of the United States.
That's not my personal thing.
What you're saying?
What I am saying is,
wait, if it's not your personal thing, why are you responding we're using that as a response when I'm asking you a question? Like, that makes no sense.
Okay, what's the specific question you're asking?
Why would you let someone who's held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman not be a gym teacher, but you would let them be president?
Because when it comes down to it, it depends on if they actually did the act or not.
Dude, if both scenarios are that they were held civilly liable, it's the same likelihood.
I mean, we're talking about likelihood. I'm talking about like absolute. I'm talking about if they did that particular act.
You're not making any sense. I'm sorry to break it to you. Like, what you just said was utterly incoherent.
No, I can explain a little bit more if, So basically, yes, you can have these two different instances and you can have the evidence following these instances. But at the same time, if there's no absolute answer there's always room, for something else to possibly have happened,
Don't know what that meant.
I'll try to explain it a little better. So yes, you can have evidence pointing at a certain outcome, but just because it's pointing at that outcome doesn't mean that it's always that outcome, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's 100%, right?
Yeah.
A unicorn could exist, right? You can't say 100%
Exactly.
unicorn doesn't exist, right? But yet
Exactly.
you say based upon the best evidence, unicorn doesn't exist. Okay, so here's my question then. Okay, the best evidence indicates that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Why don't you accept that?
That's something that I have to review, and I have to come to that conclusion.
Why haven't you reviewed
that
it?
Specifically, I had not taken the time to look over all the evidence.
Why?
Because that's something that
then why you
don't
dispute it?
prioritize.
Do you typically
when
accept civil courts? Like, if someone is like determined to be guilty based on a civil court, would you typically accept that? Like, if I told you someone in your life, one of your friends, was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman against their will, would you stay friends with them?
It depends. So that's something I would have to personally look over the evidence. I would have to personally look over all that.
Yeah, I
and
wouldn't be
come
friends
to the
with that
conclusion.
person. I wouldn't be friends with that person.
At the same time, yes, there are accusations made all the time. I'm not saying in this particular instance.
He was held civilly liable.
Yes. So like I said, me personally, I would look over the evidence and I would have to come to a conclusion.
So you can't make a conclusion before you look over the evidence?
No, well, this is something I have to prioritize.
Yeah, of course, because you don't care about women. So I want you to look it up.
I do care about women, trust me.
Then look it up. Then actually do your research. Tyrone, I promise you're probably not going to look it up. You're going to go off this live, and you're not going to look it up. You're not going to read into it.
I can guarantee you I will. After this conversation with you, I'll look it up.
Okay, go for it. See you on the other side, bud. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 28.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I firmly believe that his tax policies were the best that we ever had. And as far as economically in my area, when he was in office, I mean, gas got clear down to $1.64, and it's because he had started drilling. And I understand
Do you think your taxes are too high right now? Noreen, think of the subscription.
Yeah, absolutely. Prices all over are too high.
So, well, you said taxes, right? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You know that we're still under Trump tax policy, right?
We're not, though. That's
we
the
are.
thing. No,
Yeah,
we're not.
We're still under Trump tax policy.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Dude, no, we're not.
I'm not trolling. We literally are still under Trump
You
tax
are
policy.
trolling. No, we're not. I can literally pull up tax stubs from my job I had back under the Trump presidency. And
Tank, I understand. Trump set up the tax policy to work that way. I'm not trolling.
No, I don't.
I'm serious. Look up when does most. Okay, look it up. Look up when does most of the Trump tax policy expire?
As far as like the tax portion of things, like I'm not 100% certain on that, but I will say I don't believe that we're still under Trump's, because all over, I have a family of 3 kids. And unfortunately, because of the way that the tax code has been changed, and it was changed within the last 2 years, now you can't just claim 3 dependents. They want an actual dollar amount. So something around there sounds a little fishy for saying that we're completely under Trump's tax codes.
Tank, I'm just letting you know, Trump set it up specifically to do that. If you want benefits, Kamala Harris is advocating to expand the child tax credit, which is going to benefit you if you have children.
It's only for 1 year, though. It's only
No,
for.
it's not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. Listen.
Read it,
So
dude. It's only for.
I did. Tank, listen, can I explain it to you? Okay, so it's 6,000 for the first year, 3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000 through them being 18.
Yes, but JD Vance and Trump want to make it $2,000 a year, if not 5 or 6.
No, that's not what they said. So
That's exactly what
2,000
JD said to Dana
I
Bash.
want you to listen. Again, I've heard all of these things, and I'm going to explain it to you because you misremember. I'm not joking. So $2,000 is what it currently is right now. Okay, so it already is $2,000. You are going to get help by Kamala Harris. For each kid that's above 5 years old, below 18, you get an extra $1,000. For each kid that's from 2 to 5, you get an extra $1,600. For each newborn, an extra $4,000. Okay, from the $2,000 that exists now. JD Vance said that he would like to see it go up to 4 or maybe 5,000, like 3, maybe 4, maybe 5,000. That's what he said he would like. There's been no policy from the Trump campaign, and that just means that JD Vance agrees with Kamala Harris's child tax credit.
Okay, I guess I'm a little bit behind on that one, but the thing with the way that, gosh, sorry, the way there's more, I guess, to it, and I'm going to end up jumping from this topic to another because I need to do some more research on this. But under Trump, we had a lot of the best inflation that we'd ever had, and I know I heard I was in Dean's Live when I heard you saying that inflation affects everywhere, but the thing with inflation that I think we're missing the point on is it did skyrocket when Harris and Biden got into or Biden and Harris got into office.
What's your target inflation rate?
I mean, Trump had it clear down to what was it, 1.9, 1.8%?
I want you to know, what's the target inflation rate for you?
I mean, 1.9, 1.8%. That would be where it was.
So what's like the highest level of inflation that you think is like too much for a target rate?
I mean, hell, we were up clear up to like almost 4.5%, weren't we?
Hey, can you answer my question, sir? Man, I'm asking you a direct question.
I just answered it.
No, you're not.
I literally
so you're saying 4.4 is okay?
I don't think it's okay.
4.4 is within the target rate?
I don't think it's okay. I still think
so what is the target rate?
My target rate is below 2%.
Below 2%. So above 2% is bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2017, it was 2.13%. 2018, 2.4 or 5%. So thanks, Trump.
Actually, no.
Best inflation ever that you're not even in your own inflation rate target.
I feel like those statistics are wrong because if I remember correctly, yes, in 2017, they were high because he had gotten the economy.
Do you want to know the source?
What's the source?
Bureau of Labor Statistics. So good luck finding a better one.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I mean, when he left office, it was below 2%.
So yeah, that's because we were in COVID, and people were staying home.
COVID didn't have that big of a
at that time that had demand low, which means that if demand is low and people are using less services, it is the case that there's downward pressure on price. Now,
Well, it's not-
once
it's not so much
everyone
that-
went back, once everyone went back, and supply chains couldn't keep up with the level that we had, that we were demanding, that's what led to inflation.
Yeah, but
So that happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world experienced that inflation at the same trend. So you
Yes,
say it's
but
such a
how is
big
that-
issue and you're attributing it to the Biden-Harris administration, but that becomes from a lack of understanding of economics because that same
not-
trend happened globally. And if that same trend happened globally, it couldn't possibly be determined by the Biden-Harris policy.
Okay, well, can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
I live in Nebraska. What state do you live in?
Grew up in Iowa. I live in California currently.
You live in California, so one of the highest tax states in the country.
The highest what? Sorry?
One of the highest tax states in the country. One
Yeah.
of the states where everything costs an arm and a leg.
What's your point?
So here's my thing. Yes, I live in Midwest, in the Midwest, and things are going to be different price-wise versus here and there. But
Tank, I literally grew up in the Quad Cities. Okay, I know what the Midwest is like.
but how many years have you been out there in California?
I've been out here since I was like 14.
Since you were 14, and how old are you now?
I'm currently 22.
22. Okay. I've been working ever since I was 18, 19 years old. I mean, I've been working before that, but as far as like taxes coming out, because before it was just working for family friends and doing, that type of stuff. What's
your point from this?
I'm getting to it. As far as inflation and everything going through the roof, I get that you're trying to say that other countries are affecting us also, but how is that when we have our own economy?
Wait, I don't know what you're trying to say. Say that one more time.
How are you saying that other countries also affect our economy? Isn't it just the spending?
Okay, so you understand that there's imported goods into the country. That's
There's
one
imported-
thing. So supply chains around the world can impact us. Secondly, the trend happened everywhere. So if the trend happened everywhere and everywhere didn't have the same policy as the United States, how could it just be the policy that caused the inflation globally? Does that make
Well, I
sense?
mean-
If the policy wasn't the same, how could that be the explanation? Want to know what was the same globally? There was a global pandemic. Tessa, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Alexandra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
I'm not. Unfortunately, there's a disconnect with how shit. I guess as far as I need to do a little bit more research, but I still do believe, firmly believe
$5 for the
that
almond
as far as the economy, it was better under Trump, and I do believe we were booming. We were becoming a booming nation, and I've heard the same thing.
But, like,
Dean,
what did he do that was good?
we were energy independent, and I know
We're
you're going
more
to say
energy independent now.
that's after Biden shut down the pipeline.
So the XL pipeline was never in effect. It was judged on by the Supreme Court,
It still
and Biden
affected
followed
it,
through with the
though.
order.
It still affected
No, it didn't.
though.
No,
it did though.
No,
That has a lot of effect.
no, it didn't, because it was never affecting supply chains. It was only 8% built.
It was 8% built, but it was gonna produce more for the country. Biden stopped drilling.
Most of it is tar sands, which is used for plastics.
Yes, but Biden stopped
Okay.
drilling
No, we drill more right now than any point in American history. We accepted more drilling
only
permits under
because
Biden.
he realized Trump was on the right path.
Say whatever you want. We did more under Biden's administration. Push the confetti.
But as far as it goes, like you always say, what did we have going on under Trump?
What do you mean? What did we have going on under Trump?
COVID.
That was at the very end.
I mean, very end, but I still remember it was at least 18 months.
What's your point?
It was almost half of his presidency.
Okay. All right, it was not almost half of his presidency. Are you trolling?
No, I'm not.
What? Oh my god.
I mean,
dude, it was less than a year, dude, under his presidency. It was less than a year.
Less than a year.
Less than a year under his presidency. You said it was like half his presidency? Jesus Christ, dude.
Less than a year.
God.
I mean,
oh my god.
I remember stuff shutting down in 2019. So.
Oh my god. It did not shut down in 2019. Where the hell were you living in 2019 where it shut down? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It didn't start. Stuff didn't start shutting down until like March. What the hell, dude? Did you live in a different fucking reality?
No,
am I talking
in the real
to
world.
Rick Sanchez? Are you in a different fucking dimension right now, dude?
No.
C-136? I'm in C-137, buddy, dude. So like, please tell me. Are you in a different dimension, buddy?
No.
Did reality affect it differently? I don't know.
I mean, as far as I don't know what you're trying to say here. If you're trying to make me seem stupid, it doesn't work, or get under my skin. It doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I didn't have to make it seem that way. It already does.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I mean, you live out in California, so you're just higher society, right? I mean,
nope, has nothing to do with me living in California. It has everything to do with you making a bad argument.
I mean, it's not really a bad argument, though.
It is a terrible argument.
A lot of
there
stuff.
There you go. I'll rephrase. Terrible. Scott, thank you for the subscription. Tessa, thank you so much for the superpower. Thank you. You literally said there were shutdowns in 2019, dude. What the hell are you talking about? In the U.S.? Where?
Yes.
Where?
Things started shutting down in October of 2019.
No. What the hell are you talking?
They started getting positive
dude, what
cases.
Is this guy saying? He said we started shutting down in October of 2019. What is this guy? What? This guy's delusional, dude. Dude, he actually is from a different dimension, chat. They must have had like a totally different timeline. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? No, not even close. October 2019.
So just because you disagree with me on
no, it's not just I disagree with you.
Truth?
There's not a single person in the chat that agrees with you. I promise you, you won't find a single person in the chat that agrees with you.
Oh, I mean,
not even the conspiracy theorists will believe that.
It's not a conspiracy; it's the truth, though.
It's neither. It's nor a conspiracy nor the truth. Not even conspiracy theorists would say that.
They started talking about COVID-19 and they started.
No, there was no. You said there were shutdowns in October 2019.
I mean, it was.
Are you fucking trolling, dude? Appreciate the marvelous confetti. Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
Maybe not necessarily shutdowns, but there had started being restrictions.
No.
Because no one knew what they were dealing with.
No. Yes. What are you talking about?
Yes.
No.
Okay, then tell me why.
Not in the United. Are you saying in the United States there?
Yes, in the United States.
Dude,
yes.
This guy, no. Oh my God.
How come I had to quarantine in the fall of 2019?
You didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I mean, really?
Dude, you're actually delusional. I'm not trolling, dude.
Delusional?
I'm not even joking. You're literally delusional,
someone
bro.
out in the real world who's experienced this shit.
Okay. If you think that Tank is wrong, type 1 in the chat.
Huh, look at that. Someone just said that they shut their business down January of 2020, which means it started at the end of 2019. How about that?
You said there were restrictions in October 2019. That's like just objectively wrong.
COVID started the end of 2019.
There were no shutdowns or restrictions in the United States in 2019. Appreciate the handout. Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. This is like crazy. This is like actually insane.
Huh.
Please save me. Please save me, dude. Oh my God. Dude, I'm actually serious now. I don't know why you just said that. That was really weird. There was like literally less than a year of COVID under Trump's administration. You're acting like it's the biggest thing that happened ever. First the manifesting, and it stopped him from doing any oil production under his administration.
It made things hard. You
don't blame the economic effects of the pandemic on Trump, but you do on the Biden-Harris administration with inflation. It's hilarious.
They caused inflation.
No, they didn't, dude.
Yes, they did.
So why did inflation happen?
There was
so can you
two
tell me why
bills
inflation
that-
happened in Africa? Can you tell me why inflation happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe?
Do I live there? No. I can tell you why inflation happened here.
No, you can't because you're not an
Kamala was
economist. Are you an economist?
I'm a truck driver, but
Mr. Garland, thank you so much. So you're not an economist, right?
Are you?
Yes, I actually do have a degree in economics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a degree because where I'm from, I was better off without going to college.
No, sure, that's fine. That's your life goal. I'm not telling you how to live your life. Doing trucking is for you. That's for you. Appreciate the handout. What I'm saying though is that you don't know what you're talking about as it relates to this, and Trump's manipulating you because you have a lack of information on this. And again, that's not your fault. You didn't study this. It's not your fault at all. I don't think the average person needs to know this. Appreciate the cap. But I'm telling you, from someone who has researched this and who has studied this, that you're totally wrong, and the inflation happened the same trend globally, which is not possible if it were caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Not possible.
They haven't helped it at all, though.
Okay, so they don't help it. It's actually the Federal Reserve that deals with it. They influence the increase in interest rates, which has brought down inflation. Appreciate the handout. We're at 2.5% annually, which is the same as we were under 2018. It was 2.45% annually. And then also we're 0.2% month by month. So we're even lower month by month right now than we ever were under Trump.
Then I guess explain to me why things were more affordable under Trump than they have been the last 4 years.
Yeah, so inflation went up globally. So that has made things less expensive. Inflation means the rate of increase in prices. So the rate of increase in prices has diminished, but that doesn't mean prices didn't already raise. So prices already raised, they've just stopped raising at such a significant rate.
But they raised like 38%.
I don't know where you get that 38% number.
I mean, $200 4 years ago could feed me and my family for almost 3 weeks. And at that same grocery store, the same exact stuff that we bought, it's about $450, $500 for those same goods.
Okay. So yeah, you can make up whatever number you want. That doesn't tell us the overall cumulative inflation rate. But like the point I'm making is that yes, prices have gone up. That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. Okay.
Well then,
so making this claim that like Trump is going to bring us back down to low prices, I'm sorry, but you're misinformed. You know nothing about the economy, right? And Trump is using that to control you. I'm not joking. He's using you like a drone.
Well then, how is price gouging going to help?
So
tell me that.
You mean price gouging laws?
Yeah.
They can help diminish corporations' ability to like rip you off. Right, those already exist in a bunch of states, around the United States. I think 46 states. They're just implementing the law federally.
But the thing is that the more that they do that, then the less goods we have.
No, because okay, so we already have this right now. All right, are you saying that we have less goods right now?
I mean, I'm not for sure because
they also existed under Trump's administration. I thought you guys were for states' rights. Most states have them.
I mean, okay. I guess what I'm coming at is more Kamala wants to implement Kamala wants to implement more price gouging laws, but as far as a lot of grocery stores, I'm not 100% certain, but like your grocery stores, they don't have a very deep profit margin.
You can say what you want. I'm not saying that they don't. A lot of grocery stores don't have a very deep profit margin, and these price gouging laws wouldn't affect them.
How would they not?
Because they're totally dependent on profit share. It's not dependent upon, like, they're not going to undercut you in terms of cost of production. Otherwise, that would fuck the system up. They're only going after the people who are exploiting it, right? Based upon profit margins. So it's a certain set of profit margins, which I'm pretty sure there's like one company at least that's already like admitted to price gouging.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, Kroger, yeah. I think so.
I mean, we shop at Aldi's a lot of times because
they have better prices.
They do have better prices considered, for the other places. But I don't know. I will have to do more research myself, but
he's relying on a correlation causation fallacy to do all the work for him. People already associate just because it's happening under the administration that it's caused by them. And that's exactly why Trump set up his tax policy in such a way in which you got the tax cuts under his administration and then they went away under Biden's administration, even though it's still under his policy or under the next administration, because he knew that he could have implemented it, right, insofar as that it would have helped people, right? But he decided not to. He decided to construct it in such a way in which he could then use to like run on for election time.
Okay. But here's a question. It's the same topic, but more spending does cause inflation, right?
So
it can.
So I think the level of spending that we're referencing, it's not going to be a huge portion of the inflation that's caused. It's a very small portion of the inflation, right? But yes, spending and increasing aggregate demand puts upward pressure on prices.
So
that would be true for cutting taxes on billionaires. That would be true for any type of spending. So what you do is you're talking about deficit, like your debts and deficits, and how much you're accounting for in terms of revenue. So actually, under the Biden and Harris administration, they accounted for more in terms of what they signed into law. So $4.3 trillion in spending overall under the Biden-Harris administration that they didn't account for. $2.2 trillion is non-COVID related, but for the Trump administration, it was $8.4 trillion overall. $4.8 trillion non-COVID related signed into law. Push the hand art.
A good portion of that, though, was for the wall that he wanted to build, right?
So,
that was only $10 billion.
So, no, that's not a huge no. None of that was the wall.
But
push the hand art. Actually, none of that was the wall.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, as much money as we've spent, and I understand Ukraine is fighting a war right now.
Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
As much money as
Georgia,
we've spent,
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
As much money as we've spent,
and Heidi, thank you for the $5
overseas. Why couldn't
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
What's that?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is? We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. Two, as it relates to this, it is the case that what's it called? In terms of spending for foreign policy, that's a very small portion of our budget. So saying that caused the inflation is a ridiculous statement.
I'm not
saying that that's a majority of the budget, I think, is ridiculous. Push the box. No, thank you so much. We spent more on giving tax cuts to billionaires under Trump's tax policy than we specifically gave to Ukraine by far. Because $70 billion of the $107 billion that we gave to the Ukrainian government was weapons and equipment that we already had.
But unfortunately, before Trump even got into office, billionaires, they had loopholes because of the way the tax codes wrote anyhow.
Okay, so then let's make the tax policy in such a way in which they don't have these loopholes.
I can agree with that. I agree with everyone paying their fair share. Now, my thing though is I don't entirely agree with sending. When we have so much stuff that we could do in this country, like help our homeless veterans, help the homeless population.
Yeah, I agree. We need to do all of those things. Who's more likely to help people in need?
Trump.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class or the lower class more than it benefit rich people.
The 2017 tax cuts.
No, most of that went to people who are rich.
God. The 2017 tax cuts, those helped me in the middle class out more than what you think though. Being a single man before Trump ever got into office, generally I've always worked a lot of hours. Now,
so again, most of it went to people who are rich. We already know. Okay, we have estimates. We have the data on it from what happened. Fragrance, appreciate the subscription. Most of it went to people who are rich.
I'm not bowing out here. I would like to talk more, but I do think I need to go do more research.
Okay, for sure. All right, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yep. Thank you.
All right.
But
Chat, I don't know if it's time for me to hit a restart, or should I hit a restart, everyone? Should I try that? Because I don't know if I'm experiencing it right now. I'm not quite sure. What are the thoughts? Restart or keep going? Oh, wait, is Dean already rating? Dean's already rating, chat, I think. Keep going. Alright, okay, we'll stay on. No, he's not? Okay. Sorry, just people are spamming that in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? People saying Dean ended in the chat. I literally have his live up. Dean did not end. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in the bio, everyone. Linktree is in the bio. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Okay. People said restart. I don't know. I don't know if I'm following glitched right now. I think I am, but I'm also not sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
58.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think he'll do a better job.
Why so?
Well, he did pretty good under his administration.
Like what?
Yeah. He created 417,000 manufacturing jobs. And
Mary, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Due to what policy?
Unfortunately, during the C-19, or right before the C-19, he lost 187,000 jobs. But
yeah, I asked you what policy he did to cause the jobs to go up.
No, he created manufacturing jobs.
I asked you what policy he did to cause that.
I mean, it literally, it's from CNN.com. They said that.
Hey, man, I'm asking you what policy he did to cause that. You're just talking about jobs that were added under his administration. That doesn't mean he caused that. Right? Like, for example, there were over 15 million jobs added under Biden. You don't think all the jobs were caused by him?
All I know is it was fact checked during the debate with Harris and Trump's CNN.com. They fact checked it and they said that she was wrong. What she's saying, that he did not create any jobs and he lost like 2,000 plus jobs.
So he didn't create those jobs. Those jobs were just added under the administration. If you're saying he created those jobs, well, then you're also saying that he increased the unemployment rate, because when he went into office, it was 4.7%, and when he left office, it was 6.4%. Hannah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciated it. And again, thank you so much, Mary, for the $15.
CNN.com fact checked.
I will be reacting to the vice presidential debates everyone tonight.
And said that she was wrong about that.
Okay. I got you. I need you to be a little bit more critical than this if we're going to have a dialogue, man. No offense. I'm just saying, like, you have to be a little bit more critical than this. Like, just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. I met my girlfriend under the Harris administration. That does not mean it was caused by the Harris administration.
Well, we don't have a Harris administration. We have a Biden administration.
Appreciate the little crown. You understand I'm saying Biden Harris, right?
Well, she really has nothing to do with the Biden administration. She's a game changer.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act,
okay, so she did have a lot of influence in the Biden and Harris administration.
Yeah.
Versus what a lot of lefties say that she didn't have. She said the only thing she did was she was just a tiebreaker.
So tie-breaking vote is doing things. Elizabeth, appreciate the subscription. She did the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
Okay, so she was the tiebreaker. Did she have any influence at all?
Yes, she made the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Where the border?
In terms of the border, the only authority that she had over the border was to go to countries in South and Central America to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place. She raised over $5 billion to do that.
So South and Central America, where's that? What countries does that consist of?
Like El Salvador, that's like
Mexico?
an example. Guatemala.
Mexico?
I don't think Mexico is within one of them.
Yeah,
Talking
it's
about.
South Central, my friend.
I never said every country. I said countries in South and Central America.
So she was in charge of the southern border.
Oh yeah, wait, and yeah, Mexico's Northern America. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
so she was in charge of
So
southern border.
Mexico's not Central America.
No, it's the southern
So if
border.
I said South and Central America, right, it wouldn't be in that because it's Northern America.
Central America. So yeah, that would exclude Mexico.
Yes, because Northern America is part of a Northern America.
What about the Remain in Mexico agreement?
So that was a complete pivot. Do you not want to talk about what we just brought up? Per standard, like we were talking about what Kamala Harris was doing, and I was telling you she's done a lot, and then now you're pivoting from that. We can talk about the Remain in Mexico policy, but Trump already thinks that had no effect. Trump literally, when he was getting the assassination attempt, he was talking about a graph, and he was showing the graph, and he said the only time that there was a clampdown was Title 42, which was like the COVID-related emergency shutdown. And he said that nowhere before did he start doing a shutdown because Remain in Mexico before, when he implemented it, right, was implemented, and then we saw rises in the amount of people coming to the country after that. So like obviously the Remain in Mexico policy didn't benefit the country in any way, and that's why Biden got rid of it.
Was that under Trump?
The Remain in Mexico border policy was under Trump, yes.
Yes, I know it was under Trump, but Biden scrapped that.
First did you class? Thank you. Yeah, that's what I just explained, Leather.
No, but I'm saying is,
thank you.
What I'm saying is Biden scrapped that. He tore that up.
Yeah, Leather, I just told you that.
Yeah, so that's why we have an influx of a lot of immigrants coming in from 101 countries to the southern border.
No, it's not. So
that's the reason.
No, because you understand that was already happening under Trump. So why was there a almost 2 times increase in encounters, push the paper crane, from under Trump's administration?
Did you see the graph?
Yes.
I saw the graph. It's totally different. It's very low under Trump.
What graph are you referencing? From where?
Oh, well, I assume
you see what I mean. You see what I mean? Like this guy is like very intelligent. This is a
No,
voter.
no.
Very well informed voter, dude.
It's the Department of Homeland Security graph.
Yeah. So you mean the Customs Border Protection graph?
Customs Border, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got it wrong, buddy.
So the graph says that the border crossings are very low under Trump. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you haven't seen the graph. You don't know what you're referencing. You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, I do.
You're just making shit up.
All I know is that Harris.
You're making shit up.
Harris is a disaster, and she.
Yeah. Can you name me one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you like that benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the benefit rich people?
Tax cuts.
Again, we already went over this. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act predominantly.
The tax cuts was for the middle class as well.
I'm not saying that there were no tax cuts for the middle class. What I'm saying is that tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act predominantly went to people who are rich.
Yeah, but it went to the middle class as well.
So again, most of it went to people who were rich. So if you give $1 to someone who's middle class and you give $100,000 to someone who's rich,
it's
right?
actually
you gave money to help the person who was in the middle class, but it was like nothing. It was like a very small proportion. So like that, obviously that's not like what you'd say is relevant there.
Do you know how economics work?
Lisa, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Leather, I have an econ degree.
Do you know how economics work?
Yeah, I have an econ degree. Can you tell me what market equilibrium is?
Let me give you a
Hey, Leather,
scenario.
what's market equilibrium?
Let me give you a scenario.
What's market equilibrium?
Well, let me give you a scenario first.
What's market equilibrium?
I don't know. You tell me.
If you don't know what market equilibrium is, you don't have any knowledge of economics.
Let me give you a scenario.
It's the intersection of supply and demand. That's what market equilibrium is.
Supply and demand. Okay,
Antonio, thank you for the $5. So if you don't know what the intersection of supply and demand is, that it's market equilibrium, well then I'm going to tell you know nothing about economics. And you can't tell someone who has an econ degree that they don't know anything about economics.
Kid, do you have an education?
Yeah, I have an econ degree. I graduated last semester.
Okay, so let me say something. So let's use a hot dog truck, a truck wagon. Okay, 6-figure incomes. Where do you think they get their supplies from? Where do you think they get their merchandise from? And who do you think they're going to hire? Do you think you're going to hire anybody? That's trickle down, bro. It's gravity. It's gravity, bro. Trickle down works. You cannot get rich off a poor guy. You cannot get rich off the middle class. It comes from.
Can you give me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
Okay, I can give you one. How about I own a hot dog truck and I hire somebody to work and I pay them and then they supply for their family. And then on top of that, I get that merchandise from a higher up, a distributor.
Leather, I'm asking you for one historical example. Hey,
it's gravity. It's basic gravity.
Gravity? It has nothing to do with gravity. I'm asking for one historical. Gravity. You don't even know what gravity is. I'm asking for one historical example of trickle down economics.
What is gravity?
Understand? I'm talking about Trump's.
Why?
I'm talking about Trump's. I'm talking about Trump's universal plan for tariffs that is 10 to 20%.
Why?
So I disagree. Appreciate the test. I think the superpower. I disagree.
Okay, so you disagree with Biden?
Yeah, I disagree with Biden keeping the tariffs.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Patrick, thank you for the $26.32. Thank you so much. Here's some cash for your efforts in trying to get this, I can't say that, to understand economics. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Since we're finished with that, I really don't trust Harris in a whole because I think she's dishonest and she lies a lot.
This idiot to understand economics. What's up?
I think Harris lies a lot. She's dishonest. And the reason why I say that is because she was on the Drew Barrymore show. She was on the Jimmy Fallon show. She was on MSNBC show. She's talking about the mandatory buybacks. And then one time she says she owns and nobody's going to take your pew-pews or whatever. And I just don't trust her. That's my personal opinion, my friend.
Okay. So here, let me address this. That's not a lie. Right.
Yeah,
can I please explain? I let you speak.
Okay.
So that's not a lie. Her having a different position on gun buybacks in the past, Jim, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Does not mean that she can't have a different position now. That's not lying. Can I please finish? Does not mean that she's lying now because you have a different change in position. Trump used to be a Democrat. Now he's not. JD Vance used to say that Trump might be America's Hitler. Now he doesn't. Okay, you can have a change in position over time. That doesn't mean you're lying. But as it relates to the context of lying, Trump has 30,000 documented and confirmed lies under his administration. He's lied about the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He lied and said that he never met E. Jean Carroll when there's pictures of them together. He lied and said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. He lied about his affiliations to Project 2025, saying that he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it but knows nothing about it. You can't possibly know nothing about something and then disagree with aspects about it. So what aspects do you know that you're disagreeing with? You could ask that. He's lied and cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star while his wife was pregnant. I can keep going.
Well,
he lied about people who came to the country who were eating people's dogs and pets, which was not happening. That was a U.S. citizen already in the country that was having a mental breakdown, not even in the area he was referencing. And J.D. Vance said that they were creating stories to get people to think about the border, which caused racism and bigotry and violence towards the Haitian community in this country.
Did Harris,
Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Katrina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Darla with the $20. Thank you so much. And Uncle Dave with the $5. Thank you so much. Antonio, thank you for the $5 as well.
Did Harris cheat with a married man?
So that person was separated from their significant other for 10 years. She didn't cheat.
But she was still married.
She didn't cheat. She was engaging in a relationship with someone that was separated with their other partner for 10 years.
Fornication.
Dude, I've engaged in fornication.
Fornication.
Fuck yeah. I engage in fornication all the time.
Okay, so she was.
Are you gonna cry about it? Are you mad that I engage in fornication, buddy? Or are you just mad that she's doing it because she's a woman?
She was doing it, and this is my whole point.
Wait. So why is fornication not wrong when I do it?
Wait. This is my whole point.
No, can you answer my question? Why is fornication not wrong when I do it?
No. You dog Trump about doing it, but she's doing the same fucking thing.
Wait. That's not fornication.
She's doing the same fucking thing.
By the way, that's not fornication, right? Just fornication. That's him
Adultery?
cheating. That's adultery is different from just fornication.
Oh,
that is
so-
you're cheating. You're cheating on your spouse.
Was she committed
That's
adultery?
different than just engaging in fornication.
So he was committing adultery because he wasn't legally divorced.
Okay, so again, whether or not you're legally divorced doesn't make it, cheating under my
Okay,
definition.
so-
Like for example, right? They
So two wrongs make a
specifically.
right.
Can I please finish? No.
Two wrongs make a
So-
right, right?
So you understand they were separated for 10 years. I don't
Okay.
consider that cheating. I don't think you consider that cheating because they were separated for 10 years. You're just saying it. And
They're
can I
still
get a
married,
W for fornication in the chat, everyone? Hell yeah. Love fornication. It's so great.
He was still married. My point is that
Again, he was not in that relationship, though. I think you can make a distinction between the two, buddy.
But you're not getting my point, man. Both of them are just fucked up, dude. Both of them.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it
Because you were,
is.
if they were separated for 10 years,
Both
there's
of
no
them are just as fucked up.
Leather. I'm sorry, you're actively delusional. Okay, listen.
I'm not delusional.
Can I please explain? So it is the case they were separated for 10 years. Okay? The person she slept with was separated with their partner for 10 years. They weren't together anymore. It's not cheating. And also, she wasn't the one cheating. Even if it was the case that was true, she wouldn't have been the one cheating. Secondly, Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives knowingly. The last one with the corn star while his wife was pregnant. So you cannot tell me that he didn't know. You cannot tell me that it wasn't his fault. And you can't tell me that those are the same thing. If they are separated, that is not cheating. You are trying to make something out of something that does not exist.
Dude, both parties, Trump and Harris, they're both fucked up.
Okay, name me one thing she's done that's bad, that you think is bad. Appreciate the hand art.
Fact about what? That she fucked up?
Give me one thing that she's done in her life that you disagree with personally.
Withholding evidence?
Give me the scenario. Tell me the person she did it with.
Kenneth Copeland. Or no, Kenneth Cooper, I think. Kenneth Cooper.
Okay. So the case that I think you're actually referencing is the case specifically where that person was already guilty. And I'll explain to you why. Because DNA evidence now recently has indicated he was guilty. One.
He was
Two.
innocent, my
Can I
friend.
please finish? No, he was guilty. That's why. What do you mean? They found him guilty based upon the DNA evidence.
He was exonerated.
Okay? No, he wasn't. That's a total lie.
He
Give
was
me a source.
exonerated.
Give me a source.
Will you give me a source?
I can give you. I'll go ahead, but give me. I'm asking you for
I
a source.
looked up the source. He was exonerated, man.
Go. Give me which one you're referencing first.
I do not have a computer on me, man. Why don't you give me a source?
Then go look it up. It's fine.
Why don't
I'll
you
give
give me a
time.
source saying that he wasn't exonerated? Why don't you do that?
Because I need to be sure what case you're referencing. Because if you're referencing the
Cooper,
if you're referencing the case that I'm referencing, well then yes.
Cooper. Kenneth Cooper. She withheld evidence.
Okay. So again, what's your source?
I'm just saying his name was Kenneth Cooper.
Yeah, but what's the source?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know? You don't fucking know? Is it just trust me,
I
bro?
don't fucking know. I just know that she withheld evidence on an innocent man.
Because I want to know what you're referencing.
Parker, are you playing games with me?
Yeah. No, I just want to know what you're
playing
referencing.
games with me, right?
I just want to know what you're referencing.
Come on, kid. You're playing games with me. Are you? Are you playing games with me? Parker?
I found your source. Look right here. Look at the source.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like I'm supposed to see that. I can't see that, man. That's blank paper.
No fucking shit. It says trust me, bro, genius. Oh my god, dude.
Dude, kid.
They have zero brain cells, dude.
Are
I
you
swear.
fucking old
Kenzie,
enough
thank
to
you for the
vote?
$5. Thank you so much.
Are you
Hannah,
old
thank you for the
enough to
$5.
vote?
Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Parker,
it.
are
Michael,
you
thank
old
you for the
enough to vote?
$5. He is the Isaac Newton
Parker, are you old enough
of
to
it.
vote?
Katrina, thank you for the $25 for gravity. Thank you so much. Yes.
Are you old enough to vote?
Yes, dude. Owen, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
How old are you?
I'm 22. I voted in the last election.
Christ. You're younger than my son.
Here's the hand art. Okay. Wait, so do you think I'm a kid?
I think you're a kid.
Okay, so Donald Trump said he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. That girl would be younger than me. So did Donald Trump want to date and have sex with a kid?
Would she be over age? Would she be over age? Would she be over 18? Would she be over 18?
Oh,
Wait. But you said me as a
would she be over
22-year-old.
18?
You said
Would she
me as
be
a 20.
overage?
You said
Parker,
me and. Listen,
would she be overage?
Listen, can I please respond?
Parker.
So can I
Would
please?
she
Am I
be
over? Am I
overage?
over 18?
Parker.
Am
would
I
she
over
be
18?
overage?
Hey, Leather, am I over 18?
Are you on the vote?
Yes, I'm 22.
Okay.
So you said that I'm a kid as a 22-year-old, but she 10 plus 10 would be 20 years old, which is younger than me by 2 years, right? You think that she's not a kid, and you think that she's old enough to consent to sex. 1, 2, he was sexualizing a 10-year-old.
Is she a minor now?
So again,
Is
when
she
you
a
say
minor?
10-year-old girl and 10 years, right? You said that she was a
Parker,
kid. Because
simple question.
you said that. Wait, listen. I'm just showing you your hypocrisy because you call me a kid, but you won't call the 20-year-old girl that Trump wanted to have sex with a kid,
Parker.
even though she was 10 years old when he said that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years.
Simple question. Is she a minor today?
Or appreciate the $4. No. 'Cause
Okay.
This
Is
was
she
in
a minor
1992. She was 10 years old in 1992.
Okay. Is she a minor today?
No.
So he said if she was 10 years older, he would date her. So she's overage.
He said, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Again,
So-
is that not predatory? Is that not groomish behavior?
Oh my
Is that not
God.
grooming behavior? If you go up to it, wait, I have a question, Leather. If
How
a
old is
40-year-old
she?
Leather, if a 40-year-old man went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said that about your 10-year-old daughter, what would you do?
I'll probably be upset. I'll be upset.
Interesting. Justin, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for Kevin Cooper. Just spoke out from Death Row in support of Kamala. Lol.
But the
Holly,
fact
thank you
of
for
the
the $3.
matter
Thank you
is-
so much. Corey, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. And Kenzie, thank you for the $5.
Is she's not a minor today.
Okay. So again,
That's my whole point, bro.
dude,
Okay?
because this happened
I
in
didn't argue
19
with you, man. I
Hey,
think you're a
Leather,
good kid,
Leather,
man.
Leather, respectfully, he was talking about this in 1992 when she was 10 years old. So obviously in 2024, she is not 10 years old anymore, and she's not a minor because
Okay.
this was 30 years ago. Okay.
So
But
personally,
can you
I
please
think
use your
that's-
Leather?
that's
can you please-
weird.
Leather,
That's weird.
What would you do if someone 40-year-old man did this to your daughter?
Look, to be honest with you, man, I wouldn't like it. That's weird.
Can you tell me how old she was when Donald Trump said he wanted to be dating her in 10 years?
You said 10, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's okay to say that to 10-year-olds?
No, I don't.
So would you vote for someone who said that to a 10-year-old? The fact that it's taking this long is very, very concerning.
I think that I don't agree with that, but I think that since he ran the country pretty good, his first 4 years, I would vote for him.
Okay, can you name me one policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, I think he did good with the. He created 417 manufacturing jobs.
No, I'm asking for a policy. What was the policy?
Policy.
So he thinks he did so well during office. He doesn't know a policy. Also, 417 jobs is not a lot for the economy. I just wanna let you know.
417,000 jobs?
Okay, you said 417.
Well,
but if you said 417,000, again, that's just jobs that were added under the administration. You're cutting off COVID.
No, it wasn't.
So
That was
I
brand
like
new. That was
Leather.
brand new,
I
dude.
think it's ironic that you're willing to say just because it was added under the administration, that means you accept it. But
It
then
was
Can I please
417,000
finish? Can I please
jobs
finish,
that
or do I
he
need to mute
created.
you, sir? Do I need to mute you? I like how you accept the 417,000 jobs added under the administration just because it happened under the administration, but then you cut it off right before COVID because you know that just because it happens under the administration and it decreased under COVID and he actually lost jobs, that doesn't mean it was caused by him. So it's ironic that you, within framing this argument, know that the reasoning that upholds your position is wrong, yet you still decide to use the argument. It's
He
very
lost
ironic.
178,000
There's 2
jobs.
points here. There's 2 points here. Either, unironically, you are not smart enough, or you are disingenuous. Those are the only 2 explanations. You are not smart enough, or you are seriously so disingenuous that you are willing to do this in support of someone held civilly liable of
Trump
sexually abusing a woman,
created
called for a complete and total shutdown of
417,000
Muslims enter the country, says you dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he has sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, says his daughter's voluptuous, which means sexually attractive, says he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place.
Those weren't teenage girls. Those girls were
They were
overage.
teenage. Miss Teen USA.
Those girls are overage.
Actually, 4 of them were under
It's
18.
fact checked by CNN.
Actually, 4 of them were under 18.
Those girls were
4 of them were
overage.
4 of them were under
They were
18 according to
overage.
your source CNN. 4 of them were under 18.
Majority of them were overage.
Oh, okay. Does that mean that it's okay?
Majority of them was overage.
So were they not 18 and 19 year
I'm
olds?
kind of like changing their mind already.
Hey, Leather, were they not 18 and
Parker,
19 year olds?
I'm changing their mind already.
No, you're not. Were they 18 and 19? Were they 18, 19, 17, 16 and 15? Yes.
They were mostly overage.
So they were all teenagers.
18 years old and older. Teen USA.
He says 18 and
Do you know
older.
what a teenager is? Do you know?
Leather, you just said that I was a kid for being 22. I like how now, whenever we're talking about how he likes to walk into the changing rooms of people against their consent, literally girls, right? Some of them, 4 of them were under 18. And you won't acknowledge that. You want to frame it that they're old enough, that they know enough, that they're not naive, that he's not trying to take advantage of them. Okay? But then you say that I am not knowledgeable enough and I'm too naive to make an argument that you won't take into account what I have to say. That is the ultimate basis of your view, and it is utter hypocrisy. Okay? Utter hypocrisy. Literally everyone with a brain knows what you're doing is insane.
Parker, I like you. I want to have a conversation with you. Okay? And I don't know why you're muting me. I just want to have a conversation with you. Okay?
Yeah, and I've been very nice and I've let you speak way too much.
So what I'm saying
Respectfully,
is,
I've let you speak too much.
you got to respect you got to respect your elders, man. Come on, dude. Okay,
so then vote for Joe Biden. Vote for Jimmy Carter over Donald Trump.
Jimmy Carter.
Write in Jimmy Carter. Write in Jimmy Carter.
No, look.
You I better see you writing in Jimmy Carter.
Look, kid, I like you, man. I really do, man. I follow you. I listen to you. I do. But the thing is, the thing you're talking about, those kids at the Miss America team, man, they're
He's like, I don't know. I don't think Jimmy
They're
Carter
19
has
years
enough
old, man.
experience. You know what I mean? Jimmy Carter, he needs more experience.
Jimmy Carter is like, he's on his deathbed, man.
Jimmy
Come on,
Jimmy
dude.
Carter's literally turning 100. And you want to know something crazy, Leather? I would unironically vote for Jimmy Carter over Donald Trump. Not trolling. Nicole, thank you for the $5. Not trolling in his state right now. I would vote for Jimmy Carter over Donald Trump.
Jimmy Carter, man.
100%. 100% would.
Why? Why?
Because that's how bad of a candidate Donald Trump is.
I don't think he's that bad because he was president the first time. He did pretty good up until
I know, but he's 100. He's about to be 100, dude. I would vote for him as a 100-year-old. Right? He's going to be 104 at the end of his administration, right? Over Donald Trump. That's how bad of a candidate Donald Trump is. I would vote for a lizard over Donald Trump. Yeah, because you want to know what? I don't want to vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing women who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, who engages in that type of behavior, who literally thinks it's okay to violently sexually assault women. That's such an insane thing. How the hell is he going to construct policy that's going to benefit the 170 million American women and girls in this country? He's not. Right? Okay. It's an utter lie. It's an utter joke. The fact that you think he'd be able to construct policy to benefit this country when 170 million plus Americans are women and girls in this country. Holly, thank you for the $3. Right, thank you so much. Hey. Joyce, thank you so much for the $25 for dealing with idiots. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And Nicole, thank you for the $5 for this guy's creepy. You drop him.
Parker, at that note, I got to go, but it's good chatting with you, man.
Peace. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Appreciate the hand art. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, Kenny. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Everyone share the live as well. It will help get it out to more people. I do appreciate every single person who's doing so. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Daisy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Daisy. Lizard for president yet again, 2024. You know it. By the way, everyone, the VP presidential debate is tonight, everyone. VP debate is tonight. I think it's in an hour and 30 minutes, everyone. In an hour and 30 minutes. So do follow me here if you have not already. I go live literally every single day. I'm going to be giving my thoughts about it after it happens. I actually might even watch it on live. I'm not gonna like play it on live because that's like copyright, but I'll probably be watching it and reacting to it. Okay, let's get this next individual up. Yo, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much, Brian. We're getting the next person up. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Do you tap that screen? Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 35.
And are you voting for Trump? Push the hand art.
I am not, but I want to do like a.
I'm sorry, everyone. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump to get some debates going. I do appreciate every single one of y'all on the right side of history, though. Thank you so much, everyone. Bad, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much for President Lizard. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
Appreciate the money, God. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 66.
And are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. So far. Could change, but so far, yes. I think he's a better business person, actually.
Can you name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies? Shayla, I think it's $5.
6? No. Bankruptcies? Yes. Many people. Milton Hershey, Walt Disney.
No. I'm saying 6 bankruptcies because I understand that there are people who are good businessmen with with less than 6 bankruptcies, and then might have 1 bankruptcy. But I think 6 is a little bit extreme, and I think demonstrates the fact that he was just given a bunch of money. Jeremy, think of the $5. Carlos, think of the $1. So I wouldn't say him being a good businessman is a reason to vote for him because you got people like Mark Cuban who are way better businessmen. They're saying Kamala Harris is the way to go.
Sure. And I agree. Parker, the main reason I called, I am registered Republican, but I'm not a straight line. I'm from Kentucky. I voted Andy Beshear. I think he's a better governor, much better. Anyway, main reason for calling, I think you guys are great. What you're doing is great. People that say you don't have a job, they're idiots. They're just jealous. Had I been a younger guy, I'd be doing this. I taught myself DOS back in the 90s when computers came out. So I get all this stuff. Anyway, my main point that I want to get to you, Dean, the whole thing about him being convicted of those charges. Look, any of these guys that have been in politics, say 30 plus years, say since the 90s, a lot of these politicians to women are kind of like rock stars. There's groupies to these guys, and a lot of these women put themselves in bad situations. Now, granted, women say something about it now. I'm glad they stand up for their rights and they say, hey, I've been assaulted. But 20, 30 years ago, many women just swept it under the carpet and didn't say anything.
That still happens, so that's not like a reason to dispute the fact that it happened to them.
No, you're correct. But I bet there's a whole lot of guys that you've voted for, everybody's voted for, that have done it.
I wouldn't vote for them if I knew. So the point is that you do know, and yet you still do decide to do that. That is the ultimate issue. And also, like, there are people in positions of power. That doesn't mean that they should be allowed to exploit their positions of power to assault women. Okay.
I agree.
And again, I don't think that the fact that there are people out there that want to be with celebrities, purchase the subscription, thank you so much, indicates that celebrities can't assault women. Right? I think that's a pretty insane notion as well. Camille, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much for keep going, Dean. Thank you so much.
I agree. But there's a lot of those guys there in politics that are like that, and they've done it their whole lives and got away with it. It doesn't make them any better or worse. They're the same kind of person, and they're in the politics now. And that's the main thing I wanted to tell you. I didn't know if you ever thought of that or what.
Yeah. So then here would be my point: is that given that you wouldn't vote for them, you now know about Donald Trump, you're not going to vote for him, right?
I don't know. The guy's he's an idiot. Don't like his mouth. Don't like him on Twitter. I'm afraid.
He's an idiot. You don't like his mouth. He doesn't have good policy, and he also has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. Tried to coup the country. Called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Has a misogynistic history. Has a racist history where he didn't rent to black people. Called for the execution of the Central Park Five. Popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence of that. There's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Again, all to undermine him being president of the United States.
All right. I'm afraid Kamala's going to turn the U.S. into California.
California, the GDP is well higher. So do you think she's increasing the GDP then?
Well,
do you think she's going to make the economy better because California has a better economy comparative to the average in the United States?
Well, but look, you got places like Chevron leaving California. You got businesses. They say they can't afford to do business there.
Well, don't you already have countries? Aren't you guys complaining about the fact that there's manufacturing leaving the entire United States anyway?
That's bad too.
Okay, so then why are you saying that's only a uniquely Californian thing?
It's not. It's not. You just hear about it more, I guess, there when you got a 140-year-old company like Chevron.
And you want something crazy as well? They leave, someone else can take their spot.
Right.
Sharon, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sharon. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much for Barker. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, these guys that blast you over making money doing this, they're idiots. They're just jealous, Parker. Don't
Maria description. All right, well, Jeff, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
No, but I appreciate what you do. And yeah, thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
For sure. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do follow me here if you haven't already. We're trying to get it to catch up to Dean, everyone. He's like 100K ahead of us now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I just feel like he's a better businessman and he's not really a politician, so.
Daisy, think the $2. Can you define politician?
Which is someone who's just been in politics their whole life. He's actually.
Well, then Kamala Harris isn't a politician. Why aren't you voting for her? Because she was the district attorney and attorney general. She was, a prosecutor.
Well, I just feel like Kamala Harris just everything she says is a lie. It's just whatever crowd.
Kamala? Trump has 30,000 confirmed documented lies under his administration. He's lied about sexual abuse, the election. He's defrauded people. He literally has been held civilly liable of fraud. Business fraud. He had to pay hundreds of millions of dollars. They're eating the dogs, the cats, which JD Vance said was made up. Okay, he left. Yo, Tazi, thank you so much for the golden party. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. And Daisy, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Shayla, thank you for $5. I will be watching. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
Kamala keeps on saying she's going to do all this stuff, but she's already in office and she's not doing any of it.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
But isn't she not a vice president anymore? Biden resigned.
Biden hasn't resigned as president. Biden stepped down as the presidential nominee. So she's currently still vice president. But can you name a single thing a vice president has done in history?
No.
So if you don't know a single thing a vice president has done in history, obviously you're not going to be informed on what she did as a vice president. So I'll inform you. Nat, thank you for the subscription. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including on the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the $35 cap on insulin and the largest investment in renewable energy ever. She also raised over $5 billion in private funds for countries in South and Central America to decrease the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, to help with the migration crisis. Those are just a few examples. I can keep going and talk about other things, talk about things she specifically implemented in the bill. But the point is that she was the most influential.
Are you reading a computer? Or is that on your brain?
That's in my brain.
Oh, that's really good for you, huh? Another thing, I was on somebody else's live that was talking about this, and they were describing what a woman is or something, and how they're gonna let guys in the women's bathroom.
Oh, so if you're so against that, right? Obviously, you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump because he said he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Do you want to hear the clip?
Oh yeah, of course.
I got you. Let me pull it up for you on YouTube. Okay, it's right here. I gotta wait for the ad. 1 second. Yelp is taking fucking forever. Yelp, make your ads. Oh my god, another ad. I just need to get YouTube Premium, chat. This is brutal. I know I keep saying I'm gonna do that.
With vagina. And, well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything
doctor,
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and.
Yep, there you go. That's one thing. Let me give you like another shot here. This is like a pretty crazy thing he says. Actually, here, let me.
Wait, so why are you voting for Kamala?
Okay. Well, she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to coup the country by sending false slates of electors to electoral college to illegally steal the election.
What is she doing, though?
Yeah, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a vast policy that helps the American people.
Reduction?
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the one I already told you about, the tie-breaking vote she had, with the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. Yeah, the PACT Act expanded veterans' health care to 1 million veterans. Where's the goose? Thank you so much. For people who are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances, the bipartisan infrastructure had funding for roads and bridges, expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. It had getting rid of lead from drinking pipes for clean drinking water, EV infrastructure to allow for it to be easier to transition to EV different types of vehicles. Plenty of things, right? The CHIPS and Science Act brought back American manufacturing jobs and chips production. They give you the animal ban. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Yeah, plus she's a child.
What?
Oh. They said I'm a child because I don't know any of this. I don't watch the news. All I know is she, like, whenever I see clips of her, she looks crazy for real.
Okay, can you tell me what Trump's healthcare plan is? What about his child care plan?
I don't even pay attention to none of this. I feel like the world has gone to shit for real. So
he doesn't even know what his healthcare policy is. Push the confetti. He just said he has concepts. I've got concepts of a plan.
Okay, but Trump let Kodak out of jail, so that's all I care about for real.
Jules, come on, you know that he's literally coming after your rights. Like, I'm not trolling. He literally put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Though.
Okay, you're just trolling then. You do not care about like your daughter's rights? Do you not care about anyone's rights in this country? Do you care about climate change? Do you think that's real? Do you want people who have pre-existing conditions to be denied by private insurance companies so that there's a greater likelihood of people dying because they got denied access to insurance? Because that's what he does when he repeals the ACA. If you're between 18 through 26, if you're on your parents' health care, well, say goodbye to that because Trump wants to undermine the ACA and has no plan to replace it.
Damn.
If you wanted to raise children in the future and if you want help with your taxes, Kamala Harris has a plan to help you. $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
That's nothing compared to what a child actually costs.
Okay, well, Trump only wants to help you with $2,000 for each kid. So you're going to get way more with Kamala Harris for your children. You're also going to get a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, right? If you want to start a business, $50,000 deductible for the first year. Trump actually increased taxes for corporations on income under $50,000 from 15 to 21%. Okay, so if you care about the working class of this country, if you care about women, if you care about climate change, if you care about your children, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump and you wouldn't not care in this election because he's literally raped a woman.
What's raped?
He violently penetrated her against her will.
Mm-hmm.
Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Victor, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. And Shay, thank you for the $2. She left. Maya, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Daisy, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Follow me here if you haven't already, y'all. We're catching up to Dean. We're getting to 900K. We're going for it, chat. Yo, it's a Paladin. Hello?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
One thing. Why so serious?
I had a feeling. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Erica, thank you so much for the animal band. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man?
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump because Kamala Harris don't know what the hell she's talking about or what the hell she's doing, first of all.
Really? Okay, so can I ask you a question real quick? Can you tell me what Trump is saying in this clip here? Just give me 1 second. Let me get it for you real quick.
When there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? They just I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
Or like this one?
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up a show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
Or this one?
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Can you inform me what he meant in any of those?
I'll be honest with you. It sounds like someone turned on a recorder like halfway through his speech or something. And to be honest with you, that's some hoopla right there, bro.
I mean, you could do that with Kamala Harris, and I'd be able to tell you what she's saying. I have no clue what he's saying there. That's totally incoherent. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Here's one I'm not taking out of context. I'll get you.
Yeah, it sounds to me like he was trying to make a point and somebody turned, I don't know, like what the entire point
They're
was.
eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
Oh, okay, that one right there. Yeah, right. That one right there, he's talking about that migrant or something that went to Ohio or something and started eating a cat.
That never happened. That was a fake story. That was literally a created story.
No, the video evidence doesn't lie, man.
Really, listen.
I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people.
Wait, so JD Vance was they were creating stories. Okay, so they admitted to creating stories. There was no evidence of Haitian migrants who are legally here, by the way. All of them are legal because of the asylum process. There was no evidence that they were eating people's dogs and pets and whatnot. That was a United States citizen who was not a Haitian immigrant, right? That had a mental breakdown and wasn't even in Springfield. Okay, it was a completely different area.
So you're telling me that the body camera on a police officer was lying?
Dude, that wasn't in Springfield, and that wasn't a Haitian migrant.
It don't matter if it was a Haitian migrant or
that's what he was saying. He was arguing.
Migrant, it don't matter.
Wait, by the way, I just want to let you know, in Springfield, the reason why Haitian migrants are there is because Springfield asked them to come. Not trolling.
No,
Springfield put advertisements out for people to come there. And people who are Haitian came there, and they've helped develop the economy there. Haitian migrants have completely revitalized the economy in Springfield. Okay, because immigration is helpful for economies. Because when there is not enough people in these small areas, these areas die off. The more people that come back, these areas become relevant again. So migration for these areas literally means that the areas don't die off.
No.
So if you care about small towns in this country, immigration is the way to save small towns in this country. Otherwise, they're going to die off. I grew up in Iowa. I've seen the cities. They are dying off. There are not people there. We need people there.
I'm from a small town community. Like,
yeah, and they need people there. They're losing people. They have no one there. People are moving to the big cities.
People because the freaking government policies making it harder for the companies to actually make a living. And honestly,
no, it's because people are leaving those areas.
When Obama raised minimum wage from $5 and some odd cents an hour to like $7.25 an hour, what do you think happened? It was a damn.
It's not because of minimum wage. That's a ridiculous statement.
No, it was a. Why do you think we went into a recession back in 2008? You probably wasn't even. You probably don't even remember
2007, 2009 financial crisis has nothing to do with migration. Are you trolling?
No, I'm just saying that. I know, but you know what I mean. Like, okay, so
I doubt you have any clue. I have a degree in economics.
like-
I had to write a paper about these types of things, about what happened, about the history of the 2007, 2009 financial
let's
crisis,
get back on
comparing
the
that to the recession in 2020.
All right, let's get back on the top of migration, right? All right, so migration. How does it help American people when you got companies wanting cheap labor? How is that helping me and you?
Yeah, so again, companies wanting cheap labor doesn't mean that immigration doesn't help the economy.
They're going to fire me and you. They don't care about me and you. We're just, you know.
Wait, you understand you understand migrants who are coming to the country illegally cannot undercut you, right? Because they are upheld by the same minimum wage you are. Legal migrants are upheld to the same minimum wage as you. Mateo, appreciate the $2. So they can't undercut you any more than any other American citizen can.
I beg
Kyle,
to
think of the
differ.
$5. Thank you so much. Yeah, probably.
I beg
Sam,
to
appreciate
differ
the $10.
because I've had
Sorry,
it
what did you
happen.
say? I was responding to the Venmo.
No, well, so like this is what I mean, right? Why would an employee or an employer, sorry, why would an employer pay you $15 an hour to do the same job that a migrant can do for like $7.25 or less?
Wait, you understand that's true for any other American citizen, right? Appreciate that mustache.
Yeah,
if there's any
absolutely.
American
That's
citizen
what I
that is
mean.
willing to do it for the minimum wage, that will
That's
happen.
what I mean.
Are you saying raise the minimum wage?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that
Tyler,
these
can't they go
employees-
hire people in other countries already?
These employers are going to fire people like me, you, whoever else. So they
Okay,
can
so
get
I have a
migrants to
question.
take the job.
Are migrants coming to the country using all the social programs and draining our economy, or are they taking all of the jobs? It can't be both.
Oh yeah, it can be both.
No, it can't.
Yeah, dude.
No, because then they're paying for you. So you're not working, and they took your job, and yet they're still paying for you.
Dude, no.
So they should cut you off of the programs that they're funding. That makes no fucking sense. dude. If they stole your job, that means they're funding you to be on social programs, right? So if you want to cut yourself off of the social programs,
What are you talking about?
okay, Jesus Christ, it can't possibly be both. If they are stealing your jobs, that means they're paying for the social programs, not benefiting from the programs without working. Like that makes no sense at all.
Yes, you can. You can lie to the freaking Social Security office. You could lie to whoever the fuck you want.
Any U.S. citizen can currently do that. It's called fraud, genius. And the only
Exactly.
person that has been held civilly liable for fraud that could relate to this is Donald J. Trump. Yet you don't give a shit about the civilly liable fraud. You don't care that he was held liable of fraud. You don't care about fraudsters. You don't care about criminals. You don't care about enforcing law and order. It's a partisan talking point for you guys. That's it. You don't care about law and order. You guys don't care about being pro-police. You guys are voting for a guy that wanted to pardon people that violently assaulted police officers on January 6th. They pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers, and Donald Trump wants to pardon them.
Bro, you're like an ADHD kid, like all over the fucking place. Stick to one topic, please.
You're mad that I can think about multiple different things. I'm sorry, my
No,
brain
just
functions.
come on, bro.
My
Like,
bad.
just
My
stick
bad.
to
My
one
brain
topic
functions. My
at a
brain
time.
functions. My
We'll
bad.
get to that topic in a second, bro.
My bad. My brain functions. Oh my God.
Everybody's brain functions, otherwise we wouldn't be living.
Clearly not here. That's why we're having to do this live.
All right, so
Appreciate the train. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like people that are coming across the border, they can dude. From what I was told, they're not even like having to pass driver's license tests. They're just
Totally lie. Total lies. These are just this is bigotry. It's actually bigotry. I'm not saying you're being the bigoted one, push the box enough. I'm saying these particular notions exist because of bigotry. Because they have to pass the same driver's license shit as you.
I don't know, man. I've
Same
seen them
shit.
drive, dude. I drive 18-wheelers for a living. I see all over the shit.
Okay, so why are you associating migrants to be bad drivers? Can you tell me why?
Why are they bad drivers? Probably because they don't know our laws, and hell, I mean,
just purchase the subscription. Well, they had to get a driver's license.
No, not if no.
They did. Purchase the handout. Yes, they did.
You don't know that?
Purchase that mustache. I do. They do.
Do you know that for real?
Yes, 100%.
Do you work at the DMV?
I don't have to work at the DMV. I have a brain.
Dog, come on, man. Everybody's got a fucking brain, but not everybody knows everything.
Not everyone's using it.
Dog, come on, man. Seriously?
Yeah, totally real.
DMV, like, okay, so I got a friend right now. So if I call them right now and be like, hey, they're like people from across the border illegally come over there, they're gonna tell me that no, they don't. They got to pass the same damn driver's license test as you.
Okay, we're talking about legal migrants.
Yeah, I'm talking about illegal migrants.
You understand that happens under Trump, right? There were people that came to this country undocumented and that were doing stuff in the country while Trump was president, right? Push the elephant.
Well, I mean,
so if someone is illegally driving, of course, we don't have a perfect mechanism of enforcing our laws.
They've been coming across the border though since like freaking Bush was president, dude. And I mean,
okay, so blame Bush. Blame Trump.
Well, let's blame Clinton. Let's blame whoever.
Do whatever you want. I don't care. Push the sunglasses. Now make me an actual argument.
I mean, the argument is I did like already because I mean, let's just put it this way. I mean, yes, they can take your jobs. Also, they can drain the healthcare system. They can drain whoever they want because
you have no clue what you're talking about. So actually, Medicare, Social Security, Social Security, and Medicaid, all of these things are more likely to be paid down if there's immigration because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, which means that there's going to be more young people to take care of the increasing share of the population that is older on Social Security and Medicare.
Okay, so why are professionals predicting that the Social Security, we won't even have Social Security by 2035?
That's without migration.
That's without.
That's also the 2025. Wait, you said by 2025? That's a total lie. You're saying in the future.
2035.
Yeah, that's still not going to happen. So there are people saying that in the future we aren't going to be able to fund Social Security, which means it's going to go insolvent. So a way to help with the insolvency of Social Security is immigration, unironically. Immigration is very good for the economy. It grows the pie for all Americans. It allows for us to pay down our debt, pay for Social Security, pay for Medicare, pay for Medicaid, all things that we will need to do.
Insurance rate. So that's why your insurance rate is like double what it was 4 years ago?
No, that has nothing to do with that. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Total Conspiracy Theorist. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Pete, thank you for the $1 for using your brain. Natasha, thank you so much for the $18.99 for YouTube Premium. Thank you so much. Mateo, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Kyle, thank you for the $5.
All right. So
and again, Margaret, thank you for the $25.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think anybody from the age 16 and 25, do you think that they should be like paid $15 an hour and such?
Matt, thank you for the $5. Yes, I think we can increase the minimum wage.
Okay. See, okay, so
Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Daily 5050.
The minimum wage, anybody that's under the age 18, 16 to 18, minimum wage being, I mean, what is it? What good does that do for anybody else?
Increasing the minimum wage increases wages throughout the entire economy. Plus, we haven't had an increase in minimum wage, federally speaking, since what, 2009? Since Obama did it.
Yeah.
That's like fucking insane. We need it to be increasing with inflation, the same way we have Social Security increasing with inflation through COLA, which is cost of living adjustments.
All right. So what do you think is going to happen to everything else once that happens?
What do you mean?
What do you think is going to happen to everything else if they raise minimum wage?
If it's adjusted to inflation, it's gonna be typical. Like it's gonna just be expected.
Yeah, it's more than likely going to raise the price of everything else.
Very marginally. If you care about raising the, hey, I just want to let you know, if you care about raising the prices, you wouldn't fucking support tariffs. Okay, why are you voting for Trump, who wants universal tariffs, 10 to 20%, that will cause inflation and hurt American consumers?
Oh, you got a point there. I will say that.
Yeah, because what he's doing is he's shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people, and I'll explain why. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Most of the tax cuts go to people who are rich. Right? Tariffs. If it predominantly impacts people who are lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods, that means it's shifting the tax burden from proportionally tax cuts going to people who are rich to the taxes being shifted to people who make lower income to a greater extent.
All right, so yeah, that's just like I mean,
Matt, think of the $5. I'll be on this.
Back to my talk. That
Aaron, think of the subscription.
What I was saying earlier about Obama. When things went up tremendously. We went into a damn recession back in 2008 because he moved minimum wage from like 5 something an hour to like $7.25 an hour, and then next thing you know, everything's just like way more expensive than what.
He literally just said 2007, 2009 was caused by Obama because of minimum wage increases, even though it started happening before Obama was in office. You can't make this shit up, folks. Obama affected the minimum wage and the economy to go into a recession before he was president.
How is that possible?
That's what you just said, dude. That's literally what you just said.
Obama got into office in 2008.
2009. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I was there. I know what.
His inauguration was in 2009.
His inauguration, okay, so yeah, you might be right about that. His inauguration was in 2009, but they voted for him in 2008. So yeah.
I'm not disputing that.
All right. So
wait, but you're saying that he caused the recession? How did he cause the 2007 to 2009 financial crisis? Please tell me. He wasn't in office in 2007. He wasn't even running for president.
I don't know. Gas prices were already pretty damn high when he got.
2016, gas prices were lower than any point under Trump's presidency, even including COVID.
The what now?
Deline, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, and Katie, thank you for the $5. I will be live. Gas prices on average were lower under Obama's administration in 2016 during a month than any point in Trump's presidency.
During a month? Oh, that's a huge accomplishment.
Yes. There was a lower month under Obama than there ever was under Trump.
Oh, dude, no. The entire time Obama was presidency, I can guarantee you that gasoline was at least $3 a gallon.
Oh, on average?
On average.
Do you want to put money on that?
I ain't really got no money thanks to the president that's in office right now, but it'd be awesome if I did.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome, and I would advocate to help you. And so is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They're advocating to help you. But if you look in 2016, what is it, February? 2016 February, it was $1.87 on average. Genius. The lowest point under Trump's administration at any point was April, like literally during COVID, at $1.93. Okay, so it was multiple cents cheaper, right, than even the fucking basis of COVID. The basis of the lockdowns.
Talking about Obama's era.
Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
We was talking about Obama's era. We weren't talking about Kamala or fucking
what? I said in 2016. 2016, Obama was president.
That was the end of end of his presidency.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was $1.87 in February of 2016.
Oh, that's a huge accomplishment compared to what, the 8 years he served?
Yeah, name one point under Trump's administration where it was that much. Because when Trump got into office,
as soon as Donald Trump got into office, it went down to like $1.87, $1.97, $2 a gallon.
Actually, I'll tell you. 2017 January, it was $2.45. 241 the next month, 244 the next month, 253 the next month, 250 the next month, 246 the next month, 241 the next month, 249 the next month, 276 the next month, 262 the next month, 267 the next month, 260 or 259 the next month. Right? Like it was higher under that entire time. And for example, 2019, it was literally in May $2.94. It was almost $3 under Trump's administration on average.
Okay, what state is that?
This is average for the United States.
Average in the United States. Okay, so I don't know about where you're from. Like Cali, probably yeah. I can see why it'd be like a little bit over $2 or something like that. You know, because California, everything's more expensive over there.
I'm referencing the average for the United States.
Okay, well, the average for the United States. I mean. Shit, Alabama
definitely appreciate the travel with you. Thank you so much.
You know, basically, Alabama and like the South have their own kind of like gas prices. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, technically,
Victor, thank you for the $11 for the math lessons for the gas. Thank you so much.
And shit like that. But either way, yeah, $2. I mean, look up the gas prices as soon as Biden got into office.
Yeah, that wasn't caused by them. The point I'm making is that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by that administration. For example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean I should vote for Harris because I met her under the Biden-Harris administration?
What the hell has a relationship got anything to do with it?
Exactly. Just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by that administration.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I ain't
Appreciate the
saying.
sunglasses. Thank you so much,
What
Calvin.
I am saying is he also is like his first day in office. He cut the pipeline.
So you're talking about the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline was 8% in building. It was literally not even close to being built. It was shut down by the Supreme Court, and he followed through with the Supreme Court order. Think of the boxing gloves, because it went over indigenous lands, which we had a treaty with indigenous people that we wouldn't use that land, and that would have violated the treaty again. So you want to exploit indigenous people again, right? After how many fucking times, right? Again, for a Canadian pipeline where it literally transported tar sands, which is mainly used for plastics. Appreciate the Panther Paws. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I also do know that I have it on my own authority that, as soon as that motherfucker got into office, Biden, yeah, everything went up. It didn't matter.
Tyler, prices went up globally. Oh my Jesus Christ! Like the level of economics understanding is insane. I think there should be a mandated economics course for everyone now. Bridge the gap. You've convinced me there needs to be a mandated econ course in public high schools. A mandated one. Everyone needs to take it. Okay? Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. You understand it is the case that just because prices went up under his administration does not mean it was caused by him. That's like saying COVID was caused by Donald Trump. Donald Trump created COVID because it happened under his administration. Did a global pandemic like that happen under Obama?
I don't know.
Swine flu happened, but it wasn't as bad. Did it happen under Obama? Did it happen under Clinton? Did it happen under any Democratic presidency? No. So it must have been Trump. Trump caused the global pandemic. Trump caused the global pandemic, I promise you. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, we got to use our brains.
I mean, that's what fucking the Democrats said. The Democrats were like, "Oh, well, it was Trump. It was Trump's problem because Trump is the one who created it. It happened under his administration."
Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, and COVID happened under Trump. Does that mean Trump caused COVID?
No.
Here's the trash panda. Thank you so much. Exactly. Just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by them. So, what Biden-Harris policy caused inflation?
What Biden and Harris policy caused inflation?
Mm-hmm.
The red tape laws around our oil industry, for one.
We have more oil production right now than any point in American history, and we signed off on more oil drilling permits.
You got evidence of that?
Yep. Energy Information Administration, U.S. oil production.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if that was the case, I can guarantee you right now nobody would be paying almost $3 a gallon in Tennessee.
That's because we're getting less imports. So although we have higher domestic production, we are getting less. We are getting. No, that's actually because of a deal signed with OPEC under Trump's administration. Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut their oil production. That was during COVID when oil prices were super, super low.
What are you talking about?
Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production, which led to us getting less OPEC oil. Okay. Secondly, Russia-Ukraine situation led to us getting less Russian oil. Appreciate the hand art. Which means less imported oil. So even though domestic supply went up, which means supply in the United States, produced in the United States, it still led to an overall reduction in supply because we weren't able to make up for all the lack of imports. So Trump wants to make it even more expensive by putting a tariff on all those imports coming into the country. Trump wants you to pay more for your gas. He wants you to pay more for your groceries. He wants you to pay more for your housing development. He wants you to pay more for your cars, for your clothes. He wants you to pay more for everything that you buy that's imported into this country.
How does a tariff make me pay more?
Because it's a tax on an import into the country. The only way that it could increase domestic supply is if it causes imported goods to go up in price. Okay? That hurts middle-class Americans and shifts the tax burden from the richest amongst us to the poorest amongst us. It's a regressive tax system.
That's a price tariff on that country. That's not a tariff on me or you. It's a tariff on that country.
Yeah, you don't understand how tariffs work. Tariffs, they literally cause the prices of consumer products to go up. You say it's a tax on the foreign country, it's a tax that we pay.
I don't see how that's fucking fair. That's bullshit.
I agree, and that's what Trump wants. Trump wants a universal tariff. So that will hurt American businesses because it will reduce export jobs because they'll put tariffs on us. And it will hurt American businesses that rely on imported goods to service their businesses. Their prices are going to go up. Cost of production goes up. First, the ICU, thank you so much, because of Trump.
Okay, so you said that Donald Trump pissed off OPEC, or he took off the fucking...
He signed an agreement with OPEC to cut oil production. Appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
Why the fuck would he do that?
Prices were really, really low. Appreciate the hint heart. He didn't want prices to be so low, so he signed a deal with them to cut their oil production, which backfired.
Okay, so what happened with Biden and then the King of Saudi Arabia? What happened with that?
I'm not quite sure completely. So I know that Biden has views that are against Saudi Arabia, which I actually agree with because Saudi Arabia has done very atrocious things. Like, for example, they committed a genocide in Yemen at the beholding of Trump because Trump vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia. They tried to block the arms deal going to Saudi Arabia. Trump vetoed that so that the deal did go to Saudi Arabia. They used that to commit a genocide in Yemen. They've committed atrocious human rights violations. I think the U.S. needs to stand up for human rights to every country around the world that is committing war crimes, that is committing genocidal violations. Appreciate the hand art. To every single country, say, if you do not support human rights, you do not get help of the United States. Point blank, period. Every country that's doing it. That's applicable to Israel.
Okay? I can understand.
Every single country. If you want United States help, you uphold human rights. And then also, one thing I would do is let's incentivize them to do that. Actually, if you uphold human rights, we'll invest in your country. That's what I think we should do. Instead of going to these countries and trying to enforce it retroactively through military, let's enforce it by economic investment. Because ultimately that incentivizes countries to do it because they want their economies to do better. So they're going to uphold human rights to ensure that their economies can do better.
How the fuck are we going to uphold human rights in their own country?
We incentivize them to do that. If you uphold human rights in this country, we will invest in your country. We want to be your allies. We want your countries to do amazing. And we want to trade with your countries more than we do now. Because we want to uphold human rights globally.
We've invested.
If we're committed to it, let's be committed to it with our money, with our trade. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
We've invested billions, and actually, I wouldn't even say billions anymore. We've invested trillions of dollars for human rights and stuff across other countries.
We've invested trillions of dollars in funding military operations meant to take over these countries, meant to reinstate dictators. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. And by overthrowing democracies. That's terrible. That's not the effective way to do it. That has destabilized regions around the world. The United States has destabilized regions around the world by doing that, by engaging in the drug war, by engaging in all of these various things. Instead of doing that, let's incentivize people to uphold human rights by providing economic investment. Because we have the ability to do that. We're the richest economy in the history of the world, okay? In terms of our overall GDP. We have the ability to use our money to incentivize good to happen in this world. Okay, let's do it. Instead of funding weapons of war, fund investments in infrastructure in countries around the world that uphold human rights.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you can give them the money, but without enforcing it, you can't really do anything.
You know what enforces it? If you don't do it, you don't get money. Push the hanging lights. That enforces it. If they don't do it, they don't get our help. They want our help because a bunch of other countries are doing it and they're getting the help. So do they not want the economic help?
They don't want our help.
Okay, well then they're not going to get our help and they're going to fall behind. That's the reality of the matter. If they do not uphold human rights, economically speaking, they will fall behind because they won't get U.S. investment.
Hell, when we went to Vietnam, did they literally spit on us?
Because we went to those countries and we destabilized them by killing people. by trying to control them. You want to know how we can do that? With incentives.
I'm talking about
with
the
economic
South
investment.
Vietnamese people.
We
I'm
have
talking-
the ability
I'm talking
to
about
we have the
North
ability to
Vietnam.
pressure
I'm talking
people
about
and
South
incentivize people into benefiting people and upholding human rights by giving them money. That's the point.
We were there to liberate South Vietnam. The South Vietnamese, or the ones we were helping, started
Jen, appreciate the
spitting on
subscription.
us.
Thank you so
They
much.
didn't want our help. They didn't want us over there. The people we were supposed to be helping in Iraq, they don't want us over there.
Yeah, because think about it this way: are we actually liberating them?
I mean,
no,
well,
we're not liberating
no, not
them.
really, because
That's
I'll be
why.
honest with you, we
That's
fucked their
why.
asses up
That's
in
why
like 3
they are
days.
mad at the United States. They don't like the United States because we weren't there to liberate them. We were there to support United States international interests. Okay, and it relates to making money. Instead of putting our fucking preferences on that, how about this? Push the hand heart. We invest. We work together. We cooperate. Push the hand heart. We have the ability as the United States, as the leading global economy, to get the entire world to work together to better humanity. Okay? We can do that. Instead of fighting against each other, fight together. Okay? We fight together by incentivizing people to do it, by providing economic incentives. The entire system we have of capitalism is built upon a system of incentives. We can use systems of incentives to get people around the world to do what we want, to cause there to be growth, prosperity, rather than destabilization and destruction around the world that's continued to happen for generations.
And that idea would probably also raise the
thank you so much.
price of the U.S. dollar too, because I mean, honestly, right now the U.S. dollar is not doing so good.
The U.S. dollar is doing fine, but like the point I'm making is that
I
if
don't know
countries
about
want
that.
to work with us, if we invest in their nations, the value of the dollar will go up because more people demand to work with the United States. So we
Well,
can
yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
help
like-
our economy, we can help our dollar while helping the entire world. Okay, and that diplomacy does not only help us there, but it helps us fight things like climate change. That diplomacy helps us not only establish human rights, but it helps us move the whole world towards a better world, not just for people in the United States, but for people globally.
I mean, I understand your logic on it, man, but I just don't really think that would work. Like I said, motherfuckers don't want our help. We've already
Okay.
dug ourselves,
Then again, like I told you, their economies will not do as good as the economies that decide to get the help of economic investment if they uphold human rights.
And how
And if
are
they
we
don't want the help, they don't want the help.
we already
I'm not
have a
forcing help
problem.
upon people. I'm not trying to force help upon people. What I'm trying to do is
Right.
incentivize them to do things that are good.
And we
that lead
already
to
have a
prosperity.
problem. Like we can't even like help our veterans that are at the VA. Like how the fuck are we going to help? other
Tyler,
people?
the Biden-Harris administration has expanded access to the VA for help for veterans. Okay, honoring our PACT Act of 2022, expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. Biden-Harris have fought for veterans in this country. Donald Trump has disparaged veterans. He's called them suckers and losers. He said John McCain, who
That
was
was a
captured.
lie. That
That's
was
not
a
a
lie.
lie.
I
He did
was-
say that.
no, that was a
General
lie.
Milley, a 4-star general, indicated that. Appreciate the
I don't
subscription.
give
Thank you
a
so much. Do you
fuck
think the
who
4-star
indicated
general's
that.
lying?
I don't
So
give
you
a
believe
fuck.
Donald Trump over a 4-star general that worked
That
under
four-star
him?
general is probably a
Understand that.
fucking pawn, bro. Like I don't fucking know.
You see what I mean? You're so pro-veteran, even though you literally are disparaging veterans right now by not acknowledging that a
I'm saying
4-star
he's
veteran
probably
is not
wrong.
going
I
to
didn't-
lie to disparage a United States president that he worked under. That's just not going to happen. That is unlikely. That is so unlikely. It is so much more unlikely for him to lie. A 4-star general who has worked in this career for so long and hasn't done this with other administrations to do this with Trump. So unlikely. Not only just him. How about we talk about the multiple national security advisors? How about we talk about the multiple chief of staffs? How about we talk about his old vice president who said he's unfit to be president? He's a threat to democracy. He cares more about himself than he cares about the American people. He tried to put himself over the Constitution. He's a laughing fool to foreign countries around the world and to their world leaders.
So-
is that what you want? You want people who he decided to appoint, he decided to hire, literally threaten the entirety of their careers to call out a man for being a threat to this country.
Okay, so you're telling me that a man right now, as we speak, is down there in North Carolina or in Tennessee, helping the victims of Helena or Helene? Yeah, Helene.
Yeah. Do you remember when Trump was overseeing? Yes, they are helping them. Do you remember when Trump was overseeing? Do you remember when Trump was overseeing the natural? I will mute you if you don't shut up.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, well, then I won't be able to hear you give a fuck either. Okay? So, again, you want to remember when Donald Trump was dealing with natural disasters? Jesus Christ, dude. It was terrible. You remember he was like throwing the paper towels? I saw a video earlier. I really fucking wish that I have it right now. I really hope I can find it. Lauren, think of the $10. Kristen, think of the $10. Let me see if I have it, because it was so fucking funny, chat. It was so fucking funny. It was remember when Donald Trump was doing this? I hope I liked it. I didn't like it. Fuck, dude. I'm terrible. I'm the worst, chat. I need to like it next time. But yes, he is literally so terrible. He didn't do anything. He didn't actually go to care for people. He literally went there and was like going like with the fucking paper towels, dude. Like getting people to like jump up like it's a wedding, trying to grab the fucking flowers, bro.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. Did Trump help Puerto Rico? What did Trump do for Puerto Rico?
He sent them a few $1 billion to help out with the relief
few
aid.
billion? Yeah, no. People in Puerto Rico were devastated. Were absolutely devastated by multiple storms. Multiple storms. Donald Trump undermined funding going to them.
No, like Donald Trump, as we speak right now, is down there helping. Like,
wait, how is he helping?
Like physically helping in North Carolina.
How is he helping?
He's down there like freaking getting his hands dirty. He's helped.
What did he do specifically? What did he do?
He's down there helping people get out of the water.
You're trolling. You think Donald Trump is on the ground pulling people out of the water? Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. He thinks Donald Trump's like a fucking firefighter right now. Are you trolling?
He's helping.
You think Donald Trump is doing that?
Okay,
no, he's not. No, he's not, dude.
Shit, apparently.
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy's so delusional. No way he just said that, dude.
I'm just seeing shit now.
Yes, you literally are. He was not pulling people out of the water.
Yeah, I know what I saw. He's down there getting his hands dirty while Kamala and Harris
show me anything that depicts that.
All right, I saw it. I saw a damn video just today on TikTok.
You're covering your mic. No, I guarantee you saw a fucking AI picture, and you're like, because the Trump campaign just figured out what AI is, so they were like doing like the AI Donald Trump pictures of him like with huge muscles and shit. It's so cringe, dude. Victor, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for guest fooled by AI and imagery. And Colin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, I can't click on any of the things. You'd have to send it to me over Discord. Type it in the Discord chat if you do have those types of links, and I can click on them there. But I will open up the Discord chat, so if anyone does post stuff like that, I will be able to click on it. Okay. All right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up here. Tap that screen. Everyone, let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. If we're going to get it out to more people. By the way, everyone, the debate, Vance versus Walz, is here in 31 minutes, everyone. 31 minutes until the Vance versus Walz debate, everyone.
Did you hear that?
What?
Donald Trump has a $3 million campaign.
The $5. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Okay. All right. So yeah, he has.
Oh my fucking god! Is this the picture you're referencing? Oh my Jesus Christ! Does it say one of the Marines took this photo in the morning, Trump on the ground with fellow Marines, fire and rescue, and it's him in the water? That is an obvious AI picture. Jesus Christ, dude.
That is not
the most
AI. Nah, fuck that shit. That is.
Do you want me to show? I will show the chat. Please don't lie to me. You actually think that it's a picture? Chat, I'm gonna show y'all the picture. This is unbelievable that he's saying this. I can't believe he just did that. This guy's such a fucking joke, dude. Oh my god. Thank you, chat, for putting this in the Discord. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it.
I saw a video on TikTok. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. That looks like AI to you, dog.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw, actually. Yeah, I don't know how you think that's AI, dog. But, I mean, you're also probably, 10 years younger than me, something like that? So, I mean...
Why does his face look like that?
Because he's old as fuck. Why do you think?
That is not because he's old. Why do his hands look like that?
He's like 70-something years old.
Is he an alien? Why does he have ET hands? What the fuck is that?
Fucking ET hands.
Matt, think of the $2. What the hell is that?
Let me see that shit. Nah, your shit's going in and out though. I can't see that. Nah, I can't see that shit. I mean, I don't know. Damn.
Look at his hands, bro. You've got to be fucking trolling, man. Dude, are you trolling? He's got AI claws.
He's also got them big ass fucking hands.
Jesus Christ, bro. I can't make this shit up, chat. What do you mean, how is that AI? What the fuck, dude?
I didn't even look at his hands for real.
God damn it, man. These people are voting, chat. These people vote. Their vote is equivalent to mine. Tyler, what state do you live in?
I live in Alabama, but like,
his vote means more than mine. His vote literally fucking means more than mine. Oh my Jesus Christ. Proportionally because of the Electoral College. Fuck, dude. He literally has more of a say over the fucking government than I do. I can't even make this shit up, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
How so?
Oh my God, please, Jesus, save us.
How the hell does my vote have more to say than yours?
Because of the Electoral College. Okay? You live in a state with lesser population?
That's
DEI for country folk and for white people.
I'm gonna be real though. Like, who the fuck looks at a man's hands and be like, "Oh yeah, that's who the fuck?"
It's clearly AI. He looks like ET, bro.
I didn't look at the dude's hands.
Nicole, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I didn't look at the dude's hands. I was just like, that's cool. I guess he's down there helping.
And this is what I mean, is that you don't even try to question these things. You literally thought he was going in the water.
I mean, you never know, man.
I can't believe it, dude.
Hey, George Bush went down there to the damn, whenever.
Christiana, thank you so much for the $5. Krista, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much thank you for putting up for this.
You don't know, man. George Bush went down there when Katrina hit. I mean, presidents do help out.
I guarantee Donald Trump's not going to do that.
I don't know. He helped out when 2001 happened. He was down there in New York City helping people out.
Donald Trump was not helping people out, right? Himself.
Dude, why would he not help people in his neighborhood community?
Push the naughty chicken, because he doesn't give a fuck. He was more concerned on that day about his building now being the tallest building in Manhattan. I'm not trolling. When he found that out, is like, oh, my building's the tallest building in Manhattan now.
Someone said, hold up, wait a minute. Somebody said
he literally cared more about his building being the tallest building in Manhattan than the thousands of people that died in the World Trade Center. Oscar, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much.
Somebody said you always gotta check the hand. Like it said some bullshit from Scary Movie 2. You gotta check the hand.
Sierra, thank you for the $2.
You gotta check my little strong hand.
Hey Tyler, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
I really don't even know the evidence that was in that case.
No, I'm saying, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against their will?
If they did it, if they were convicted without a shadow of a doubt, absolutely not.
Okay, so like say for example, if the decision of the jury was unanimous, would you accept it?
If unanimous being like
all 9 people in the jury indicated he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll.
Let's see. Was it against her will though? Because dude, she was a porn star.
No.
She wasn't a porn star? I could have sworn she was a porn star.
So clearly she wasn't. You're thinking of Stormy Daniels.
Yeah.
Stormy Daniels is not this case. I'm talking about E. Jean Carroll. See, you don't even know who the hell you're talking about, and yet you still believe it's false.
I don't know who was in that case.
Lydia, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Lydia.
I know that they had like a Democrat judge, and just about everybody on that fucking jury was Democrat. So I mean,
wait, okay, so let's think about this. Proportionally, about 50% of New York is Democrats. So we only expect
more like 75%, dude.
No, it's around 50% because you're not taking into account independents. Okay, which means half of the jury was either independent or conservative.
highly doubt they were conservative.
Half the jury was independent or conservative.
Like, I bet you anything right now, if I go to NYC right now today, I can talk to 10 people, and at least 9 of those 10 people are going to be Democrat. Every single time.
Yeah, if you look up the statistics, it's around 50% of it is Democrat. Push the sunglasses.
Oh, dog, nah.
Thank you so much.
I know. Okay, then why did they hire a Democrat mayor?
Because more Democrats exist than Republicans or independents.
Bam! There you go, right there. So you just admitted that more Democrats are in New York City than there are anybody else.
Yes. Listen, if we
50%,
take into
okay.
about
So
50%,
how does that equal 50%? How does that
Candy, I
equal
appreciate the
50%
trouble.
if
Thank you
there's
so much.
more?
Listen, the other party is less because there are a share of independents that exist. So if 50% are Democrats, that means, and there is independents and conservatives left, and conservatives are less than 50%, that means conservatives lose because there's a share of independents. Okay? Dakota, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sierra, thank you for the $2. Okay? So, again, around 50% is conservative or independent. So a unanimous decision of the jury indicates around 4 to 5 of them were independent or conservative.
I don't really understand what the deal is between the independents anyway, like, because, like, dude, they just get looked over anyway.
Wait, I don't see how that's relevant at this point.
I mean, nobody cares about independence. I mean,
Charlie, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Charlie. That's a complete pivot and irrelevant point to what I'm saying. Again, independents and conservatives indicated he was guilty, not just liberals.
I didn't see no conservatives in that jury.
You don't even know anything about the case. You have no clue.
I know for a fact that it's a Democrat judge. I know that for a fact. And they brought a damn attorney.
So again, can you give me any evidence the judge is Democrat? Can you tell me the name of the judge actually?
Not offhand, no.
So shut up.
Who the fuck is you talking to, motherfucker?
You, Tyler.
How about you make me?
Okay, all right. How does it feel to have a baby bottle in your mouth, buddy? Suck on it. Suck on the baby bottle. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Eleanor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the box now. Thank you so much. Okay, Tyler, you may fucking speak now, buddy.
All right.
Yeah. How'd the muzzle feel, buddy?
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh well.
Katie, are you voting Trump? Couldn't hear you there, Tyler. Katie, are you voting Trump?
Hey, no. I'm just
Appreciate
talking about what we were talking about earlier.
Appreciate you. All right, you can unmute yourself again. Go for it, Tyler. All right. So do what you're told.
All right. Yeah, I don't use this app a lot. I work more than I do anything, so.
Don't worry.
No, as I was saying though, like, what was we talking about? Oh, that's right. You was telling me to shut the fuck up or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Charles, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Julie, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for this guy discovering that it's AI. JHB, thank you for the $1.69 for the baby bottle. Danielle, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you so much to mute Tyler again. I got you. There we go. Love that.
Why you do that? That's gay.
Why did you just use that as why did you just say GAY as an insult?
That's gay.
Imagine being homophobic in 2024. You're a weirdo, dude.
How is that? How is saying gay it like?
No, you said that as like an insult.
Oh,
you said it as like that's bad. That's literally homophobic, genius.
That's not homophobic.
Yes, it is. If you're trying to portray being GAY as being bad, that is absolutely like homophobic. Tim, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. If you don't think that's homophobic, I'm sorry. You're just delusional.
Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? Me. Brenda, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Cash App. You're morally bankrupt, so you don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about having morals.
Cradle school. Nobody gives a damn about your feelings.
Really, really. So no one gives a fuck about Trump's feelings. He lost the election. Get over it. Stop being a sore fucking loser. Accept the fact that you lost, buddy.
Hey, I didn't say he didn't.
You do? Wait. So why won't he accept it? Why is he in his feelings so bad? He still can't accept the fact that he lost. He's a sore loser.
That's not my problem.
He's a sore loser. Why are you voting for a sore loser? Kenny, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I mean, why would you vote for somebody who's bankrupt?
Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Brenda, thank you for the $25 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, Brenda. And Tim, thank you for the $2.
Why would you vote for somebody that's going into our oil reserves instead of drilling?
You understand going into the oil reserves is to reduce the price? So you want the price to go down, but you don't want to do things to reduce the price, genius.
It took us 30 years to build those oil reserves. Why would you do that?
Okay, so again, in terms of the oil reserves, we would do that because it was a scenario to reduce the prices, to give help to people in need, because it was a emergency circumstance. The price of oil was very high.
It was an emergency circumstance. You could have
Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
That's why you make deals with Saudi Arabia. That's why you make deals with Russia.
So make deals with genocidal states, Russia, Saudi Arabia, right? Like Trump just wants to get the Infinity Stones of engaging with genocidal dictators. You know what I mean? Like Putin, he wants to engage with Saudi Arabia, Israel. Like Biden Harris has got one with Israel, but like he wants the Infinity Stones.
There's bad people everywhere. What are you gonna do? Like off them all?
No, what you do is you say, if you don't uphold human rights, you don't get help from the United States. Point blank, period.
I mean, Donald Trump kind of did do that to, what was that dude's name? Pretty much gave him a damn picture of his own house and said, hey, you don't play ball.
That has nothing to do with what I just talked about at all. It has nothing to do with what I just talked about.
Yeah, well, he chose a more violent approach of what you were talking about, but
I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating to use our money and our economic resources to incentivize countries around the world to adopt human rights.
So bankrupting the country even further.
No. You understand that us providing economic investment is going to benefit those countries and benefit us? And it helps uphold our interests worldwide with democracy, with human rights, things like that. So if you don't care about human rights, just say you're not willing to uphold that by ensuring that the United States can provide economic resources to do that. If you care about human rights, you'll do that.
They've already proven that they don't give a damn about what we want or anything.
Because you used violence to fucking overthrow their democracies and reinstate dictators. So instead of destabilizing their countries, let's fucking make them better.
Okay, we could make. Okay, so like sending money, like
SWFL. Are you voting Trump?
You're talking about if they use
why are you voting Trump?
If they use our currency.
SWFL. Why are you voting Trump?
He's a better candidate.
Why is he a better candidate?
Tell me why he's not.
He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't rent to black people in 1973. Called for the execution of Ascension Part 5, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. I sound dumb?
You think Trump's racist?
Dumb like.
Yes. Wait, but can I ask you a question? You said I sound dumb. Can I ask you one question real quick? How many continents are there? How many continents are there?
I mean, continents?
What does that have to do with elections?
Kia, think of the subscription. No, you said I'm dumb. I sound dumb. How many continents are there?
Bro, you're like blaming Trump for everything that's wrong in your life. And you're talking about
I didn't blame him for everything wrong in my life. I said things that he did, like sexual abuse was wrong.
I don't know. They didn't teach me real good on school. Like 5, 6 continents.
5, 6? Wow, there's 7 continents.
Oh, so okay. One off. Oh my gosh.
You said 5 or 6. Yeah, that's a big issue, actually.
I'm pretty sure I have 7. I was like, damn, there's 7 seas. Like, they're pretty sure there's 7 continents, but...
Okay, I mean, Tyler, you're not the one who made the claim, but he literally made the claim that, like, I was dumb, right? And he literally doesn't know how many continents, so that's kind of funny.
It is what it is.
Shay, think of the $1, and Kenzie, think of the $2. Forgot him. So SWFL, why am I dumb?
I mean, you're just dumb, bro.
Tell me why.
Why does it matter if we know how many continents there are?
No, because you called me dumb and you didn't know how many continents. I'll ask you this question. How many senators are there?
Shit, there's over. I think there's like a.
Oh, Tyler, don't answer for them.
What does that matter? Like,
you don't know how many senators there are?
No, I don't.
How many states in the United States?
50.
Okay, how many senators per state?
Thank you
for not letting me die.
How many libtards are there in the United States?
Oh, already using a slur, bro? Fucking weirdo. All right. Tyler, it sounds like you're also like driving, but like we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. These people are so intelligent. Jared, think of the $5, $1 for every continent. Jesus Christ, dude. These people vote. I'm serious. They do vote. This is the best critique of democracy. Claire, think of the manifesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Are you going to watch the debate? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
I've never voted before, but I'm going to explain it. I've always leaned more right just because of, I guess, family. Not family, but that's just what my family has done, right?
Matthew, think of the $5.
But I definitely have been opened up.
Matthew, you're not right.
With this election, because there's a lot of crazy shit that I feel like can't be just allowed. You know what I'm saying?
Like
so
what?
It's just like, I used to like that Trump talked with no filter in the sense of we shouldn't take shit from foreign entities, you know what I'm saying? But I don't like that he doesn't talk from a sense of knowledge. He lies too much. And I've definitely, I've turned a blind eye to that for too long, I would say. And I don't think that people should do that anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so why are you voting Trump? Sarah, think of the subscription.
I was gonna see. I feel like I don't like. I'm not. Damn. I honestly didn't think I was gonna get chosen for this, so I wasn't too prepared. But I never really noticed too much of a difference, president-wise, but I will say, things were cheaper, and then, I guess foreign affairs were a little bit more controlled, but I haven't really seen too many things about what the, Kamala's team wants to do for, foreign affairs, but that's because I probably haven't been looking for it. I don't really do too much research, and that's obviously a bad thing.
Yeah,
that's a bad thing.
That was my question. I can tell you the things. So, for example, right? She wants to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help build housing. Thank you for the subscription to Safe. I appreciate it.
That's amazing. That's putting American people first, and that's, I feel like, number one in my book. So
yep, I'm gonna keep going. I got you $50,000 deductible for the first year of building up businesses.
Okay.
That's also good. She's advocating for $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone per month, not just people on Medicare currently. So she's expanding to everyone, allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, and getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Those are just a few things. She's also advocating for other things. We can go into those, but I think that's a good place to start with.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like that's all wonderful things. And I mean, I feel like a lot of the things that I've seen are, I feel like extreme propaganda and a lot of clippings. And I feel like that's a lot of the right side, to be honest. And I've always I hate that I've taken it as truth for so long because I don't know, I seen something today. It's it was a forklift at a border lifting a fence so people could come on. And there was the Biden-Harris team has sent a forklift to the border to lift this fence for migrants to crawl under. And I'm like, I don't know if that's true. And I look it up and I can't find anything about it. So I feel like a lot of this shit, excuse my language, a lot of the stuff that gets fed through people's timelines and stuff is one of their main beliefs and why they want to vote for Trump. And it's been one of my main beliefs for a long time. And it really, it's the laziness of not researching it in a lot of people that has been bad, I feel like.
Yeah, like for example, the last guest, they were like, oh, Trump was literally like in the water trying to save people because he saw an AI picture where if you just look at their hands, it literally looks like his ET hands. You can clearly see
I
it's
know
an AI
exactly
picture.
what picture you're talking about. They did the same thing with him in Springfield with the cats. But
yeah, it's like these people will believe anything, and that's the issue with this country is that this country is so susceptible to misinformation, and Donald Trump is exploiting that.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, like, and then I'll see things like the, I don't know who said it, but he's like, where Trump's like, tell the, like with the translator, he's like, you know.
Wait, hold on. Somebody posted in the chat, or someone posted in the Discord that, did he have like a vest on?
Yeah, that's the one.
It is so clearly AI.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
So
extremely.
this is my first time seeing it, and you can clearly see it. He looks like a fucking wax figure.
No, he was arguing. He was like, "How do you think that's AI? There's no way.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it's real."
Yeah.
It looks so fake.
See, I feel like a lot of them
Here's the
do
jug
rage
gun.
bait. They have to rage bait. It's almost like it can't be real. But what I was gonna
Did
say
you
is
see his
like,
hand, Matt? His hand looks like his ET.
yeah.
Let me look. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, his like.
When I found that out, I was
he has this, like didactyly looking finger thing going on. Like he has like two fingers and a thumb and a weird ass thumb.
All right, well, Scotty, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do appreciate it, but I do think if I were to vote this year, I do think I'm going to have to swing left because, like, I feel like if you do research about it, she does have things that stand for the American people, and obviously, I feel like everybody talks about abortion, but it is a huge thing. The people with the far right, with the zero exceptions, is just fucking disgusting. I can't use any other words than that. It's just nasty because
I totally agree with you.
it can't. So I feel like it's just people need to do research, not be fed information by their timelines, and just think because I feel like 9 out of 10 people that you're going to get in here today are just going to be rage baiting. They don't believe this shit. They're in here to just piss people off.
Yeah, man, I think that in of itself will convince people. So I really appreciate you coming up, Scotty, and being open minded. That's incredible. Great to hear, man.
I appreciate you. Thank you so
man.
much, man.
Bye,
yes,
Scotty.
sir. Bye.
Yeah, W's for Scotty in the chat. We love the critical thinking.
Shay, thank you for the $2, Shay. But are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Republican.
All right,
Joshua, thank you for
got
$4.20.
You have about 7 minutes.
Laurel, thank you for the $5, and Daniel, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
First, I just want to appreciate you guys having me on.
Oh,
it's
Matt,
kinda
you have
hard
the
to
link,
watch-
by the way.
Kind of hard to watch some of these
I can
people.
get one.
But if you guys can give me just a minute, I just watched about 45 minutes of these guys talking about nothing. So I do want to kind of go do some things that I do like about Trump. I'm not a Trump person. I've never voted for him in a primary, even though I'm a Republican. A lot of the things about him I don't like, which is why I haven't supported him in a primary. I'm just supporting him over the Democratic Party because I have some major disagreements with him. I will list some things that Trump did that I guess you asked someone to name one policy. I don't know the names of the policy. I think one was a mission act for veterans that I did agree with. I did hear you say something about Biden and Harris supporting veterans as well, which they have. When Trump was in office, there was actually a very long wait list of veterans that weren't provided health care, and Trump did pass a policy to get them access to health care, which I did like. I do also want to say
expanding access to healthcare for veterans. I think that's a good policy, and I agree with his policies. And he says he wants to end veterans homelessness, but I think that we should extend that to everyone. Baveen, thank you for the subscription.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as the Tax Act, I heard a little bit of conversation on that. One thing that I think that it's kind of a bad way to phrase it. Not a bad way, it's just kind of misleading to some people because yes, his policy and his tax cut did provide more benefit to the rich, but it did provide some benefit to the middle class as well. I earn I'm in the $50,000 to $100,000 range, and I did get a 16% tax cut. I did receive more
Do you think
money
your taxes are too high
under
right
Trump. A 6 million American. I mean, I'm for smaller government, so I absolutely think that his tax cut should have been more. You know, I'm always going to be a proponent of the government not spending as much money as they spend. I'm always going to be somebody that hates the deficit. I hate that he added $8 trillion to the deficit.
Okay, that's a genuine point. So I would say that yes, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did provide help for people who made less income. I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is that we could have used more of that money to help people who made less income if we didn't give all the cuts to people who are rich. Like most of the cuts are to people who are rich.
No,
I think the cuts should go to people who actually need it.
I completely agree. I'm not saying that the bill was perfect. I'm just saying it did help the middle class a bit. It helped myself. As far as the foreign policy, I know we don't have long. I'd love to come back on another night before the VP debate because I know we all want to watch it. But as far as the foreign policy, just some things that, my stance personally is that the Iranian proxy groups, whether it be Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, need to be eradicated, and that Israel does have the right to defend itself. That October 7th was a huge travesty. I know you agree with a lot of this.
Okay, so
the Lebanon invasion.
I think there's a few things I need to bring up. So I actually think that Israel is committing war crimes. I think Israel is actively committing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. I don't think that they are engaging in self-defense as it relates to the context of like Palestine. I don't.
Yeah, I'm more. I'm more or less.
Right?
I know you would.
Let's say there were like Hamas teleported into hospitals in the United States. Would we bomb those hospitals with U.S. citizens in them in order to unalive the T group members, or would we specifically send in special forces?
Are you talking about if the hospitals were covering up tunnels that had their administration under them? I mean, obviously, we're not a third world country. We don't build. We're not a terrorist group that builds hospitals on top of where they're trying to hide. We don't use civilians as body shields like Hamas.
If H group were located in the United States, and the T group members were in the United States, would we bomb them, right, or would we send in special forces?
Yeah, I think we would send in special forces, but you do have to acknowledge the fact that they did use the hospitals and the civilians as shields by placing themselves under the hospital.
If same conditions exist, if those same conditions existed in the United States, we wouldn't have justified the same behavior. So what that tells me is that you treat Palestinians different than you treat U.S. citizens, which then creates a problem.
Well, I would have. I think the response with Israel would be that they didn't want to risk the Israeli soldiers' lives on the ground invasion, which I think a lot of Americans would agree with, not wanting to risk American lives with a ground invasion when you could use now. I think we would still do that. We would still
send
advance.
Go ahead. We would still send in.
I would just say this.
Go ahead.
I would just say this: how often in war like this, that's fought so hardly, do you see one side that gives advance on when they are going to do these bombings to say, if you are not part of this group, please evacuate the area so that we can limit civilian casualties.
All right.
Israel has done a lot of things that no one else does.
Time to go.
Okay, Shay, I'm sorry. I'm just going to kick you. The debate is happening right now. I tried to warn you. So we got it here in about 45 seconds, everyone. So we're going to be watching it. If you guys want to watch with us, come stay around, everyone. I really would appreciate if y'all watch with us.
Go to YouTube, chat. Go to YouTube, and there's a front page link to the CBS.
We're also going to link it in Discord, everyone. You can watch.
Yeah,
I would recommend watching with us. We're going to give our thoughts and talk about it while it's happening, everyone. We can't play it through the live, which is really sad. I'm sorry that we can't do that, everyone. But the vice presidential debate is happening right now, here in 20 seconds, everyone. So do watch it with us if you would like to. Get a secondary device. Watch it on your TV. And then we're going to be here. I'm adding up Dean right now. We're going to be doing a little reaction live. Rico, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Rico.
Yo.
What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
Hey, Dean.
Hello?
Well, it's good. I hear you.
Oh, okay. I could hear you on that too now. What's going on, everybody? How are you doing?
Should we
good.
do
How you
this? Should we do the grid?
Oh, there we go. Put all big, beautiful faces up there.
Look at us.
I think
my
that
thoughts
JD
are: should I stay on my main account because I don't know if it would fuck the algorithm because I'm at a lower set of viewers for a longer period of time. Does that make sense? Appreciate the hand heart.
It does, but then in the ad breaks, you kind of shoot up, so it may like reduce the impact.
I don't know though.
It's your call. If I was on my account, I'd probably stay, but I see your reasoning.
I think
Like,
we're fine. Well,
yeah.
fuck it, we'll be fine. All right, everyone, do engage with the algorithm. I really appreciate it. Keep us open. We're
Yeah, I
gonna
kinda-
react to this though.
I kind of think that JD has a better shot against
I'll be right back.
Tim Walz than Trump had against Harris.
You might be correct, but I would say that it depends on how he handles it. If he says crazy shit, he's going to be like Trump, except more calm about it. So that's
Yeah.
what it's going to be.
My official take about JD is that he is a good speaker. He just doesn't speak the good things.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of how I put it.
Yeah, I agree.
Whoa, it's not letting me play it or put it behind me. Whoa, I can't put the background for some reason.
Someone in the chat just asked if Vance is smarter than Trump. Oh, exponentially smarter
Yeah.
than Trump. Exponentially.
For some reason, it's not letting me do this.
Oh,
Although
is
I
it
can
like-
I can hear someone's.
Well,
I can hear someone saying,
Oh.
"Please don't do that," so that I don't get copyrighted.
For the green screen, is it just not popping up?
It's not popping up. Fuck,
Just
dude.
click on and click off of it, on and off. That's happened to me on live before.
On and off. I am clicking on and off of
And
it.
it's just still not popping up.
Yeah.
Completely close out of the effects, and then go back into them. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a shitty glitch.
It's still not going up.
Oh dear God!
Should I just end live
Yeah,
and go to my
we-
second account?
Don't end the. Well, now it's kind of like a point where you could, but you could also just try restarting the app and then going back in and then resuming the live, and then you'll be able to fix it. Everyone, give us a minute. For the 7,000 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. CBS News. Just search up VP Debate CBS.
There we go.
All right, the debate has started.
They're already talking about the attack.
I knew they would.
All right, everyone. Can't wait for this, actually. Everyone, tap that screen. Help us keep it going out, send it out to more people. While you're just watching, do it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you, Maddie.
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh.
That's a really good question. After a terrible start.
He does look a little nervous.
I mean, this is a first for him, you know?
Yeah, it is a first.
But look at JD, dude. JD looks ready.
Okay. He's making a good point. This is a good point.
Oh, I really hope Waltz lays into that. I didn't even think about that.
Wallace is cooking right now.
He should really talk about how Vance used to dislike Trump. Get him to explain why he changed his perspective.
Chat, you're not going to be able to hear anything. You have to watch it yourself. I can't play it on the live. It's It's a lot more chill than like the presidential debate.
He has to do this because people have a bad opinion of him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not answering the question at all, by the way. Hey, JD Vance here.
Let me tell you about my biography. I can't wait to see Walls' response to this. All right. Support our allies, except not Ukraine.
Oh. Oh, he's making a great point. Pulled the nuclear program.
Ooh.
Yep. Great point. Donald Trump tweeted.
Oh.
Push the confetti. That, yo, he just fucked him up with that. He did write it off his headaches, that's true.
Waltz is already doing better
Okay,
than
yeah. He started off kind of rocky, but now he's doing. Now he's
Yeah, he's
getting
already,
spreading.
he doesn't look nervous anymore. Christian with the $50 from PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Christian. Hi from nowhere to my 3 favorite people. Thank you so much. Ooh. What? He's going to completely ignore his point.
JD's eyeliner is on point.
Vance is way better than Trump at debating. It's not even
Oh,
close.
for sure. I think JD. I think he's much more intelligent than Trump. Oh.
Oh, how is JD Vance going to
Oh,
respond to this?
shit.
Does he deny climate change?
Oh my God.
Oh.
He's just not going to respond to it. He's going to have to find a way to pivot around it.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Story time.
Literally.
He's wasting time not answering the question.
I know. He hasn't talked about climate change yet.
Yeah, we're already 30 seconds in.
Oh, here he goes. He thinks it's an important issue? Clean air, clean
Clean
water.
air, clean water.
I actually agree with Vance's take here. What he just said is correct.
We actually have done that, though.
Yeah. Like
What?
will probably
Wait, we
follow
have
from that
less
is incorrect.
imports. He just lied. He had to clarify there. I talk about weird science is crazy.
Yeah, he just said it.
Mm-hmm. Gave no plan for climate change, by the way. He didn't even acknowledge that he believes in it. Walls needs to bring that up.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Good. Good.
More beachfront property is crazy.
Global history.
Global history.
Damn.
He's making a good point, farmers. He's making great points. He's making great points. Push the hand art. Coach over couch. W coach. Coach 8 with that.
How's he
Good
going to respond to
question.
this?
He's not answering. We do. We had the largest production of oil ever.
That's not what Trump has said, by the way. That's not
Californians
what Trump
Fairs.
has
Thank
said.
you so much for the description. No, not at all.
Look at Walsh.
She would agree with Donald Trump's energy policies if she believed in climate change? Jaina, think of the $5. That's still less carbon emissions even if you get solar panels from China. Like what? He still hasn't acknowledged. He never said. Oh, he better hit him there. Wow, Walls is fucking him up.
Dude, I'm honestly like, this is so far a good debate. I could appreciate this.
I do. He needs to bring up the fact that he didn't acknowledge that it was a hoax or not.
Yep.
That's a good point. Bring up the infrastructure.
My brother just texted me saying that the debate is rigged. I hear him
Bruh.
shouting. I hear him shouting in the other room right now.
Wait, I think I can hear some of it. I think I-
Jeez, bro. Vance never addressed that question, by the way.
Yeah, Tim Walz sold. He could have called him out.
He did call him out one time, but you should have called him out again.
How are you gonna do it? So
Okay, now they're talking about deportations, chat. Everyone keep tapping that screen, by the way. I really would appreciate it. Let's try to get to 3 million likes, everyone here.
She just asked the question I said she should.
Dean, you're feeding the moderators questions. How dare you?
For real.
You are from the DNC, you know what I mean?
That's right, the Dean NC.
And you think of the $10. No, it's not because of the policies. What? Decriminalizing them?
What the fuck? What policy did that?
Oh, I would say the border bill was meant to do this.
Bet Tim Walz will bring that up.
Mm-hmm. Start with criminals. Why do you start with criminals, Vance?
I just want to say, so far what he's describing is not Donald Trump's plan. Like,
oh, he just lied.
oh yeah, that old talking point.
Wide open southern border.
I feel like they're literally talking like a YouTube title. They just try to fit in all those like clickbait
Yeah, I
keywords
agree.
possible.
The problem here is that JD Vance has a different policy than Donald Trump. That's the problem.
Where's the corgi? He's making a pretty good point. Gloriani, push the $10.
Most of us want to solve it.
Border bill. Oh, here we go.
There it is.
He's fucking him up. Push the hands out. Seriously.
Parker sending Walls all of his points.
I know, right? He's wearing an earring right now, and I'm actually giving him the answers right now.
Knew it. I knew it. How dare you?
Holy shit, he's actually running our points.
Somebody watches TikTok.
he did something wrong. He said less than 2% of the wall got built. It was 3.7% new wall, and he didn't reference the refurbishment, so... Christia, thank you for the $75 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Christia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Matt, even more
really
W's for Christia because she sent me $75 as well.
Thank you so much,
Massive
Christia.
W's
That's incredibly
for
kind of you. Thank you so much, Christia. Is he going to acknowledge the border bill? Corey, think of the $5. Borders are? I would ask him what executive action.
Holy shit, really? He's right.
That's not... It's been that way for a long time. It's been that way for a long time.
Tim Walz is absolutely right.
Yeah, he's making a great point right now. They're so much more respectful to the moderators than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is so disrespectful to the moderators.
JD is so much better of a Republican.
Yeah, even though he has delusional points.
I know, right? You know, the bar is low.
I think if it was JD Vance, he wouldn't have undermined the border bill, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
He keeps repeating the border's our point. Yes. What? They're legal migrants. Oh, JD Vance is going to cook on this point.
You mean Waltz?
Or Waltz, that's what I meant to say. I was meaning to say JD Vance was going to get cooked
There
on this
you go.
point.
Oh wow, he's Christian.
He brought up a verse, bro.
Damn. I respect it. I really respect.
Purdy, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate you. It means a great deal to me. Everybody, W Purdy in the chat. W Purdy, thank you so much, Purdy. I
Michelle,
really
thank you for
appreciate it.
$13.16. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Purdy with the $50. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section? Thank you so much, Purdy. He wants them to wait 10 years?
Be quiet, JD. He keeps talking.
Purdy, thank you so much
They
for the
muted the
$50. Thank you so much. Massive
They
W's
should
for
let
Purdy
them
in the
talk about
chat.
that. I think that's a bit ridiculous that they're not letting them talk about that.
I agree. Massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much, Purdy.
I really don't like how these moderators do it. Like on these things where they like don't let them fully go through. Because like they're not going through these issues. They're like just bringing up the fucking baseline shit. It's so dumb.
I also feel like the debate should be longer than an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Problem is that people start to fall off at some point. Like people can't stay up till like 10:30 at night.
Everyone keep tapping that screen. It gets to 3 million likes, everyone. It does help push it to more people, so I appreciate everyone doing that. Thank you so much, everyone. Good. Good. Yep. That's a good point. Push the money gun.
A little bit disingenuous, because
We said 8 trillion. That's what we bring up.
but the TCGA didn't cause an $8 trillion increase in debt.
Well, he was trying to say that the overall budget. I guess he could have said that though.
Oh, this is a great question. Oh, thank you.
Olivia, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a great question.
This is probably the biggest question I have about his campaign right now.
Molly, think of the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Molly.
By the way, I'm on Twitter just to see what people are talking about. You know what all the major conservatives are talking about? The fact
What?
that JD Vance got fact checked. That's what they're complaining about.
That's funny. He hasn't talked about how they're paying for it yet. Look at the record is not he's going to pay for it. And also you could look at the record of debt. Summer, think the $2. He never talked about how to pay for it. He's still not answering it. Walls is fucking him up. They have concepts of a plan to pay for their shit. They didn't lie about that. They also didn't say this, by the way. He's saying the experts aren't right, they're wrong. We need to talk about how is he going to pay for it. He never answered. Who'd they cite for the 5 trillion number, by the way?
The Wharton School?
Yeah, Wharton School. Okay. I'm going to use that.
Vance is playing into the RFK vote.
He needs to bring, what is the policy that you're going to, how are you going to pay for this? Bring that up. Please bring this up. Thomas with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Thomas. Can we get some W's for Thomas in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. This is a terrible point. Deliver lower inflation? I would fucking... How is that inflation caused, Vance?
Medical debt. Kamala Harris wants to get rid of it.
We never got... how is he paying for the plan?
I know.
Why don't the fucking moderators ask that question? Jesus Christ, dude. Like, that's the question he has to be able to answer. And he didn't answer it. And they didn't question him again on it. It's so fucking annoying. How are they not going to do that, dude? It's their one fucking job. Darla with $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Darla in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $100. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Darla. Let's get some W's for Darla in the chat for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you, Darla. Amy, thank you for the subscription.
Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Samantha. W. Samantha, she says that she used some of our talking points to convince her Christian friend to vote for Kamala. So W. Samantha.
W. Samantha. Carmen with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Carmen. I appreciate it. And Harmony, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. W's for Carmen in the comments section. Thank you so much. Think of this, Sage. Thank you. Samuel, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Guinness, thank you for the subscription. No, he didn't. Wait, did he? That's fucked.
You're now his running mate.
That's a great question. Push that mustache. Thank you so much. You gotta work together? Oh, like the border bill? Roberta, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Push the confetti, thank you. Push this one, thank you so much, Mita. Here we are. Scott, thank you for the confetti. And Adrian, thank you so much for the $1. Dude, he's fucking him up here.
I would have brought up the fact that Vance said that a rape is inconvenient.
Yeah.
Andreana, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Andreana. Thank you so much.
He's making such good points. Patty with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Patty in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Patty. W's Patty in the chat. Thank you so much, Patty. Andreana, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you.
Roberta, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you.
Are we about to hit a timeout here? What is the policy? AJ, appreciate the paper crane. If they have different views, why not leave it up to the person then? Let the individual make the abortion policy.
Annie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate you.
Roberta, thank you for the $10, Roberta. W's for Roberta in the chat.
She did. That's facts. Yo, he's fucking them up here.
Malika, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. W's for Malika in the chat. Thank you so much, Malika.
Oh.
That's a direct contradiction. I didn't support a national ban, but I did.
He did.
Yeah,
They
but he's not
voted
telling you.
overwhelmingly against
Yeah,
me.
but he's not telling you why that happened, right? It most likely happened because of the fact that that 10-year-old girl had to flee to fucking Indiana to get her abortion treatment. That.
Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Bro's eating. We need the walls to keep MAGA out. Walls are keeping MAGA out. You know what I mean? This is the time that walls work, chat. Walls work here.
Thank you, Alexis, for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5. Thank you so much.
Patty, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, and Malika, thank you for another 25. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. W's for Malika and W's for Patty. Thank you both so very much.
Yeah, what Walt is doing is saying we are the pro-family party because
know,
we
they
provide
can't
all
say
these
that.
things.
Ah, that's annoying.
All right. Watch people. are gonna
Norma,
come
thank you
in.
for the $10. Thank you so much, Norma.
Watch this. There's going to be like 1,000 people join.
Yeah, I already have
All
some
right, everyone. The
preliminary
thoughts I have so far. Let me go through them. I think that Tim Walz is doing a great job. I think that he needed to pressure more on like the how are you going to pay for it. They needed to pressure way more on that. That was a really important thing. I think that they didn't do that. That would have made this look way stronger from their side because he gave no response to it. He didn't even address the point at all, which tells me they don't know. They don't know. So I'm going to start asking that to every person. That $5.8 trillion proposal. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? Go for it.
Yeah. I have a couple thoughts. JD Vance and Waltz over here, they're having a little bit more of a dialogue compared to Trump and Harris did, and it's something that I wish that the moderators would let play out a little bit more naturally. I hate the idea of taking these two people, cramming in like 10 to 20 topics over an hour and a half, and them just being able to give all the Americans watching a surface level overview of their position.
Yeah, there needs to be multiple debates, and then they do longer times
Yeah,
for each
I
debate.
think it allows them to just not answer
Like ignore,
questions. And
yeah.
They could talk out of their ass for a couple minutes. Perfect example is what you talked about. Anyone that watches my lives frequently knows I love to ask the conservatives how he's going to pay for his tax plan. Apparently, like you said, Parker, they don't even know, and he only
Yeah,
got away
JD
from
Vance.
answering that
JD Vance
question.
clearly, like, if he hadn't answered that question, he would have provided it. Let's be totally honest here. That would have been provided. Matt, what are your thoughts?
So I'll name two. So one positive about JD Vance. I'll go. One positive is that he's a good debater. Like he just is. Like he's good on his feet. He knows how to do it. But one bad thing, and this is pretty simple, is that he doesn't answer the questions. He's like Trump. He's not answering the questions. So I don't think JD Vance answers the questions, but he is being articulate. He's not Trump in this way. Waltz, I think, is much more personable. He's much more likable. He started off a little bit nervous, which is to be expected, but he's, I think, doing a very good job. I wish that sometimes he had a little bit more flow to him, because sometimes that does help. But overall, I think he is doing a pretty good job, and I agree with what you guys were saying, that Waltz is doing what needs to be done. Like, that's what he's doing. He's doing what needs to be done. So
Rebecca, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much,
And
Rebecca.
Maddie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Appreciate it.
I also think that they should have pressured him more on whether or not he thinks that climate change himself is not true, because his language there was clearly indicative of him not thinking it's real.
yeah, I
Like
agree.
it was clearly indicative of him
He called
denying
it
science.
weird science. Yeah.
I know
he
it
called
would have
weird science.
shown that he does not accept the experts, the scientists, the economists, anything like that. He was literally saying that it's a hoax when a vast majority of climate scientists indicate that climate change is caused by humans. He was saying that the economic proposals that economists were bringing up about how the economy works as it relates to tariffs were somehow wrong, completely false, right? It
Yeah.
is absolutely true that tariffs drive up costs and make things more expensive. He's saying that if things were to stay in the United States, they wouldn't be more expensive if it uses tariffs is totally false. It's a total lie being perpetuated by Donald Trump over and over and over again, and it comes from a complete misunderstanding of economics. Every major economist disagrees with them. The left wing, the right wing, everyone across the board. It's not disputed. Okay, he's the only one who does this. Mitch McConnell even disputes him. Victor, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Victor.
Yeah,
I
Victor,
appreciate
thank
the
you as
intermission
well.
snacks.
I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
you.
Yeah, I mean that all makes sense to me.
Thank you,
and,
Victor. Matthew, thank you for the $10 as well.
It's just also too that JD Vance is naming policies and naming things that Donald Trump hasn't even said. That's the problem too. That JD Vance is inventing policies that Donald Trump doesn't support. Gloriani, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
He
So
also
much.
didn't address the border bill. The fact that Trump undermined the border bill. He completely did not address that, and he was just like, open border, everything's really bad right now.
One critique I have
agree.
of Waltz is that there's been like a handful of times that we could think of where JD Vance has given a non-answer or hasn't responded to these important and
And he
crucial
hasn't put
points.
pressure?
And he hasn't put any pressure on him. I think that during this commercial break, when Waltz is meeting with his team, they're going to tell him to start pressuring him on that, because that is his responsibility, 110%. It looks like we're back on now, so everyone, don't leave quite yet. Leave your phone running for live commentary on the rest of the debate, but we're going to go ahead and turn it back on right now.
Okay, now they're talking about the parents being convicted, everyone, of after a school unaliving, in terms of the liability of the parent, if the parents are responsible for this. They need to bring up the fact that he said it's a fact of life.
Wait, he says he doesn't know the full details on this case that made national news. How can you say you don't know the full details?
As a VP candidate?
I feel like I know more details. Like all the full details are out there. You just gotta, damn.
Jannard, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Someone said there's a mistake in the spelling. Presidential. I mean, no one even noticed that.
Oh, my
until
bad.
now.
I
You're
made a
good,
brain
don't worry.
fart. Sorry.
Who cares?
Matt L in chat.
Seriously. Tessa, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I wish I was moderating this debate too. Can you imagine us three being the moderators?
That'd be interesting.
Here, I'm gonna pee. You guys tell me what happened when I get back.
Stronger windows. Stronger windows.
The one
is how
thing
we
he
solve
did
school
mention
shootings.
was guns.
Yeah. Like common sense gun laws. Callie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Oh. Oh, that was a terrible little snippet. That sounded so bad. That sounded so bad. That literally sounded so bad.
Some people are spamming 3v1 in the chat. Who are conservatives?
I'll be right back.
Elizabeth with the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's incredible to hear. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. W's for Elizabeth in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. ER and MG, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Kayla, thank you for the $1.
What is mental health substance abuse?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Maybe he's saying substance abuse caused by mental health. David, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Empower law enforcement. Do you empower law enforcement by pardoning the people that violently assaulted police officers? Dude. These moderators have been incredibly unbiased. Conservatives, you have to say that these moderators were very unbiased. They've asked, well, some really hard questions, to be honest. Kayla, think of the $1. Lacey, think of the subscription. I think instead of just saying it's just the guns, they need to say it's both. I think it's a weak position to say it's just the guns.
Yeah.
But the issue is that Vance is just saying just people. So like they both are like partially right. You know what I mean? These are good questions. Jay, thank you for the subscription. I hope Vance knows how to answer this question. Or not Vance, Walls. Fuck.
How dare you, Parker?
He needs to talk about why it's important for the prices to marginally go up.
Patty, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Patty. I really appreciate you. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. W Patty.
Everyone keep tapping that screen to get to 3 million likes. Maybe we'll try to get to 4 million before we end the debates, everyone. I really would appreciate that if you just do this while you're watching.
Heather, thank you for the $10, Heather. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Heather.
Christina, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. I think he's not answering the question. I think he did say it like partially. He needs to like clarify it though. Pass the bill. Yeah. Oh, Dean, you looked like kind of sad. People were saying in the comment section.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
you focusing.
Yeah, no, this is just me trying to focus.
Said, pass the bill. That's gonna be a meme, chat.
Dude, I'm blowing up on Twitter again today. I have 2 tweets with over 10, 15, and 20,000 likes in the last, 12 hours.
You're so fucking lucky, bro. Nah, you're good at that shit. You're almost at 100K on Twitter. It's insane.
For real.
You have one with 43,000 from 27 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I have one with 1.2 million from 8 hours ago.
Mia, thank you for the $1. She's tapping to get to 3 mil on her armor. You're fine. You don't have to tap too much. We need help from other people too. Oh my God, Lydia just sent me a picture. JD Vance in this debate. We love the eyeliner, honestly. It actually looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think it looks good, bro. I just think it's ironic that like they consider those things so bad, and then when JD Vance does it, they never acknowledge it. Like, can you imagine if Walls did that? They would
He
talk
just
about it
used
all
your
the time.
point, by the way.
Thank you for the trash panda. Thank you.
He just said, our current crossings are down to the last year of Donald Trump.
That's
Somebody's
perfect.
been watching you guys.
I really do hope that they've been telling us stuff from our lives.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey, for the $4. Thank you, Corey.
We hit 3 million. Yo, W Mia. Can you answer that question?
I'm now looking for that study.
This is such a more respectful debate, dude.
It's amazing when you have just like normal people. David, thank you for $5. Dean, I'm gonna send you a message. David.
Bet.
Oh, he's asking a great question. What are the regulations? Wow. What regulations? Let him respond. So dumb. Oh, here we go. Here's healthcare. Concepts of
That's
I have
funny. That's
concepts
funny.
of a plan. How that would work? Oh, he's so fucked on this question.
Felicity, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
What's the concept? No, just tell us what's in the bill to some degree. Like what? Dude, what's the concept? He's not answering. Is this what he's saying the plan is?
By the way, I just want to say 2 weeks ago, he said, JD Vance hinted that one way that they could solve crisis is to separate pre-existing conditioned people with that into a
That would
separate
cause it to be more
pool,
expensive, right?
Which causes it to be more expensive.
That's why they asked the question that way. I think that's what Walls needs to bring up. What's the...
After he tried to repeal it.
I know, right? What's the plan, though? Dean. Or Matt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Great
you,
point.
Walls.
Great point, Walls. He got that from Matt.
Yeah, he did. He watched me.
He didn't say her full name on accident. Persisting B. Damn.
Walt sounds like he knows the issue. That's why it's good. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. That was a great response. He wants to keep the ACA in place? He just conceded to that.
I just want to point out that the only reason why they were leaving it is because the mandate was gone. That's what the whole mandate was about, was making sure that younger people had to get involved because there was a mandate for it. But then the court threw that out in 2012. So I just want to say you can't blame anybody for that except the court.
Take-home pay was not higher. That's a lie. Real median wages are higher right now than they were in quarter 4 2019. I really hope Walls knows that point.
Thank you, Walt. Thank you.
Wait. Vance just cut him off, and people are never going to talk about that. Felicity. Thank you, Felicity. This debate was better than the presidential debate, for sure. They're eating the dogs. He's such a joke, bro. This is what politics looks like without Trump. I just want people to know that, by the way. Felicity, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dude, I look so white. What is up with this?
I look red, so doesn't matter.
Dean's tweeting, chat. That's why.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm like doing two.
Dean's
things at
making
once.
sure that he's monitoring the a Twitter space.
Yeah, I'm all over Twitter while I'm doing this. Go check out my timeline.
Dude. 50K, 58K is crazy. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you. And your Bryce Hall tweets are blowing up.
Yeah, for real.
You have one at 1.3 million. I would pin that because it's still blowing up.
True.
Thank you for the hat. Thank you so much. People in chat, Dean's Twitter is at it's Dean with two N's. At it's Dean with two N's.
2 ways, 2 ends.
I'm very active.
Oh,
over
2
there,
ways, 2
folks.
N's. Thank you.
I'm a little bit unhinged though. Okay, I'm a little bit different on Twitter than I am on TikTok.
You need to make a ranting video where you just go fucking ham.
For real. That's a good idea. I like that.
You pinned it already? Paste. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Because he doesn't help out at the home. Yeah, she's got no time because he's too busy on the couch. Kayla, thank you for the $3.
Federal monies.
Yeah, like what the hell? Oh, this really cooks him. Oh, great question. Tariffs will not produce higher economic growth. He didn't even talk about the relevant question. Child tax credit. He never talked
Can
about
you
the child
clarify?
tax credit. He never talked about the child tax credit. That confirms that Trump does not support the 5,000 child tax credit.
Yeah.
Does Trump support the $5,000 child tax credit? He didn't answer the question. See how he fucking immediately answers the question, by the way? He immediately answered the question.
If somebody was to drop on Earth and just watch this debate for the first time, they would think that these two people are the ones running for president.
I agree with that.
Probably.
This is a much better debate, dude. This kind of reminds me of like Obama.
They would think the actual debate was an SNL one.
Obama versus Romney. That's what it reminds me of. Very, very calm, very, very demure. You know, it's just very calm.
This is a big one. This kind of tells us that it's still going to be like, you know, like cool as fuck after all this shit.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's still like a bunch of shit that we have to deal with. It's not just Trump, you know? Versus confetti.
Oh my god.
What happened?
They asked about the false slates of electors.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought Dean got like...
No, that's just huge.
Retweeted by like Kamala or something. I was like...
This is a perfect question. He's never going to talk about the false slates of electors.
No, he's not.
Inflation, housing, groceries. What?
Problems? He didn't say that. He said it was false. He said it was fake.
What about the false slates of electors? He's not talking about the false slates of electors. He's just completely dodging the question. He's dodged every
He
question.
won't answer it.
He's
If
such
I
a
was JD
snake.
Vance, I wouldn't
Honestly, he's
answer
such
this
a
one either.
snake.
If I was JD Vance, I wouldn't answer this one either. If he answers this question, he cooks himself.
Yeah, because Trump will literally like yell at him.
I agree. It does make him look worse if he answers it.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's what the Republican platform has came down to. Like, this is strategically speaking the best thing he could do is not answer.
He can't admit it because then he'd be repudiating his own top of the ticket. Ew.
He's not even talking about something relevant.
Yeah, he's on a totally different topic. He's on a whole different topic.
He didn't even say false slates of electors.
Donald Trump, I think, almost had a better answer to this question. I mean, in the sense that, like at least he didn't lie about it. Like he's told, his own self-delusion.
He didn't even address it. Come on, please.
No, I talk about the fake electorates plot. Talk about the fake electorates plot.
I know, they need to really talk about that.
He's not, dude. Okay, yeah, he threw. This is weird. This is actually this is probably Tim Walt's biggest sell yet.
I agree with you. Bring up the false leads. This is actually kind of frustrating.
Yep.
Better than Vance, though.
Vance is so happy he's not bringing it up.
Look, yep.
False slates. False slates! Fuck, dude. I'm so annoyed, actually.
Wow.
The problem is that JD Vance is not saying what Donald Trump is saying. Donald Trump does not say this.
Please talk about the false slates. I'm actually so annoyed that they're not. It's like, this is the most annoying point. This is like, they need to talk about this.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive, massive L for Waltz.
False slates. Push the fireworks. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Appreciate it.
Oh, shit.
He's not going to answer.
Look at Walls.
He
Oh! Oh!
That is a damning non-answer. That's a good one. That's good.
That is brutal. I think I wish they talked about the false slates of electors, but that honestly was good enough.
Such a non-answer.
Reject censorship? Okay, Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He's hammering this point. This is pretty good. Mm-hmm. That was a good point. He phrased that good enough.
He did. So even though he did mention the fake elector saying, he salvaged it somewhat by having that good line that was a damning non-answer. So that was a good line, and that. So,
What are your thoughts, Dean?
Yeah, so far, I mean, I really wish that Tim Walz had pressed him harder on the fake electorates plot. That is quite literally the biggest and most damning reason not to vote for Donald Trump. Like Matt said, I could appreciate him for asking J.D. Vance if Trump had won 2020. Personally, I still would only give it about a 5 or a 6 out of 10. If I was in Walt's shoes, I would have asked him the question until my time was up. I would have repeated that same line, did Donald Trump win 2020? Because I would have made it, because that would have broke him. That would have made him look so unbelievably bad. But overall, I don't think Tim Walz is doing as good as I would hope he would. He's still doing pretty damn good though. And JD, he's doing about as good as I thought he would, and my expectations were honestly higher than they were for Trump.
Sorry, I gotta say sorry. I got the Victor. Thank you for the $50, Victor. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. It means a lot to me. Thank you so very much.
Gracie,
W Victor in the chat. W Victor.
Gracie, thank you for the $10, and David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I honestly think that he's trying to be. I think maybe David brought this up. Maybe it would be a little mean to bring up the false slates. I don't think it would be. I think they need to bring it up regardless.
Why would it be
scenario.
mean? No, I'm asking.
Also,
I don't know why it'd be mean.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be like the case that they think it's just like an attack at them. Right, or something like that,
okay.
Right? Like that's the way they're taking it. But very clearly, I think it's important to acknowledge that JD Vance literally wouldn't say that they lost the election, and he wouldn't say that they won the election because he knows he loses on it. So I think they needed to hyper fixate on that and to bring it up. And I agree, Dean was making a good point. Is like they need to keep bringing that up over and over again to make sure that it's very clear to the American people. And I think that he did it to some degree with the whole that was a crazy non-answer. But I think that was good. One thing that I would bring up maybe is that if he did like sort of be more aggressive, it would have looked worse to some people. Like,
yeah, I think this is what I noticed. JD is trying to give himself off as being likable. He's one of the most unliked vice presidential candidates of all time. He has like a negative 30 favorability. Like it's really low. So he's trying to be liked. Tim Walz is being who he is. He's always had this dad-like energy to him. So I think that's what he's trying to do. And I think the most memorable line that will come out of this debate, I think of all the lines, will be that Vance dodged that question and would not answer. I think people will be talking about that.
I think everyone will remember.
Yeah,
that was a damning non-answer.
Yeah,
everyone will remember that.
I think that Vance really could have made a positive name for himself as a Republican if he never changed his mind about Trump and he never ran as his VP.
Yes, if Vance was like he was in 2016, if this was 2016 Vance, he would have won the election because he's a Romney-like Republican. He's a normal Republican.
He is. If you take out the views that he's probably only holding to because Trump does, and you send him 10 years back,
I agree.
He would have been he would have been a half decent Republican.
I'm 100% agree with you. This Vance would have won an election if his views weren't so batshit crazy because he had to kowtow to Donald Trump because that's how he got to be vice president.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I bet JD Vance's approval ratings will definitely go up after this. I mean,
I don't know. He literally he wouldn't say that they lost. I think that's a really big point for most Americans.
But the problem is I think too people's views of the candidates are like now fixed. I think it'll be very hard to move the needle one way or another. People either like you or they don't like you. Like it's hard to like move that needle any more than it's already been moved. But yeah, I mean, Dean has a point. I mean, his approval may still be negative, but it might go up a little bit just because he seems normal.
I think it will go up amongst Republicans.
Yeah, he just seems normal.
I think he lost everyone right there.
Yeah,
I think he really with that non-answer. I think he did lose everyone.
That will be played in ads, by the way. That will be played in ads.
That will be. David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We are back, everyone. Everyone stay here because it is the case that we are going to be, talking about it right after. So do tap that screen. Get to 4 million likes, everyone.
Also, everyone on your computer, keeping this live open on your phone, go like my recent tweet. And it's Dean.
Okay, Dean. Okay, Dean. This is the closing statement?
Yeah.
All right, it's a closing statement, everyone. So stay here. Stay here. Do tap that screen as well. You know what I mean? Opportunity, freedom. Chat, we are listening to the end closing statement, everyone. And then the debate will be done.
I don't think that they should tout the Dick Cheney endorsement.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
The problem is, though, is there is some Republicans who don't like Trump who do like Dick Cheney, and then who be like, okay, I don't like Dick Cheney, but I get it.
He's like one of the worst.
No,
Dick
like
Cheney's
literal
really bad.
Satan. Like back in those days, I was
Literal
alive.
Satan.
Yeah, no, people had caricatures of him as Satan. Like I'm not joking.
That was a good end.
Nice. Very nice.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. What? I would like him to specify what energy policies.
Can we just step back and like recognize I was just like lying to like millions of Americans right now?
Yeah.
He's just sitting there lying. That's like, it's kind of depressing, man.
That is depressing.
Mm.
I can't wait to see how Republicans justify this shit.
I think Republicans will say he won because he's doing a decent
Look at the
job,
chat.
right? Yeah,
There's Republicans in the chat who are
Republicans will
saying
say
it.
he won because I won't lie, he's doing a decent job, but Tim Walz is doing a better job.
I think it's just we're saying decent because like
Comparative
how
to
bad Trump
Yeah,
was.
yeah, compared to Trump, yeah, I mean, he won.
Yeah, Trump, you can't do worse than that. That was so bad.
Yeah. Tim Walz killed it though. He did real good. I'm proud of him. Couple points. We'll talk about it after. I'll shut up. Sorry. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I actually want to do something real quick while we got
That
the
is it,
Republicans in
everyone.
the chat. I want to do something while we got the Republicans in the
You
chat.
can see it as it stopped, everyone just starts joining in.
Yep. Do we have any mods in here that could start a quick pull up in that top left hand corner to get the general public's consensus on who y'all thought won? A couple of thoughts from me. I'll be quick. I want to pass it off to Parker. It's his live. JD Vance did much better than I expected him to. Football fields better than Donald Trump did. Like me and Matt were just talking about, if this was JD Vance versus Kamala Harris or JD Vance versus Tim Walz, the Republican Party would have a much stronger nominee. And with how close the polls are right now between Harris and Trump, JD Vance might even be able to secure the election. But guess what? Trump would never let that happen. But regardless, Tim Walz has done incredibly well as well. He brought up the points that mattered. There was a couple times where, he could have pushed a little bit harder on this or a little bit harder on that. But overall, great performance. Like Matt said, the most memorable moment from, the last hour and a half here was definitely JD Vance not answering Tim Walz's question on if Trump had won or lost 2020. We should all look at that with grave seriousness. But go ahead, you guys.
Yeah, so I would say I think Tim Walz definitely won this debate. I definitely hand it to him. I think the main drivers of this win are the fact that JD Vance wasn't answering questions, whether it be on how they're going to fund the policies, never answered that question, about the healthcare policy in terms of what is going to be the exact concept that you're referring to that they're going to change. And then he also even said that the ACA is going to be continued under his administration, which is something that he's disagreed with, it seemingly, with Trump on. So what JD Vance is saying, we might say is more agreeable, but it's not what Donald Trump is saying. He also didn't answer the question about the child tax credit, which very clearly indicates that Donald Trump does not support the $5,000 a year per kid child tax credit and doesn't have any plan to change the child tax credit, else JD Vance would have said it. Okay, JD Vance would have ran on that because he was saying that they have the most pro-family policy, which is clearly ridiculous. Now, I think that there should have been more pressure on the fake electoral plot. There should have been more pressure on getting him to answer the questions, right, from Walz. But I do agree that Walz was very likable in this debate. Very likable, didn't press it too much. Maybe if he did pressure that, it would have been a little bit too much. So I do think that it was okay. But I'm going to have Matt say his thoughts real quick. We're going to start getting some MAGA up real quick. If you think that JD Vance won that debate, everyone, make sure to send a guest request right now. We're going to get it going here real quick. If you think that JD Vance won, make sure to join up the live right now. Matt, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah. So my thoughts will be quick. Dean and Parker basically said what I want to say. I'll say I think Walz did a good job. He did the job they needed to do. JD Vance did what technically needed to be done. I think I'm going to say it again. I think his answer on the whole democracy question, I think, was so damning. I think it'll be used in ads. It's what people will talk about for the next couple of weeks. So so that was his worst one. But JD Vance did what he needed to do, which was be likable, and he was somewhat likable. So he did what he needed to do. And Walz just needed to show that he could do the job, and that he had good pushback, and he did. So I think they both did really well, but obviously I'm going to say that Walz did better because Walz, I think, answered the questions more than JD Vance did, and the democracy question was just so damning. I think it's hard to just get by it.
Yeah, Carlos.
So Carlos, are you voting Trump?
No, I'm voting Harris, but I do have a
W.
All right, only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump and you think that JD Vance won the debate, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get someone up. If you guys want to help me, I really would appreciate that, especially right now, because this is a pretty important point to get people up here.
I'm just going to start loading a bunch of people in.
Yeah, if you see someone in the comment section, like, saying Vance cooked or something, like...
Nadia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Nadia. Thank you.
Okay, this person, I want to invite them.
For the 10.4 thousand people in here, if you thought that JD Vance cleared, hop in the queue. How about that?
Because yeah.
Yo, what's up, Triz? How old are you?
Wait, are you on?
Hello, Triz?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
My dad is.
Yeah, Trump. Tristan is all for Trump.
No.
Okay.
This is
all
my
right.
dad. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah, wait, did he watch the debate?
Yeah, he's voting for Trump.
We just got done watching the debate.
Okay, so does he think that Vance won?
Oh, he thinks Tim Walz won.
Oh, okay. Well, I am going to look for someone who does think that Vance won, but I do appreciate you coming up, and I would love to talk to them in the future, so I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate y'all a lot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump? Push that message. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you watch the debate?
I watched the past. I just got off work. I got like the last couple minutes, and the.
Do you think Vance won?
I think it was pretty even, to be honest. I think they both did really good.
Yeah, fair take.
And then,
fair take from a Republican. I'm proud of you for.
Looney, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Do you
okay?
think that Vance won the debate?
In a sense, yes.
What do you mean in a sense? That doesn't sound very energetic.
So, I kind of want your guys' opinions on this too, and you can kick me if I get off topic, but I kind of want your guys' opinions on when they do these debates. I think they're both answering. I am like more of like a hardcore conservative, I guess you could say, but I think that they're both avoiding questions. I think Walz did do better in terms of answering them, but I do like JD Vance's, I would say, stance more. But I think even for Trump and Harris, that they need to structure these debates better. I don't like the 2-minute times, but I think that nobody really answers anything. Like, they don't let them get deep into it because they're time limited.
Do you mind if I
Can
give
you
a
name me?
quick
Can you name me one question that Walz evaded and didn't answer?
I did only get to watch segments, but I think there was something on the economics policy when they were talking, and JD didn't really touch on it too much either.
With how they're going to pay for their plan?
Yeah, and I do agree with
I
that.
agree with
They didn't
you. I
really-
don't think
they
Waltz
didn't really
gave much of an
stay-
answer, but he definitely gave more of an answer than JD Vance, because Waltz did touch on like the fact that they're just going to create economic stimulus right through like their housing plan, and like that is like partially true. But then when JD Vance was answering the question, he actually gave no answer at all. He talked about other things the entirety of the 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah, and I don't like. I wasn't able to watch like the full debate. I wanted to, but I was only able to get like sort of bits and pieces. Like
Okay, here. So, I mean, I do want to get some people who did watch the whole debate so we can have some conversation with that.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like either of you really watched the full debate, so we're going to look for someone who did, but I appreciate both of you.
Could I say one thing real quick?
Go for it.
There is the part, they were talking about federal land. I agreed more. I am a Republican, but I did agree more with, is it Waltz? I don't want to get it wrong. I agreed more with him talking about, like, I think they were talking about not building. I know Vance was talking about building on that land, on the federal land. I agree with Walls where they shouldn't.
Okay, sure. Well, I appreciate that. All right, well, I appreciate both of y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Yeah, y'all have a good one.
All right, have a good one as well. Juan, are you voting Trump? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Okay, all right. Will y'all help me? Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, let's give it a second, everyone. Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Trent. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I invite
Thank you
people
for the
that
cap,
no
I
one
appreciate
accepts it.
Yeah,
I want some like crazy conservative, right?
Yeah,
I
like,
don't-
dude, why are none of them accepting?
we need someone that is gonna say that he destroyed Walt. That's what we.
Yo, Ryan, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I just want to say one thing. You guys
Did you
are
watch the
Three
debate?
Stooges.
Okay, you said we're the Three Stooges.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Can you, okay, how many continents are there?
7.
What are they?
That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
What are they? What are they?
Oh, Ryan.
You guys are the Three Stooges. That's all I gotta say.
What are they? What are the 7 continents?
At least we're not your 3 brain cells. Get going.
Where's that mustache? And yet the Three Stooges are still smarter than you. So what does that tell you? You got nothing, Ryan? Totally silent, bud. You gonna run away to your little safe space, you MAGA snowflake? That's what I thought, buddy. All right, Smalls, you voting Trump?
Terrible.
Dean, Bryce Hall is gonna kick your ass.
Yeah, he is.
Push the animal ban. Thank you so much. No, I'm taking the position Dean wins.
I'm not.
Shay.
No, he's gonna.
Marcos, are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next person. Bryce Hall. Yes, Dean is actually going to box. Is it just
Yeah,
box?
no, he's gonna kick my ass. No, he's right. He totally is. He's gonna prove that he's a better boxer than someone 60 pounds lighter than him, and I'm gonna prove that these degenerate fucks with millions of followers that are endorsing Trump have less intelligence than your family pet.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Or actually, no. Sorry, wrong question. Did you watch the debates?
Yeah, I watched the whole debate.
Yeah. Do you think Vance won?
I think Vance won, but I think it was really close. I think that they both did well. They both did better than the 2 presidential nominees, which is kind of sad for our country. I think that Kamala Harris won the presidential debate, but I thought Vance won this one. Yeah, but I'll just
Okay, so why did Vance win?
I thought that for me, Vance just spoke to a lot of the failings of the Biden-Harris administration and did some things that I thought Trump should have done in the presidential debate, which was speak on the fact that she is the last person to talk to Biden about some of these things, such as his foreign policy failures, such as his failures at the border, such as his failures. And yes, I do know, she's only the vice president, but she is part of the administration. I thought that Trump
What did she do at the border you disagree with?
Well, I mean, I think that the getting rid of the Remain in Mexico was a mistake.
But Trump doesn't even say that was effective. He doesn't say it was effective in terms of his immigration policy until Title 42.
Either way you slice it, the numbers are the numbers. The crossings under this administration compared to the last administration are absolutely unacceptable.
Okay, well, right now there's less crossings than there is
Right
was
now.
the
Right now, over the
listen,
4
listen,
years.
can I finish? Right now there's less crossings than there was the end of Trump's administration. So without Remain in Mexico, there's lower crossings. Not only that, but under Obama's administration, there wasn't Remain in Mexico and there were lower border crossings.
Okay. The amount of border crossings under this administration dwarf the amount of border crossings under Trump over the period of 4 years. I'm not going to take what they've done in the lead up to an election into account.
Yeah, that's like saying unemployment went up way more under Trump than it went up under any of these presidencies. Okay, yeah, because of COVID. Okay, so what you're saying is like an economic impact because of COVID, because inflation went up globally and it pushes people to go towards countries like the United States for better economic conditions. Samuel, you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, did you watch the debate?
Absolutely.
Do you think Vance won?
I think there was both dodging questions, but I still highly would not like Tim Walz as my vice president, as a veteran, and as...
Well, you just dodged a question. Now, can you tell me, do you think that Vance won the debate?
Yes.
Yes,
Not by
okay.
much, but I believe that he won the debate. And I still believe that Tim Walz is a liar and a stolen valor.
Okay, can you name one point that Vance won on?
The abortion thing.
What point? Tell me.
The whole entire abortion thing. They just want to sit here and give women the right to kill kids, which is not the thing.
Okay,
As a Christian in North Carolina.
Wait, so
He's
did
just
you know
saying that he
that
won because he
Trump's
agreed with them.
do you know Trump's policy does allow for that in certain states?
He allows for the states to decide, which I think it should be
wait,
up to the
which is
states.
allowing for allowing for that to occur. He allowed for Tim Walz to make his abortion laws. Why do you do
his
that?
abortion all the way up to 15 weeks? That's murder.
Wait, actually, I have a question. Wait. Do you think? Why do you think it's murder? Is it because of life at conception?
Life is as soon as the sperm implants the egg.
Okay. Oh, okay. So,
wow.
So Trump wants to pay for IVF. Does that mean he wants to pay for murder?
No, IVF is to help with making kids.
Wait, but they create multiple zygotes that they don't use.
Yes, they
So they're
they're
paying for murder.
to weed out the bad.
So you're okay with paying for murder?
Wait, did you just say weed out the bad?
Yes,
That was
to
crazy,
weed out a
actually.
kid that's going to have freaking Down syndrome or something like that.
Wait, according to you, what's the difference between under your worldview? What's the difference between you and Hitler?
Me and Hitler? Well, one, I'm a Native American, so y'all white people are on my land. So there's that. And I don't believe in just genocide.
Galaxy, thank you so much, Tara.
Wait, but you just said that we should weed out the bad, valuable humans.
No, I said weed out the bad cells.
But according
but those
to
are
you,
humans.
They are. But would you want to have a kid that literally is, that you know for a fact is going to be born?
Bro just called
with
for
Down syndrome?
genocide. Bro, under his own view, just called for genocide.
Yes.
Don't think of the dollar. Also, I just want to let you know, Trump doesn't care about the indigenous community in the United States. He actively wants to
He literally
build the
just
Keystone
said the
XL
other day when he
pipeline,
was in
which
North
is against
Carolina.
indigenous Americans' views.
Did you
right?
not watch him the other day in North Carolina? As soon as he
Wait,
said,
I have a
first
question.
act-
I have a question. How do you feel about the Keystone XL that he wanted to continue, which went against the treaty made with indigenous people?
Like I said, just the other day in North Carolina, he said his first act in office
Wait,
is to
do
make
you wanna
my
respond to
tribe,
that?
my tribe federally recognized.
Wait, but do you want to respond to that? How do you feel about him trying to undermine a treaty with indigenous Americans?
Also, your tribe isn't federally recognized?
Not yet, because Obama said he was going to do it, but never did it. He said the whole campaign, and he won like my little town just because he said he was going to get us federal recognition and never did. We've been fighting for it.
What are you talking about? Which one?
The Lumbee tribe in North Carolina, Lumberton. You can look it up. L-U-M, Lumberton. The Lumbee tribe, Lumbee. We're not federally recognized. And Trump literally said the other day when he was out there, it's his first, like one of his first things in office that he's going to do.
It's state recognized.
Yes, it's not federal. It's recognized in North Carolina.
Okay, I mean, I'll agree with federal recognition, but like, my question.
Wait, why didn't Trump do that in like 2016 through 2020?
That's a good question, and that's the question I've been asking myself.
Okay,
But
yeah,
he
that's
never
a great
ever
question.
visited. He never visited that area, and I guess I don't know.
Do you want to respond to my point though?
What's your point?
Trump wanted to undermine a treaty made with indigenous people as it
But
relates to
did
the
he?
Keystone XL pipeline. He wasn't able to because he wasn't elected. Here's the trash panda. That's the only reason. He
I would
said
have
he wanted to go
read it.
against
If you'd like
it.
to send me a link to that, I would love to go read that.
Yeah. I can send you some.
Because I'm not going to speak on something I don't know about.
Yeah, I got you. So you could just go to Keystone XL Pipeline, AP News.
Okay.
Right, they have a whole thing about that, or I can send you one from NPR as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and it also talks about that. So Keystone XL Pipeline developer cancels project ending decade-long battle. That's from NPR.
So let me ask y'all a question. And this is one thing, like, I'm sitting here trying to wrap my mind around about the whole fucking debate. They're talking about building all these houses and giving all this money away to first-time homeowners, like, what was it, $25,000?
Yeah.
How are they going to do that without raising taxes and everything else? I would love to know that.
They are going to raise the corporate
for-
tax
for
rate
rich
and then
people.
wealth taxes for the ultra wealthy.
On income over 400,000, if you make less than 400,000, your taxes won't go up under the Harris administration, but under the Trump administration, they would because he wants tariffs.
He wants to drop
And
it down to
tariffs will cause
15%.
your consumer prices to go up.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, when he lowered the tax rate the last time for corporations, from my personal experience, when they lowered it for my company that I work for, when they lowered their tax rate, we got a raise and a bonus.
Well, I just want to let you know that we know the effect of the TCGA. It only adds 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $28 billion a year, so it doesn't pay for itself, and it costed $1.9 trillion. So why don't we just give the money directly to workers?
Okay.
Why didn't we
and
just
then
give
here's
the tax
question to
cuts
me.
directly to you?
Do y'all stand with Biden and Kamala when they just sent, what was it, $8 billion
Wait,
to
that's a complete
Ukraine?
pivot. Can you address what I just said?
It did affect me though. It affected me personally. I got like a $3 bump in my pay when he lowered the tax rate.
Again, I'm just letting you know. Why don't we just give the tax cut directly to you? Because we know what these corporations did with the TCJA money. Let me finish, please. We know what they did with the TCJA money. They did stock buybacks. They invested in things that benefit investors, not the workers to the same degree. So yes, there are some businesses that gave it to their workers, but it did not happen on a macro lens. That just didn't happen.
I would love a tax break for the working class people. That would be great.
Let's do it directly. Let's stop giving tax cuts to billionaires and hoping it trickles down. It doesn't. Let's give it directly to the workers.
So I'm gonna ask another question. Two questions.
Also, I just want to say this one thing as well. For corporation income under 50,000, Donald Trump increased corporate taxes. It went from 15% under the Obama administration to 21% under Trump because Trump wanted a flat tax. So he increased taxes on corporations that make income under $50,000 per standard. Whereas Kamala Harris wants a $50,000 tax deductible for the first year of them starting up, and then literally wants to continue the Obama era corporation tax policy, but lesser, right?
Do you mind if I ask you something about that, Parker?
What's up?
Do you mind if I ask you something about that?
Go ahead. I mean, I want him to be able to make his point, but go for it.
Yeah, the $50,000 for startup businesses, how is that sustainable when you have this year 62,000 businesses opened in New York City alone? That's $2.5 billion for one city. And we're going to spread that.
It's one of the biggest cities, yeah.
Yeah, yes. Okay, but that's $2.5 billion.
And that's in tax deductible. So that's deductible from the revenue that we would get.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Do you think that every single business makes upwards of $150,000 to $250,000 of profit in their first year?
The $50,000 is for startup businesses, correct?
Most businesses fail their first year.
It's a deductible for the first year of a business's life, and that will only be for a business that would generate more or less than or equal to $50,000 of taxes during their first year.
In the first year, plenty of do that.
Right, but we wouldn't say it's 100%.
Okay, let's say it's half. That's $1.25 billion in New York City.
Yeah, that's nothing on the broad scale.
Wait, you guys are totally okay with doing a $1.9 trillion debt-related spending tax policy that mostly helps rich people? You're not okay with doing a tax deductible for fucking small businesses on the first year? You guys are so fucking hypocritical. You care about tax cuts for large corporations, but
small
not for small
businesses fail within their first year. Over half do.
Yeah, but you don't want to make it more likely for them not to fail. You understand that if you have their taxes higher, it's more likely for them to fail because they can't reinvest that money.
Wait, I just want to clarify. You're not okay with deductions for businesses?
No, and I run a business.
Wow, what kind of conservative are you?
I'm a small government conservative.
Wait, do taxes do more taxes equal bigger government?
Yes.
So less taxes equal smaller government?
Yes.
So reducing the tax
and he's still mad even though they cut the taxes
during their first year would equal smaller government?
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm understanding perfectly.
Government aid is larger government.
That's not government aid. No, it's a tax deduction. No,
it is a government handing out a tax deductible to a business on a startup.
What is a tax deductible?
So, I mean that's like saying that.
Tell me what a tax deduction is.
That's like saying that SNAP is not government aid. That's like
tell me what a SNAP is. Tell me what a tax deduction.
Wait. Can you tell me what the standard deduction is?
For what?
No. Like, what is a standard deduction?
For SNAP?
No,
for on taxes. What's the standard deduction?
Did you say that you were a business owner and you don't know what a standard deduction is?
Just in general?
Yes.
Just a dollar amount that you can subtract from your gross income.
So it reduces your taxable income. So we're advocating to reduce the taxable income on small businesses, and you're saying that's bad? That decreases their tax share. That doesn't give them $50,000 each. It reduces their taxable income by $50,000.
Right.
What the hell are you talking about?
Wait, 1 second. Then why are you voting for Trump? He wants to invest like $4.8 trillion into further decreasing the corporate tax rate. What's the relevant distinction between deduction for the first year of a business's life and like a multi-trillion-dollar investment into further reducing the corporate tax rate?
Yeah, there's hardly anything in corporate tax that I agree with Donald Trump on. I just don't agree with Kamala
But
Harris.
you'd agree with Kamala Harris more here, or at least say that she's a lesser of two evils.
Maybe,
because she only
maybe.
wants to invest $2.8 trillion.
But she will make our military look like a joke as a woman leader.
Maybe
Okay,
on,
Samuel, we're gonna get to your misogyny
Whoa.
right fucking now. So
Maybe
you're saying
on-
that a
Oh,
woman leader
wait.
makes
So
us
what
look like
about
a
her
joke?
being a woman means that she wouldn't be a good leader? Please tell me.
Okay, already the foreign countries think that she's a joke.
Wait,
You
what about
understand?
her being a
Wait,
woman
John
as well?
Bolton.
Which ones?
John Bolton, the national security advisor, specifically of Donald Trump, the third one, said that he's a laughing fool to countries around the world. But name me what country specifically.
Well, as I have a friend right now who's deployed in Korea, they all literally, the Korean people were over there laughing at her. Literally. He sent me a video of them laughing and talking about Kamala. They
So,
think
one group of Korean men, like what? Like what?
Yeah,
what the
and
hell
by
are you
the
talking
way,
about?
you're citing
That's so irrelevant.
Well, by the way, you're
as a
citing
veteran,
one country.
I would not want her
Hold
to be
on,
my
You're
commander-in-chief
citing
at
one
all.
country that is well known.
He's
for its
citing a friend
misogyny.
group from Korea. Like he's not even citing world leaders.
Well, not even that, Parker. He's citing a country that is well known for its misogyny.
Also, did you say that it's because she's a? So, would you always vote for man over a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so why are men better at leading than women?
Because it's biblically correct.
Okay, you know what else is
Biblically?
biblically correct? Genocide
Bro.
and slavery. Leviticus 25,
Okay.
God
Wait,
tells
wait.
you to own slaves.
I want to
1 Samuel
hyperfixate on this. I'm
15:3,
sorry. Wait, hold
God
on. Dean.
tells
We can go
Saul
to that in a
to
second.
kill kids.
You don't want to
We
go
can go that.
Bible
Wait,
with
wait,
me
we
'cause
can,
I'm
we can go to that.
Bible college
I have a
graduate.
perfect question. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swap policies, would you still vote for Trump?
Yes. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's
Okay,
because
so
she's a woman.
I have a question. So you're saying that the Bible and God tells you that men are better at leading than women, but what is the relevant biological distinction that God built in men and women that made men better at leading?
Okay, so when Noah built the ark, did he go to Noah's wife and tell her which animals to bring? No, he
That's
told
not
the
the
man.
question. That's not the question that I asked. Okay, I understand. Let's accept and adopt the Christian worldview. God tells you in the Bible that men are better at leading. Okay, well, what is the relevant difference in how God made men and how God made women that makes men better at leading?
Well, you do realize that God made women out of a man's rib, right?
But like, what's the difference in their neuroanatomy, right? Their
Wait,
psychology,
I just want to clarify.
psycho
He
states.
could have spawned him in just the same way he did Adam, but he decides to rip Adam's rib out just
'Cause
to
he
make
says,
Eve
"Bone of my bone,
unnecessarily.
flesh
By
of
the
my
way,
flesh."
Parker.
Can you answer
by
my
the way,
question?
Parker, that only happens in one of the stories, not in the very first one.
So please answer my. Oh yeah, the differences between Genesis 1 and 2. That's awesome, right? Now please answer my question. You're saying that God made men better at leading. Okay, how? What about men compared to women makes them better at leading? Is it their testosterone?
Well,
are they like
it could be the
less
testosterone,
emotional,
it could
more
be the muscle
logical?
mass, it could be
muscle
anything.
mass. No, you tell me exactly what it is, Samuel.
I just literally gave 3 examples.
Okay, more muscle mass. So if the more muscle mass you have, the better
Thank you so
leading
much for the
are.
bear.
I have a question for you, Samuel. So let's see here. Who would you vote for? A 15-year-old on steroids that can bench press 500 pounds, or Donald Trump?
I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump.
But the 15-year-old on steroids
has
1 second. But the 15-year-old on steroids has bigger muscles and higher levels of test.
artificial muscles.
What the fuck is an artificial muscle, you dumbass?
I'm sorry, bro thinks this is SpongeBob. Bro
What the
thinks this
fuck
is
is
SpongeBob.
an-
What is SpongeBob inflating his arms? What are you talking about, bro? What the hell? What do you mean? What do you
There's a
mean
difference
fake
between artificial
muscles?
muscle and real muscle. If you take steroids, it's
What do you
not
mean
gonna last
artificial?
over time, correct?
This is not the Bikini Bottom. What the
Correct.
hell are you talking about?
Am I correct?
No, you're incorrect.
No, what?
Okay, so you're telling me if I take steroids one time, my muscle mass is going to stay the same? No, you gotta continue.
what do you mean by artificial?
Wait, yeah, no, Samuel, you're right. That doesn't mean that it's artificial muscle mass. We understand that I could just replace the same question I asked you with natural. I just said on steroids because it made it funnier. Would you rather vote for a 15-year-old bodybuilder that's naturally buff as shit and can bench press 500 pounds, or Donald Trump?
I would still go Donald Trump.
Oh,
You gotta
why?
think-
But the 15-year-old is a better leader because he has bigger muscles
Okay,
and higher
but-
levels
okay.
of testosterone. So now if you're telling me that you'd rather vote for Donald Trump in comparison to the person with higher levels of testosterone and bigger muscles because they're more mentally fit to lead, well, I just say that Kamala Harris is more mentally fit to lead compared to Donald Trump.
How do you figure that, though? I would really like to know.
Oh yeah, sure. Because she's not so delusional. She's convinced herself and tens of millions of American citizens that she won the last election, even though 63 courts, the DOJ, her own vice president, and her own 44 cabinet members told her she lost. Sure, she doesn't tweet out "I hate Taylor Swift" just because they endorsed the person on the other side of the political aisle.
Dom, thank you so much for
She
the
didn't literally
$20.24.
grade someone.
Thank you so much, and
Yeah,
Parker,
but
thank you for the
Taylor
$5. Thank you.
Never mind. Not getting that one.
Dean, can I ask you
Get into
So
something?
you're saying you agree with Taylor Swift just because she says if Donald Trump does win, she's leaving the country?
No, that's a red herring. I fucking particularly said that when Donald Trump tweeted, "I hate Taylor Swift," just because she endorsed Harris, it shows how unfit he is to lead mentally. So I just like to put it out there. I absolutely debunked the shit out of you.
Nicole, thank you for the
Samuel,
$5.
I am the real man in this scenario. You're the little beta boy because you told us that men are better at leading than women. I asked you how or why. You were like, "Oh, muscles and testosterone."
You think you're a real
and then
man?
I
Dude,
debunked
you probably
with one
never worked a
question.
real job. How are you a real man? You sit here and you get your money off this.
Oh, you're
Wait, you don't
telling me
think?
that
Wait,
this
we
isn't
don't have a real job? Is this not a real job?
No.
No, what's a real job? Can you define
Okay, so
that
what
to
would
me?
you do if TikTok went away tomorrow?
Samuel,
I'll
can you define to me real job? What's a real job? Define it.
Let's see. 9 to 5. Well, in my case, 7 to 5:30.
Wait. So
A W-2.
wait. So my dad's a doctor. He doesn't have a 9 to 5. Does he not have a job?
Yeah, but he has a college degree for that field.
I have a college degree. I have a degree in economics.
Wait, I'd like to put it out there that specifically, well, I mean, he can make the argument that it's not in the field, but maybe we could also say for Donald Trump, he doesn't apply his college degree in his field. That's very obvious. And he doesn't work a 9 to 5.
Lisa, I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for the real job. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 for the real job.
Both of y'all did that 25.
Wait, also, did you say that I'm not a real man, Samuel?
Yes.
Okay, so you're
No, I
predicating
want him
the
to, I
definition
want him
off
to
of-
define real job. Hold on before we move to that. We'll move to that in a second. I promise you, Dean.
Okay, I'm gonna
real
dump
job.
it on
Define
him.
it.
Real
Logan,
job.
thank you for the
Listen, I can give you
$6.68.
examples.
Thank you, Logan, for paycheck
Doctors,
from the
nurses,
devil.
Scrub techs, welders, machinists.
No, define the term real job.
That was literally examples
You're
of real
giving
jobs.
examples. I'm asking for a definition.
Do you get a W-2 for this?
I get a 1099.
Wait, a lot of people work without a W-2.
Kiki, thank you for the $2. Thank
Yeah,
you so
a lot
much.
of illegals.
Does Trump get a W-2?
Yes.
No.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
Did he not get a W-2?
No, it's a 1099.
How if he ran the country
cap?
in 2020?
Wait, so
At the end of
before
2020,
running,
did
so
he-
so
Oh,
before running the country,
It's
did he have a?
possible. It's possible that he did get a W-2. For,
Yeah,
wait,
once
no, he
once
donated
once
his
gets-
presidential paycheck.
No, he didn't donate at all. He donated 30%. So, like, I'm saying, prior to him running for president of the United States and being president, did he have a job?
Yes.
Parker, think of the
He was
$5.
CEO and stuff.
Oh, okay, but he didn't get a W-2.
Are you sure? Can you prove that? I would
Yeah,
love
I'm
to
pretty-
see that.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean, I
God!
can-
What do you? So
1099. I'm
W-2s
pretty sure he gets a 1099.
So a
right?
W-2, right? That's what's paid to an employee by their employer. Okay, so if you're the employer, right, you don't get a W-2 unless you pay yourself a salary.
Well, yes, you do. You
he
pay
could be, he
yourself
could be
out of
paying
it.
himself a salary. That's true. Lauren, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lauren. Okay, here, I'll just ask you this question. Do you think people who are self-employed... Shay, I'm just going to kick you because you just completely cut me off. Or I'm going to mute you, sorry. Do you think that self-employed individuals have real jobs?
Well, most self-employed individuals that I know give themselves a paycheck, so then they give themselves a W-2.
Wait. So no, I got a 1099. So there are plenty of businesses and plenty of sole proprietors, right? Specifically that do that.
And
right? They get a
contractors,
1099.
contractors and freelancers.
So all those people you think have real jobs. So define to me what a real job is,
I
because
get
your
both.
definition was not applicable there.
And Leo, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real man
how
with a
about
real
this?
job.
Someone
Thank you
who
for the
pays
love.
taxes.
Oh wait, we pay taxes.
We all
be a
pay
real
taxes.
job.
I do pay taxes.
We all pay taxes.
I have an accountant.
Have you ever got your hands dirty, like working?
Yes.
Do I have to?
Well, I know
Wait,
Matt
did
has.
Trump?
He looks like he is
has
a good
Trump?
old
Has
country
Trump?
boy that gets
Samuel,
dirty.
has Trump got his hands dirty? Maybe an orange because he was putting on the suntan.
You want to see my calluses, boy?
Yes. Have you not seen him
want
down
to
there in
feel
Georgia
the
doing work?
grit?
Hello. Have you not
Yeah,
seen him down there in
it's
Georgia
the
doing
kind.
work?
Oh no! You think he was?
Oh my
You believe the
God.
AI
Have you not
pic-
seen it?
He has
There's
ET
videos of it.
hands. Are you fucking
Are you
fooling?
actually
Kurt's
citing
thinking of the
AI
$10.
images?
Videos
Logan,
of
thank you for the
it.
$6
You're saying
and
the
the
videos are
66
fake.
cents
The
on
videos
Venmo.
are AI.
No, he
Hands.
went down. He did
Oh
go
my
down
God.
there, but he didn't do any work.
Dude.
He didn't do any work.
Hold up! I gotta show the picture. Someone put it in the Discord. Someone put in the Discord. I have to show the chat the picture. It's right here. I already have it loaded, locked and loaded. What the fuck is
Oh
that?
my God!
What is that?
Well, the water
Samuel.
is rushing.
Picture.
I would wear a
You
life
think
jacket
that's a
too out
real
there.
fucking picture?
Oh my
I'm
Are you
going there
trolling?
Saturday, so
Samuel.
I would be wearing a life
Lane,
jacket
thank you for the
too.
$10. You think that's a real
Samuel.
picture?
Samuel,
Are you trolling?
lost the fucking plot.
Oh my god!
Like I'm just saying,
dude.
when I go down there Saturday to Asheville, North Carolina, I will be wearing a life jacket too.
Oh my god.
No, I mean, you think that's a real? Wait.
Oh
You think that's a
my
real
God.
picture?
We're so
No.
cooked. We're
No,
so
that's not a
cooked.
real
I said
picture.
AI is bullshit, but
Hey,
there's
can
actual
I
videos.
run a very short line of dialogue here?
Go ahead.
So earlier you said I'm not a real man, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that I'm not a real man qualified on something other than what's in between my legs. So you think that gender is a social category?
I think if you're born with a penis and with the male DNA, you are a male.
But I have those things, but yet I'm not a real man.
But you call me a boy
wait,
who outworks you 7 days a week.
Wait, but I have those.
He's so cooked, bro. He's so cooked.
I outwork you 7 days a week.
No, you
you.
don't. Wait, Samuel.
Wait, no.
Samuel,
he's qualifying
you work
manhood
every
on the
day?
basis of
Yes.
he's qualifying manhood on the
You
basis
work,
of
so
work.
you take no breaks.
I take my week vacation and that's it.
Oh,
And
wait,
I'm about to take a week when my daughter's born.
When was your last day off?
July 4th weekend.
July 4th weekend.
Yep.
Okay.
That was
well,
my vacation.
How many
Okay,
days?
well,
How many hours do you work in the day?
Also,
Thank you so much, April.
I work
right
10-hour
now you're
days.
Every day?
18
Every day.
hours. How the fuck are
wait.
you in the live right now?
Because my daughter's awake. So I gotta be awake.
How are you? Wait, you only have
You're
6
lying.
hours.
Wait,
only have
why do
6
you work
hours to do
7?
stuff
Wait,
and
wait.
sleep?
I have a question. Why are you working 10 hours a day, 7 days a week if you have children?
Because I have a very loving wife who supports me in what I do. I'm not gonna lie.
How do you like love your wife when you never see her like ever?
I see her after 5:30.
Oh, wait, you get off at 5:30 yet you work 10 to 18 hours?
I said
You're
I work
lying
10
to
hours
us.
a day from 7 to 5:30 is what I work every day.
I think you're lying.
I can
Anyways,
show
so
I
you're
can send you a picture
qualified.
of my last pay stub.
So you qualified.
Danielle, thank you
your
so much. I
manhood?
appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So you qualified your manhood on the basis of you working more. So you're qualifying manhood on something other than penis and XY chromosomes. Shut up, liberal. We got this. we
Hey,
got this
liberal.
woke liberal.
What a liberal. What a snowflake liberal.
Yeah.
Defining gender
Yeah.
based upon sociology.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
We got-
wow,
this
you
is-
use social characteristics. What a liberal, buddy.
This is the woke mob. This is the woke mob.
Seriously, they're so woke, bro. Do you even know what a woman is? Are you serious?
Yeah, this is the woke mob.
Yeah, I got one in my bed.
Well, you just said, how did you identify that? Based on what characteristics, buddy?
You take a microscope and look at her chromosomes, buddy?
Yeah, please.
She
What,
was
really?
born a woman.
What? You can't be born a woman. You can't be born an adult. What?
Wait, what's
you
an
not be born-
wait, Samuel, what's a woman? Define that term.
Okay, she was born a girl. How about that? Does that make it better for y'all?
Wait. So what do you mean by
$5
girl?
on
Can you
Venmo.
define girl?
We're having fun.
YX chromosomes.
YX? You dumbass.
Whatever it is.
So
I'm not a
first
scientist.
of all, women it's XY and then XY. That's men. Woman is XX according to your
Whatever.
worldview. Why am I correcting? why am I correcting you?
Marcus, thank you for the $10.
I done told y'all I'm not a scientist. I don't understand all that shit.
I'm not a
but I will tell you
Wait,
that
wait. I have a question.
I
If you don't
believe that
understand,
you are
wait,
born
I have a
to a
question.
certain gender. How about
Samuel,
that?
if you don't understand what XX or XY chromosomes are, and you predicate your definition of a man or a woman off of XY and XX chromosomes, are you telling us that you don't know what a man or a woman is?
No, I do know what a man
Or
and
you
a
don't
woman are.
Wait, but you told us that you don't understand the definition of the term. If you don't understand the definition of the term, that means you don't understand the term.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: you were born, you were born a boy, correct? All three of you.
Wait. Do you know I'm a man?
I would sure hope so.
You don't? You don't know if I'm a man?
You look like a man to me.
Wait, but do you know I'm a man?
Well, you're saying
No.
that you look like
You
the
don't
man,
know I'm
but
a man?
Not really.
So you don't know what a man is? Because I'm clearly a man, and you didn't know I'm a
No,
fucking
'cause I've
man.
seen plenty of trans
What?
girl-
Dude, he
trans
doesn't even know what a
males that
man
look like
is.
you.
How could you not identify I'm a man, bro? Jesus Christ, bro.
Have you not seen?
JD, thank you for
trans
$5. Wait, trans men are men.
men? No.
Oh,
Mike, I
but
think
he's,
it's
saying
$1.
but he's saying that he can't clearly distinct between trans men and cis men. So then what's the issue with trans men going in the men's restroom? Dude, we're running laps on you, Samuel. We're
I'm
fucking
saying from experience, I
we're
have
running
seen that.
laps on you. We're
I have
actually
seen that.
running laps on you.
I have seen that trans men going into the men's restroom. I've seen that because we were at a club off base, and my boy was dancing with a person that he thought was a girl, and she went into the men's bathroom.
He doesn't know what trans man means. Oh my god.
Or trans. It's all confusing.
Okay, trans man is someone who's biologically female, but they're a man.
That transferred to a man. Correct?
Dude, it's just like, okay, biologically
This is hard to
female,
listen to.
right?
Yes.
But they're a man. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He was dancing, and the thing went in there and pissed in the urinal.
The thing?
Emily,
is that
thank
you
you
just
for the
said?
5. That is so crazy. Why'd you just call them a thing?
Because that's what they are, in my opinion.
Adam, think of the description. What the fuck is wrong with you? They're a person.
Nasty.
What do you mean thing?
I'll tell you this. If I see a trans person go in the bathroom after my daughter, I'll be rocking orange.
What, dude? What about Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls? What about that? What would you do?
What about Joe Biden groping girls?
Oh,
underneath the
complete
underboob?
pivot. Answer my question.
Answer mine.
Answer my question.
He shouldn't have done that.
Oh, wait, no, but he bragged
if I was
about
there
it.
and it was
He
my
bragged
daughter,
about it.
I'd have been going to jail for beating Donald Trump's ass.
So why are you voting for him?
Because he's the better choice of the two.
How is he the
evils.
better choice if he's personally himself gone into the to the changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
In the words
Dorian,
of
push the $5.
In the words of Judge Joe Brown, Kamala Harris got to where she was at from being on her knees.
There's
Yeah, you know what? And you know what?
There's
Fuck
no
Joe
evidence
Brown.
of that.
No, you know what?
No
Fuck
evidence
Joe
of that
Brown.
at all.
Joe Brown, I don't-
How many people did she have sex with in order to be AG and DA? Please
Probably
tell me.
a lot.
You think she had sex with 4 million
I
people
think she
each?
slept with her way to get to the top.
You think she slept with 4 million people?
No, but I'm
okay. So she didn't sleep her way to. So who did she sleep with that specifically led to everyone voting for her? All the 4 million people plus.
There's
for
not
each
4 million
election.
people voting for her. If you look,
There
at
were
the
over
polls,
4 million
Trump is
people.
leading the polls.
I'm not talking about right now,
not.
genius. And no, he's not. He's losing
Have you
national
not
polls
looked?
across. Listen,
I look
he's
at them
lo-
every single fucking day.
He's
not
losing the
winning. He's
national
not
polls.
winning.
If we didn't have the electoral college, DEI for white people, he wouldn't even be close to winning. He would have lost against Hillary. He would have lost against Biden. We would have run a three-peat against the guy. Victor, thank you so much for the $25 for F this transphobic guest. And Emily, thank you for the $5 for
No.
Cook the uneducated Trump transphobe.
Dude, you won't
Trump
I think it should
transphobe.
be abolished.
You won't believe what Bryce Hall just tweeted at me.
What did he just tweet?
Beating me in a debate isn't going to change my opinion on what I believe or change my vote.
Sorry.
What a dumbass. What a dumbass. He's like, he said,
He
Dean,
just admitted to being disingenuous.
I got a question. Can we vote on that? I mean, can we bet on that fight, or is it not going to be?
Oh my god. Well, I don't even know if it's gonna happen now. Do you want me to willingly debate someone that's just disingenuous as all hell, literally saying that
Do it.
you
We'll
will
do it
beat
because
me, but it won't
of the
change
people
my
he
mind?
influences, man.
For real.
Can I ask you guys?
It's not even about him necessarily.
I'll take that live.
Do you guys mind if I ask you something?
Go ahead, bud.
policy?
Okay.
Did you guys?
I love
So,
you.
as going back to her leadership with Vice President Harris, obviously it's not because she's a woman. I do think that she had a role to play in starting the Ukraine and Russia conflict by constantly talking about Ukraine's membership to NATO and how
No,
they should.
she never talked about it in one time. Olivia,
She
thank you for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Olivia. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
She did say that Ukraine should join NATO.
Wait, give me the quote. Give me where.
I'm not by a computer. I can.
Where'd you get this from, Charlie Kirk?
I don't even
Hold
watch
on,
that.
Charlie
Thank you
Kirk
so much.
roasted both of y'all in the debate session.
Name
thing.
one point he beat on. Name one point he beat me on.
Everything.
Keon, thank you for the subscription. Name
The
me one
gender
point.
thing. The
What
gender
about gender?
thing.
What about gender?
He roasted y'all. I
Where
just
he
watched
did,
him today
where
'cause they
where
popped
he
up on
didn't
my
know
For You
how to
page.
define a man? Where he didn't know how to define a man? Are you saying that point? Because tell
And
me
the
what point he
abortion
beat me
thing.
on. What about abortion? Where he said that he wouldn't put child pedophiles in prison for raping children? Or after that, when he contradicted himself and said that he would unalive them himself? Tell me, which point? Which point did he beat me on?
When did you debate him?
I debated him on Jubilee recently.
Jubilee was like
at the
the
end of August.
25 versus something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, tell me, what point did he beat me on, Samuel?
Those two.
No,
You can
you
sit
did-
there and
wait,
say
what
he
point?
didn't,
What
but,
part of
like,
the point? Be
comments
very
clearly say
specific
he
with what he
did.
beat me on. Be specific. What about abortion? What about gender?
So I'm gonna ask you this: do you think abortion's right? You think
what
abortion's
about
okay?
abortion did he beat me
I
on?
don't
Then
know.
we'll
I'm
talk
asking
about
you a
that.
serious question.
We
You
will
think
talk about that in a
abortion's okay?
second. I just want to know what he beat me on.
I really believe he beat you on the abortion thing.
What about it?
In my opinion.
What about it? What point did he beat me on? Tell me the specific point.
I don't remember the specific point. But
so anything about
so,
it?
So let me ask you:
Nothing? You got nothing?
Do you think abortion's right?
He doesn't. Wait. He said I got joked on, but he can't remember a single point. Do I think abortion is okay? Absolutely. Up until sentience, absolutely.
And when is that to you?
18 through 26 weeks.
No, I would say it's 8 weeks when you get a heartbeat.
I think that elective abortion after that is wrong. Yeah.
Oh, I can respect that. I'm on board with that.
I say it's when you hear the heartbeat at 8 weeks.
Hey, what's valuable about a heartbeat?
It's a heartbeat. It's
What
like
about it?
someone
What about
coming
it's
up to you
valuable?
right now and just shooting you.
What about
It's the
its
same thing.
Wait, what? No, because I have sentience, subjective experience. Okay. What about the heartbeat is valuable?
Okay, so you're saying at 10 weeks, when the baby can start feeling and hearing you talk and stuff.
Okay, is
it
the heartbeat
not
is the
sentience.
heartbeat life?
Yes.
Okay, wait. So it's not alive prior to the heartbeat?
See, now you're trying to get me back on where I said as soon as the sperm enters the egg. I see how you circling back.
No, I'm trying to realize when you
No,
think
he's
it's life.
testing your logic.
Well, at what point is it life, genius?
What
Trisha,
point-
appreciate the $5.
As
Thank
soon
you
as
so much.
all right, so me and my wife are 31 weeks pregnant right now with our second kid. As soon as my sperm implanted her egg, I believed it considered life.
Oh, okay. Okay, so life happens at conception. So why does Trump want to pay for murder? Because he wants to pay for IVF.
We done had this discussion.
Yeah, and you didn't answer because we create lots of zygotes that we don't use, and we could specifically choose to use them, but we choose not to, which leads
But
to
a
them
lot of
being
them also
dead.
freeze them.
Wait, no, but they're gonna die. Would it be okay to freeze a baby? Would you freeze a newborn?
If it could sustain it, yes. I'm not gonna lie. Like if I knew, like let's say my daughter, let's say my daughter that my wife's carrying, right? Listen,
newborns.
If you would hear me,
Jesus
my daughter,
Christ.
let's say my wife that is carrying our child right now, right? It was born early, premature, and if I knew freezing it would help prolong its life, yes.
No, it's not to prolong its life. It's that you would never bring the newborn baby back. You would just freeze it and then give up. Because that's what they do. They don't use these embryos. They just keep them frozen. Cav, I appreciate the subscription. So would you be okay with keeping a newborn frozen?
No. Not in that sense.
Okay, so
But
what's
like I said, if
what's
it's
the
to
relevant
prolong the
difference
life,
between
then yes.
wait, what's the relevant difference between a newborn and a zygote? That means one has more value than the other one.
I don't think one has more value than the other one, in my
Okay,
opinion.
then I'll ask you this question. You're in a burning building. On one side of the burning building, there's two zygotes that in the future will be people like me and you. On the other side of the building, there's a newborn baby. You can either save the two zygotes from burning alive or the one newborn baby. Which one would you save? Emil, I appreciate the thank you so much for the $10. Dorian, appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you.
Parker, would you rather a national?
Hop. Samuel?
See, I'm sitting here thinking to myself right now because
I know.
Like part of me is like, all right, look, it's a newborn. I've already built a relationship with it. I've already established a connection. I'm going for the newborn.
No, you haven't established the connection with it yet. Nothing. It's just a newborn that you haven't met before, or two zygotes you haven't met before. Which one?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if I hear a newborn crying, I'm running to it.
I know. So what is the relevant difference between the newborn baby and the zygote? That means the newborn baby has value, but the zygote has less value.
Silence is deafening.
Oh, you talking about Dean up there quiet? Yeah, I know.
No, I'm talking about you.
Parker, thank you for the subscription. No, Samuel, answer the question.
I'm sitting here debating in my head.
I know, I'm waiting. Do, 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 do,
I like faster elevator music. I'm still saving the newborn.
Okay, go for it. Come on. Why? Because again, if it was the case that it's just as valuable, two's more than one. Okay, so you'd pick the two zygotes, but you don't see them at the same value. You see zygotes to at least be half of the value of a newborn baby.
Yeah,
so
but
if it's
in my
at
head,
least half of a
in
value.
my head, this newborn baby has already taken its first breath of air.
Wait,
its
does the
first
breath of
cry,
air make
its
it?
first
Wait.
pee,
Does
its first
breathing
food.
make you more valuable?
No, but it's experience.
No.
But it is experience life outside of the womb.
Wait, so experience. Wait, if it was, look, I'll ask you this question. What about two fetuses, 9 months in the womb, or one newborn baby? Two fetuses or one newborn baby?
So let's put it in this perspective. For me, my 4-year-old daughter who's asleep beside me, or
No. Newborn baby, you don't know. No, you don't know any of these babies because if you put personal relations into it, it will change the analogy.
So just a 9-month-old baby,
a random
baby,
2 random fetuses 9 months, right, or 1 newborn baby. I think you'd pick the 2 fetuses 9 months because they both have subjective experience. So again, what you are going to identify is what you value is the subjective experience, which is not the cellular life, which is not the heartbeat. Because if I keep asking you this question, you're going to get to a point where you realize, intuitively speaking, that you value the subjective experience. And that's why you think it's okay for people to pull the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead. They have a heartbeat. They have cellular life. But yet you realize that it's the subjective experience that matters. And there's a past or present and future subjective experience. So we do care about future, but so long as a past or present is established. If it's just a future, it's just active potential, like me engaging in sex with my girlfriend. What did I get? Like you're alive is flagged for misinformation? Repeated violations? What?
Bruh.
I've been getting so many of those misinformation ones.
I hate that.
Do you get what my point is, though? Like, it's clear what we value. Intuitively, it's very clear.
Yeah.
So stop being pro-life, because ultimately speaking, what you're doing is you're restricting women's rights in a scenario where we're talking about a non-sentient embryo.
But then it's still,
Thank you so much
still for me, being a preacher's kid and being someone that went to Bible college, still goes back to the Bible for me, though.
So Samuel, let me ask you this question. Does the Bible ever talk about when in the womb it's valuable? No, it doesn't.
Sorry, I was reading someone's comment.
Does the Bible talk about when in the womb it's valuable?
No.
No, the Bible doesn't. What is valuable? The body or the soul?
The soul.
Okay, so why do you value the body more than the desires of the woman with a soul? You value the body of the embryo. You're caring more about the flesh than you care about the spirit.
Well, and by the way, I just want to say, I mean, you went to Bible college, so you should know one of the most famous verses on this subject. Can you tell us what Exodus 21 says? Because you should know that this comes right out of the law that Moses gives, where he explicitly helps claim what the value of a fetus is. So can you tell me what Exodus 21 says?
He's looking it up. Samuel, we can't hear you.
Yeah. I'll save you the looking up. It says that if you kill a woman and her fetus survives, then you're only punished for the woman. But if you kill the fetus, then what you do is you owe her husband money. So they don't equate it to the same thing.
What verse did you say? Because
chapter Exodus 21. It's one of the most famous verses within Exodus.
Matt, are you a Christian?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking because I've seen you know the Bible very well.
I was for about 10 years.
He knows the Bible more than any Christian I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, he does.
I'm not joking.
He does.
It's kind of like an ironic statement that like an atheist knows the Bible.
I mean,
so
Exodus
much,
21 is so bad because it literally says that if you kill a fetus, all you got to do is pay money to the husband. Whereas when you kill the wife, then you get put to death. Why? Because they value the adult woman more than the fetus. Because the fetus is not seen as a full-grown person because they value it.
Dean, hop on your other account. You got flagged for harassment and bullying.
So,
Dean, hop on your other account real quick.
Dean wouldn't even say anything.
I know, right? Like, what the hell? Yeah, so like that's the point we're making, is that it's very, very obvious that you value the spirit, not the flesh. So if you value the spirit, it's like almost intuitively obvious that you care about subjective experience, because that's what the soul is.
He's still looking it up. He's probably reading it.
I just read 33 verses, and I'm probably because I read King James.
What's it say?
Probably because I read King James, and you quoted some.
Yeah, you read the King James, which you would know as you went to Bible college that that's the worst one to read to gain any understanding.
Actually, in my Bible college class, it's actually the
you
one
went
that
to
takes away the least of the Greek and
then.
Hebrew.
You went to a shit Bible college then.
It's the one that takes away the least of the Greek and Hebrew.
Wrong. Okay, Parker.
Really?
I'm sorry. I don't want to take right, but I have to do this. Okay.
How many times does the word blood taken out of NIV?
Samuel. Whose manuscripts was the King James version based on? What's his name?
King James? What are you talking about?
King James. You think King James read Greek? No. I'm asking you who wrote or who compiled the Greek manuscripts that were used under the King James Bible. You should have known this. This is This is King James 101. What's his name? Oh, he's looking it up.
A text from my wife telling me to be quiet.
Damn right.
She's telling me I was going to
Damn right. Stop speaking for women. How about you do that? Be quiet. Yo, so
I'll
real.
Get her. She'll tell you abortion's wrong in her eyes. Too.
Okay, do it. Do it. Go get her.
He can't answer my question, by the way.
Go get her.
I'm sorry.
No, I
he
can't
answer my
I've
basic
never heard
question.
that.
Okay, you went to a shit Bible college. I'm sorry. This is basic King James 101.
Well, look up Victory Baptist Bible College in North Augusta, Georgia.
Okay, well, you should get your money back. I'm sorry, but like they didn't teach you well because you would
I
know
used the GI Bill.
you would know that a man named Erasmus helped compile the first Greek manuscript translations that were used in that, and then you would also know that the Hebrew Bible was used on the Masoretic text, but they did know about the Dead Sea Scrolls, which weren't even discovered until the 1940s. So they didn't have the Dead Sea Scrolls to base their Hebrew on, which is why modern translations are superior, because they know that Isaiah, for example, has over 1/3 longer in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's why you do not read the King James Version for your actual Bible. And you would know this had you gone to a good Bible college.
Well, I've never sat under a preacher or been to a church that didn't read nothing but the King James Bible.
Well, maybe you should. Well, again, a Bible college should help you. Wait, did you even learn Hebrew or like Greek?
No, we didn't have to.
Well, you didn't have to. Okay, I mean that's a red flag right there. Like you didn't have to. I mean, okay. I mean, I would
Morgan, think of the
you would want
$5.
to learn the original languages of God, but I guess not. So, I don't. Okay, so there, I made my point. I thank you, Isel, for the $1, and I thank you, Trisha, for the $2. Thank you so much. Yeah, so don't bring up your Bible college knowledge when it's clear that you didn't learn that much from it, because you would know those basic answers.
So why did you stop being a Christian, if you don't mind me asking?
Christian scripture.
Because we can't rationalize the existence of God. In fact, we can rationalize the impossibility of the existence.
Can you
of the
prove
Christian
that God never existed? I'll wait.
Yeah, actually, we would have proofs for like the impossibility of the existence of a God with a
No, not
character.
the impossibility, facts.
Buddy, do you understand what you're saying? You're embarrassing yourself.
No, like you cannot prove that God was not real. You think this all just happened? A big gas.
Thank you, Emily, for the $10. Thank you so much,
We can
Emily.
literally prove.
Yeah,
that the
we
Christian
actually
God doesn't
can. I mean, we don't have to like go through it, but like we absolutely can.
How would you explain gravity being so precise? How would you explain?
Oh God, fine tuning? Are you trolling? Why are God's desires in such a way in which it produces this world rather than a world with just shoes?
I'm just saying, you can believe in science.
What finely
and you can
tuned
believe
God's
in the
desires
Bible
in
at the
such a
same
way in
time.
which He desires human beings rather than desiring just shoes? Tell me, why are God's desires that way rather than being a different way?
Thank you, Amy, for the
did
$1.
someone fine-tune the desires of God? I think this gives us evidence to believe that there's another God that exists that fine-tuned the desires of your God.
There's got to be an intelligent designer that designed God.
That doesn't do anything to explain how
Corey, think of the dollar.
universe was created so perfectly.
No, what you're not understanding is that the same critique that you're positing under a naturalist worldview exists for the theist. Because again, why are the desires this way rather than being a different way?
Yeah, but
this
how
is
many
true for any
theists
other
and
view as it
atheists
relates to religion.
The same
reverted
thing is
to
true-
Christianity.
The same thing is true of you not admitting that science.
Wait, do you think this
while
universe
God
is perfect?
I think it's pretty dang close.
So, thank you for the $5.
So pretty dang close. So it's not perfect. So it's imperfect. How did a perfect God?
Eve, thank you for $10. Thank you so much.
How did a perfect God desire a world that's imperfect?
Thank you, Eve.
Oh,
isn't that an imperfect desire that God would have, indicating that He's not perfect?
I would say that anything that has been as sustainable as it is could have been perfect the way it is, or a little bit slightly different. I mean,
now is this perfect? Are we in a perfect state of affairs?
Sure. I mean,
yes, we are.
Wait, so
it's a perfect
slavery
state of
exists
affairs
in a
where
perfect state of affairs?
Yeah, and also it's a perfect state of affairs where 9
talking
million
about- are you
people
talk-
die of starvation every year.
are you
It's a
talking about
perfect
the-
state of
are
affairs
you
where people
talking
get
about the
cancer
Earth,
and die.
or are you
It's a
talking about
perfect
pedophilia-
state of affairs where
pedophilia
genocide
exists in a
occurs.
perfect
I'm
state
talking
of
about the
affairs.
planet. I'm talking about the planet, the way it was made.
Wait, wait, the way that the planet was made? Okay, so sunburns exist in a perfect state of affair because the Earth is ever so
I can't help it, you have pale skin.
That brings, that brings humans back into it. I'm talking about the planet. I'm not talking about humans.
What?
I'm talking about the fact that
would the planet
No, we're talking
slightly
about
better?
creation. Is all of creation? All of creation, is it perfect?
Thank you, Corey, for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, if
Yes.
all of creation is perfect, you're telling me it's perfect that 9 million people die of starvation every year. It's perfect that hundreds of thousands of people get cancer and die of it. It's perfect.
Countries aren't perfect. I mean, we don't have perfect.
Oh, so all
policy.
of creation is not perfect. It's not perfect that children die of starvation. It's not perfect.
Let me clarify. In the beginning, it was perfect.
Is it perfect now?
Chris, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate you.
No. Okay.
That's our fault.
Okay, so how at the hell did we or could we desire something imperfect? If we are perfect, how could we desire something imperfect?
So real. That's the best critique of that, but they'll never understand it. They will literally never understand it. Like, think about it, Shay, right? For a perfect entity, right, would they have the capacity to desire or to do imperfection?
I have free will. I can't do something. Listen, I have free will. I can't do something contradictory. I can't fly into the air. I don't have wings. I can't fly. That's contradictory. I still have free will even though I can't do that. Okay? So if we identify a contradiction, if you are saying I'm perfect, well, then I can't possibly have an imperfect desire. That's incoherent. If I'm perfect, there can't be a flaw. Having an imperfect desire is a flaw.
The Bible explains that in the Garden of Eden.
He did.
No. How could I engage in a decision that is contradictory? I can't fly. Prescription. Thank you so much. But I still have free will.
Wait. Ooh. Does God have the capacity to do bad things?
No, but he allows them to happen.
Okay, and you'd say that God doesn't have the capacity to do bad things because he's perfect, right?
God's creation.
Just follow me.
Okay,
You'd say that God doesn't have the capacity to do bad things because he's perfect, right?
He lived a perfect, sinless life.
Oh, okay. So if you are perfect, you don't have the capacity to do bad things, meaning that God either created Adam and Eve imperfectly because that capacity exists, or there's just a contradiction within your entire worldview.
Or he gave them the ability of free will.
Chris, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the $20.
Does God have free will?
Thank you so much, man.
God admitted.
Samuel, does God have free will? Does God have free will?
He was ashamed of his creation.
God has free will, yet God can't do bad things.
God admitted he was ashamed of his creation in Genesis, which is why
they'll never get.
Wait. So okay, last question I'm gonna ask. So why couldn't God create people that had free will that it was logically impossible that for them to do bad things? In the same way, God has free will, and it's logically impossible for him to do bad things.
Good question.
In the same way, it's logically impossible for me to fly.
It's logically impossible for me to enter the mind of God. I don't know.
It's logically impossible for me to have telepathy. Yeah, I still have free will. So do you understand that I could have free will, not have the physical capacity to sin, yet I still have free will?
I'm not trying to convert any of you right now. All I want is for you guys. I just don't see how you can possibly say it is impossible. There is no way that God exists. That is.
Yeah,
just
when we're talking about your notion of God. Now, could there be a deist God that exists that doesn't have all the same desires that your God has? Maybe doesn't know that the world is operating this way? Yes, that is logically possible. I think it is logically possible.
Fair.
I'm not talking about every depiction of God. I'm talking about the Christian version.
100% fair.
You have particular commitments that entail contradictions. That's what I'm saying.
I'm 100% fine with that viewpoint. 100%.
Yeah. That's. I'm not saying every religion is false.
I am a Christian.
Logically speaking.
My core belief is that I've been convicted of is that I do believe in the Big Bang, but I believe that a creator, a God, put the Big Bang into play.
And, there's no reason to believe that over a different hypothesis.
I mean, that's just the God of the gaps.
Seriously. I do want to get back to the politics, but again, that's just I do this. I'm going to be doing debates like this after the election time. This is what I talked about before.
Okay, fair.
Xavier, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Can I, as a Republican that's not a Trump person, can I give you some reasons why I'm going to vote for Trump and I would like to see...
Oh, thank you so much, Javier. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
Because I do think that I have some things that you have... I've only watched you today, but I had maybe a little yesterday, but I have been very intrigued, and I haven't really seen anybody bring up valid points. I'd like to see what you guys, the three of you, have to say about some of the things that Trump did accomplish his first term.
That person just got hate speech and hateful behaviors. What about what?
I mean, unemployment reaching a 50-year low under Trump.
It's 3.4 in 2 separate months under Biden.
Okay, but at the time, it was 3.5 under Trump, which was a 50-year low.
Yeah, 3.4, 2 separate months under Biden.
Okay.
Also, that doesn't mean it's caused by them. It was a trend that existed prior to him.
Okay, or a projection of 1.5 7 million new jobs when he more than 3 times exceeded that with 7 million new jobs in his first year. Increase.
That was not in his first year. That's not true. Secondly, also, I just want to let you know that in terms of the job rewards, that there being a difference from the estimate doesn't mean he caused that. That's also another correlation causation fallacy. You would have to indicate that the TCGA or some of his policy led to that.
Okay, sure.
Madison, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And Mia, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. You keep me company at work. Sorry, I don't have much to give, but we got up to 4 million. Oh, thank you so much. Let's fucking go. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 7 million. Let's just fucking keep. Let's go to the sky.
So I know that you guys don't think that Trump is respected worldwide. I would say that a lot of these other world leaders not wanting him to be president is indicative of the fact that he was a better leader for America. So I know there's all this Russia collusion for Trump, but the fact is Putin would much rather Vice President Harris become the president of the United States rather than
he's lying.
I don't think that's true at all. Like, look, Shay, you have to admit that when Donald Trump was president,
hold up, Cask. Larry, are you voting Trump?
What?
Are you voting Trump, Larry?
Yes.
Okay. All right, is there a way you can move to a room with less background noise? And Matt, go for it.
Yeah, no, you're good. So, Shay, you have to admit, though, that every time Donald Trump had the chance to combat Putin, whether verbally or in some way... Okay, Larry, can you mute yourself, please, dude?
Okay, there we go. I don't know how to mute.
Well, I don't want to do it for you. Like, it's... Okay,
I got it.
All right, thanks. So, I mean, every time, Shay, Donald Trump had the chance to push back with Putin when he was doing things, he always capitulated to him. Always.
I don't disagree, but I also don't.
Caroline, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I don't agree with nagging a dictator. I agree with finding common ground with an enemy any point you can. So
wait, hold on. No, that's not true because a Neville Chamberlain tried that with Hitler as an example. I'm not saying that's comparable. I'm saying as an example, right? Sometimes we cannot find common ground with our enemies. Vladimir Putin is on a path where if he had his way in any substantial way, he would want the entire eastern part of all of Europe to be back and a part of Russia.
He's not capable of that, though.
Well, it doesn't matter if he's capable. He would try it, right? I don't want to have someone like him who does not believe in small d democracy going through.
Yo, Shiv, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Shiv in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Shiv. That's a W quote. I've seen that before. Yo, W Shiv in the comment section. Thank you so much.
My main point is that there are some times when you don't want to be friendly to your enemies, and Vladimir Putin has proven time and again that he does not deserve the friendship of the United States. That does not mean that you have to be mean to the people, but he himself should not, because he has done so many wrong things that I do not think a president should kowtow to him in any way. And any peace deal that is right now on the table would be most favorable to Russia. And thus, Ukraine would lose a substantial part of their territory, and we cannot allow that behavior to be rewarded in any sort of way.
By the way, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, everyone. I want to make sure we can bring up people who think JD Vance won and they are MAGA, just so that we can change up the thing. Shay, I want you to be able to respond to that, and then I do want to cycle in some more people, but I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, sure. I agree that he does have Hitler-like aspirations. I just don't agree that he has Hitler-like capabilities, which I do see that you agreed with. But I guess my bigger overall point is that approach, whether you agree with it or not, proved to be more effective with Putin than the approach that the Biden administration took. And one last thing before I get out of here, I just want to say to everybody in the chat, I think you three are very knowledgeable. It's been very entertaining to watch you. It's been very entertaining to talk to you. I wish that more people could come and try to find more of a middle ground rather than attacking each other. I think this country needs to get back towards the middle on both sides. And I appreciate you guys having me on. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And
thank you so much. Appreciate you a lot.
Did Tim say that he was friends with school shooters during the debate?
I heard someone say that he did. I didn't remember hearing that.
Yeah, that's a crazy gaffe.
I saw Kyle Kalinske saying that on Twitter.
Yeah, that's insane.
Wait, what happened?
Crazy.
Apparently, Tim said he made friends with a school in Aliver. He misspoke. Oh, that's what he said. He misspoke.
I did heard that. Oh yeah, I did hear that. Yeah,
That's insane.
That's a crazy misspoke.
that's-
Yeah. Yeah, Margaret, are you voting Trump?
I remember that.
He meant like the families of the victims.
Yeah.
In Momentum, are you voting Trump? Honestly, I think people take misspeaking a little too serious for stuff like that because, like, he clearly did not mean to say that. Like, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Yo, Ashley, are you voting Trump?
Oh. No, sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Everyone only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. We are looking for some debates, everyone. If you are.
Trump.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
you
think
can
Vance won? Why do you think Vance won?
Do I think Vance won?
Yeah.
Yes.
What makes you think that?
Well, Tim was shaking his head agreeing with Vance the whole time.
Vance agreed with Tim on something. What's your point?
Yeah. Ken, are you voting Trump?
Leaning that way.
Do you think Vance won the debate?
I call it a tie. There was some strong moments from Vance, some from Walls.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, that's.
Did you watch the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I do appreciate your opinion on that. I am going to try to get someone up who does think that Vance won for the debate purposes, but I appreciate your opinion there.
So, Larry, could you give us an actual reason why JD Vance won?
Someone said Vance won in the lying department.
So, dude, I'm ratioing Bryce Hall so hard. I've ratioed him on all 3 tweets he sent out about me. Please check my Twitter.
Shay, thank you for the $5. I am.
Please.
Ethan,
check
are you
it.
voting
So
Trump?
funny.
Ethan, you there? All right.
I could help
You
you
should
get
you should
someone.
tweet out our stream. Be like, yo, if you guys want to debate me about this, hop on.
I'm gonna
Chris,
hop
thank
on.
you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chris. Can we get some W's for Chris? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. W's for Chris in the comment section. Again, Shay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, everyone. W's for Chris. W's for Chris. Thank you so much.
If you want to tweet something out about it, I'll retweet it.
I did.
So
I
then
did.
we could also get some traffic over to your stream.
I already did.
Bet.
You can pick one. I posted twice about it to see which one would do better. Neither of them are doing good. Yeah. So Caleb, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Do you think Vance won?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
I just think that JD Vance answered most of the questions appropriately and effectively that got to the most direct answer compared
Thank
to
you, Shay, for having
Really?
us.
So
$5.
So how is he going to pay for the $5.8 trillion over 10 years?
Okay, I said most, right? I think, honestly, my opinion for both of them is like some of them didn't answer questions, some of them did, but I think for the most part, JD Vance answered majority of the questions.
What about the child tax credit?
Okay, well, I can also...
What about whether or not he believes in climate change?
What about the $25K that Walls and Harris want to give for the housing, right?
Yeah, that's actually good. I think that's a really good thing. They want to specifically increase the amount people get for tax credits so that it can stimulate the building of new housing. It doesn't make it less affordable, even though there's a slight price increase, because the price increase is meant to stimulate more supply, create a larger incentive for suppliers to produce. That's just the law of supply. If there's a greater price, there's going to be a greater supply per the gem.
So I just want to clarify. So you're saying that by them offering a
Mistress, thank you for
$25,000...
Mistress, thank you so much for the love. I do appreciate you.
For them
Thank you so
saying
much.
that they want to offer a $25,000, whatever tax credit or whatever thing that's going to help.
for first-time home buyers for new homes. That's meant to make the price go up to incentivize more suppliers to produce. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem
it's
is
not
that
less affordable because
the
it is
problem-
the case that you have the tax credit.
the problem is that the housing isn't that there's
Makes sense.
not building enough. They're building enough. The problem is that
No, they're
people-
not. That's a total lie.
They are.
No, if they were building enough, there wouldn't be such a price increase.
No, that's false.
Really? So if there's a greater supply but lower demand, are you telling me that there's going to be
Demand
higher
is
prices?
there. Their demand is there. The problem is that the supply is there as well. The people just can't afford. People can't afford it, right?
Because okay, so listen,
Interest
let me
rates
explain to
because
you.
of interest rates.
Okay,
and
so
be-
interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, but that's not the only thing. The prices
But
of
it
houses
affects
are
what
also
people can
too high.
afford for the
Listen,
house.
can I explain?
Okay.
So again, as it relates to the pricing of houses, Joe, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. We are not building enough in places where people want them, and that's why the prices are going up way higher than the rest of the economy, because demand is high and supply is low where people want to live.
Okay, all right, let me clarify my
basic economics.
Yes, I understand that, right? What you saw happen, right? During COVID,
If you want to help me get people up, by the way, I would appreciate that.
They lowered the interest rate to all-time low, right?
Type MAG in chat.
No, that's wrong.
It was 2.25%. I know this because I got it.
Patricia, are you voting for Trump?
During that time period.
Patricia, are you voting
No.
for Trump? Okay.
No.
Appreciate you.
I didn't.
So you said it was the lowest interest rate ever?
Yes.
All right.
2.25%. I got that interest rate during COVID.
Okay, so I have a question. So you mean in COVID? So what about in 2008?
I'm not talking about 2000. I'm talking about right now.
2003 there was 1%. Tatiana, I appreciate the $5.
I'm talking about right now.
What?
During COVID, they lowered the interest rate. 2.25% was the lowest rate at that time. Okay, on top of them sending the paychecks out, the government sending the paychecks out to all the citizens, $1,250, whatever.
So
all
they
that
were
stuff,
trying to
right?
stimulate the economy by increasing
Right.
aggregate demand.
And so what that caused is an influx of people wanting to go buy houses, right? And at that time, there was not that many houses on the market. Now, all of that, there was an influx of buyers and not, okay, sweet.
You said it was the
awesome.
lowest ever, 0.2% in 2010.
Okay, so I was wrong. Sure, whatever. I'm talking about right now, okay? So the housing supply dropped drastically, right? Because all these people went in, got really low interest rates, and had all this extra money from the government, bought all the housing, and now what we're seeing is interest rates are what, 6.8 or 6.5%, whatever.
Probably, there's not a glitch with adding people.
Interest,
is there?
yeah, there is, clearly.
we're
interest rates.
trying over
Interest rates are clearly what's it called, by the Federal Reserve. It has nothing to do with the President of the United States.
Daniel, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Okay, yes, but that inflation and all the economy and all that stuff still has to do with economic policies and the influx of migrants into the company. So a lot of it ties
No. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I don't have a clue what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you have no clue. So the inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So how is it caused by migration?
Okay, so if you bring more people in, right, obviously they require more resources, and we're giving them money. We're paying for their housing. We're paying for their healthcare. We're paying for this, paying for cell phones.
Okay, so are they stealing your jobs, or are they taking too much from social services?
Taking too much from social services,
Okay,
right?
so did you know that immigrants coming into the country have a higher labor force participation rate than the natural-born U.S. citizens? Which means they work to a greater extent.
What does that have to do with them?
So if they're working to a higher degree, how are they taking so much from social programs? They're actually providing more into social programs than they take out.
Yeah, but that's not what our government's doing. Our government's giving them phones and money when they come.
You're talking. Wait, I thought you guys are pro states' rights. That's states' policy for asylum seekers. That's not federal
The
policy.
federal government allowed them in.
Wait, but that's state policy.
No.
So I thought you guys were pro states' rights.
Hold on. No, we're not going to change the subject. We're going to stay on this.
No, you were saying that you're pro states' rights, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about economy in relation to.
So abortion shouldn't be left up to the states?
Migration.
So
No,
abortion
stop
shouldn't be
changing
left
the
to the
subject.
states.
Stop changing the subject.
Okay, so should the federal government make these determinations, or states?
Stop changing the subject. Let's talk about the economy and how migration affects it.
Yeah, we're talking about how there are particular state laws
let me ask you a
about
question.
helping asylum seekers. So are you in support of the state's rights to help asylum seekers, or do you disagree with the state's rights to help asylum seekers?
Can I ask you a question without being interrupted?
Can you answer my question?
Not after you keep changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject.
Oh,
Answer my
you're literally
question,
asking me a
or you're going to get kicked from the live.
You haven't answered my question, and you're.
I will answer your question, but answer mine.
I don't even know what your question is. I'm still trying to talk about the economy and how illegal immigration affects the. Can you let me finish my point? Let me ask you this. What was the first thing that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did when they were in office? relating to illegal or migration.
You are changing the topic. You were brought up specifically.
Cancel the border. Cancel the
Shut
border.
up. Shut up. You're talking about funding that's specifically.
That's not really nice.
Be quiet. I don't care. You're talking about not federal funding, state funding that's going to asylum seekers. Let's stay on that topic.
Okay.
Okay. So, are you in support of states' rights?
That's not on the same topic.
Okay. Do you think states should have the ability to make these determinations, or should it be the federal government?
And pertaining to what?
Should it be? I'm talking about in terms of immigration.
Okay. Should states have the decision to do what as far as illegal immigration?
Determine how immigration works with their system.
No, it should be up to the federal government.
Okay. So why should that be up to the federal government, but things like abortion shouldn't be?
Okay, see here we're changing the subject.
No, it's the same
just
topic.
brought
Because
in
we're talking about whether or not you think it should be left up to the states or it should be determined by the federal government. So I'm asking you something that's very, very related to that.
Some subjects
It's
can
the
be
same
up to
thing.
The state. Some subjects can be up to the state. Some subjects can be up to the federal government. That's what the federal right. Are you going to leave the states?
So you're not giving me a relevant difference as to why you think it should be left up to the state in one scenario and the federal government in the other.
What? Because every issue is different. Some issues are going to be at the federal level. Some issues.
You're just saying the issue is different. You're not saying the reason why.
Different issues. If abortion is a different issue than illegal immigration, they're going to have two different.
You're just saying they're different. You're not giving me the reason they're different.
Why is abortion and why is illegal immigration different? Do I have to explain
What is
that?
no, I'm asking you what the relevant difference is. I'm not asking you if they're different. I agree those are different things. I'm asking you for what the relevant difference is. I have to clarify the question 1,000,000 times for you to answer it. Why? Why? When I say relevant difference 6 times, why do I have to keep saying it over and over again for you to know what I'm saying? It's not a difficult relevant difference is different from a difference. Is that clear? Do you know what the difference is between a relevant difference and just a difference?
Relevant.
ICU. Relevant difference as to why you're going to apply it to be left up to the states in one scenario and left up to the federal government in the other one.
Because it's a completely different issue. It can be approached.
I can't. You guys can talk to him. He's just unbelievable.
Okay, why is that unbelievable?
Because all you just said again was that there's a difference. I'm asking for the relevant difference.
Okay, how about abortion can be left up to the states because people vote in specific people into their county, into their mayor, into their government, into their specific issue. If they don't want to live in a state that doesn't support abortions, they don't have to. That's their freedom of choice.
Can't you say the same thing with immigration?
No. Because it's up to the federal government.
Because you know that the immigration funds that they used for those state policies were from state funding.
The executive order signed by Biden says no because he canceled the border project and contracts. The first day
What
in
border
August.
project and you mean the wall?
Look it up. Did Biden?
Wait, do you mean the wall?
Did Biden on his first day cancel the border construction? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, the border wall construction. What's the issue with that? That has nothing to do with what I'm bringing up as it relates to the states
Yeah, it
using
relates to
state
illegal
funding.
immigration.
That has nothing to do with the states using state funding specifically to help asylum seekers. So again, if you don't want to be affected by the state policy, don't live in the state. You just said that.
Illegal immigration affects the entire country, not just the states.
Wait, but you're talking about this guy's not listening.
Abortion
You're talking about
affects specific.
Shut up.
No, it doesn't.
Listen, you are talking about state funding used to benefit asylum seekers within a particular state. Doesn't affect the rest of the nation. That's state policy that affects people in that state. If anything, it helps out other states because it incentivizes asylum seekers to go to the states. Right? So if you guys think immigration is an issue, it helps them, right? Fucking weirdos.
You're telling me that it helps them, right? Immigration.
Let go.
Yeah, swipe out of the app, swipe back in.
This will probably be my last person of the night. I should get off.
Caleb, swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, come back.
I'm starting to lose my mind.
How about now?
One too many
you're
hours
fine.
of debating.
I lost mine a long time ago. So don't worry.
I'm not trying to be upset or like get into a verbal argument and like make enemies, right? I'm just trying to understand y'all's point and make y'all understand my point. What I'm trying to say is illegal immigration doesn't just affect a singular state; it affects the entire country, right? If something is going to affect the entire country, it should be a federal level issue, like illegal immigration. If something's going to affect a singular citizen, then it should be a state issue or that local
That
government.
makes no sense whatsoever.
Why?
Okay.
How is
So let me
abortion affects
explain.
a single person, not
Let me explain.
the entire country.
Listen, okay, so the state funding being used to help asylum seekers only affects that state's funding. It doesn't affect the funding of other states. So please tell me why this is not applicable when we're talking about states making determinations on how their funds are used to help asylum seekers who are here legally.
So, okay.
Do you see how you're not answering my question?
You're not. I don't think you're understanding my point. You keep saying asylum seekers that are here legally. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the.
You literally were. You were talking about how they're using federal funds, or not federal funds, state funds to give people telephones. They're not doing that with undocumented immigrants. They're doing that with
I was
asylum
also
seekers.
talking
And
about-
that's state policy.
I was also talking about the border wall that was stopped as soon as Biden became in office. That's what I was talking about. First day in office,
Wait,
Biden.
Caleb, can you restate to me what my argument is?
Your argument is that I guess Walz did better than JD Vance, and that abortion and legal immigration should either be the same. Like, there's no difference between them. If they're a state issue, then they're both a state issue.
This guy's fucking comprehension skills are negative, dude. Fucking negative, dude.
Why can't we just have a?
Can I explain again? Because you don't listen. You actually are either not effectively listening or you are not smart enough. Like, I'm actually there. It's one or the other. It's either you're being disingenuous or you're not smart enough. Okay. Let me explain because I have to do it for the millionth time. The state funds for asylum seekers, that only affects that state. Why do you think states should have the rights to make determinations about how they use their how they engage in abortion legislation, but not as it relates to how they use their own funds to help asylum seekers? Brent, thank you for the subscription.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off for the night. I appreciate you for letting
Appreciate
me pop
you,
up,
Dean.
Parker. It was good seeing you. Good seeing you too,
Good
Matt.
seeing you.
And
Bye, Dean.
good
Have a good
seeing
night.
you, everyone in chat. I love you, chat. Good night, guys. Peace out.
See ya. Have a good night.
You too.
I just don't understand how, if we want to have a conversation, right? You go to like immediately like saying, "Oh, you're fucking stupid," and you just don't understand. You're not listening.
No, it's because you're not answering the question.
Caleb, unironically, I did not immediately go to that. I have gone through the same point probably 5 to 6 points.
But that's the thing is, we can communicate. And
After
if,
5 to 6 times of going through a point, yeah, I'm going to call you dumb because you are.
yeah, no,
You
no.
actually
If
are.
we do the
You
same
just decided
thing
to
over
do
and
this
over,
again.
it's called
No,
insane.
listen. You just decided to do this again, so you didn't have to answer my question. Name my what's my question?
I'm not trying to repeat.
Do you see what I mean? This is why I say you're insufferable. This is why I'm responding this way. Because you are not trying to engage in a productive dialogue. You are trying to come up here and not engage with anything I have to say. Hugo, thank you for the subscription. There is no productive dialogue between us, not because of me, but because you don't engage with questions.
I don't invade.
Yes, absolutely.
How? Explain.
For the 50th time, what is the difference between the relevant difference between states having the right to determine what people have access to as it relates to abortion, but not whether or not how they want to use their funds, right? Specifically to help asylum seekers within their states.
If they want to do that and it affects that immediate state issue, then you know what I mean. If they want to use the funds, if that state wants to use the funds to give out cell phones and fucking candy to illegal immigrants, then they can do that. If they want to ban abortion, then they can do that.
So now you just said it should be
What I'm saying is creating the influx of illegal immigration from across the border affects the entire United States, not just one individual state. So it's a federal issue, not a state issue.
Okay. Asylum seeking is legal. One.
Yes,
Two,
that's what I'm
you
talking
just
about.
answered the question and you just said that it was states' rights. Okay, so you do think it should be up to the states. So when you were complaining earlier about, oh, they're giving immigrants in the country cell phones, that's state policy. I thought you didn't disagree with states' rights. So you disagreed with states' rights. So then why are you complaining about it?
I'm also okay. Whatever. I'm also complaining about the illegal immigration coming from the southern border. How does that not cost the American taxpayer money?
As it relates to like immigration, like
Yeah.
like asylum seeking.
Immigration. Illegal
This isn't
immigration.
federal funds. Oh, you're talking undocumented immigrant. Actually, again, undocumented immigrants provide more into the economy than they take from it. That's one thing. Two, undocumented immigration,
how? Like,
illegal
what's
immigration. Listen, is
what's
going
your
to be
like how?
I will tell you. The CBO had a determination specifically that most of the gains of our economy, about 7 trillion, 1 trillion in federal revenues by 2034, is determined by both kinds of immigration, legal and illegal immigration. That's from the Congressional Budget Office. Okay? Right? Most economists agree that immigration is effective and good for the economy. It makes the pie bigger.
Yeah. Okay. For the economy, right? But that's if they're actually contributing to the economy.
They do. That's
And if they
yes,
don't,
that's-
if they don't,
Caleb, from a macro lens, they contribute more than you do.
okay. So
From a
if they're,
macro
if
lens,
they're killing innocent people and taking over cities,
they're
and
less likely to
fucking-
do that. They're less likely. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime than you.
There's 1 million illegal immigrants that came across the border.
Okay? Listen, when you say criminal, if you don't want criminals in the country, why are you voting for one? Why do you want them to be in the Oval Office?
Okay, that's a funny point. Because he's not a fucking politician. That's why, honestly.
He, by definition, is a politician. Define politician.
Okay, he wasn't groomed into this position.
What do you mean groomed into this? What does that mean?
Did he, from fucking whatever, his young years, the 20s, 30s, whatever, he did not say, come out and be like, and work towards being in a fucking presidential position.
Neither did Kamala Harris. She was a prosecutor. She was a district attorney. She was an attorney general.
terrible one
There was
at
no.
that, too. Yeah, but
name
she
one thing,
worked
name,
for the
wait,
government.
Caleb, name one thing she did that was bad.
She worked for the government. Trump
Caleb,
worked for
name
himself.
one thing.
He was a
Name one thing
businessman.
she did in her career that was bad.
Wait, so all of the civil servants who work for the government are bad people because they keep the government running? All the state workers, all the federal workers, all the local workers, every single person who works for the government, they're like bad people, right?
Literally.
What I'm saying at all.
You just said it. One of what she did wrong was she worked for the government. So I'm just applying your logic to all the hundreds of thousands of people who keep this country running by working for the government.
No, what I'm saying is she has been in politics her entire career. She's been in in some sort of government work.
No, is a prosecutor in politics.
Trump has always been.
Is being a prosecutor being in politics?
It's a part of the local government.
That's not being in politics.
That's a problem. So's the sheriff. What's your point?
Are they a politician because they're a sheriff?
Okay, yeah. At some point, it turns into that. Yes, right.
So a sheriff is a politician. Jesus Christ.
It works for the government, right? You become a fucking battalion chief at a fire department. You become a fucking chief of the fire department. You might be a firefighter, but you're also working with the mayor. It's part of.
So what's the problem with that? What's your big gripe with government workers? Because
that's not my gripe. My gripe is the reason I like
Donald Trump when he became president. That was then when he was.
No, what you're saying, Caleb, is that you want people that have no experience, no expertise, going into some of the most important
what I'm
jobs
saying
in the
is
world.
I don't want some motherfucker that works the system because he's been a politician the whole time. I want somebody to come in there and blow that motherfucker up because he hasn't been in the
Donald
political
Trump
system.
didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Fuck yeah, he did. You know how many fucking people he fired?
Wait. So he drained the swamp?
He fired a fuck ton of people.
Did he drain the swamp?
I don't fucking know.
No, I know.
No,
he
so
put
he
more
didn't drain the swamp.
alligators in it.
Did he make? Did he make Mexico pay for the border wall? Did he build the border wall? Did he repeal and replace the ACA?
Start the border wall, and illegal immigration at that time was at an all-time low. So
Did he get past an infrastructure bill?
He did something right for America.
Did he bring back jobs to the United States?
Yes.
What policy? I've got concepts of a plan.
Just told John Deere, I'm going to implement a 200% tariff on all your
That's
shit.
not a policy he implemented. And that's not a policy he implemented.
It's a tax
I
plan.
can't hear you, Caleb. Why are you so far away from your mic? Did you just move into a potato?
No, I moved into a vehicle actually.
Are you driving?
No.
Why are you in a vehicle then?
Because it's quiet.
Okay. Good point.
Thank you. We can still communicate without becoming enemies. Like, you don't have to insult me, and I don't have to insult you. That's not cool. Just because
Caleb, I didn't come on here and insult you.
Can I
promise.
finish? Can I finish?
No, because I want to be able to address that. Listen,
But I want to finish real quick.
But I think you're misrepresenting me.
But I want to.
okay?
I understand, but I want to finish my point.
After I'm
By calling me, just because I don't understand exactly what you're saying, if you're saying the same thing over and over, right? It's because you're saying the same thing. That's the reason I'm not understanding. You can word it a different way that makes sense for me, so I understand. And that's what you should have done instead of calling me fucking stupid or whatever, right? That's what you should have done. Instead, you
I'm
kept
not gonna lie to you.
repeating the
I'm not
same
gonna lie to you,
sentence
Caleb.
that obviously I didn't understand.
Caleb, I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. And you understand it. See, the thing is, I know it's that you're not understanding it because you're. When I say dumb, here I'm using it differently than other people. Maybe you think of it that way.
Well, you said
I'm
fucking
saying
stupid.
yeah. Well, I also would use that term to refer to you, but let me explain why. Because I know that you can understand it, but you choose not to.
No, that's absolutely false. You are assuming that I
literally.
can. You're
Wait, but
assuming
Caleb, I
that
explained
can
it. I
understand
explained it, and you understood.
No, you're assuming that I would be able to understand whatever terminology you were using, right?
No, none of my terminology was difficult or confusing.
Relevant, whatever fucking relevant shit you were talking about. Relevant.
Yeah,
different?
you know what relevant means?
Yeah, like directly
Okay.
or
What?
indirectly, whatever.
What? Oh God.
What?
He doesn't know what relevant means. That makes sense.
That's I just proved your point.
Wait,
you just
Caleb,
Dude,
do you
okay,
not know
I
what
don't
relevant
know.
means? We're asking, like, do you not know what relevant means?
No, I understand what it means.
So what does it mean?
But I just wanted to prove your point, right? Because
does it mean?
if you assume that I understand something, you keep repeating the same thing, and obviously I'm like, oh, well, fuck, I don't fucking know what he's meaning. And then you call me fucking stupid. That's the problem with our country. Like, why do we have to be so
No. The problem with this
divided,
country
right?
is that you didn't critically think.
Well, no.
You
Yeah.
didn't. By the way,
Okay, but are you
didn't
gonna
ask-
tell me that every citizen is gonna be able
If
to?
you
sit
don't know
there
what it
and
means,
critically
wait.
think?
By the way, yeah, good point, Matt. If you don't know what it means, why didn't you ask?
Are you
Yeah,
gonna be?
that-
able
Why
to
didn't you
tell
ask me the
that-
specific terminology you didn't understand? Why didn't you ask?
No, wait. Are you gonna tell me that every citizen,
answer this
every
question.
person that you talk to is gonna be able to understand what you say?
Stop. If you didn't understand it, why didn't you ask?
Why didn't I ask why I didn't?
Why didn't you
understand
ask
it?
about what terminology you didn't understand? You're weaponizing incompetence. That's what you're doing. And that's what pisses me off so much when I talk to people, is because I know what you're doing. I know you're weaponizing incompetence because you don't fucking know the answers. And you know it makes you look bad. And that's what's so frustrating. I get it. I get it not understanding an answer to the question. I get it. I get not getting it. If you didn't get it, you would have asked the question. You would have tried to clarify. I talk to people every day, dude.
Yeah,
every
I've
single
been
day.
listening for the
Hours.
last 20 minutes. The last 20 minutes, you didn't once say to Parker, "I don't understand what you're saying. Can you rephrase it in a different way?"
Literally, like, bro, I would have just answered.
You answered his questions. It's that, except you. Well, I mean, you didn't answer. You were responding to his supposed, to his question. It just didn't make sense. That's why he had to keep asking and asking and asking and asking.
It's okay
When all
not
you
to
had
know
to-
something.
No. If somebody responds in a wrong way, though, would you not assume that they probably don't know what they're talking about?
When you have to
After I
ask
asked
it
you so
10
many
times,
times,
when you
yeah.
have to ask 10 times, we just assume either that no, Parker asked you, he said, "Do you not understand or are you just dumb?" And you didn't answer. You didn't say, "I don't understand." You just kept rattling.
Okay, but can I also list off something that really irritates me as well while we're naming stuff off that irritates me?
Go ahead.
Someone said I'm bullying him. How the hell am I bullying him? No, I'm just keeping it real. Like, what the fuck?
Again, that person, they're drones, bro. They're actually drones. I can't hear you, Caleb.
You're far
covering your
away
mic.
again, bro.
Okay, how about now?
Still
Better, but not great.
How about now?
That's better,
Test, test,
better.
test.
Way better.
Much better.
Something that really irritates me is if a question is asked and then it gets answered with a question.
Okay.
Which I noticed you do a lot, Parker. Like that's your go-to. And it's not a bad thing, maybe. Like it could be useful, but it's just really if I ask a question, right? I would like it to be directly answered, not answered with another question.
Yeah, give me one time where I did that.
I asked you, we've been talking for so long.
Standard.
I saw that whole video between you and fucking what's that other dude I don't really like anyways on fucking YouTube.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I don't really like him either. Right. And you did it several times on there.
When?
And you did it here with me too. I can't recall which exact time, but it's just something that really I don't like.
So I mean, I do think there. I don't remember when I did it, but like as it relates to this, I do think there are circumstances where you can do that and it can be useful and it can make sense. So I don't think every single circumstance is it bad. Now, can people use questions in response to a particular question to not engage with the relevant concepts? Yes, and I think that's bad. So I agree with you. Using it that way is bad, but there can be some context where it could just be used to get you to understand my point of view.
Yes, and I agree. However, if it's like completely irrelevant and it's not just it could be like a yes or no question or a simple answer.
I don't know what yes or no question I didn't answer. Ivan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For understanding relevant differences is hard, yes.
Now that we've figured that out, I just want to know, why are you voting for Harris comparative to Trump?
Yeah, good question.
Wait,
she isn't.
Sorry, without bringing up the felon thing.
Okay. She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't specifically advocate for tax policy that predominantly affected people who are rich at the expense of people who are poor and increased the debt more. She didn't specifically, for example, advocate for a universal tariff. She didn't say she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say yeah to Howard Stern calling her daughter a piece of ass. She didn't say that her daughter is voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. She didn't walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because she quote-unquote owns the place and bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. She didn't say that she grabs women by the vagina. She doesn't have to ask. I can keep going.
Okay, but all of those single things were like what either Trump said or like an action, right? Like nothing that was related to Kamala's accomplishments, Kamala's policies that she's done. Kamala's.
I can talk about this. I talk about these all the time.
Her policies that she's done in the last 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Or anything
I got
like
you.
that.
I got you. Yeah, so she influenced to get past the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. She's advocating for policies like, actually, I'll explain what those are. The Infrastructure Bill gave funding for roads and bridges, for getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. Cara, I appreciate, thank you so much for the subscription. Expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. EV infrastructure got expanded. National disaster relief got expanded, right, to be able to ensure that it is the case that we have more greater ability to predict the negative impacts from particular types of natural disasters. The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. The PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare for 1 million veterans, right, who are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. The CHIPS and Science Act brought back American manufacturing to the United States, specifically for chips production, which is a huge portion of our economy. It's specialized manufacturing that's hugely relevant to our economy, which is going to bring us to 20% global production of chips by 2030. She's advocated for policy that's effective for the middle class. The $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. She's advocated for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. $50,000 deductible from your taxable income for small businesses starting out. She's advocated, right, to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, to allow for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, to cap pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket for Sikorsky at $2,000 a year, and $35 cap on insulin per month, right, for everyone, not just seniors. Okay, those are just some things. I can keep going to plenty of others, but that's just a few.
You listed off a lot of things,
which is good, by the way.
Isn't that what you asked for?
Listing off a lot of things is good.
There are things in there that I would agree that were good. Like I'm not going to disagree with the Inflation Reduction Act or the CHIPS stuff. However, I don't think she's done a superb job, especially with her being liaison for the border. Right, that directly affects me. Number one.
What was her role with the border?
She was her job as vice president was to be in charge of the border.
No, that's not true. What constitutional or statutory authority does she have over the border?
That's literally what President Biden.
No, Biden never said that. Biden released a statement saying exactly what he wanted her to do and what he charged her to do. What did he charge her to do? Which she did, by the way. But like, what was the thing that he say? Can you do this? There was something.
I mean, if you're, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you're in charge of the border, right? You're supposed to.
She wasn't in charge of the border. That's the problem, though. You guys have this idea that she was supposed to. I mean, have you heard? Do you know who the Homeland Secretary is? The person that's the person who's in charge of the border by
that
the law
person is
standards.
under her, right?
No. Well, I mean, they're part of the
$3.
They're part of the cabinet.
Yes, right. So if she directs, hey, this shit's not working out. Get this under control. Is he going to listen? Right? She's the vice president.
Not necessarily her. She's going to ask, okay, is that in coordination with what the president says? I mean, he takes orders from the president, not necessarily from the vice president.
But if the president assigns her to be in charge of the border, right?
He didn't. He assigned her to go to 3 Central American countries and to get private investment into those countries to stop the flow of migration coming from those countries. And she did that. She got more than $5 billion in 3 Central American countries. That's why now most of the migration coming is from South America, from countries that do not have diplomatic ties with us, such as Venezuela and Colombia.
Okay, but did it work during her time, right? Because when she's had 4 years to do this.
I just told you what happened, and yes, it worked. She got the migration down.
Right now it's down, right towards election time, right? However, during the last 3.5 years, it was all at all-time high, right? And they actually went after the Texas National Guard for stopping illegal migration from coming over that river. And supporting
that's because they were putting barbed wire within the river.
Okay, so if they're doing their job securing
that's not doing their job. That was found to be very cruel and unusual. You can't put barbed wire in the river where people then will drown.
So you're telling me that?
Thank you, Alicia, for the $20. Thank you so much, Alicia.
If people see barbed wire and a fence across there with a bunch of National Guard
in the water. How can you see barbed wire in the water?
You could see it running into the water. The river has sides. It's not like it's
a
just
river. You think people are going to be like, let me look for a possible booby trap of barbed wire in the river?
You can literally see.
Matt, we should put alligators, reptiles, everything. Hey, let's put it all across the entire river, so that if they try to go the river, they die.
So you couldn't see. You're telling me that you couldn't see the barbed wire that was running from land into the river.
Many of them crossed at night.
Wait, Caleb. Wait, can we just knock over that? That's literally what Trump said to do.
Okay, I don't know.
We have people who are a part of his administration that tell us stories about the fact that they had to talk down Donald Trump from wanting to fill the Rio Grande full of reptiles so that people, if they got into the water, would die.
Yeah, I get the alligator comment or whatever. What I'm saying is, if the National Guard was sent to stop the influx of migration at the border, and then the federal government comes in and tries to go after them and stop it, is that not like what the fuck, right?
Well,
I thought you said the federal government makes determinations about immigration, or was that the last person?
That's my point. Thank you.
I swear this was him, right?
That was my point. That's one of the reasons. No, that's one of the reasons why
it wasn't that the state had to step in.
No, that's not how it works. A state can't just step in whenever the federal government is doing something. That's one of the reasons why when they took him to court, they said you can't do this. You can't do this because this is our jurisdiction, and the court's like, yeah, you can't, because even though you don't like it, it's still their jurisdiction. So you can't just willy-nilly surpass that jurisdiction.
Exactly. So if the federal government's not doing their job,
Rachel, think of the 22-month subscription. Thank you so much.
If the state literally on the border is like, hey, we're getting fucked up by this, they send in their National Guard. That's automatic. Obviously, that's saying the federal government's not doing a good job.
And you can act on that by voting, but as the courts have said, you can't just usurp that jurisdiction just because you don't like what the federal government is not doing. But you can't do that.
If it's directly impeding on the state, yes, I believe
you can't.
Should.
No, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those courts disagree with you.
Well, fuck the courts. If it's affecting my life, if it's directly affecting my life.
How constitutional of you. Fuck the courts. How constitutional of you.
shit. I mean, fuck the government, honestly. Like,
Then
Yeah,
why are
the
you
government-
why are you voting? Then why are you voting?
Except where they're putting razor wire in the water.
Yeah.
if
Well,
this is
all the border
directly
security,
affecting
F the
me,
government,
I
but
want the
border
state to do
security.
whatever. It needs
F the government, but border security. For standard. Missy, are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
she is. The bitch
Yeah?
is criticizing
Are you
me
driving?
in the chat.
Am I driving?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Sounds like you
So
have Bluetooth.
what were you criticizing Matt for?
Oh, on the border. Apparently, I don't know anything.
The border has picked up again. It's very busy again.
Corey, think of the
Of course,
$2.
because it's right before the election, and you know.
Charlotte, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Did you know right now there's less crossings than there was at the end of Trump's administration?
That's not true.
Yes, there is.
No, that's not true.
What's
I
your
don't know
source?
where
Because
you
I
get
can
your-
show you from Customs and Border Protection.
I get information from people at the border, so that's not
Well,
true.
Customs and Border Protection indicates you're wrong, bud.
Border Patrol says different, dear.
What? That's not true at all. Tell me.
Your
where.
anecdotal experience doesn't matter to us.
Yeah, an anecdote. What? Did you see all the people crossing the border? Are you like constantly around the 1,900 miles at the border?
Actually, I'm a moderator for Border Network News, who is on the border all the time.
Border Network
Live?
News. So
Live?
what? Some like ultra right wing news program?
Sounds sketchy.
Right? Really? That's
Yeah.
sketchy because he's boots on the ground live, so you see it live. That's sketchy.
No, just
no.
I said it
it's like
sounds sketchy.
It's like the ideology behind it, right? Like it's not you just like taking videos of it. And also, like I can tell you about my friend Bobby G, who was a border patrol agent for a really long time. He does lives here on TikTok. You should talk to him about the border. Susie, I appreciate that mustache.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Why would I need to do that when I'm
Peace out,
moderator
boys.
for a YouTube channel that goes to the border every
Bye,
freaking day?
Caleb.
Well, then why don't you talk? Why don't you talk to him?
What do you mean? Why don't I have talked to him? I've been on. I watch his lives every freaking night he's on.
Oh, you do. So okay. So then, what do you disagree with him on?
What do I disagree? The border's busy. It's open. It's wide open.
Really?
These kids are being trafficked here.
And Donald Trump didn't want to pass a border bill to stop it?
Really?
How dare
You
he.
mean the
Donald Trump
Ukraine
undermined
bill?
the
You mean
biggest border bill in the past
Ukraine
20 to 30 years?
Ukraine bill?
No, was it separated?
No, it was separated. It was the solo
Oh, it was
solo border bill.
Oh, okay. It was separated.
Oh. Interesting.
All government is shady.
All government shady, so why do you want so much government at the federal border?
They're the ones who opened it.
Oh, so you want an open border, less government?
No, I want a closed border with less government.
What? Dude, in order to have a closed border, that requires more government.
That was a
No,
contradiction.
No, it doesn't.
That was a quote if I've ever
No, it
heard
doesn't.
one.
It requires less, honestly.
So how does enforcing the border more require less government?
The president using his powers and Congress using their powers is somehow less government.
No, we need to cut the government like in half.
Oh, Missy, how old are you? I'm just curious.
50 something.
Okay, I don't want you to have Medicare. I'm going to cut your Medicare because I don't think you deserve it.
I don't want your fucking
you know that Social Security? I don't think you should get it.
I don't want any of it.
Oh, you don't?
You don't?
Okay, good. No,
Okay.
actually,
Then don't take it.
No.
Wait, Missy, if you don't want it, then when you get to that age, don't take it.
Yeah.
Don't apply.
Take it. Don't
You know
take
what?
it.
There won't be anything there anyway for anybody to take.
So Missy, when you get there, don't take it. I don't want to
Yeah.
see you get any
I
Social
burn your
Security.
checks, Missy. Burn
No
your checks.
Medicare. You're paying for yourself, girl.
You know what? Half of us aren't going to be around by then.
What? What do you mean? Do you think there's going to be like an apocalypse?
Do you not see what's happening?
What's happening?
What am I looking for?
You really can't be that naive.
How am I naive? Tell me. Are you saying the purge is about to occur?
like Trump said.
Why'd you laugh like that?
Why do you want to make fun of people?
Because like you're literally treating it like it's
Why
ominous.
not act like an adult?
Well, because you're an insane conspiracy theorist. Like
No,
I'm not
I'm
gonna.
not.
Why don't you act like an adult and
Yes,
use
why don't
facts
you
and
tell
evidence?
your side? Why don't you
Why
tell
don't you
your
Why don't
side
you
to
act
do
like an
that?
adult? Use
Yeah, why don't you-
adults use evidence to believe things. Adults don't believe
I have
things
lots
based
of
upon
evidence.
fairy tales.
There's lots of evidence of everything that I say.
No, I'm asking for evidence, not for fairy tales, and you're giving me fairy tales.
I'm not giving you any fairy tales.
Yes, you are. What are you talking about? Like,
Do you
there's no
realize
evidence.
Do you realize some of the people that have come over the border? Do you know what they're about? No, you don't. You know why you don't? Because nobody knows.
Then that means you don't know, genius.
Except for I've seen a lot of it, so I do know some of it. And a lot of people,
Nobody knows, but I do. Push that mustache. Nobody knows, but I do.
No. That's not what I mean. I mean people who don't look into things don't know things.
Okay, well, have you looked into things?
Do you think?
Okay, how many senators are there?
I don't give a shit about the government, okay?
You don't know
You're
how many
not
senators
listening.
there are?
Parker, she
You
doesn't
realize
give
that
she
why they
doesn't give
signed
a
the
shit
Global
about it,
Compact
and yet
for
she wants the government
migration?
to do everything that it
Are you gonna
possibly
shut up
can
and
to stop
listen?
immigration.
How many Missy, how many branches?
Drop
Go ahead.
that dude. I want to talk to you.
Who?
Okay, all right. What's up? How many branches of government are there, Missy?
Who fucking cares?
You don't know?
Who fucking cares? That's not the point.
Our founding
Maybe
fathers are so
your
sad right
viewers
now.
that are hoping that like they have an informed reporter.
No, listen to me. You need to come out of that part of this whole situation for a minute, okay? I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I don't give a shit about either one of them. They're all corrupt.
You're super MAGA though. That's even worse.
I support somebody who's trying to make us a better place instead of hurting us, harming us.
Are you pro law and order?
I believe there should be law and order, of course.
Okay, so then why do you want to vote for a so then why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm totally serious. Like, why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
She's just as much a criminal of any of them.
Of what? What's she?
They're all
What's she
criminals.
guilty of? Oh my God! What a
What is she
generalization.
guilty of? She's guilty of being part of this whole trafficking deal coming over the border.
Bruh.
What trafficking deal?
Really? Do you know how many kids are missing from the border?
Give me the number.
Yeah, they're gonna say.
Over 325,000.
JD Vance just said this, and it was.
Yeah. It's every time. It's always the same thing. It's
always the same thing.
So,
Yeah, I'm the same
so
with
where'd you get that number from?
Pretty much from watching it happen the last 3.
You watched all 325,000 children go missing and you didn't save them? So you watched all 325,000.
You remember way back, like the first year of
She
Biden's.
counted individually, chat. Yes, what about it?
Don't be a smartass, Parker.
Well, you're saying you saw all the 320,000 children go missing and you didn't save them.
They said 85,000 were missing back in the first year, right?
Who's they?
Your government.
My government? When you mean by missing, you know, when you talk about missing, you understand that it is the case that most of these children are found. It's like 99%.
No, you're wrong. And like, why did Biden take away the DNA testing at the border?
I don't know which ones you're referencing.
What?
You're talking about for separations?
For the children coming over the border.
Like, wait, so you're getting... Okay, so should we be able to get Trump's DNA too?
You want to make sure those kids are with people that are related to them, okay? They're being trafficked. Do you understand that?
Wait, okay, I don't actually have like an issue with doing testing, but like if we're talking about keeping children safe, but like I don't see why that would be different under either administration. Where'd you see that? Shivani, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
DNA testing.
Susie, thank you for the $5. Presley, thank you for the $5, and Corey, thank you for the $2. Okay, so yeah, I would be in support of like making sure that children are there based on that. But there's also like adoption.
That's fine, but I'm talking about the kids that are coming over the border. They're coming with strangers. They're coming with men that are not. They're doing it for not good reasons.
Okay, why are you assuming everyone is? Like this is a really weird thing that you need to think about.
Generalization.
Why do you assume this to be like everyone? Okay, because most
I don't say it was
immigrants.
everyone.
Okay, so then why don't you like hyper generalize American citizens because there is kidnapping happening in America? There's trafficking happening in America. Oh, Trump friends with Jeffrey Epstein, terrific guy,
You said you don't support
likes
Border
beautiful
Patrol,
women as much
you-
as he does. Many of them on the younger side. That's what he said. That's what Trump said. Trump said Jeffrey Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
There's nothing that you're going to tell me about Trump that's going to like get me upset about it or change my mind.
Okay, so
Ever.
forcefully penetrated a woman's
Because
vagina
y'all lie
against her
about
will.
him all the time. He's been lied on so much that.
He's been lied on so much. I'm not lying on him. I'm telling you
Okay.
truth. Okay,
well,
listen.
you're telling him what you think is the truth because that's what you've been told
Well,
by your government.
Okay, so then how do you know that any of the thing you believe in is true? Is it just because you feel like it? Because I could say that I'm a Pokemon master. I'm gonna catch them all. And when I die, I'm gonna go to a Pokemon world, and I'm gonna be the very best that
The
no
very
one
best.
ever was.
Very proud of you.
To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cost. Pokemon! That's just as legitimate as what you just gave me. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. Literally, whatever I want to believe in. And, you know, we don't have the real Trump. You're not actually voting for the real Trump. The real Trump has been dead for 10 years. You have a fake Trump. Not a real Trump, a fake one, right? To get you to believe, right, in anything, literally anything, just because of misinformation. So it's a whole like a you know, like those like
You're crazy.
like those like experiments they do, like social experiments. That's what
Ah.
this is. So you're in just like a massive psyop experiment
I know.
right now, given to us by lizard people.
Life
from
is an
Pluto.
experiment, man.
Okay? They're from Pluto and they're lizard people.
Okay.
Life is one big experiment.
So, why did Biden say that he could provide no more help for the storm victims?
He didn't say that. That was made up.
Oh, really?
He
Because
didn't.
I just watched him say it.
Okay, go for it. Give me a source.
There's a video of him saying it.
When? I'd love to hear that. Push the confetti.
Just look it up real quick.
Okay. Matt, do you see anything?
I'm looking. He said there's a victim. Oh, there's a video. Where'd you see the video at? Please don't say Facebook. Please don't say Facebook. X. Okay. I mean, that's not great. But
Joey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, Missy, I have a question. Push the confetti. Do you believe that Trump was in person, right? Like helping out victims from the hurricane?
I don't think he was in the water like they showed that picture. That's a fake picture.
Okay, at least you believe that. I had a few people earlier tell me that they actually believe that was him.
That's so stupid.
Okay, well, you know, that's just as legitimate as a worldview as what you've brought up to me. I'm not trolling. So, like, you
Except for
call
he
it
was
dumb, but,
there,
like,
though.
it's...
I mean, he actually did go there physically because I watched his interview.
It is on the same probabilistic basis in terms of a belief as you, in terms of likelihood to be true. Same basis.
what to be true?
It's just your feelings. It's not facts. It's just
What
like
to be
whatever you feel
true?
like. Again, that picture is real.
Oh no,
Actually
that
him.
picture's fake.
I know. I agree with you. It's fake. But someone
But he
believing
wasn't
that it's
even
real
going
is
to
just as
Georgia
legitimate as what you brought up to me. I have a
He
question.
did go to
Do you
Georgia,
think
though.
Trump won the 2020 election?
No comment.
Bruh.
No, just tell me. Come on.
No comment.
I know when you say no comment, it's an answer. You know that, right? Like, we know what you're saying. We know you say yes. Okay, when you say no comment, like, it's obvious, yes. That's what you think. Okay? Because any other normal person would have just
I
been
guess
like,
you have your
no,
answer.
obviously it wasn't
No, I didn't
stolen.
say it. But I guess you have your answer.
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone
by
did.
the way, Parker, I found what she's talking about.
And Missy, thank you for the $20. Joey, thank you for the $20. And Lauren, thank you for the $20 for the no comment. Thank you so much.
I found what she's talking about. A PolitiFact rated as false.
Well, in fact, he said it himself. Why don't you watch?
No, it
watch
says no. It says you're taking out context. If you go to PolitiFact, it has a whole breakdown. It shows you the entire interview because you took out
I
a
watched
snippet
the
of what he
entire
said.
interview.
Well, then you're lying. Then you're purposely
No, I'm
lying.
not. You,
Then
how
you're
about you go
purposely
watch it
lying.
and tell me?
Okay.
She said jail me.
Oh, so you admit that you're lying?
No, I said you go watch
Misinformation.
it and then you tell me.